The Question of Nationalities and Social Democracy. Otto Bauer. The Question of Nationalities and Social Democracy, preface to the first edition, 351. 19. Al character as community of nature and community of culture. The Germanic national community of culture in the era of clan communism, the cultural community of the knights in the age of feudalism, commodity production, and the beginnings of the bourgeois community of culture, the cultural community of the educated classes in the early capitalist era, modern capitalism, and the national community of culture, the realization of the national community of culture through socialism, the concept of the nation, national consciousness and national sentiment, critique of national values, national politics. 2. 139. The modern state and the nation, the principle of nationality. 3. 157. Austria as a German state, the awakening of the non-historical nations, modern capitalism and national hatred, the state and the national struggles, the working class and the national struggles. 4. 259. The territorial principle, the personality principle for the Jews. 5. The developmental tendencies of the 309. The internal development of Austria toward Austria and Hungary. 6. The transformation of the principle of nationality. 355. And the principle of nationality, the roots of capitalist expansionism, the working class and capitalist expansionism, imperialism and the principle of nationality, socialism and the principle of nationality. 7. The program and tactics of 417. Ultis program of the Social Democratic Workers' Party, the political organization. Al question in the trade unions, the tactics of social democracy. Heinz Fischer. In the first half of the 20th century, produced two figures who achieved a significance that extended well beyond the borders of their own country, Karl Renner and Otto Bauer. Born on September 5, 1881 in Vienna, Otto Bauer was often regarded as Renner's adversary within the social democratic movement, as indeed he was, at least on certain issues, above all during the period from 1920 to 1933. Although born into a solidly middle-class family, Otto Bauer became acquainted with the thought and the leading figures of social democracy and Austro-Marxism while still in his youth. Following the introduction of general mail franchise in 1907, he worked in the secretariat of the Social Democratic Parliamentary Party and, after the collapse of the monarchy, was appointed foreign minister in the Renner government, which held office from 1918 to 1920. From then until 1933, Bauer was regarded as the intellectual leader of. He established a reputation as a brilliant political analyst, but also as less pragmatic in his approach to certain political issues than Karl Renner. As a result, Renner came to be perceived as the spiritual leader of its right wing and Otto Bauer as the leading figure of its left wing, a distinction which, it must be said, represented a considerable oversimplification of the two men's actual roles. In 1933 and 1934, Austrian democracy was put to its most crucial test when Austro-fascism and civil war led to the suspension of the parliamentary constitution. The task that faced Otto Bauer, who had been shaped by the humanist tradition and who was at heart a highly sensitive individual, was one to which he ultimately proved unequal. Adopting offensive measures to counter the advance of authoritarian and anti-democratic forces was something that, as he himself put it, he could not reconcile with his responsibility to the mothers of this country. Instead, Bauer retreated step by step, searching for compromises with the authoritarian right. As a consequence, when civil war broke out on February 12, 1934, the Austrian Social Democrats were already fighting a losing battle. Otto Bauer had failed. He was forced to flee abroad and died in Paris in 1938, a lonely and embittered emigrant, before reaching his 60th birthday and without living to see the revival of an independent Austria and the re-establishment of democracy in 1945. The Question of Nationalities and Social Democracy, which appears here for the first time in an English translation, was written while Otto Bauer was still a young man and is today regarded by a number of historians, sociologists, and political scientists as a masterpiece. The following provides an overview of the context from which this work emerged. The Russian Revolution of 1905 fascinated the 26-year-old Otto Bauer, who at the time was still completing his university studies in law. It was not only the revolution itself that interested Bauer, but also its possible consequences for the Austro-Hungarian monarchy. Among the monarchy's most difficult problems was that of resolving the nationalities question, an issue that was also proving increasingly problematic in both practical and theoretical terms for the young social democratic movement. Otto Bauer successfully completed his final doctoral work in January 1906 and was awarded the title of Doctor of Jurisprudence on January 25 that year. The following day, January 26, 1906, Bauer wrote a letter to Karl Koskai in which he discussed the dangers that could threaten the socialist movement as a result of the intensification of the national struggle between the Germans and Czechs. This problem so fascinated him that in February 1906 he began work on a book on the nationalities question, one that he had already completed by the end of the same year and that ran to 576 pages in its first edition. In May 1907 a parliament was democratically elected for the first time in the Austrian half of the Habsburg Empire. The Social Democratic Parliamentary Party was made up of 87 deputies drawn from the German, Czech, Polish, Italian, and Ruthenian social democratic movements. A secretariat was established that was charged with the coordination of this significantly expanded parliamentary party, the members of which represented 5 different nations, and Victor Adler, the leader of the Social Democrats, entrusted the role of parliamentary party secretary to the 28-year-old jurist Dr. Otto Bauer, who had just completed his work on the nationalities question and whose political career was now beginning. 17 years later, in the spring of 1924, a second edition of the Question of Nationalities and Social Democracy was published, including a new preface by Bauer in which he sketched the political and social developments that had taken place between 1907 and 1924. Bauer admitted frankly here that much had taken place since the book's initial publication which he had been unable to anticipate in 1907. However, in his preface he maintained the validity of the book's central thesis, and in particular the definition of the nation he had elaborated at that time. During the period of National Socialist dictatorship and the Second World War, which Bauer had already predicted in 1933, and in the decade following the war, which was dominated by economic necessities and global political conflicts, interest in the work of Otto Bauer decreased both within and outside Austria. The problems of the time were seen as requiring pragmatists rather than intellectuals inquiring into first principles, who during that period were devalued as ideologists. It was not until the 1960s and 1970s that there was something of an Otto Bauer renaissance in Europe, one that not only led to the publication of Bauer's collected works in 9 volumes by the Europa Verlag, Vienna 1975, but also to a renewed preoccupation with various aspects of his thought, above all in the Romance language countries. However, this renewed interest placed little emphasis on his work regarding the nationalities question, which during the 60s and 70s no longer seemed of particular relevance. It is precisely the situation that has changed since the collapse of communism and the revival of old forms of nationalism and the emergence of new forms. Not only the events in a number of the republics of the former Soviet Union and in former Yugoslavia, but also problems emerging in Romania, Hungary, Slovakia, and other parts of Central and Eastern Europe have led to an increased interest in the so-called nationalities question. Bauer's central argument in his study of the nationalities question is that modern nations are to be understood as communities of character, Charaktergemeinschaften, that have emerged out of a communities of fate, Schicksalsgemeinschaften, and that, as a consequence, a more differentiated approach to the concept of the nation is required than that offered by the criteria of common language or common origin. National identities are thus conceptualized in Bauer's study not as naturally given and invariable, but as culturally changeable. Such an understanding would seem to represent a fundamental prerequisite for an approach to national conflicts that operates within a democratic framework and in a spirit of mutual tolerance rather than in biologistic terms. The fact that a problem whose effects were as dramatic and decisive as those of the conflict between national groups and the question of national rights at the beginning of the century is again assuming a decisive role even before the 21st century has begun is in itself justification for republishing one of the most original and thorough works written on this subject. Of course, Time has not stood still, and today it would certainly not suffice when addressing this issue to refer back to the analyses and conclusions elaborated at the beginning of the 20th century. But anyone seeking to build the Europe of the future must be cognizant of the Europe of the past and the problems that have so significantly burdened a number of peoples and influenced their ability to live together in a single state. In this sense, a passage such as the following, written by Bauer in 1907, can be read today as a vision of a united Europe that has achieved social and national equilibrium. 12 Forward. Just as the development of capitalist commodity production linked the monoreal estates and the towns isolated during the Middle Ages to form the modern state, so too will the international division of labor create in socialist society a new type of social structure above the national polity, a state of states, into which the individual national polities will integrate themselves. The United States of Europe will thus be no longer a dream, but the inevitable ultimate goal of a movement that the nations have long begun and that will be enormously accelerated by forces that are already becoming apparent. In this spirit I welcome the publication of an English-language edition of Otto Bauer's book on the nationalities question and wish this book a favorable reception among a new generation of readers. Vienna, February 1998. Translator's note. Joseph O'Donnell. My main goal in this translation has been to produce a text that is both readable and faithful to Otto Bauer's style, which, it must be said, varies between scholarly detachment and the enthusiasm of a political activist. Whether the end result has achieved this synthesis is for the reader to judge. Bauer's style, although somewhat tortuous in places, is essentially quite modern. Although certain central concepts such as community of fate, Schicksalsgemeinschaft, may strike the English-speaking reader as having an old-fashioned ring, such terms as a colleague in Vienna pointed out to me are still part of contemporary discourse. Here it is important to note the pains to which Bauer went to define his own usage of such a term, which is historical in meaning and does not refer to some pre-programmed future destiny, a meaning given to the concept by a certain Dr. Frick, the German Minister of the Interior, in an article appearing in Nature on February 24, 1934. Similar caution is advisable when interpreting what Bauer was referring to when he linked the terms national and socialist in the latter part of the work. This translation is based on the 1924 edition of Die Nationalitäten und die Sozialdemokratie, which included an important new preface. Where I have felt it necessary, I have added explanatory footnotes for the English-speaking reader, and I am particularly grateful to Claudie Weil for permitting me to use the French translation as a guide to where footnoting might be appropriate. Bauer's work incorporates an extensive range of scholarship, and in places, particularly where he was dealing with the natural sciences, it seems that the young writer did not always have a comprehensive grasp of the field, a point he himself referred to when introducing the work. However, this is not to excuse any blunders of interpretation for which I myself may be responsible. 13. Introduction for the English reading audience. Ephraim J. Nimny. In the introduction to his important book Multicultural Citizenship, Will Kimlicka argues that ethnic and cultural diversity is the norm for most contemporary states. This diversity, Kimlicka contends, gives rise to some important and potentially divisive questions related to issues such as language rights, regional autonomy, political representation, educational curricula, land claims, and, last but not least, immigration and citizenship. Although Kimlicka is aware of the historical dimensions of ethnic diversity, other post-national writers with short memories argue instead that the internationalization of labor markets, decolonization, and expansion of the discourse of human rights that have occurred since World War II have made diversity the hallmark of our period, the characteristic of an era when the politics of difference overrides classical forms of nation-state citizenship. In a similar vein, Delaunty argues that the success of nationalism results from the lack of a compelling post-national and cosmopolitan counter-ideology from the left. A new post-national argument that curiously resembles the ill-fated optimism of key leaders of the Second International before the First World War. But is this really the case? As Calhoun argues, nationalism has been big news on and off for 200 years. 3. Many problems that are perceived today as novel and sometimes intractable were in fact systematically discussed when nationalism previously made big news. This was the case, for example, during the period of the apogee of the nation-state and the period coinciding with the disintegration of Imperial Austria. A re-examination of the nationalities debate in Austria during this period reveals surprising analogies to contemporary liberal democratic debates on minority rights and multiculturalism. At the time of its publication and over subsequent years, the book introduced here was considered a very important contribution to the Austrian debate on nationalism, minority rights, and the state. For this reason, and despite important differences in time and circumstances, Bauer's The Question of Nationalities and Social Democracy has something important to offer to the contemporary debate in Western liberal democracies on ethnic rights, citizenship, migration, and multiculturalism. 4. Given its theoretical 16. And empirical importance as a problem that continues to beset contemporary states, it is indeed difficult to understand, as Eric Hobsbawm argues, why this book has not been translated into English in its entirety before now, a serious theoretical oversight according to Niccolò Mercure, the editor of the Italian translation. 5. The work was translated into Spanish 1978, into French in 1988, and into Italian in 1999. The English translation makes the book available in all major Western languages. Otto Bauer was born in Vienna on September 5, 1881 and died at the age of 57, exiled in Paris on the eve of World War II. His father was a prosperous Jewish industrialist who counted among his friends the father of psychoanalysis, Sigmund Freud. Bauer's sister Ida was Freud's famous patient referred to by the pseudonym Dora in his infelicitous study of hysteria, fragment of an analysis of a case of hysteria 6. As a young man Bauer studied Hegel, Kant, and Marx and wrote impressive articles and pamphlets on Marxist theory. Friedrich Adler reports that when the father of German Marxism, Karl Kosky, met Bauer, with whom he had previously corresponded, he said, "This is how I imagine the young Marx 7. Bauer was an Austrian army officer in World War I and was taken as a prisoner of war to Russia, where he was freed after the Bolshevik Revolution with the help of the Social Revolutionaries. On his return to a dismembered Austria, he assumed the leadership of his party's left wing and became Austria's foreign minister at the end of the war. He was obliged to resign after signing a secret Anschluss agreement with Germany, but he remained his party's guiding theoretician for the next 2 decades. In this capacity he wrote many articles and influential books, including Bolschewismus oder Sozialdemokratie, M. 1920, Die Österreichische Revolutions 1923, Sozialdemokratie, Religion, und die Kirche 1927, and Zwischen zwei Weltkriegen. In 1937. 8. He also developed an important theory of fascism. 9. A member of the Austrian National Council from 1929 to 1934, he went into exile with the onset of Nazism in 1934, first to Czechoslovakia, then to France, where he died in 1938 a disillusioned man. There is no biography in English. The most important biography in German is by Leichter. 10. This book was initially written as Bauer's doctoral dissertation at the University of Vienna when he was 26. With the first publication of the work in 1907, Bauer was propelled at a very young age to the forefront of theoretical and historical discussions of nationalism. Given that the book represented one of the most important works written in the field, it is perhaps surprising to discover that Bauer was initially very reluctant to take on the project at all. The protracted ethnic conflicts in the collapsing Habsburg Empire had paralyzed the normal activities of the Socialist Party. Karl Renner and Bauer undertook to tackle the thorny issue, although this was not because they felt any sympathy for nationalism and national causes. On the contrary, they approached the task with gritted teeth, resenting their bad 17. Luck to be located in Austria where circumstances required that far more important socialist issues be set aside. See foreword to this translation. 11. Apart from writing a new introduction for the 1924 edition and engaging in an important debate with Kosky that followed the publication of this book, Bauer never returned to a systematic discussion of nationalism. 12. Nevertheless, the book is widely considered his most important work. Nationalities and Merker cite a fascinating letter from Bauer to Koskai in 1906, when Bauer was 25 years of age, in which he expressed fears that the relationship between Germans and Czechs could well harm the workers' movement, adding, "I might indeed commit myself to writing a few articles or a pamphlet on national troubles despite being much more interested in other matters." 13. This regrettable sidetrack resulted in one of the most significant treatises on the theory of nationalism, one that certainly outlived anything Bauer wrote on the other interesting matters. Early 20th century Vienna, like contemporary London, Paris, Berlin, Toronto, and Sydney, experienced an influx of noticeably diverse ethno-national communities. Much in the same way as contemporary differential development has generated the North-South divide and pushed many ethnically diverse migrants into metropolitan centers, differential development in late Imperial Austria pushed many different ethnic groups into Vienna and to the more affluent and predominantly German-speaking areas of the empire. Much in the same way as there is a reaction against alien migration in Paris, Berlin, Rome, and Sydney today, there was a strong reaction in Vienna. Much in the same way as the contemporary challenge of accommodating diverse ethnic cultures within one territorial unit has proved fertile ground for novel interpretations of democratic politics, politics of difference, multiculturalism, the conflict over nationalities in late Imperial Austria generated novel and daring attempts to redefine democratic politics and accommodate ethnic diversity. One of the most daring and original models was Bauer and Redner's project of national cultural autonomy. In recent years, the term multiculturalism has been invoked as a possible remedy to the nation-state's quandary of whether to assimilate or integrate its minorities. If contemporary multiculturalism is a byproduct of the need to accommodate ethnic diversity and if the contemporary politics of identity is an assertion of minority distinctiveness, so too was Bauer and Redner's model of national cultural autonomy. However, multiculturalism is a neologism. The Oxford English Dictionary traces it back to the 1960s, and its origins lie in Quebec. But as Raz asks, does it designate a new idea? 14. If contemporary multiculturalism is concerned with including, recognizing, and representing ethnically diverse social segments in one political unit, it is surely not wrong to see Otto Bauer and Karl Renner as the precursors of multiculturalism. They were, however, operating in an environment far more hostile than ours. 18. To the political expression of ethnic diversity. This was the golden age of the nation-state, a time when the ideology of the nation-state reigned supreme, when the optimal political unit was understood to be a monocultural nation-state. This was a time when J. Stuart Mill's famous motto "Free institutions are next to impossible in a country made up of different nationalities" was a truth taken for granted by both liberal and illiberal nationalists. 15. As Bauer and Renner eloquently showed almost a century ago, at the very least in theory, the nation-state and the political representation of ethnic diversity are diametrically opposed. However, their period was a time when the ideology of the liberal democratic nation-state had the status of an uncontested hegemonic principle, a period when the nation-state and liberalism were inextricably linked. It was the great merit of Bauer and Renner to foresee the enormous cost in loss of life, economic ruin, and displacement that the carving out of national states for aggrieved minorities would cause. 16. Winston Churchill argued, "There is not one of the peoples or provinces that constituted the empire of the Habsburgs to whom gaining their independence has not brought the tortures which ancient poets and theologians had reserved for the damned." 17. By contrast, in the contemporary world the idea of the nation-state has lost a great deal of its former shine, and, considering the example of the European Union, the idea of transnational political organizations is no longer a distant utopia. Yet the problem of ethnic and national minorities is as agonizing as it was when Renner and Bauer wrote their thought-provoking pieces nearly a century ago. Maybe the time has come to have a new look at the old idea of non-territorial national cultural autonomy and to adapt it to contemporary circumstances. In some ways, the work of W. Connolly is pioneering the idea of a non-territorialized polity. 18. For one, the European Union could benefit greatly from such a scheme. As Hurst Hanon argues, self-determination should be concerned primarily with people, not territory. 19. However, to attribute to Bauer and Renner the role of precursors of multiculturalism misleads by oversimplification. As persuasively has been explained by Yuval Davis, multiculturalism in contemporary liberal democracies is subject to limits, many of which Renner and Bauer would have found unacceptable. 20. These limits result from the supremacy of the model of the nation-state. For example, national sovereignty, the predominance of existing national languages, the legitimation of ruling cultural practices, and the hegemony of official political cultures constrains the scope of multiculturalism and defines its limits. In sharp contrast, such barriers did not limit Bauer and Renner's theories. Renner specifically demanded the recognition of national communities as autonomous corporations within the multinational state. The idea was not to subordinate these communities to some undivided sovereign power, but to legally sanction the inviolability of the areas of competence of national corporations. For Renner, the principal problem was how 19. To break with the limitations of liberal democracy and the territorial principle of the nation-state, or, as he put it, how to organize ethnic communities as juridical entities. 21. Bauer and Renner's argument is more comprehensive than most contemporary liberal discussions of multiculturalism, as they ventured into areas that remain untouched in the contemporary debate. In contrast to contemporary liberal theorists whose interpretation of multiculturalism is based on their observation of the undesirable cleavages created by the presence of minority ethnic and cultural groups in homogenizing nation-states, Otto Bauer attempted to go beyond that specific observation, common enough in his contemporary Austria, to produce a theory of nationhood and nationalism in multinational and multi-ethnic states. His idea was to overcome the very notion of majorities and minorities by guaranteeing collective representation of sovereign corporations with specific and exclusive competences within the administration and governance of the multinational state. Whether he succeeded, or whether this model is even plausible, is for the reader to judge. The question of nationalities and social democracy also includes the elaboration of a significant theory of the nation. Much of it is expressed in language that is seen as dated and problematic today: social Darwinism, excessive emphasis on evolutionary paradigms, yet it also represents a highly accomplished theory of national formation, as will be outlined in this introduction. In a reference to Bauer's introduction to the 1924 edition of the work, Stargard argues that the greatest merit of Bauer's theory of the nation was that it was sufficiently sophisticated and meticulous to explain the failure of its own practical program. 22. Historical background. The aim of the present publication is not only to make the work available to historians of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, many of whom are able, of course, to consult the work in the original German, but also to show readers not familiar with Austrian history the relevance of Bauer's arguments to contemporary discussions of multiculturalism and minority rights. It may therefore be useful to review briefly the historical circumstances in which the work was written, thus providing a background to the ideas, theories, and political models that Bauer developed. At the turn of the 20th century, Austria was a dual monarchy with a total population of 53 million made up of more than 15 different nationalities, occupying an area smaller than South Australia, Texas, or the Iberian Peninsula. 23. After Prussia militarily defeated Austria in 1866, the empire was divided into a dual monarchy through the Compromise, Ausgleich, of 1867, which remained the constitutional basis of the multinational empire until its dissolution in 1918. The two parts of the empire, XX, had separate parliaments and a significant degree of autonomy, even though foreign affairs, defense, and finance were common concerns. This peculiar arrangement cemented the hegemony of the most powerful nation within each part, respectively the Austro-Germans and the Magyars, Hungarians. The main compromise was followed by minor compromises between different ethnic and national communities and some unusual class alliances to protect local interests. These compromises resulted in a complicated mosaic of group coalitions, which, according to Bauer, amounted to an understanding among the ruling classes of the large nations, Germans, Magyars, Poles, Croats, that maintained their advantage over the mass of their disenfranchised fellow nationals and the newer nations Czechs, Slovenes and Ukrainians in Austria and Slovaks, Serbs, and Romanians in Hungary. Although the Austro-Germans and the Magyars were the most numerous national communities in their respective parts of the empire, by no means did either constitute the majority of the population in its half. 24 As the Austro-German rulers needed a working majority in parliament, they granted to the Polish nobility administrative autonomy, which included important linguistic rights and which alienated the other minorities. This concession to the Poles antagonized the Czech nationalist leadership in particular, because the main demand of their movement was to recover for Bohemia the status of a historical kingdom with a significant degree of autonomy. The parliamentary coalition between the Austro-Germans and the Poles effectively neutralized the political influence of the Czech deputies. In Bohemia, the part of the empire that the Czech nationalists considered Czech, there was a significant German-speaking minority. At the same time, the process of differential development fueled migration within the empire, and many Czechs resided outside the historical boundaries of Bohemia. This situation resulted in the Czech nationalists resenting the German presence in Bohemia and Pan-Germanic nationalists resenting the presence of Czechs in the German part of the empire. The Czech nationalists often blocked legislation in the Austrian parliament, and the Pan-Germans were equally bent on obstructing the provincial diet in Prague. 25 In Vienna, the changes due to internal migration were dramatic. The population of the capital increased more than 4 times in 53 years. With the migration of peoples from all 4 corners of the empire, Vienna was converted into a lively and cosmopolitan city, much like London, New York, Sydney, and Toronto today. The city experienced a level of intellectual and artistic development not often equaled in the history of European culture. One need only recall the names of Strauss, Schoenberg, and Mahler in music, Gustav Klimt and Oskar Kokoschka in painting, Otto Wagner and Adolf Loos in architecture and town planning, Stefan Zweig and Robert Musil in literature, and Sigmund Freud in psychiatry. But turn of the century Vienna also witnessed the erosion of the values that had paved the way for XXI. This extraordinary cultural renaissance, the development of the multi-ethnic and multicultural environment that made this cultural and intellectual development possible, was deeply resented by conservative Pan-Germans. This resentment generated protracted controversies over schools instructing in languages other than German, particularly Czech, bilingual notices, and place names. Victor Adler, the veteran socialist leader and founding member of the Socialist Party, was moved to say that in Austria, the question of the names of railway stations had become one of principle of the most important kind. 26 The Austrian Socialist Party was one of the very few multinational organizations in Austria at the turn of the century that more or less survived intact the tense atmosphere of ethnic and national confrontation. To avoid the ever-present threat of ethnic and national disintegration, the Austrian socialists had to invest considerable intellectual and political effort in overcoming national and ethnic mistrust. This was done first within the framework of the Socialist Party, and subsequently by drafting programmatic proposals that attempted to maintain the unity of the Austrian state while giving maximum institutional, political, and cultural recognition to national and ethnic diversity. The problem has a clear contemporary resonance, and the protocols of several congresses of the Socialist Party not only make fascinating reading, but also prove how little we have advanced in the last 100 years on the question of ethnic and national minority representation. For example, the main themes of the contemporary debate initiated by Charles Taylor's seminal work on the politics of recognition are already present in the protocols of the convention of the Austrian Socialist Party in the Moravian city of Brno, Bryan, in 1899. 27 For many delegates to the Socialist Convention, the recognition of the equal value of minority cultures in the public domain was a key political demand, something that later became the central theme of Taylor's seminal piece. The objections these delegates encountered were surprisingly similar to the objections to Taylor's important essay. 28 In comparing this debate with contemporary discussions on nationalism, Fred Halliday concludes that contemporary debates have not only not advanced the subject, but, on the contrary, gone backward. 29. Whatever one thinks of the present state of the study of nationalism, the study of late Habsburg history can help us understand the difficult relationship between ethnic and national identity, how to secure multi-nation state identities, ethnic politics, ethnicity, and political democracy. All these issues have not lost their contemporary significance. The work of Bauer and Renner, then, must be understood against the backdrop of this very pressing problem for the Austrian socialists. In the German-speaking areas of Austria, the socialist movement grew out of the Arbeiterbildungsverein, or societies for the cultural improvement of the working class. This characteristic of the embryonic socialist movement had, according to Robin Bach, a profound impact on the subsequent development XXII of the party, since it never abandoned its pedagogical and educational role. 30. As will be explained later, the present book was published as part of a series designed to educate the Austrian working class on the problems of the day, even though the work is often written in abstract theoretical language. The process of rapid industrialization in Austria and the growing urban working class provided the conditions for the emergence of the socialist movement, which was from the beginning deeply affected by national divisions. Several socialist organizations emerged among Czech and other non-German communities, but these initially remained independent and suspicious of the German socialist organization. Finally, in 1889, thanks to the intense efforts of Victor Adler, the socialists became a single organization, initially named the All-Austrian, Gesamtösterreichisch, Socialist Party and later referred to as the Gesamtpartei, Whole Party. 31. The name was carefully chosen to suggest the multinational character of the organization. Bauer repeatedly referred to the party by this name. The distinguished historian of Austria, Robert Kahn, argues that this is the only example in Austrian history of the emergence of a major political party that came into existence beyond national loyalties. 32. The Socialist Party became an important parliamentary force after the abolition of restrictive ordinances and the establishment of universal male suffrage in 1907. 33. However, the party had to come to terms with complex ethno-national divisions within its ranks. For example, Czech socialists resented the high profile of the Germans within the party and demanded the establishment of their own trade union commission. 34. In these circumstances, party cadres recognized that the resolution of the national question could not be postponed until the victory of the working class and that there was a need to clearly establish the position and program of the party in relation to this question. 35. Here something interesting occurred that again has contemporary echoes. The difficult problem of nationalities in late Imperial Austria impelled the Socialist Party to relinquish the simplistic and misleading formulae that prevailed in most turn-of-the-century socialist parties. The slogan simply stated that the advent of socialism will resolve the national question. The Austrian socialists were obliged to evaluate and assess difficult questions of minority rights and ethnic political representation in detail and were compelled to adopt more nuanced positions that displayed greater sensitivity to national demands. This issue underlies similar debates within contemporary liberalism. In the same way as doctrinaire socialists of the Second International were dismissive of national and ethnic identities in their struggle for social emancipation, so are doctrinaire liberals, Rawls and Habermas, for example, contemporary and not so contemporary, in Taylor's words, inhospitable to ethnic difference in their normative assertion of individual freedom. 36. Much in the same way as a new generation of liberal thinkers is affronted by the inability XXIII of the liberal tradition to politically recognize and accommodate ethnic diversity, a group of Austrian socialists was affronted by the inability of the socialist tradition to politically recognize and accommodate ethnic and national diversity. Much in the same way as Wilkimlicka argues today that the liberal idea of benign neglect of minority cultures is not benign, but incoherent, and reflects a shallow understanding of the relation between states and nations, Bauer and Renner criticized the well-established socialist truth that the nation-state is a necessary and unavoidable stage in the development of the socialist revolution and that minorities should assimilate and embrace democracy as compensation. 37 In 1897 the biennial Congress of the Gesamtpartei was held in the Wimmerg Hotel in Vienna. Following Czech demands, the party decided to transform itself into a federative organization of 6 national parties, Ukrainian, Czech, Polish, German, Italian, and Slovene, with a common executive committee. 38 This new organizational arrangement gave way to an intense and prolonged discussion of theory and strategy in regard to the question of nationalities, which culminated 2 years later in the historic 1899 Congress in the Moravian city of Brno, Brian. The peculiarity of the Austrian Socialist Party was that deep-rooted national confrontations within the dual monarchy and their paralyzing impact on Austro-Hungarian political life, as well as the profound impact of nationalist ideals on large sections of the socialist rank and file, forced the leadership to move beyond the traditional socialist terrain of the political dimension of the class struggle and into the national arena, which represented a hitherto unexplored issue in both theoretical and political terms. This was a step taken reluctantly, judging from the utterances of many leading Austrian socialists, including Bauer. There was a kind of impatience, almost an angry reaction to their bad fortune in comparison to the fate of other more fortunate socialist parties, particularly in Germany. The Austrian socialists deeply resented the fact that they were obliged to devote their precious intellectual and revolutionary energies to a problem that, as they saw it, had little to do with the stated goals of working-class politics. 39 There is a profound irony in this situation. From the Austrian Socialist Party's reluctant engagement in an intellectual and political debate with nationalism and from its no less reluctant but concerted effort to come to grips with nationalism and ethnic diversity, a theoretical and political analysis of unparalleled sophistication emerged. The political nightmare of the national struggles in the collapsing dual monarchy resulted in some of the most sophisticated discussions of nationalism and ethnicity ever produced in the socialist tradition. This situation was not the result of unqualified support for the national causes, as the Bolshevik detractors were quick to argue. There was, in fact, no love lost between the Austrian socialists and nationalist movements. It was rather the case that the Socialist Party of Austria, Gesamtpartei, realized that without tackling the national question head-on, without XXIV. Developing a thorough political and intellectual understanding of the national phenomenon, an understanding that was so conspicuously absent in the classical Marxist tradition, it would be condemned to political paralysis and oblivion in the face of the rising tide of nationalism. 40 Here again one encounters parallels with the contemporary liberal debate. It is the challenge to classical liberalism of the politics of difference and the inability of classical liberalism to respond to the challenge that has pushed Charles Taylor, Michael Walzer, Wilhelm Lacan, and Yael Tamir to question the alleged procedural neutrality of liberalism and its benign neglect of ethnic questions. Like Bauer and Renner in relation to Marxism, they aim to make liberalism more sensitive to ethnic and national diversity, and, like Bauer and Renner in relation to Marxism a century ago, they have been strenuously rebuked by doctrinaires. In both the case of Bauer and Renner and that of these contemporary theorists, the development of these ideas involves a confrontation with the conceptual limits of Marxism and liberalism, respectively. And in both cases, the attempt to break out of normative straitjackets results in an original and sophisticated discussion of nationalism and ethnicity. A few years after the Brno Congress, Otto Bauer and Karl Renner were recognized as the leading Austrian socialist theoreticians on the national question and nationalism. Bauer's theoretical stance was perceived to be located on the left of the Socialist Party, whereas Renner was seen as a spokesman of its right wing. Although the accuracy of such demarcation may be open to question, it is certainly true that the two men did not see eye to eye on a number of key political issues, including those relating to their understanding of nationhood. However, despite their conceptual differences, they complemented each other very well in the discussion of the national question, even if, as Maremau argues, Bauer's constructivist definition of the nation as a community of fate has to be contrasted with Renner's understanding of the nation as a juridical subject. 41 Renner was first and foremost a constitutional jurist, whereas Bauer's main strength lay in his ability to grasp the theoretical implications of a wide range of issues. 42. It was Renner who first sketched the concept of national cultural autonomy. Bauer then adopted this concept and integrated it into his sophisticated theoretical discussion of national formation, discussed later in this introduction, arriving at an ingenious and coherent model that drew on the ideas of both men in spite of their alleged differences. The personality principle versus the centralist atomist model. The model for non-territorial national cultural autonomy is rarely discussed nowadays. As Coakley argues in a very informative article, it is often wrongly XXV associated with pre-modern and sometimes racist models of political organization. 43. The model of cultural national autonomy proposed by Bauer and Renner dispels this erroneous interpretation. It is based on the premise that ethnic and national communities can be organized as autonomous units in multinational states without considering residential location. The singularity of this model can be understood when contrasted to most other theories of national autonomy. In most conventional theories, national autonomy requires a territorial base for the autonomous national community, or at least the intention to build some kind of autonomous homeland that will serve as the territorial base. Bauer and Renner's theory, however, rests on the idea of non-territorial national autonomy. This means that autonomous communities are organized as sovereign collectives, whatever their residential locations within a multinational state. As in the millet system in the Ottoman Empire, peoples of different ethnic identities can coexist in the same territory without straining the principle of national autonomy. The crucial difference of Bauer and Renner's system from the millet system is, however, that the autonomous communities are organized democratically and are based on individual consent to belong and on internal democracy. The analogy used by Renner was that of religious communities. Much in the same way as Catholics, Protestants, and Jews could coexist in the same city, Renner argued, so members of different national communities could coexist with their own distinct institutions and national organizations, provided they did not claim territorial exclusivity. The model of national cultural autonomy acknowledges that national communities require recognition of their specificity and difference in the public domain, and this is achieved through the existence of legally guaranteed autonomous and sovereign corporations. Unlike more conventional forms of autonomy and self-determination, it rejects the idea of ethnically or nationally exclusive control over territory. 44. Bauer and Renner agreed that the central issue was how to convert a decaying empire of squabbling national communities into a democratic federation of national communities. In their view, the solution lay in the model of national cultural non-territorial autonomy, or the personality principle. The term is derived from the work of the leading German historian Friedrich Meinecke, who was influential in shaping Renner's ideas. In his work Weltbeurteilung und die Nationalstaat, Cosmopolitanism and the National State, he criticized the notion of the sovereign state as the embodiment of ethical values and of Realpolitik as justifying the breaking of moral laws. Renner specifically cited Meinecke when he argued that personality is not only the highest form of autonomy, but that it is also the highest level of personal autarky and the harmonic unity of all forces and qualities. 45. Drawing on Meinecke, Renner called the system he envisaged the personality principle because it referred to the widest personal choice of its members to partake in a particular national association. 46. This system was contrasted by Renner with the XXVI territorial principle, which is characteristic of the modern nation-state. The territorial principle is described by Renner in the following way: if you live in my territory, you are subjected to my domination, my law, and my language. 47. This, according to Renner, suggests domination, and not equality of rights. It suggests the dominance of the ethnic majority over the ethnic minority, the dominance of settled populations over immigrants, the dominance of settlers over indigenous peoples. The model proposed by Renner and Bauer is well suited to minorities that demand significant autonomy but for a variety of reasons cannot have separate states. A prime example of such minorities are indigenous peoples in liberal settler societies. Indigenous groups rarely demand separate nation-states. It is far more often the case that, faced with a state ultimately based on an alien and violent intrusion into their ancestral homelands, an intrusion that made them scattered minorities in the first place. Indigenous peoples demand national autonomy and public recognition of their way of life. Redner's proposal would certainly meet most if not all of their needs. This form of recognition of cultural rights enables different ethnic and national communities to have a form of organic sovereignty and their identity publicly acknowledged and affirmed in the basic institutions of the state. In an argument that closely resembles Bauer and Renner's ideas, James Tully argues that the political recognition of diversity is one of the most important ways to ensure constitutional allegiance in culturally diverse states. 48 over 100 years after this principle was first discussed, the issue has not gone away. On the contrary, the contemporary revival of the politics of difference invites further debate on the topic. The question of recognition and autonomy is today central to key debates on minority rights, but unfortunately Renner and Bauer's arguments concerning national cultural autonomy are conspicuously absent from the discussion. It is hoped that this translation will facilitate access to these arguments and give contemporary liberal thinkers a greater opportunity to seriously engage with the challenge presented by these thought-provoking ideas. Renner was fond of comparing ethnic conflict with the religious wars that plagued early modern Europe, when absolutist German states imposed a particular religion on its subjects in the wake of the Peace of Augsburg. Here the organizational principle quis regio illis religio, in such region that religion, or who governs the territory decides its religion, decided religious beliefs and led to countless wars. This problem was settled, according to Renner, when religion was separated from territorial sovereignty and the right of religious groups to coexist side by side became the norm. In the modern nation-state, however, Renner argues, the organizational principle is quis regio illis lingua, in such region that languages, or who governs the territory decides the language. The personality principle, according to Renner, would separate the XXVII question of governance from the issue of protecting national and cultural identities, just as religious freedom separated church from state. The model of national autonomy proposed by Renner requires that all citizens declare their nationality when they reach voting age. Members of each national community, whatever their territory of residence, would form a single public body or association endowed with legal personality and sovereignty and competent to deal with all national cultural affairs. For example, these corporations would organize the educational systems of their members, as well as the legal systems, and would decide on all other issues that are national in character. 49. The idea here is to eliminate competition between national communities by ensuring a strict separation of competences. Renner and Bauer do not clarify, however, how the model would deal with issues that concern bilateral relations between national communities and how litigation would be dealt with in the case of parties belonging to different national communities. There are also many ethnic or national communities that do not wish such a broad range of autonomous competences, but may wish to exercise only a few of them. The problems are not insurmountable, but require a careful balance of different cultural and political priorities and criteria. This model is based on the premise that the most controversial issues in the relationship between ethnic and national groups are issues concerning language, education, and the recognition of cultural rights in the public domain. Here networks of communication across cultural boundaries are crucial because the model recognizes both communities and individuals as legitimate interlocutors. Change is a constant feature of cultural practices. A continuous dialogue within and between communities and between individuals of different communities is the only way to secure and formalize a negotiated public space across community boundaries. 50. However, political struggle must also recognize continued differences of interest and positioning within and between communities, otherwise any notion of solidarity will be inherently racist, sexist, or classist. 51. In an interesting recent study on Bauer, Foreman argues that Bauer's, and Redner's, position has deep roots in the liberal tradition that proposes the free association of persons as the basis for common social and political life. 52. However, the national cultural autonomy model is controversial, not because of its conventional radicalism, Many Catholic conservative politicians in Austria supported this model even if it was originally conceived by socialist thinkers, but because it calls into question the main assumptions of the contemporary world of nation-states. Foreman calls the model complex and counterintuitive. 53. The intuitive assumptions challenged by Bauer and Renner are that sovereignty is unitary and indivisible, that self-determination of nations requires the constitution of separate nation-states, and that nation-states are the only recognized international players. On the other hand, the model addresses a key weakness of other models of territorial autonomy. XXVIII. National territorial boundaries always create minorities and propensities for ethnic discrimination. Contemporary Western European experience shows that, in a world of migration and differential development, territorial boundaries are porous, and population movements tend to upset neat schemes for fortress states. This situation inevitably results in ethnic and national minorities constituting unwelcome pockets in any autonomous or sovereign territories. The second advantage of the model is that it does away altogether with the idea of national minorities and the need for specific minority protection. As argued earlier, the status of national minorities is the byproduct of a national state that has a sovereign national majority. In Bauer and Renner's model, even if a citizen inhabits a territory where the majority belongs to a different national group, on questions of national and ethnic interest citizens of different ethnicity he or she is not subject to the cultural practices of the majority, but can rely on citizens' own trans-territorial national organization, which has the status of a public corporation with sovereign areas of competence. 54. This is an important advantage of the Bauer-Renner model over contemporary liberal theories, as it obviates the need to pursue complex and invidious discussions on the rights and wrongs of minority communities and, more important, it obviates the need for patronizing and controversial special cases. Some social democratic groups among national minorities in pre-Soviet Russia adopted the model for national cultural autonomy. The most prominent of these was the Jewish Bund, and the intellectual leader of the party, Vladimir Medem, articulated the relevant principles. This issue contradicted Bolshevik policy on state centralization and led to concerted attacks by Lenin and the Nationalities Commissar, a young Georgian by the name of Joseph Stalin, on Medem, Bauer, and Renner. 55. Bauer, however, in contradiction to his theoretical stance, enigmatically advocated Jewish assimilation. See the section in Chapter 4 headed "For the Jews." Bauer attributed the persistence of a Yiddish-Jewish national community in Eastern Europe to the relative underdevelopment of that part of the world, particularly when compared with Western Europe, where Jews no longer constituted a national community because they had lost a common language and therefore had in many cases become assimilated through a greater interactive relationship with the national communities with which they lived. Although Bauer's description of the differences between Eastern and Western European Jews is correct, it does not follow, particularly in view of his own insightful conceptualization, that the Yiddish-speaking Eastern European Jews should, in theory, experience the same developmental path as the Western Jews and cease to be a national community. This characterization of Jewish national life in Eastern Europe should, of course, be carefully confined to the geographical area and the period under consideration. To include the predominantly urban Jewish communities of Central and Western Europe, let alone XXIX. Jews from other parts of the world with vastly different ethnic and national backgrounds in a single national community represents a transcendentalist equivocation of the process of national development. This equivocation is, in essence, the Zionist position, the centralist atomist principle, and the limits of liberalism. The work of Renner contains a very interesting and powerful critique of the contemporary notion of liberal democratic sovereignty, one that certainly echoes and complements contemporary debates about national sovereignty and minority rights. This critique was adopted by Bauer, who argued that the liberal democratic state is organized according to the centralist atomist principle. The centralizing principle was initially developed by the absolutist state, and the progressive centralization of the state that followed had the effect of reducing society to its smallest parts, in Bauer's words, atoms, that is, to single individuals. Bauer then argued that this idea was inherited by liberalism and taken by it to its logical conclusion. Following its victory, liberalism swept away the last remnants of ancient autonomous associations of individuals. According to Bauer, in this respect there was no difference between Rousseau and Hobbes. The state and society in contemporary states are all-embracing centralized totalities. In liberal democracies, there are two recognized politico-juridical entities. One is the individual, and the other is the sovereign will of the undivided collective. This is what Bauer and Renner called the centralist atomist structure of modern nation-states. This totalizing tendency fails to acknowledge important and meaningful intermediate locations, such as the ones occupied by ethnic and national minorities. The atomist approach easily relates to the Western idea of the democratic nation-state. The inhabitants of the state are nationally identified with the state through habitation and citizenship, irrespective of ethnic affiliations. States are thus seen as nation-states whether they are ethnically homogeneous or not. 56 In the liberal nation-state, the cultural practice of the dominant nation, the official ethnicity of the state, is disguised by a procedural practice that claims neutrality but is derived from the cultural experiences of the dominant national community. Furthermore, a liberal view of culture is by definition grounded in liberal theory and cannot avoid seeing every culture from a liberal angle. This creates, in most cases, serious distortions. 57 This is why in liberal democracies multiculturalism is always limited by the hegemony of the dominant nation, and why contemporary liberal theories find it very difficult, if not impossible, to construct a multi-ethnic and multinational state out of the practice of liberal democracy. As Parek perceptively argued in another context, the liberal response to the cultural pluralism of nation-states does little more than carve out a precarious area of diversity on XXX. The margins of a predominantly assimilationist structure. 38 Atomist states, however much consideration they might show for individual democratic rights and however equalitarian their practices, are by definition adverse to recognizing intermediate and constitutionally enshrined entities. 59 On this subject, the liberal silence is deafening. It is understandable, however, why defenders of liberal nationalism have ignored this issue. It puts them in a major bind. If liberal nationalists consider that it is desirable for states to be nation-states, a multi-nation state faces two ugly options: to split the state along national lines or to enable the larger national group to assimilate the weaker ones. 60 Both strategies have been tried in the West with equally catastrophic results. The example from Quebec explored in Charles Taylor's seminal essay clarifies the problem. 61 Here the issue is Quebec's government directive that compels children of French speakers and immigrants to study in French schools. If Quebec was a nation-state, it would have been seen as normal to compel citizens to study in the national language, French, in much the same way as Anglo-Canadian citizens study in English and citizens of the French Republic study in French. Here there is no violation of the liberal principle. Procedural equality is established within the framework of the dominant culture of the nation-state. If, however, the autonomous Quebec government compels migrants and francophone citizens to study in French, at the very least there is considerable discussion as to whether this violates individual rights. What the nation-state does as a matter of fact is perceived as a violation of human rights if carried out by an autonomous national government within a larger state. The discriminatory absurdity of the centralist atomist principle is thus shown. Because of the paralyzing effect of the centralist atomist principle, the liberal democratic nation-state is caught in a theoretical dilemma: how should it adapt to national and ethnic minority demands for differential rights while sustaining the principle of procedural equality of rights and obligations for all citizens? Bauer also argued that in a federal state where the territorial principle is consistently implemented, the centralist atomist organizational model also applies. National minorities can ensure satisfaction of their cultural needs only if they gain power in the legislative and administrative branches of the province or state. However, they are always excluded from power precisely because they are minorities, otherwise the principle of majority rule would not apply. The territorial principle exaggerates the significance of ethnic diversity and assumes the eventual assimilation of minorities. From this, Bauer concluded that if the territorial principle is applied consistently, minorities will be at the mercy of the majority, with all the ambiguities that the idea of toleration implies. The condition of being an ethnic or national minority is dependent on the presumption that sovereign national or ethnic majorities rule nation XXXI states. Without this comparative referent, the proper name minority is meaningless. Equally, the term minorities has a numerical referent that confuses the issue, for the key difference is cultural, not numerical. 62 National and ethnic minorities are collectivities that possess attributes of nationhood, but do not possess an independent state. 63 Often the same principle that legitimizes the existing nation-state, the principle of self-determination, is then used by disaffected minorities to demand a state where they could become a majority. Thus, many contemporary nation-states are threatened with dismemberment by the very same principle that sustains their claim to independent existence. Often it is not practical or possible to dismember existing national states, or, where this might at least be considered, the territorial mix of populations makes it impossible for disaffected minorities to build territorial states that will enable them to become majorities. Under these circumstances, the principle of national autonomy can provide political recognition for the demand of cultural national and ethnic minority groups for self-determination. To counteract the damaging effects of the centralist atomist principle, Bauer and Renner suggest a careful decentralization of state sovereignty, one that leads to the juridical implementation of the personality principle. In tackling the complicated problem of nationalities, Austrian socialism prepared the ground for the development of a theory of the nation in the work of Otto Bauer, a theory of the nation that transcended the political and intellectual limitations of the immediate circumstances of the decaying Habsburg monarchy to become a key Marxist contribution to the understanding of nationalism and one of the most accomplished contributions to the general theoretical discussion of nationalism. As Bauer pointed out in his introduction, the difficulty of explaining nationalism with the conceptual tools provided by 19th-century Marxism, compelled him to break with the accepted Marxist doctrine on the national question. In his own words, the problem required venturing beyond our narrow disciplinary boundaries. A significant influence here was the then emerging Austro-Marxist tradition and its debate with Neo-Kantianism. The impact of Austro-Marxism. The North American socialist Louis Boudin first coined the term Austro-Marxism, and Bauer located the emergence of the Austro-Marxist tradition in the response developed by a young generation of intellectuals and political activists to the theoretical criticism of classical Marxism in Austria around the turn of the 20th century. 64 Austro-Marxism must not be confused with the ideology of the Austrian Socialist Party, Gesamtpartei. After the death of Friedrich Engels, the most respected figure in the Marxist movement was Karl Kosky. His orthodox interpretation of Marxism shaped the position of socialist parties of the period, including that of the Austrian XXXII Party. 65 The emergence of Austro-Marxism as a distinct intellectual approach was in part a generational reaction against Kosky's orthodoxy, in part a critical reaction to Bernstein's revisionism and the intellectual critique of orthodox Marxism formulated by the neo-Kantian ethical socialists of the Marburg School. It was also a response to the criticism of Marxist economic theory coming from the Viennese marginalist school of economics. The leading Austro-Marxists began their political life in the socialist student movement based at the University of Vienna. They subsequently affiliated with the Gesamtpartei and operated as an influential theoretical and political group within it until World War I. 66 Bauer described the group as a group of young Austrian comrades active in scholarly research, adding that they were united not so much by a specific political orientation as by the particular nature of their scholarly work. In debating the ideas and coming to terms with the impact of the humanism of the neo-Kantian tradition, Bauer further argued that they had to apply the Marxist conception of history to very complicated phenomena that defied analysis by any superficial or schematic application of the Marxist method. 67. One of these phenomena was nationalism, the most burning political issue of the period. Here again, and in spite of the considerable difference in circumstances, there are interesting parallels that can be drawn with contemporary debates in the liberal tradition. What Walser calls liberalism too and Taylor defines as his version of a liberalism that is hospitable to difference are in fact criticisms of traditional liberal orthodoxy, liberalism 1, which, in Walser's opinion, is committed in the strongest possible way to individual rights and to a rigorously neutral state. 68 What Walser and Taylor are saying, and Kymlicka puts even more emphatically, is that the prevailing liberal orthodoxy cannot explain or accommodate the political exercise of difference and that the liberal tradition must be reworked to accommodate the political expression of minority cultures. This is, mutatis mutandis, what the Austro-Marxists were saying in relation to orthodox Marxism and what Bauer set out to do specifically in the work introduced here. In 1903 Max Adler and other members of the Austro-Marxist group formed in the educational tradition of the Austrian Socialist Party the Zukunftsverein, an educational academy for workers. In 1907 Bauer and Renner founded the journal Der Kampf to give expression to the innovative views of the group. The publication of Der Kampf /so denotes a political and theoretical distancing from the editorial policies of Koskai and the more orthodox Neue Zeit, since all members of the group had been regular contributors to that journal. This distancing was later reflected in Koskai's polemics with Bauer over the national question. But above all, it was in the Marx Study N series, edited by Max Adler and Rudolf Hilferding, that the most influential works for the theoretical development of Marxism were published. 69 Volume 1 contained Max Adler's Causality and Teleology and Karl Redner's XXXIII. Social Functions of Juridical Institutions, Volume 2 Otto Bauer's The Question of Nationalities, Volume 3 Hilferding's Finance Capital, and Volume 4 Max Adler's The Marxist Conceptualization of the State Trademark. Austro-Marxism attempted to engage in a serious debate with non-Marxist political and philosophical schools, such as the Austrian marginalist school of economics and the Neo-Kantian philosophical tradition. It also rejected the dichotomy of reform or revolution as exhausting all categories of political activity. Many discussions of Austro-Marxism understand its intellectual heritage as building a strategy of a third way between social democracy and Marxist-Leninism. 71. Bauer's Theory of the Nation. Bauer's theoretical analysis of the nation is rich, complex, and full of ideas that invite detailed discussion. Since it is impossible to do the work as a whole justice here, I shall instead review some of the most salient arguments in what is necessarily a selective and abbreviated discussion. This review quite consciously downplays the Marxist dimension of Bauer's ideas. This is not because this aspect was not important to Bauer or that I wish to pass over in silence the democratic socialist elements of Bauer's work. On the contrary, when writing the book its author saw it as above all a contribution to a Marxist educational enterprise and a Marxist debate. Indeed, the question of nationalities generated the most comprehensive polemic on nations and nationalism ever witnessed in the Marxist tradition. However, orthodox and dogmatic Marxists criticized Bauer severely. Lenin specifically commissioned the only book written by Stalin to discredit Bauer's ideas. 72 In a recently published book, the Trotskyite writer Michel Lowy repents his earlier severe criticism of Bauer. Although the Marxist debate and the polemical intellectual context in which Bauer wrote his work has very considerable historical value, it has little relevance to contemporary discussions on nationalism and political theory, and it will be ignored here. 73 As Nationalities argues in a fine and unfortunately unpublished work, the bulk of Bauer's book consists of a theoretically informed set of historical analyses. 74 The aim of the work is to concretely develop a number of theoretical and historical arguments that implicitly validate the multinational state as a superior form of political organization. In the struggle of nationalities for supremacy in late Imperial Austria, Bauer estimated that there could be no winners, and that without some form of political recognition of the sovereign rights of the various national communities of the empire, the state would be condemned to constant paralysis or worse. 75 Also of significance here is the fact that the vibrant milieu of late Imperial Vienna was at the forefront of the intellectual and philosophical debate of the period, and the young Bauer was exposed to lively philosophical and political debates that cut across the boundaries of established theories and disciplines. One such debate was that between Austro-Marxism and Kantianism. This debate was decisive in generating the analytical categories that permitted Bauer to achieve his original conceptualization of the nation. At the center of Bauer's argument was a clear distinction between nation and state and a refusal to support the model of the nation-state as a solution to national conflicts. This view was highly unusual for his period. Given that today we are seeing a renewed challenge to the legitimacy of the institution of the nation-state, it may well be worthwhile to reconsider Bauer's forgotten work. Max Adler's Causality and Teleology, the first volume of the Marx Study and series, was centered around an epistemological debate with Neo-Kantians and was crucial in shaping Bauer's view of nationalism. 76. To contextualize Bauer's theoretical arguments, it is necessary to briefly sketch Adler's critique of Neo-Kantianism. 77. In defending his argument about the irreducibility of the forms of the social, Adler argued that an absolute prerequisite in conceptualizing man's existence, preservation, and development is the existence of a human community. 78. Adler's concepts of societalist humanity and social association are to be understood in the Neo-Kantian fashion as being transcendentally given as a category of knowledge. 79. The Neo-Kantian distinction between is and ought was refuted by Adler through a strict reference to relations of causality, thereby rejecting any teleological inference. The iron laws of necessity of classical Marxism were also rejected using the same logic, because they postulate unacceptable forms of metaphysical essentialism. Adler believed that relations of causality are to be identified by way of what we today recognize as a strict deconstruction of social phenomena and not through ontologically privileged relations of determination. 80. Adler's Causality and Teleology engaged with the Neo-Kantians of the Marburg and Baden schools as well as the orthodoxy of classical Marxism. Following the demise of orthodox Marxism in its various forms, the second point has only historical value and is not discussed here. Adler criticized the idealist transcendentalism of the Neo-Kantians by sustaining the non-reducible specificity of social processes. He argued that the fundamental Neo-Kantian concepts of truth and value are meaningless outside an a priori societalized existence. In his debate with Neo-Kantians of the Marburg and Baden schools, Adler contended that every essentialist definition of the social arena, be it materialist or spiritual, is arbitrary and teleological, because neither matter nor spirit in themselves can be known outside the realm of societalized experience. In a direct rebuff to Neo-Kantianism, Adler argued that experience is not an a priori, because it is unthinkable outside societalized existence and is therefore causally dependent on social relations. Adler turned the Neo-Kantian accusation of Marxism as philosophical monism against the Neo-XXXV Kantians themselves by maintaining that they fell into the very forms of essentialism they criticized in Marxism when they tried to separate the problem of objective validity from the reality of experience. Adler saw social experience as a condition of human existence because it is based on a form of human cognitive capacity, the formal existence of which is not amenable to causal explanations. A non-societalized individuality is meaningless because individuals always require social reference to assume autonomous existence. Forms of individuality are inherent to the form of the social, and the formal relation between the two cannot be deduced causally, in the same way that no causal explanations can clarify general notions of time and space. 81. In the analysis of the social arena, the point of departure for Adler was neither abstract individuals nor society, which he considered empty abstractions, but what he called societalized men. Here we see the idea that the basis for all sociation is to be found in individual consciousness. 82. Adler thought that if human consciousness manifests itself only in the I form, this implies that consciousness as such is not I. The totalizing effect of consciousness in general is possible only through the self-conscious difference in consciousness. It is the bifurcation between the I and content that encounters the I as an object. 83. It was from Adler's Causality and Teleology that Bauer derived the notion of the irreducibility of the forms of the social. Bauer argued that the process of common reciprocal interaction lived in a permanent reciprocal relation generates a national community and expresses itself in an intersubjective bond that shapes each individual national identity. Bauer's purpose in embarking on his detailed analytical discussion was to try to understand the national community as a discrete unity, one that results from a complex and multidimensional ensemble of social forces. His aim was to elaborate a theory that he believed could be argued from a Marxist standpoint and was capable of comprehending nations as a dynamic process of transformation and continuous change. 84 In Mommsen's view, the most innovative aspect of Bauer's analysis lay in the attempt to develop an analytically sensitive and politically practicable theory of the national question, a theory that Bauer himself characterized as a social morphology, Soziale Formenlehre. Otto Bauer attempted to explain national characteristics and differences as resulting from complex processes of differentiation and integration of cultures. The nation is considered by doctrinaire Marxists and rational liberal individualists as illusory and by doctrinaire nationalists as natural. Bauer wished to dispel both misinterpretations by regarding nations and ethnic groups as historical and social constructs. 86 He argued against those liberals and Marxists who are insensitive and inhospitable to the politics of difference, meanwhile polemizing with equal vigor against nationalists and ethnicists who see nations and ethnic groups as essentialized and primordial. Bauer began from what he considered to be the concrete expression of 30. The existence of the national community in each individual member of the nation. This is what he called the national character. The concept of national character does not, according to Bauer, exhaust all the possibilities of grouping human beings. Besides national characteristics, all human beings share an awareness of being human and belong to classes, professional groups, interest groups, oppressed groups, and so on. All have common characteristics that transcend national differences. He also argued, in the spirit of Marxism, that ties of solidarity unite workers from different nations, but he carefully differentiated this solidarity from the concept of national character. Bauer believed that the question of cultural bonds between the working class and the bourgeoisie of any given nation is not connected with the question of the attitude of workers to their own bourgeoisie or to the workers of other national communities. Bauer recognized that one of the main difficulties with the evasive concept of national character is that the term has been monopolized by ethnocentric and racialist theories, converting it into a metaphysical essence. To avoid what Bauer considered transcendentalist distortions in the usage of the concept of national character, he argued that it is always necessary to locate this notion in a historical perspective. National character has been ascribed a transcendental durability that, according to Bauer, must be refuted by historical evidence. Bauer understood national character as a historically modifiable characteristic that links members of a national community over a given historical period. What links one generation with another is not the handing down of an immutable national spirit, but the fact that contemporary generations do not operate in a vacuum, they enter a social arena shaped by the circumstances of previous generations. The national character can be modified by historical forces, but also by contemporary experiences, which can result in changes to the culture of the group. For this reason it cannot simply be referred to the experience of previous generations. The intersection of both dimensions, the historical and the contemporary, is the central ingredient in determining the present configuration of the national character. The national character, then, is a discrete unit of contemporary and historical forces, neither of which can be seen in isolation as a determinant factor, since both are always present in forming national identities. 87 An important misinterpretation of the idea of national character is that even explanations that accept the historical relativity of the term refer to it as a causal explanatory concept. Bauer claimed that when he described a national character he was not explaining the causes of given actions, but merely accounting for their characteristics. National character is not the determining factor in national existence, but, on the contrary, the concrete, descriptive expression of the latter. It is not the point of departure for the analysis of the nexus of factors that link the national community, but the concrete expression of such a nexus. It is not an explanation, but the very element that must be explained. Communities of char XXXVII. Actor do not constitute the cultural specificity of national communities, but are merely a concrete, empirical expression of the nation. Once these characteristics are identified, the task of trying to understand what constitutes a national community begins. Bauer thought that national character is always contextual. 88. One immediate problem is that Bauer did not show the difference between national character and what we call today ethnic or national identity. What Bauer referred to could be called a kind of subjective selectivity, but this is not an identity in the sense of a subjective positional definition. Bauer's attempt to relativize the national character was not yet sufficient to explain its fluidity. It was also important to recognize the permanent unfixity of relations between national existence, national identity, and national character, and the likelihood of an autonomous configuration of the elements involved. This included the need to redefine the relation between the elements in a way that permits the development of an analytical logic that transcends the originally defined relations of causality. So Bauer believed that the common national character is not what constitutes the national community, but only its concrete expression. The national character is one of the expressions of a societalized existence, the expression of the representation of social reality in each national subject. What marks a national community is that the identity of its members is constituted as the result of the same historical forces operating in each individual member of a given society. 89. Once the national character had been identified, Bauer argued that it must be explained in terms of the social and historical conditions that lead to its emergence. To do this, Bauer narrowed the descriptiveness of the term by arguing that the national character is a determining factor in the sphere of what he calls Wille. For Bauer, will is exteriorized in every cognitive process through which subjects commonly perceive certain characteristics of a given observable phenomenon, attaching importance only to commonly perceived characteristics and ignoring or giving secondary importance to others. Will is the concrete expression in every subject of the societalized quality of human experience. This means that human subjectivity is constituted out of social forms of existence, interaction. In this sense, individuality is strictly unthinkable outside the social arena. This is an interesting concept, rich in associations with Wittgenstein's psychology and with the post-structuralist, Lacanian, notion of liminality. In interpreting Wittgenstein's ideas on perception and interpretation, Budd argues that Wittgenstein believed that seeing an aspect is subject to the will, as an object can possess a number of aspects. 90. It is precisely because seeing an aspect, like forming an image, is subject to the will that it does not teach us something about the external world. This Wittgensteinian idea encapsulates with surprising accuracy Bauer's idea of will as a cognitive process that is at 38. The center of his theory of the nation. For Wittgenstein, seeing an aspect is always a socialized reaction. This argument sits comfortably with Bauer's idea that will is the societalized expression of human existence. Connolly, too, articulates a similar idea when he argues that in sharing culture we share, albeit variably and imperfectly, a set of preliminary understandings that infiltrate the structure of perception, judgment, and decision. 91. Babha also argues that complex strategies of cultural identification and discursive address function in the name of the people or the nation and make them immanent subjects and objects of social narratives. 92. Bauer linked his idea of Wille with the Kantian notion of apperception, which implies the original unity of consciousness as a condition for all objective experience. 93. Yet there is here a transcendental dimension of consciousness that is precisely what Adler, and Bauer, criticized the Neo-Kantians for. Adler and Bauer resolved the issue by strictly contextualizing apperception and making it the product of the historical circumstances of each society. Consequently, they historicized what was previously a transcendental Kantian concept. Here, then, Wille, or national apperception, was seen as a liminal volitive orientation that is conditioned by the historical circumstances of every national community. Nationalities also suggests that Bauer's use of the notion of national apperception was related to the psychological theories of Johann Friedrich Herbart. Herbart thought that apperception is the process by which a new experience is assimilated and transformed by the residuum of past experiences of an individual to form a new whole. 94. This idea may well provide the link between Bauer and Wittgenstein's psychology, as Herbart was influential in the Viennese university milieu that nourished both Wittgenstein and Bauer. There is also in Bauer's work a curious anticipation of contemporary arguments about hybridity and the third space. 95. While discussing the case of an individual that participates in two or more nations to an equal degree, Bauer argued that such individuals do not completely belong to any nation, but are an in-between category. This is because these individuals not only possess the culture of two or more nations, but are something distinct, cultural hybrids, as it were. Bauer further warned the reader not to be misled by the aversion to such individuals, because often individuals of the greatest stature, including scholars such as Karl Marx and great artists, have been impacted by the cultural spheres of several nations. The argument was not, unfortunately, developed any further. Once the definition of the sphere of will had been established, Bauer proceeded to conceptualize the notion of national character in a less descriptive manner. The notion that the national character is the set of physical and spiritual dispositions that characterize connationals was then enlarged by the idea that the mechanism that permits the presence of the national character in every member of the national community is a common orientation of will. Consequently, the empirical generalization called national character 36 by Bauer is the tangible expression of what Gramsci would call a collective will resulting from the historical experience of the national community and exteriorized in each member through a societalized selective perception of external reality. This, according to Bauer, is what explains the fact that different national communities have different criteria of perception and develop different forms of morality and law, different aesthetic criteria, different notions of beautiful and ugly, different ways of perceiving religion, and even different ways of understanding scientific thought. In the new introduction he wrote to the 1924 edition, Bauer finally broke away from the neo-Kantian residues in his work, describing them as a childhood malady, and expanded this notion of the perceptual differences of different national communities. After arguing that it is not difficult to understand the strong resistance that his use of the notion of national character had generated in the Marxist tradition and beyond given the abusive and shameful use made of the concept by nationalists during the war, Bauer went on to justify the use of the concept with a number of examples. For this purpose he heavily relied on what he described as a highly stimulating book by the anti-republican, devoutly Catholic, conservative French philosopher of science Pierre Duhem. 96. Duhem compared the way in which the most important English, British, and French physicists conducted their research, and found, in Bauer's words, remarkable national differences. In a way that statement exemplified Bauer's argument. Bauer then defined his main task as being to explain and derive national specificities from the very history of the national community. Bauer's aim was to remove from the idea of national character its essentialized appearance by showing that national character is nothing but a precipitate of past historical processes that will be further modified by subsequent historical developments. As Claudie Weil argues in her excellent introduction to the French translation of this book of Bauer's, with this argument and an unshakable faith in a socialist future, Bauer hoped to debunk nationalist myths. 97. National character, then, is similarity in the orientation of will. The national character is a commonality of volitive orientation that results from societalized subjectivity. Under a variety of historical conditions, differing forms of social organization as well as the diverse geographical and physical conditions of existence are linked together to produce the specificity of national existence. However, the national community is not only the discrete result of the historical determination of its conditions of existence. It is also a form of common and community experience emanating from these conditions. Here Bauer introduced a second conceptual element to his definition of the nation. To capture the contemporary dimensions of historical legacies that have shaped the various national communities, he introduced the idea that the nation is a community of fate, Schicksalsgemeinschaft. Bauer did not invent this concept, it was used by Nietzsche and by the philosopher of XL. The unconscious Eduard von Hartmann. 98. In Nietzsche and Hartmann it denoted a series of events not actively sought or desired, but which take place outside or beyond the willful action of subjects who are nevertheless influenced by its outcome. For Bauer, the term had a related meaning, it implied the liminal presence of historical circumstances that precede and influence awareness and is consequently given to subjects. These subjects can, however, exercise some form of transformative control that results from their contemporary experiences. Having discussed the path of historical determination and its projection into the future, it is necessary to discuss the somewhat idiosyncratic use of the term community in order to clarify the link with contemporary experience. Bauer sharply distinguished two related concepts, that of community and that of similarity, Gleichzeitigkeit, illustrating the difference with a historical example. 100. In the 19th century, England and Germany underwent similar processes of capitalist development. The same historical forces crucially influenced the collective experiences of both national communities, but despite similar experiences England and Germany remained separate national communities. The term similarity of fate implies that a set of social agents has been subjected to the same historical forces without necessarily interacting with each other. Bauer used the example of the working class to clarify this point. Wherever the capitalist mode of production becomes dominant, an industrial proletariat emerges that experiences similar conditions of exploitation under capitalism regardless of national location. But in this case it is the similarity of fate and not the community of fate that generates the common character. A class is not, in Bauer's terminology, a community of fate. Being part of a community of fate is not the same as being subjected to the same fate. A community of fate signifies not only the experience of the same historical circumstances, but the experience of those circumstances in a situation of common reciprocal interaction. This idea was derived, as Bauer acknowledged, from Kant's third analogy of experience, the principle of community. All substances so far as they coexist, stand in thoroughgoing community, that is, in mutual interaction. 101. The Kantian influence as well as the impact of Max Adler's ideas on this crucial aspect of Bauer's work. The definition of community is clear, and Bauer still sustained the validity of this Kantian terminology in the introduction to the 1924 edition of his book, where he described the neo-Kantian influence as a childhood malady. A national community is a form of community life that has a specific configuration, where the interactive relation of its members constitutes the identity of the collective, which is then replicated in individual characteristics. The element of interactive reciprocity is what distinguishes a community of fate from any other form of communitarian life. Agnelli and Garcia Pelayo argue that the concept of Gemeinschaft Bauer used was of Kantian origin, denoting two different dimensions of community life. 102. One of these dimensions is the existence of common homogeneous characteristics, which is best denoted by the Latin term communio, meaning an attribute of equality of circumstances. The other, which can be denoted by the term commercium, is the existence of a dynamic process of interaction. Bauer believed that the nation is to be understood as a community of character in that it is not born out of a similarity of fate, but out of a community of fate. This concept also underlies the significance of language for the nation. As Bauer wrote, "With the human beings with which I am in closest communication I manufacture a language, and with the human beings with which I have a common language I am in the closest communication." This unusual way of understanding the concept of community was influenced by Adler's claim that social links logically precede the existence of individuality and society. Consequently, it is the process of interaction that determines the configuration of the social arena as well as the constitution of subjective identities. Bauer argued that the process of common reciprocal interaction lived in a permanent reciprocal relation generates the national community and expresses itself in an intersubjective bond that shapes national characteristics in each individual. For Bauer, the question of how the boundaries between national communities come into existence was quite different from the question of how the national community is constituted. Historical or political circumstances can link or separate groups of people, and the explanations for this are to be found in a more comprehensive analysis of the historical conjuncture, not in the theory of the formation of nations. The ensuing discussion also shows that Bauer's use of the concept of community was substantially different from the way in which it is used in mainstream sociology following Tönnies. In his usage of the terms community and society, Bauer explicitly follows Adler's critical discussion of Stammler's neo-Kantian legal terminology. Stammler thought that the essence of society is the process of cooperation of human beings under an external formal convention, Satzung. In sharp distinction, however, the essence of the community, in the sense of commercium, is that the individual, in his or her physical and spiritual being, is the product of many interactive relations with other individuals, and therefore expresses in his or her individuality concrete manifestations of the communitarian character. Consequently, what distinguishes the nation from all other communities of character, in the sense of communio, is that the nation does not exist as a mere similarity of fate, but comes into existence and develops only as a community of fate, in the sense of commercium. Bauer immediately qualified this statement by arguing that communities of fate cannot emerge unless a given external formal convention delimits their boundaries. This is to say that an external framework sets the boundaries of the national community and that the explanation of how that external framework comes into existence is distinct from the explanation of what constitutes a national community. The separation, however, is not as clear-cut as Bauer appeared to suggest. Bauer believed that language is not a determining factor in the formation of national communities. In most cases it becomes the communicative medium through which the national community is constituted, but language alone is not an indicator of the presence or absence of a national community. 103. Bauer's definition of national communities. Having considered several aspects of the process of national development in Bauer's theory, it is possible now to see how the various dimensions of the problematic of national formation are put together in Bauer's definition of the nation. It is important to remember that the aim of the earlier work of Adler in the Marx study and series was directed toward rejecting the forms of essentialism present in both classical Marxism and the transcendentalist essentialism of the neo-Kantians. Bauer strongly emphasized that his understanding of the formation of the national community is as an ongoing and unfinished process, not as a classification derived from what he calls the materialist or the spiritualist theories of history. Refusing to accept any essentialist principle in his conceptualization of the national question, Bauer opened the way for a multidimensional understanding of the national community. This is perhaps another important reason why Bauer's theory has been so consistently misinterpreted. A superficial reading of the theoretical chapter of his voluminous work is not enough to allow one to understand the intellectual aim of his analysis. There are no clichés and ready-made formulae that are applicable to every circumstance. Bauer's definition of the nation as the totality of human beings bound together through a community of fate into a community of character is meaningless if one does not follow the painstaking process of reviewing the different dimensions of the complex and not well understood process of the formation of nations. Bauer located his work in direct opposition to the three main currents of thought that dominated the conceptualization of the national question at the time. The first he called the metaphysical theories, under which he included national materialism and national spiritualism. The second current of thought he called the psychological theories. This term refers to those theories that seek to discover the essence of the nation in the consciousness of, or the will to, solidarity. Renaud's theory, for example. These are the so-called voluntaristic theories of the nation with which Bauer is often mistakenly associated. The third group of theories that Bauer analyzed and rejected are the empirical theories, that is, the theories that theoretically enumerate the essential elements of a nation and determine the validity of concrete national communities according to the presence or absence of the enumerated elements. 104. Discussing these theories, Bauer argued that common descent and common culture are basically derivative categories of the notion of common history in the process of constructing the national character. A common territory is an important condition only as far as it allows interactive relationship to take place. Territorial separation disrupts the unity of the national community because the intersubjective process required to develop the community of fate cannot take place. However, in the age of printing, the post, telegraph, and steamships, this is much less the case than formerly. Given the contemporary expansion of all means of communication, it is possible to infer from Bauer's argument that the territorial dimension is even less important. A common language is a second-order means for the development of the national character. The common language is the medium through which the community of culture is imagined, recreating the national community in each subjectivity through common interaction. However, in an interesting footnote, Bauer qualified this understanding of the role of language to dispel any possible interpretation that language is a neutral medium, arguing that language is not simply a means of transmitting culture, but is itself also an element of culture. His critical review of the different theories that attempt to explain the nature of the national community allowed Bauer to present the originality of his argument. The nation cannot be understood by enumerating a set of categories or by referring to some essential quality. The national community is the end result of a process in which different dimensions are brought together through a common historical development in dialogue with the main facets of contemporary experience. This is the meaning of Bauer's definition of the national community as the totality of human beings bound together through a common fate into a community of character. Subjective positionality is the expression of societalized existence, and the content of societalized existence results from the structural linkage of a process of common reciprocal interaction and a process of historical development. Bauer thought that the national community exists independent of national consciousness. National consciousness is, however, the result of an awareness of the existence of other nations, since the subject becomes conscious of his or her national dimension by comparison with others. This is why national consciousness became a generalized perceptive mechanism only as a result of the process of modernity. What, then, is the significance of Bauer's work? Does it help us to understand burning contemporary issues related to ethnic and cultural diversity? Few will disagree that this is a significant work in the history of the study of nationalism. It develops with meticulous scholarship a historically informed theoretical model. Few will disagree with the claim that it tackles a problem that is central to contemporary concerns. Also, few will disagree with the idea that the language of the book is dated, that parts of the work have significant historical value but are not meaningful to contemporary discussions of nationalism. Few will disagree that the work relies excessively on evolutionary models and on a model of scientific knowledge that is at best questionable in relation to today's dominant paradigms. No doubt there will be debate as to the relevance of Bauer's conceptual argument and programmatic suggestions for contemporary discussions of nationalism, the nation-state, and minority rights. In supporting the idea that Bauer's book can help illuminate some difficult contemporary problems, I shall briefly enumerate them. There is in Bauer's book a critique of liberal theory, but not a wholesale rejection of all its postulates. To be sure, Bauer started by assuming individual choice in defining affiliation to organized national communities, the personality principle, but the idea of individuals rationally and reasonably deciding their national identity is incompatible with Bauer's argument. Bauer would, rightly, dismiss this argument as an essentialized transcendental a priori. The very notion of individuality in Bauer and Adler is a historical construct that results from the interactive relation between the individual and the community. National, ethnic, culture is a matter not of choice, but of social insertion, without which there are no individuals. The multidimensionality of this argument finds echoes in Nira Yuval Davis's thought-provoking work. 105 Bauer's centralist atomist argument provides a devastating critique of liberal democratic sovereignty. It shows the impossibility of achieving a significant multi-ethnic and multinational state without recognizing national and ethnic communities as sovereign intermediate categories, corporations in Bauer's words, with legal rights and guarantees. This idea is incompatible with the procedural equality of all individuals in contemporary liberal democracies. It requires instead differential rights for ethno-national communities complementing individual rights. Bauer's personality principle provides a powerful critique of the doctrine of the nation-state and a suggestion as to how to overcome its crucial deficiencies. This is not a rejection of nationhood, ethnicity, and nationalism. On the contrary, it is a concrete way of sustaining Gittens's argument that national identity can be of benign influence if it is tolerant of multiple affiliations. 106 Bauer developed an incipient theory of multicultural nationalism that incorporates nationalist concerns for the well-being of the nation and recognizes the importance of national sentiments. It equally recognizes the concerns of ethnic and national minorities to protect and nourish their community life and their desire for public recognition. But there is also a sharp critique of the nation-state on the grounds that it protects only the dominant nation. In contrast, Bauer's multicultural nationalism is non-territorial and XLV. Therefore affords similar protections to majorities and minorities, rendering the very terms majorities and minorities unnecessary. The model of national cultural autonomy echoes Taylor's politics of recognition in that it affords equal value to national majorities and ethnic minorities and vindicates democratic politics based on individual free choice and self-determination. Bauer suggested a theory of nationhood and ethnicity that integrates historical sentiments, cultural specificity, and contemporary circumstances. Here Bauer and Smith were in complete agreement: nations, ethnics, and nationalism are likely to be here for some time to come. 107 The nation-state is a completely different matter. It is now for the reader to judge. Sydney, London, and Berlin, December 1998 and August 1999. Ephraim J. Nimny. This was a very long project based on a lifetime obsession with Bauer's theory of nationalities and his critique of the nation-state. The difficulties encountered along the way were not insignificant. There were a number of false starts, and hopes were dashed on a number of occasions. My initial assumption that it would be relatively easy to find a publisher for the first complete English translation of what is generally considered the most important Marxist work on ethnicity and nationalism proved surprisingly misplaced. The fact that this project is now coming to fruition owes much to the wisdom and vision of the University of Minnesota Press and to the help of a large number of institutions and individuals. True to its commitment to support the study of multiculturalism, the Australia Research Council provided the bulk of our financial support through its grant to the project, titled The Political Evaluation of Ethnicity in the Work of Otto Bauer. We are grateful to the Research Office of the University of New South Wales for their logistic help in obtaining and managing this grant. We are also grateful for the financial support for the translation provided by the Austrian Federal Ministry of Science and Research and the Ludwig Boltzmann Institute for Historical and Social Research. Gerhard Botz, Chair of Contemporary History at the University of Vienna and Director of the Ludwig Boltzmann Institute, made the Austrian help possible and provided us with valuable contacts within the Austrian government and academia. Wolfgang Maderthaner from the Verein für die Geschichte der Arbeiterbewegung in Vienna gave us access to important archival material along with valuable advice and organizational assistance. Erich Frochel and Maria Messner from the Dr. Karl Renner Institute in Vienna provided us with important academic and bibliographical assistance. We are also grateful to the Österreichische Gesellschaft für Literatur and the Dr. Karl Renner Institute for their financial support during the period of research in Vienna. In the fine tradition of Austrian socialism, Dr. Heinz Fischer, President of the Austrian National Assembly, provided us with his enthusiastic support and kindly agreed to write the foreword to this translation. We are also grateful. Slavii. To the Austrian Socialist Party, the copyright holders, for allowing us to publish this translation. I am also grateful to the Centre d'études ethniques, Université de Montréal, Canada, and for the support of my colleagues at the School of Political Science at the University of New South Wales. This project was completed at the European Institute of the London School of Economics, and I wish to thank Anthony Smith and Howard Mackin for their support and encouragement. Claudie Weil supported this project from the beginning and kindly allowed us to use a number of footnotes from the excellent French translation of this book. We wish to thank the following individuals across many nation-states for their assistance and support at the various stages of the development of this project: Gregoris Ananiadis, Adam Blauhut, Gil Bottomley, Benedict Brinker, Conal Condren, Lawrence Davis, Eduardo de la Fuente, Michael Frieden, Pablo Gayano, Peter Gran, Reinhard Grospeach, Rune Gustafsson, ULF Peter Hallberg, Fred Halliday, Kim Hilton, Anne-Christine, Jan, and Charlotta Janssen, Gurutz Yoregi, Danielle Judia, Peter King, Gavin Kitching, Echo Beto Lakha, Make Leffers, Alana Lenton, Klaus Georgian Litka, John Milfool, Chantal Mouth, Saul Newman, Aleton Norval, Ian O'Donnell, Brendan O'Leary, Ivor Azal, David Pitt, Joaquim Praham, Winfried Rothbard, Norbert Rosnick, Nicole Chavis, John Schwartz-Mantel, Tanya Sari-Sear, Electrud Salikas, Andrian Widman, Elk Winter, and Nira Yuval Davis. I also wish to thank my students in the seminar Theories of Nationalism at the School of Political Science of the University of New South Wales in Sydney for their inspirational discussions on Bauer. This publication was made possible by a publication subsidy from the Humanities Research Program of the University of New South Wales. Finally, I wish to thank Joe O'Donnell, the translator, who under very difficult and uncertain conditions carried out the enormous task of translating this book with enthusiasm, zeal, and dedication. This project resulted from the cooperation of individuals and institutions across the boundaries of nation-states. It was conceived on a hot summer afternoon at the European University Institute in Florence. It took shape in Sydney, Australia, and it was supported by Australian, Austrian, British, and Canadian universities and institutions. Research for it was carried out in Sydney, Melbourne, Florence, Montreal, Berlin, Vienna, and London. It is being published in the United States. An Australian of Irish descent who resides in Berlin carried out the translation, and the project was coordinated by an Argentinian Jew with British citizenship who resides in Sydney. Otto Bauer would have approved. Berlin, London, Sydney, 1999. The Question of Nationalities and Social Democracy. Preface to the first edition. In all the states of the European cultural sphere, the position of the Social Democratic Workers' Party on national questions is at the center of political discussion. In Austria and in Russia, the national question represents one of the most intractable problems of domestic policy. But in the nation-states of Western and Central Europe, too, social democracy is finding itself unable to evade the discussion of the relationship between the national community and the state. After all, national questions are inseparable from the problems of foreign policy that are acquiring a growing significance for the working classes of all nations by the year. An investigation of the evolution of the social democratic policy on nationalities requires that we locate the forces that are acting upon millions of workers and thousands of trade unionists and, in the process, are shaping the consciousness of the working masses and determining their resolutions in all questions of national life. Locating these forces enables us to comprehend the social democratic policy on nationalities from the standpoint of the working class within bourgeois society, to comprehend the national question as a social problem. This project entails the application of Marx's method of social research to a new field of investigation. It is in this sense that my work is to be understood as a Marx study. The national community is one of the most complicated of all social phenomena, a complex of the most diverse social manifestations. Anyone wishing to investigate how the bond of membership in a national community determines the will of the working class in its struggle must therefore approach this problem from different angles. Such a task entails the risk of venturing beyond the limits set by disciplinary boundaries, of here and there taking somewhat unfamiliar paths. I myself would have preferred to continue my usual work within my own narrow field of inquiry rather than deal with the aid of unfamiliar and often incomplete research with a problem the diversity and intricacy of which confronts the labor power and the knowledge of a single individual with a task that can never be completed. However, it does not follow that the struggling working class should simply do without. 3. 4. Preface to the first edition. An argument formulated today on the grounds that it may prove incomplete in the coming years. And for those still perplexed in the face of the struggles of the classes and parties, the compilation of the material and the ordering of the arguments presented here, however inadequate, will prove welcome as a basis for further research. I bear sole responsibility for the conclusions and demands presented here. I am aware that many of my party comrades are of a different opinion regarding some of the problems of the social democratic policy on nationalities. No fair-minded opponent will make the whole party Gesamtpartei responsible for the views of a single party member. 2. The major part of the book I am handing over to the public today was written and printed in 1906. External circumstances have delayed its publication. Vienna, May 24, 1907. The Question of Nationalities and Social Democracy was written in 1906. At the time of writing, the Russian Revolution of 1905 was still in progress, and my hope was that its further development would accelerate and influence the internal development of the Habsburg monarchy. When I was writing the book, the conflict between the dynasty and the Hungarian upper house had still not been settled. I hoped at the time that under the pressure of the Russian Revolution, which was radicalizing the monarchy Slavic nations, the conflict between the emperor and the Hungarian coalition would lead to an internal restructuring of the empire. It very soon became clear that my hopes had been founded on false premises. Just a few weeks after my book had been published, Stolypin's coup d'état brought the First Russian Revolution to an end, and the following decade saw Russia dominated by the forces of reaction. The Habsburg dynasty now no longer needed to fear the effects of the Russian Revolution. It now believed that it could exploit the fact that Russia had been weakened by both the war in the Far East and the revolution for the purpose of furthering its expansionist policies on the Balkan Peninsula. As a result of its subsequent annexation of Bosnia and Herzegovina in October 1908, the antagonism of Serbia and Russia exerted a decisive influence on all the monarchy's policies from this time onward. In this way, the conflict between the dynasty and the empire's Slavic nations was exacerbated, with the consequence that the former was thrown back into the arms of the ruling classes of the historical nations, the Germans in Austria and the Magyars in Hungary. The crisis that had threatened the empire in 1905 was thus eliminated. In the month in which Bosnia was annexed, the emperor abandoned the concept of general suffrage in Hungary by granting a preliminary sanction to Andrassi's electoral reform bill. As a result, all hopes that a revolution from above would solve the Austro-Hungarian nationalities problem were buried. From my own point of view, it already seemed probable in the winter of 1908 to 1909 that the situation would develop in a way quite different from that which I had expected in 1906, that the tendency was toward war and through war toward revolution. 5. 6. And that the revolution would put the old nationalities principle back on the agenda and result in the breakup of the old multinational state much sooner than I had thought probable in 1906. From 1909 onward, I presented these hypotheses in a series of essays in Der Kampf I, and when in 1914 war actually came, and in its wake the Second Russian Revolution of 1917, it became clear to me that thenceforth only the dissolution of the empire could provide a solution to the Austro-Hungarian nationalities problem. The conclusions I drew from this realization were presented in January 1918 in my proposals for a nationalities program of the left. This entire process of development, which took place after 1907 and thus after the publication of the Question of Nationalities, and which led to a revision of my own view of the developmental tendencies of the Austro-Hungarian monarchy, was subsequently described in the first 4 paragraphs of my book The Austrian Revolution. The latter therefore constitutes not only a supplement, but also a correction to the conceptions advanced in the Question of Nationalities. The empire whose internal conflicts I had hoped to influence with my book in 1907 now no longer exists, and as early as 1909 I began to revise my evaluation of these conflicts, which ultimately brought the empire down. Nevertheless, the book, which has long been out of print, is still requested in bookshops. However, it was not until the Austrian Revolution had been published that I could agree to the publication of a new edition of The Question of Nationalities without fear of misunderstandings. It can now be published without alteration to the original. The necessary supplementation and correction can now be found in the first section of the Austrian Revolution. The political program I advocated in 1907 as a solution to the Austro-Hungarian nationalities problem has been passed over by history. However, my historical account of the genesis and development of the problem has been strengthened rather than corrected by subsequent events and research. The 17 years of history separating this and the first edition of this book have, in particular, confirmed my contention that the awakening of the non-historical nations Erwachender Geschichtslosen, which I described in this book for the first time as one of the most important concomitants of modern economic and social evolution, is in fact one of the forces of radical change at work in the world today. The same is true of some aspects of my 1906 analysis of the developmental tendencies of modern imperialism, which have since been confirmed by the most drastic of events. Admittedly, my theoretical derivation of capitalist expansionism from the phenomenon of the capitalist process of circulation would be somewhat different were I to formulate it today. In 1906, under the influence of the work of Tagan-Baranovsky, I overestimated the effect of the temporary removal of released money capital from the circulation process. This error has since been corrected by Rudolf Hilferding in Finance Capital. 2. 7. However, the core of the book is constituted by my attempt to grasp, by means of the Marxist conception of history, modern nations as communities of character Gemeinschaften that have grown out of communities of fate Schicksalsgemeinschaften. This aspect of my book seems to me as relevant today as it was then. The Question of Nationalities was written toward the end of my student days, a time at which I was under the spell of the critical philosophy of Immanuel Kant. As a result, Kant's epistemology influenced my formulation of the conceptions of sociological method that form the basis of my theory of the nation. I presented these conceptions in the Neue Zeithof 1908 in my defense of this theory against Karl Koschei's critique. 6. It was only in the context of later studies that I learned to grasp critical philosophy as itself a historical phenomenon, thereby overcoming my Kantian childhood malady and at the same time also revising my methodological viewpoint. Were I to present my theory of the nation today, I would consequently modify the form of the account and express some ideas differently. However, this would entail changing only the way in which the theory is presented, not the theory itself. My definition of the nation as a community of character that has grown out of a community of fate has encountered strong resistance in the Marxist camp due to the Marxist school's mistrust of the concept of national character. Such mistrust is not difficult to understand considering the misuse that nationalism has made of the concept, most ignominiously during the war. And it is this mistrust that makes it necessary to explain here the significance of the concept of the national community of character within my theory of the nation and the function it performs. In his highly stimulating book The Aim and Structure of Physical Theory, the French physicist Pierre Duhem compares the research methods of English and French scientists. 7. Referring to the work of the most significant physicists of both nations, he demonstrates a number of curious differences. For the French, the focus is on unity, consistency, and clarity. Their need for comprehension is not satisfied until they have succeeded in transforming their basic hypotheses through conclusive deduction into experimentally verifiable laws. In the case of the English, there is no such need. On the other hand, their imagination is satisfied only once each complex of empirical laws has been illustrated by a mechanical model. The fact that the hypotheses upon which they have based the construction of the individual model have no relationship to one another, the fact that these hypotheses may even contradict one another, does not disturb them. The two nations attempt to satisfy quite different psychological needs in their construction of an exact natural science. The French intellect seeks order and clarity, whereas the English imagination seeks understandability, comprehensibility, concreteness. Moreover, quite different abilities are brought to bear on the construction of physical systems. The French are superior in abstraction and generalization. The 8. English in their ability to clearly visualize complex constellations and to represent them pictorially. Duhem observes these differences precisely where the layman would least expect to find them, in the use of mathematics in the construction of physical systems. For the French, Duhem argues, physical theory is a logical system, and algebraic calculation is only a subordinate means of representing as simply as possible the chain of conclusions leading from the basic hypotheses to the final conclusions. It is therefore important for them that in every phase of the train of thought it remains possible to replace calculation with logical deduction, the former being the abbreviated expression of the latter. They therefore endeavor to achieve the strictest correspondence between the hypotheses and the equations in which these hypotheses are expressed, between the phenomena and their algebraic symbols. In the case of the English, there is no such need. For them, algebraic calculation plays the role of a mechanical model. It illustrates the phenomena in the sense that the changes undergone by the symbols in the process of calculation emulate the laws of movement governing the observed phenomena. English physicists do not spend time trying to establish the strictest correspondence between the concept and its algebraic symbol. Building a bridge between the two is left to intuition. Instead, the English exercise their superior ability to use condensed calculation methods, grasping even highly complicated combinations quickly and concretely. Whereas the French favor the operations of classical algebra, which knows only a few elementary operations, the English enthusiastically employ the newer algebraic symbols, an approach that avoids the many intermediate calculations of classical algebra, but that involves dealing with a large number of different symbols and the highly complex rules governing their use. At this point Duhem himself asks whether these differences in the construction of physical theories demonstrate a difference between the intellects of the two nations that can also be observed in other branches of intellectual life. And indeed he discovers the same difference when he compares English philosophy since Bacon with French philosophy since Descartes. He also finds a very similar difference in the realm of literature when he compares Corneille and Shakespeare. Take one of Corneille's heroes, he writes, Augusta, hesitating between revenge and mercy, or Rodrigue deliberating between his filial piety and his love. Two feelings wage a dispute for his heart, but what a perfect order there is in their discussion. Each takes the floor in turn, like two lawyers before the bar expounding in perfectly finished briefs their reasons why they will win the case, and when the reasons on both sides have been clearly expounded, the will of man puts an end to the debate through a precise decision, resembling a judicial decree or a conclusion in geometry 8. Duhem then compares these two figures with Lady Macbeth and Hamlet. Here there is no conceptual analysis that divides the human being into his 9 elements. Here we find the human being in all his contradictions, in his harrowing indivisibility, his irreducibility. Finally, Duhem discovers a related difference when he compares French and English law. In France, the law is compiled in several statute books, systematically ordered, based upon clearly defined abstract concepts. In England, legislation is a prodigious mass of unconnected, contradictory laws and customary rights piled on top of each other over centuries, never codified, never systematized, but continuously developed in the practice of the courts in accordance with the needs of the time. Here, as in the realms of physics, philosophy, and literature, Duhem finds in the French case the need for the systematic, for strict deduction from clearly defined abstract concepts, for order without contradiction. In the English case, he finds the superior ability to grasp that which has become organic in all its contradictory diversity, the ability to orientate oneself easily within the most complicated of combinations without the need to simplify or reduce them, the ability to make the contradictory itself serve practical necessity. Modern capitalism has reduced the differences between the material contents of the different national cultures. Nevertheless, national particularities continue to exert an effect on the way in which the same material contents of culture are appropriated, represented, combined, utilized, and developed. The same theory of relativity has become part of the study of physics in all nations. However, in Germany the theory has to overcome intellectual inhibitions that are quite different from those in England, and it is placed in a quite different intellectual context by German thinkers and therefore represented in a different way. The same current of literary fashion flows through the poetry of all countries, but the Russian expressionist narrates the same event differently from the French expressionist. The same workers' movement has emerged in all industrial nations, but the Italian working class reacts to the same facts of capitalist exploitation differently from the Scandinavian working class. This is what I have in mind when I speak of national character. I do not mean those lies perpetrated by nationalistic demagogy that find only heroes in one's own people and only hucksters in the other. I rather mean those differences that are accessible only to a much more precise psychological analysis, differences in the fundamental structure of the mind, in intellectual and aesthetic taste, in the form of reaction to the same stimuli, differences that we notice only when we compare the intellectual life of different nations, their science and their philosophy, their poetry, music, and visual arts, their political and social life, their lifestyle and their habits. The nationalistic portrayal of history depicts national characters as composed of different essential substances and their attraction and repulsion as fashioning the actual content of history. This nationalistic conception of history cannot be overcome by challenging the incontestable fact of national specificities, the incontestable fact of differences between national characters. 10. It is only by stripping the national character of its substantive appearance, by showing that the respective national character is nothing but a precipitate of past historical processes that will be further altered by subsequent historical processes, that we will be able to overcome the nationalistic conception of history. The task of deriving national specificity from the history of the nation, it is this and only this that is meant by my definition of the nation as a community of character that has emerged from a community of fate. Let us try to illustrate this task in an example. How can we, for example, derive the difference between the English and the French national character of which Duhem has made us aware from the history of both nations? During the 17th and 18th centuries, the royal court in France was the model of custom and the arbiter of taste for the educated upper strata of the nation. The court noble, whose life was bound by the rigid although pleasing forms of court etiquette a world apart from the labor of the people, and who lived a life of refined pleasure without himself taking part in the daily work of public administration, exercised at that time the strongest influence on the development of French culture. The culture of such a court society can be a high culture only of form, the beauty and stateliness of the language, the humor and grace in the mode of expression, the elegance of representation, the clarity and order of thought. These things are what such a culture finds pleasing. The tastes of the powerful and resplendent court influenced the culture that initially became the common property of the French nobility and later the intellectual heritage of the French bourgeoisie. In England, on the other hand, the royal court did not have such a dominant influence on the development of lifestyle and taste, even under the Tudors, and far less so during the 17th and 18th centuries. The representatives of English culture were the landed aristocracy and the urban patriciate. The landed gentry, the descendants of the usurpers of dismembered church and feudal estates, living in their country seats and engaging relatively early in agriculture organized along purely capitalist lines and in the aristocratic self-government of the counties, necessarily developed an aesthetic taste quite different from that of the French court nobility. Not bound by the strict forms of court custom and given to much rougher pleasures, the landed gentry of England could not sustain a high culture of form such as that suited to the French court. On the other hand, being closer to nature, they could vividly comprehend nature and human beings in their individuality. And being accustomed to dealing with economic and administrative matters, they developed a far stronger sense of the practical. Besides the landed gentry, however, the urban patriciate merchants, bankers, ship owners, seafarers, factory owners acquired an increasingly stronger influence on the intellectual development of the nation. The industrialist, writes Duhem, has very often an ample mind, the need to combine machinery, to deal with business matters, and to handle men has early accustomed him to see clearly 11 and rapidly complicated assemblages of concrete facts. On the other hand, his is nearly always a very shallow mind. His daily occupation keeps him removed from abstract ideas and general principles. 9. Are we not now already in a position to comprehend the difference between what is specific to French and English intellectual life in our time as deriving from the fact that, during the early capitalist epoch, the tastes of different kinds of classes fashioned the cultures that then became the heritage of the two nations in the epoch of modern capitalism? In the great struggle between royal power and the class of feudal landlords, the latter triumphed in England, the former in France. In England the institutions of estate parliamentarism and estate local administration were never destroyed. That which the barons wrested from the plantagenets was later inherited by the gentry, the bourgeoisie, and finally the working class. Rather than destroying pre-existing institutions, each newly ascendant class took over these institutions and adapted them. This continuity in the development of the English state explains English traditionalism. Along with the pre-existing institutions each ascendant class has taken over, it has also inherited their traditions. The situation in France is quite different. There, royal power violently destroyed the feudal institutions and erected the absolutist monarchy upon their ruins. For precisely this reason the bourgeois revolution in France had to violently destroy the existing state and erect a quite different one on its ruins. In England new tenants have always moved into the old house and furnished it after their own tastes. In France the old house has always been torn down and a new one built from the ground up. For this reason the successive class struggles in England and France are reflected quite differently in the intellectual life of the two nations. In England, where the class struggle dissolved into a struggle around individual regulations and reforms, the ideology of each ascendant class associated itself with the pre-existing ideology. The fact that this synthesis of the old and the new necessarily included contradictory elements did not lead to any unease as long as the new ideology served the needs of the newly ascended class and proved worthwhile in practice. In France, on the other hand, where the opposing classes entered into an all-round conflict with one another, abstract principle opposed abstract principle, one closed system opposed another. In this way the histories of the two nations cultivated different capacities. On the one hand, the capacity for the sober registration of concrete facts without reducing their individual character or their diversity, and on the other, the inclination toward abstraction, generalization, the systematic, and logical rigor. In France, absolutism defeated the Reformation. In England, the Reformation triumphed. In France, intellectual development remained under the influence of the Catholic Church, with the grandiose unity of its doctrinal system and the aesthetically satisfying splendor of its rituals. In England, intellectual life came under the powerful sway of Puritanism, which was mistrustful. 12. Of the aesthetic and orientated to the practical worth of professional life. In France, the struggle of the bourgeoisie for intellectual emancipation could be waged only in the form of a struggle against the claim of the Catholic Church to intellectual hegemony. The closed system of church dogma had to be opposed with the equally closed systems of an Enlightenment philosophy completely liberated from traditional Christianity. England had already gained religious tolerance within Protestantism in the 17th century. Individual emotional needs could seek fulfillment in different Christian churches and sects. The individual could easily combine modern science, which satisfied the need for knowledge, with a personally styled, undogmatic Christianity that fulfilled his emotional needs. In France, modern science during the period of its emergence was forced to join the struggle over worldviews against Catholic dogma. Its attention was thus focused on the most extreme and general of abstractions and hypotheses, on systems promoting a worldview. In England, where the need for a systematic confrontation with the less dogmatically demanding forms of Christianity found there was weaker and less widespread, science could focus much more on acquiring knowledge of the empirical laws of nature, knowledge that accomplished the task of mastering nature at a practical level. It was thus able at a much earlier stage to comprehend general abstractions and hypotheses as mere means of representing and summarizing the empirical laws of nature. Are we now in a position to comprehend the intellectual difference between the two nations of which Duhem has made us aware in terms of the difference between their histories? Not quite. we would have to go much further back into the history of the two nations and develop a much more detailed analysis to acquire a complete understanding. However, that is not our task here. My aim here has merely been to give an example of how we must proceed in order to explain the community of character as having developed from the community of fate. It is surely clear now what my definition of the nation means. It is nothing more than a methodological postulate. It aims to set scholarship the task of comprehending the phenomenon of the nation by explaining everything that constitutes the specificity, the particularity of the individual nation and distinguishes it from other nations in terms of the particularity of its history, and thus by demonstrating the nationality of the individual to be his historical aspect, the historical within him. It is the task of grasping the specificity of each nation, the national components in the specificity of individuals by means of the Marxist conception of history, and of thereby dissolving the deceptive appearance of the substantiality of the nation to which all nationalistic conceptions of history succumb. Karl Koski has contested my definition of the nation in two publications. 10. The modern nation, Koski argues, must be understood not as a community of fate, culture, and character, but as a community of language. This concept requires closer scrutiny. A people of hunters and herdsmen 13. Splits into several branches, which then settle separately and begin to practice agriculture. The community of fate of the people becomes fragmented, each of the tribes into which it has disintegrated now leads a separate existence without any close contact with other tribes. With this disintegration of the former community of fate begins a process of cultural differentiation. Over a period of several centuries the customs of the tribes, their forms of dress, and the types of construction they use for their farmhouses develop pronounced differences. And one manifestation of this overall cultural differentiation is found in the sphere of language. After several centuries the vernaculars of the tribes, which once spoke a common language, have become distinctly differentiated. Each of these tribes now develops its own narrower community of fate and, within this process, its own cultural and linguistic community. Now begins the transition to commodity production, to the money economy. This, in turn, facilitates a process of integration. Villages inhabited by different tribes gravitate to the same marketplace and interact with one another. The new community of fate to which they are now linked by the money economy facilitates an increasing similarity in their customs and modes of dress, and hand in hand with this cultural integration comes linguistic integration. Through interaction in a common market, different vernaculars progressively lose their distinctive characters and ultimately merge into one dialect. However, above the peasant masses in the social hierarchy are the dominant classes, the nobility and the urban bourgeoisie. Their interaction, exchange of cultural assets, and political community transcend tribal boundaries. Their community of culture, which extends beyond tribal boundaries, also demands a community of language that has to overcome the differences between dialects. These dominant classes of the different tribes initially develop a common written language for literary use, which subsequently merges with the dialects or replaces them in the context of daily usage. It is finally modern capitalism that extends this process to the popular masses, increasingly tearing down the tribal divisions that separate them. In the villages, too, it increasingly dissolves differences in regard to forms of work, custom, and dress. It integrates the popular masses, previously divided along tribal lines, into a community of culture. Here, too, cultural integration is accompanied by linguistic integration. The common written language penetrates the language of the popular masses via the school, the pulpit, and the public authority, merges with the dialects, and breaks down the differences between them even more. The nation is now the community of tribes linked by a common written language. However, this written language establishes itself only insofar as the community of fate and culture gives rise to the need for a common language. Within the one people, tribes that live in economic, cultural, and political isolation do not adopt the written language common to other tribes, but formulate their own. Only those tribes, or their dominant classes, that are integrated into the community of culture and fate are members of the linguistic. 14. Community. Therefore, Splinter groups of 3 German tribes did not adopt the German written language, but created their own particular form, the Dutch written language. Therefore, the Illyrian movement among the Croatian intelligentsia was strong enough in the first half of the 19th century to ensure that the Stokavic dialect, which was also used by the Serbs, was adopted as the basis of the Croatian written language. 11. The Slovenes, on the other hand, separated from the Croats by a state border, were less influenced by the Illyrian movement and created their own particular written language. Analogous examples can be found in the later differentiation of the written languages of the Russians and Ukrainians and of the Danes and Norwegians. The community of language is thus the product of highly complicated processes of differentiation and integration. The dissolution of the community of fate leads to cultural and thereby linguistic differentiation, the integration into a community of fate to cultural and thereby linguistic integration. The community of language is a partial manifestation of the community of culture and a product of the community of fate. Modern linguistics has described the process of linguistic division. It has shown how the different Romance languages developed from Vulgar Latin and how the languages of the Anglo-Saxons and the Frisians developed from common roots and became differentiated. In the context of such historical processes, the same sound in different languages is transformed in different directions. The once common A shifts in one language toward I, in another toward UJ. How can this difference between the sound shifts in different languages that have grown from the same roots be explained? In the first place, this is without doubt due to the mingling of languages. The differentiation of Anglo-Saxon and Frisian can certainly be attributed in part to the fact that the Anglo-Saxons mixed their language with that of the other peoples they encountered in their new home. However, this linguistic mingling does not in itself completely explain sound shift phenomena. These require that we extend the scope of our explanation. A people living in the open, such as the Neapolitans, adopt habits of articulation different from those of a people working in enclosed spaces. A people of seafarers and fishermen adopts different habits from those of a people living in the interior, a people of factory laborers different habits from those of a peasant people. Different habits of articulation lead to different sound shifts. Every form of work has its particular rhythm. Where singing accompanies work, the rhythm of the work influences the rhythm of the language. Different language rhythms lead to different sound shifts. Several of the most important and widespread sound change phenomena have been derived by Wilhelm Wundt from the acceleration of spoken language. 12. An accelerated speech tempo gives rise to particular phonetic changes. Now, the tempo of speech is without doubt dependent on social structure. A merchant people speaks more quickly than a peasant people living in a natural econo. 15. The phonetic content of the vocabulary of each community of language reflects the way of life, the professional activity, and the social structure of bygone generations, from which the language has been inherited. Where linguistic differentiation has divided one people from another, this differentiation is itself the result of a difference in terms of the way of life, professional activity, and social structure, that is, a difference in terms of the culture, the history, and the fate of different peoples sharing common historical roots. The differentiation of languages is followed by the process of integration, which, through the bond of a common written language, links linguistically distinct tribes to form the modern nation. These modern standard languages are, however, initially spoken by the educated, the aristocratic, the rulers. The habits of articulation of the economically, politically, and culturally dominant classes have shaped the phonetic content of the vocabulary of these standard languages. The written language is passed on to the popular masses via the school, the pulpit, and the public authority, and in the process the people learn to imitate the articulatory habits of the ruling classes. It is these articulatory habits that determine the sound shift. Leo Jordan illustrates this in the following example. In the speech act the Englishman pushes the lower jaw somewhat forwards. This explains the relaxed lip position which has come to be regarded by the English as a mark of good character, and which the German describes appropriately as the W mouth. By imitating this position one realizes immediately that the English sound colorings, above all the constant detonation of all vowels by closing them off, is a natural consequence of this forced position. The Frenchman does exactly the opposite. He spreads the lips for E and I as if he wants to touch his ears with the corners of his mouth, and rounds them for O and U, or more precisely 0 and Y, as if he were pouting. One observes a Frenchman articulating un pot au feu or say id, his face is in intense mimic movement, all the work being concentrated on the frontal musculature visible to the listener. It is therefore not surprising that all vocalism has been shifted forwards, A has become E, O has become 0, and UY 13. Where do these different linguistic habits originate? Jordan maintains, it is evident that the Englishman strives in speaking to adopt a mask of imperturbability. It is just as evident that the Frenchman wants to clearly display his emotions mimetically. The gesture which the Englishman represses as much as possible is emphasized by the Frenchman, his lips work convulsively. The Englishman plays the imperturbable one because this imperturbability is his social ideal, his method of doing business, in short the convention according to which he models himself. And the Frenchman? Is he as open, as frank as his lively facial expressions appear to show, or is he not also revealing here centuries of socialization, the ideal of which seems to be the vivacious, uninhibited conversationalist? The Frenchman desires to have an effect and 16. Plays to the gallery. Is it not the case that there is a close relation between this difference and the difference between the intellectual specificities of both nations that Duhem has demonstrated in the fields of science, philosophy, literature, and law? Do we not see here the different intellectual specificities of both nations, their different national characters, also manifested in language itself, in the mouth position, lip movement, and the articulation of sounds? Is it not the case that the community of character reveals itself in the community of language? How could this difference between ways of speaking have developed? Building on a concept introduced to the study of linguistics in Hermann Paul's classic work, 14, Jordan answers, in historical terms, the passage of events is of course to be understood as one in which those individuals who used the articulation forms described initially became models for the populace as a whole. Going beyond Paul, he adds, the model status group was probably in most cases the decisive factor. This idea represents the bridge from Paul's obviously Darwinian-influenced concept linguistic development through a process of selection from individual variations to a Marxist conception of the problem. The difference between articulatory habits is to be understood in terms of the different ways of speaking employed by the classes that were attributed exemplary status by their respective nations and that were as a consequence imitated by their nations. For example, if we conceive of the French way of speaking as a legacy of the way of speaking cultivated by the nobility in the court of Versailles and the English way of speaking as a legacy of the Puritan-minded merchants of London, the national differences between articulatory habits become at least in part comprehensible as having developed from the fundamental differences between those classes that were for a time regarded as national models and that thus exerted the strongest influence on the way of speaking adopted by their nations. The difference between the respective processes of historical development of both nations explains why during the same period different classes exerted the strongest influence on the national lifestyle, customs, and taste, and indeed why later generations in both countries adopted quite different cultural heritages. This difference between cultural heritages explains the difference between the intellectual specificities of the two nations, which is revealed in their different ways of speaking and therefore also in their different languages, just as it is in the differences found in the fields of science, art, and law. The national community of language is thus understood here as one of the expressions of the national community of character, one of the partial manifestations of the national community of culture, which is itself one of the products of the community of fate. The nation is a community of language, says Koski. This is undoubtedly true. But can we be satisfied with this statement? Is all inquiry into what we want to understand about the nation exhausted when we conclude that 17. The Englishman and the Frenchman are different from each other because one speaks English and the other French? This seems to be simply too little by way of explanation. We want to understand the community of language itself as a historical phenomenon, language itself as within the flow of historical development. We must therefore comprehend the linguistic community as emerging from the community of culture and fate, the specificity of the individual linguistic community as emerging from the specificity of the community of culture and character. This is why it seems to me inadequate to regard the nation as a community of language, and why I have attempted to derive the linguistic community itself from the community of fate, culture, and character. Only by means of these links can we establish a connection between the development and specificity of the national language and the development of the forces and relations of production that fashions the fate of the nation, that is to say, only by means of the Marxist conception of history can we grasp the phenomenon of the nation. The focus of my theory of the nation in fact lies not in the definition of the nation, but in the description of the process of integration out of which the modern nation has developed. If my theory of the nation can claim to make any contribution, it is due to the fact that this theory for the first time derives this process of integration from that of economic development, from the changes in the social structure and in the class structure of society. I have shown that during the feudal and early capitalist eras it was only the ruling classes that this process of integration could link together in a national community of culture, and that during these epochs such integration could therefore not be achieved at all among those peoples living under the yoke of foreign ruling classes. I have also shown how it was the further development of capitalism that first facilitated the inclusion of the popular masses in this process of integration. For the historical nations this meant that the community of culture, which had previously been constituted only by the dominant classes, was broadened and that the popular masses now took their place in the national cultural community. But for the non-historical nations living under the yoke of foreign ruling classes, it meant the initial emergence of the national community of culture, the awakening of the non-historical nations. Furthermore, this derivation of the process of national integration from the process of economic and social development appears to me to be of not only theoretical, but also practical interest for us. The workers' movement is itself one of the most powerful levers of the expansion of the national community of culture and the inclusion of the popular masses within it. The greater the share of cultural wealth won by the working class, the more this class is influenced by the particular cultural heritage of each country, by its particular cultural tradition. In each country, socialist ideology is wedded to that country's particular cultural tradition and thus becomes differentiated along national lines. The intellectual specificity 18. Of the nation shapes the specificity of socialism in each nation. In spite of the uniformity of its leadership in Rome, the closed and rigid character of its doctrinal system, and its use of Latin as a standard language that creates a linguistic link between its clergy throughout the world, the Catholic Church has in fact acquired a marked national specificity in the different nations. In the same way, international socialism cannot escape the process of national differentiation. Anyone who compares German Marxism, English Laborism, and Russian Bolshevism cannot avoid the conclusion that in each nation inherited national characteristics are giving international socialist ideology a particular national form. Just as in its historical praxis the working class in every country must increasingly adapt its methods of struggle to the particularities of the national terrain of struggle the closer it comes to power, so too does the socialist ideology of the working class establish an increasingly closer relationship with the particular cultural heritage of the nation the more it absorbs that culture. We cannot overcome this national differentiation within socialism by subjecting the workers' parties of all nations to the dictatorship of one national workers' party that dictates the method of struggle to all other parties without regard for the national diversity of the terrain of struggle and imposes its ideology as a canonized doctrinal system on all other parties without regard for the particularity of their cultural traditions. For this is merely the utopian attempt to impose one species of socialism, which is itself the product of a particular national history, of particular national characteristics, on workers' movements with entirely different histories, entirely different characteristics. The international socialist movement must rather comprehend the national differentiation of methods of struggle and ideologies within its ranks as the result of its own internal and external growth. It must learn, on the basis of this national diversity developing within the international, to teach its nationally differentiated troops to coordinate their efforts in the service of common goals and to combine their forces in a common struggle, in spite of the national particularity of their practical methods and their theoretical frameworks. It is not the leveling of national particularities, but the promoting of international unity within national diversity that can and must be the task of the international. Vienna, April 4, 1924. 1. The national character. Until now scholars have almost entirely left the nation to poets, newspaper columnists, and speakers at public gatherings, in the parliament and the alehouse. In an era of great national struggles we barely have the beginnings of a satisfactory theory of the essence of the nation. And yet we are in need of such a theory. After all, we are all affected by national ideology, by national romanticism. Few of us would be able even to say the word German without its resonating with a peculiar emotional overtone. Anyone seeking to understand national ideology or to criticize it cannot avoid the question of what it is that constitutes the essence of the nation. Bagehot argues that the nation is one of those many phenomena that we understand as long as we are not questioned about them, but that we cannot in fact concisely explain. But scholarship cannot content itself with this. If it wants to speak about the nation, it cannot avoid the question of the concept of the nation. And this question is not as easy to answer as a cursory glance might suggest. Is the nation a community of persons of common descent? Surely the Italians are descended from Etruscans, Romans, Celts, Germanic tribes, Greeks, and Saracens, the present-day French from Gauls, Romans, Britons, and Germanic tribes, the present-day Germans from Germanic tribes, Celts, and Slavs. Or is it the community of language that unites human beings as a nation? Surely the English and Irish, the Danes and Norwegians, the Serbs and Croats, although in each case both speak the same language, do not therefore constitute one people. The Jews do not have a common language and yet they are a nation. Is it, then, the consciousness of a common bond that unites the nation? Should the Tyrolean peasant not be regarded as a German because he has never become conscious of his common bond with East Prussians, Pomeranians, Thuringians, and Alsatians? And furthermore, what is the German conscious of when he thinks of his Germanness? What makes him a member of the German nation? What connects him with other Germans? Surely an objective. 19. 20. Feature of this common bond must first be present before one can become conscious of it. A systematic approach to the question of the nation must begin with a conception of national character. If we take any German to a foreign country, if we place him, say, among the English, he will immediately be conscious of the fact that he is among people different from himself, people with a different way of thinking and feeling, people whose reactions to the same external stimuli are quite different from those he finds in his usual German environment. For the moment, we will call the complex of physical and intellectual characteristics that distinguishes one nation from another its national character. Over and above these differences, all peoples share certain characteristics that identify us as human beings. On the other hand, classes, professions, and individuals within each nation exhibit distinctive qualities, particular features that distinguish them from one another. But the fact remains that the average German is different from the average Englishman, although they may well have much in common as human beings and as members of the same class or profession, and that the English share with one another a range of characteristics, however much they are distinguished from one another by individual and social differences. For those who wish to deny this, the nation can have no meaning. Does the Englishman who lives in Berlin and speaks German thereby become a German? Explaining the differences between nations in terms of their different fates, struggles for existence, and social structures does not represent a rejection of the concept of national character. When Koski, for example, seeks to explain the obstinacy and tenacity of the Russians in terms of the fact that the bulk of the Russian people consists of peasants and that agriculture everywhere produces ponderous but also tenacious and obstinate natures, he is not thereby denying the existence of a specifically Russian national character. On the contrary, he defines the national peculiarities of the Russians and attempts to explain them. However, the fact that there are many who hasten to explain the genesis of national character without pausing to consider the concept itself has resulted in misinterpretation. Above all, the national character has been unjustly attributed a continuity that can be historically refuted. It is undeniable that the Germanic tribes at the time of Tacitus shared many characteristics that distinguished them from other peoples, such as the Romans of the same period. And it is equally undeniable that the Germans of our own time exhibit certain shared character traits that distinguish them from other peoples, regardless of how these traits may have developed. Nevertheless, no educated person would therefore deny that the Germans of today have much more in common with the other civilized nations Kulturnationen of their own time than with the Germanic tribes of Tacitus's time. The national character is variable. A community of character links the 21 members of a nation together in a particular era, but it by no means links the nation of our era with its ancestors of 2,000 or 3,000 years ago. When we speak of a German national character, we are referring to the characteristics shared by the Germans during a particular century or decade. It has also often been unjustly overlooked that alongside the national community of character there exist a number of other communities of character, of which those of class and profession are by far the most important. The German worker shares certain characteristics with every other German. These characteristics link the Germans together as a national community of character. However, there are also characteristics that the German worker shares with his class comrades in all other nations. This is what makes him a member of the international class community of character. The German compositor indisputably shares certain characteristics with compositors of all other nations, and in this sense he belongs to an international professional community. It would be pointless to ask whether the class community of character is stronger than the national community of character or vice versa. There is no objective standard for the measurement of the strength of such communities. 3. However, the concept of national character has been compromised even more by the uncritical approach that argues that a particular way of acting that is observed in a nation can be explained in terms of the national character itself. An example of this can be found in the belief that rapid constitutional change in France is explained by the fact that the French, like their Gallic ancestors, as Caesar claimed, always strive for innovation. Caesar observed a great number of the different actions performed by Gallic clan groups Volkerschaften and individual Gauls, the manner in which they changed their domicile, altered their constitutions, and entered into and dissolved friendships and alliances. In each of these concrete actions, observed at a particular time and place, the observer recognized something that he had seen in previous actions and emphasized this common factor when he said, "They constantly strive for innovation." This assessment is not a causal explanation, but a mere generalization, the emphasizing of a common characteristic on the basis of a variety of concrete actions. When we describe the national character, we do not thereby explain the causes of a number of given actions, but merely that which constitutes the common characteristic of a great number of actions of the nation and its members. Some 19 centuries later a historian observes the rapid constitutional change in France and recalls Caesar's conclusion that the Gauls constantly strive for innovation. Has he thereby explained the history of the French Revolution in terms of the national character of the French allegedly inherited from the Gauls? By no means. He has merely ascertained that the actions of the present-day French exhibit a common characteristic and that this characteristic is the same as the one Caesar observed to be a characteristic common to the actions. 22. Of the Gauls of his time. The issue here, then, is not one of causal explanation, but of the recognition of a common characteristic of different individual actions, which has already been observed at an earlier point in time. Why the Gauls strove for innovation and why the French rapidly altered their constitution is, of course, not explained. The attempt to explain an action in terms of the national character rests on flawed reasoning. The observation of a characteristic common to different individual actions is unjustifiably transformed into a causal relationship. The same flawed reasoning is found in the belief that the actions of the individual can be explained on the basis of the national character of the people to which the individual belongs. An example is found in the explanation of the way of thinking and the wants of the individual Jew in terms of the Jewish national character. Werner Sombart argues that the Jews exhibit a particular predisposition to abstract thought and an indifference toward all qualitative determination. This is expressed in the Jewish religion just as it is in the thought of the Jewish scholar and the appreciation of money as a value released from all qualitative determination. For on this basis one might believe that it is possible to explain the behavior of the Jews Cohn and Meyer in terms of the Jewish national character. In fact, this is not the case. Sombart has observed countless actions of individual Jews known to him from history or through personal acquaintance and emphasized a characteristic he sees in all of them. If we now observe the individual Jew and encounter this particular predisposition to abstract thought, we do not thereby explain the behavior of the individual Jew, but merely recognize in it the characteristic that Sombart has already observed in the actions of other Jews. But this tells us nothing about where this correspondence comes from. The nation is a relative community of character. It is a community of character because, in any given era, a range of corresponding characteristics can be observed among the great majority of the nation's members, and because, although all nations share a number of characteristics by virtue of their humanity, there is nevertheless a range of characteristics that are peculiar to each nation and distinguish it from other nations. The nation is not an absolute, but only a relative community of character, because the individual members of a nation, although they share the characteristics common to the whole nation, also have individual characteristics, and local, class, and professional characteristics, that distinguish them from one another. The nation has a national character, but this national character merely indicates a relative commonality of the characteristics of individual behavior. It is not an explanation of this behavior. Rather than constituting an explanation, the national character itself needs to be explained. With its diagnosis of the diversity of national characters, scholarship has not solved the problem of the nation, it has merely formulated it. How each relative community of character develops, how it comes about that, in spite of all their individual differ. 23. INSAs, fellow nationals share a range of characteristics and, despite the physical and intellectual similarity of all human beings, differ from the members of other nations. This is what scholarship must seek to understand. The task of explaining in causal terms this relative community of character of a nation's members is avoided, not solved, if one attempts to explain the actions of a nation and its members in terms of a mysterious spirit of the people Volksgeist or soul of the people Volksseele. The spirit of the people is an old love of the Romantics. It was introduced to scholarship by the historical school of law Historische Rechtsschule, which argues that the spirit of the people within individuals generates a community of juridical conviction that is already in itself the law or is the force that constitutes law. 5. This informed the later belief that not only the law, but all actions and all the fates of the nation, could be comprehended as the manifestation or embodiment of the spirit of the people. According to this belief, the spirit of the people, the soul of the people, is the substratum, the substance of the nation, that which is permanent amidst all change, the unity within all individual differences, whereas individuals themselves are merely modi, mere appearances of this spiritual substance. 6. It is clear that this national spiritualism is also based on flawed reasoning. The phenomena of my psyche, my representations, feelings, and wants are the object of my immediate experience. The rational psychology of former times interpreted these phenomena as appearances of a permanent and particular object, as the activities of my soul. However, the powerful critique formulated by Kant proved everything that rational psychology believed itself capable of saying about this object to be the result of a fallacy. Since then we have no longer had a rational psychology that seeks to grasp psychological phenomena as appearances of the substance of the soul, but have had only an empirical psychology that describes the psychological phenomena directly given by experience representations, feelings, and wants, and that seeks to comprehend them in terms of their interdependence. Whereas the phenomena of my own psyche are directly given by my experience, the psychological phenomena of others are something I infer. I do not see the representations, feelings, and wants of others. I only see these others act, speaking, in movement and at rest, fighting, and sleeping. However, because I know from my own experience that for me physical movements are accompanied by psychological phenomena, I infer that this is also the case for other people. The physical movements of others appear to me inevitably as the expression of their wants as determined by their representations and feelings. Rational psychology interpreted the psychological phenomena of others as the product of a particular object, just as it interpreted the phenomena of my own psyche as the activity of my soul. It was thus confronted with the problem of how the individual soul entered into a relation with the soul of another. 24. This problem was resolved either in individualistic terms, by interpreting the empirical relations between individuals as the appearances of the interrelations between the soul and other homogeneous, simple, and permanent beings, or in universalistic terms, by constructing a general soul, a spiritual totality, that merely appears in the individual soul. The spirit of the people, the soul of the people as conceived of by national spiritualism, is also a descendant of this general spirit, which merely appears in the individual soul. Since Kant's critique of reason, however, we no longer recognize the existence of a substance of the soul, the activity of which could be understood as constituting the psychological event. Now we recognize only empirical psychological phenomena, which are understood in terms of their interdependence. As a result, we no longer understand the relations between people as the relations between these simple substances of the soul or as appearances of the one substance of the world spirit that reveals itself in the individual soul. Now our psychology recognizes its only task as that of understanding our own directly experienced representations, feelings, and wants, and the indirectly experienced representations, feelings, and wants in terms of their interdependence. Since Kant's critique of the concept of the soul, the spirit of the people has become nothing more than a romantic ghost. For instance, I notice that the behavior of a great number of Jews shares some feature. National spiritualism attempts to explain this correspondence by constructing a particular uniform and enduring substance, the spirit of the Jewish people, and to understand the similarity of Jewish actions as the result of every Jew's being an embodiment of the spirit of the people. But what is the spirit of the people? Either it is an empty word without any content, capable of explaining nothing, least of all concrete phenomena such as the behavior of a certain Mr. Cohn, or, if I want to give it content, this content must include that which is common to all Jewish actions. But if the spirit of the Jewish people is the abstract predisposition of persons named Cohn, Meyer, and Lowy, and whatever other names the individuals whose actions the concept seeks to explain may have, as a concept it has certainly not fulfilled its task. For what follows from this is, on the one hand, that Cohn and Meyer think in abstract terms because the spirit of the Jewish people manifests itself in them, and, on the other, that the spirit of the Jewish people is the predisposition to abstract thought because Cohn and Meyer think in abstract terms. The explanation in terms of the spirit of the people thus becomes a tautology, an analytical judgment. That which is to be explained is itself part of the alleged explanation, the alleged cause being nothing more than an abstraction of the effects that are to be explained. The spirit of the people cannot explain the national community of character because the spirit of the people is itself nothing but the national character transformed into a metaphysical essence, into a ghost. However, as we already know, the national character itself is not an explanation of the behavior of 25. Any given individual, but merely the recognition of the relative similarity of the behavior of the members of a nation in a particular era. It does not constitute an explanation, it requires explanation. It is this explanation of the national community of character that is the task of scholarship. The nation as community of nature. That children resemble their parents physically and intellectually and that siblings resemble one another is an age-old observation. Modern science attempts to illuminate this fact by drawing on our knowledge of the reproductive process. Fertilization consists of the union of two cells originating from a male and a female individual. The child resembles the father and the mother because it develops from the union of a paternal and a maternal cell. Siblings resemble one another because they have been produced from the union of cells from the same organisms. Since Hertwig succeeded in observing the developmental stages within the egg of the sea urchin, we have had a more precise understanding of the process out of which the new life form develops. A spermatozoon penetrates the ovum and sheds its flagellum, the head of the spermatozoon then forms a small vesicle within the ovum, the sperm nucleus. 7. The new sperm nucleus and the nucleus of the ovum drift toward one another. They meet in the center of the ovum, place themselves tightly against each other such that the contact surface is flattened, lose the membrane wall that separates them, and finally form a common nucleus. In this way the nuclei of the sperm and the ovum combine to form a simple germ nucleus. Age-old experience, based on innumerable individual observations, teaches us that the child resembles the parents. Observation of the fertilization process in a range of organisms has shown that the offspring develops out of the fusion of two cells, one from a paternal and one from a maternal body. Science concludes, therefore, that the specificity of each organism is determined by the quality of the sperm and ovum nuclei from the fusion of which the organism has developed. How is it, then, that the nuclei of the sperm and the ovum come to be the bearers of the characteristics of the individuals from which they derive, that they are capable of transferring the characteristics of one organism to another organism developing out of their fusion? At present science is still not capable of answering this question on the basis of precise observations, and we must therefore rely on hypotheses. Darwin assumed that all tissue in the body sheds minuscule gemmules, which accumulate and join together in the sexual cells. Consequently, it is the entire body of the father and of the mother that indirectly produces the child, since each part of the paternal and the maternal body produces one of these tiny germs. These then join together in the sexual cells, constituting, on 26. The one hand, the spermatozoon and, on the other, the ovum. And it is from the fusion of the nuclei of sperm and ovum, through growth and cell division, that the child develops. The paternal and maternal bodies thus produce the germs from which the child develops. This constitutes Darwin's provisional hypothesis of pangenesis. Modern scientific research no longer supports this conjecture. Darwin's hypothesis of pangenesis, according to which the sexual cells are formed from the germs produced and thrown off by the tissue of the body, has been replaced by the hypothesis formulated by Weismann of the continuity of the germ plasm. 8. The child develops from the germ nucleus produced from the fusion of the sperm and ovum nuclei. The germ plasm, the substance of this germ nucleus, then splits into two parts. One part, the active germ plasm, is subject to a range of only partially understood changes, ultimately leading to the development of the child's body. The other part, however, the inactive germ plasm, remains qualitatively unchanged. It forms the sexual cells of the child. According to this hypothesis, then, the sexual cells of the child are developed not from its own body, but directly from the parental sexual cells. The active germ plasm constructs the body of the child, is gradually used up and dies. The inactive germ plasm, on the other hand, is transmitted from the parents to the child, and maintains itself in the sperm or in the ovum of the child. It is immortal. The fact that over the ages one generation resembles another is explained by this hypothesis as the result of every generation's being the product of the same substance, of the germ plasm, which survives unchanged in the sexual cells and is transmitted from the parents to the child. What are the consequences of the doctrine of heredity, then, for the task of determining the essence of the nation? Let us first take the simplest case, a nation that is descended from one human couple, as is claimed by the legends of origin among the majority of peoples, or at least from one clan or horde. The problem of the community of character is confined in this case to the similarity between siblings. It is based solely on the inheritance of the same qualities from common ancestors. The nation thus acquires a material substratum, the germ plasm becomes the bearer of the nation. From the standpoint of Darwin's hypothesis, it is the continual process of germ formation from the body tissue and of body tissue from the germs that links the members of a nation to their most distant common ancestors and thereby to each other. An even simpler representation of the body as bearer of the national character is provided by Weismann's standpoint. In this case it is the unchanged germ plasm transmitted from generation to generation in the sexual cells that acts as the bearer of national peculiarities. Accepting this view as satisfactory would mean opposing the national spiritualism that we have already examined with the national materialism. The fact of national character, the commonality of character among the members of a nation, is obvious from experience, scholarship aims to explain. 27. National spiritualism represents the nation as the embodiment of a mysterious spirit of the people. National materialism, however, sees the substratum of the nation in a precisely organized material, in the germplasm transmitted from generation to generation. From the standpoint of national spiritualism, the history of the nation is nothing more than a manifestation of the progressive development of the spirit of the people according to its own internal laws. For national materialism, on the other hand, the history of the nation is the manifestation of the transformations of the germplasm. The whole of world history thus assumes the form of a mere reflection of the fate of the germplasm. The ability of the race to bear and beget determines the history of the people. The maintenance of the purity of blood, the mingling of the germs of different communities of descent, these are, then, the truly great world historical events that manifest themselves in the fates of individual human beings and those of entire nations. It cannot be denied that national materialism has reached a higher stage in the development of our knowledge of the essence of the nation than national spiritualism. For, as we have already established, the spirit of the people is not an explanation of the national community of character, but a metaphysical reinterpolation of it that is based on the replacement of a causal relationship by a tautology. National materialism, on the other hand, is based on an empirical fact, the physically mediated bequeathing of parental characteristics to children. The superiority of national materialism to national spiritualism is ultimately based on the fact that natural science cannot do without the concept of matter, the concept of a permanent substratum of the natural object as the condition of the causal relationships constituting the event, whereas psychology since Kant's critique of reason has been able to completely eliminate the concept of a spiritual substance. National materialism is based on the concept of matter, which still remains indispensable for our natural sciences, whereas national spiritualism is based on the concept of the substance of the soul, which has been abandoned by psychology. In spite of this, national materialism cannot suffice for us either. This is because national materialism is based on a concept of causality that has been superseded in the course of the development of the modern natural sciences. From a historico-psychological point of view, the concept of cause and effect has its roots in the immediate experience of the active human being. When I throw a stone, I have produced this action. I am the cause, the action, the effect. I, the cause, live on, whereas the action is completed in that moment. Ancient thought pictures every relationship of cause and effect according to the model of this immediate experience. Behind every event is an invisible living being, a god, a nymph, a satyr that produces the event. Gradually human beings outgrow this mythological concept of causality. However, even if it is no longer always a living being that is seen as necessarily present, it still remains the case that some sort of objective and permanent 28. Entity is regarded as the cause of the unique, transitory action. This is the substantial concept of causality. The external objects are bearers offerees that cause everything that occurs. The sun has a force that illuminates and heats, the stone a force of gravity, the earth a force of attraction, forces that are permanently linked to a certain and permanent entity, a certain substance. 9. It is now clear that national materialism is also based on this concept of causality. It is content as long as it has located a material substratum, a primary cause in the germplasm transmitted from generation to generation. This curious substance is the permanent element in all change, the common element in all difference. It contains the mysterious power to produce from itself individuals with particular characteristics. Once materialism has located a primary cause and invested it with a permanently effective force, the product of which appears as everything that is becoming and that is, it is content. However, for modern science this concept of causality has long been obsolete. First, mechanics has given the concept offeree a new meaning. It is now no longer regarded as a mysterious being concealed in a certain substance, like the dryad in the tree and the naiad in the stream of childish popular belief, but is regarded as a complementary concept to that of mass. And both lose their mythological character in that they are observed as mere quantities. Force is the acceleration exerted on a mass of a specific magnitude. Mass is the resistance of a body to a force of a specific magnitude. The force is measurable in that it is compared with another force working on the same mass. Mass is measurable in that it is compared with another mass on which the same force works. On this basis, phenomena of movement are quantitatively comparable. A mechanics founded on these principles has now become the foundation of all natural science. Now we no longer look, as was the case at the stage of the substantial concept of causality, for substances endowed with particular properties that, as the bearers of mysterious forces, produce the phenomena of heat, sound, light, and electricity. Rather, we now seek to trace heat, sound, light, and electricity back to processes of movement in the same material substratum, to grasp qualitative differences through their relationship to quantitative changes. We thus no longer inquire into substances as bearers of forces, no longer into primary causes, but comprehend every event as a transformation of energy. 10. We do not have a permanent, immutably effective substance on the one hand and, on the other, its changing effects. Rather, the phenomenon that is produced as an effect itself immediately produces new phenomena, which in turn give it the appearance of a cause, and so on in an endless chain. Our psychology no longer recognizes an affective capacity of the soul, but studies the successive psychological phenomena in terms of their interdependence. Natural science no longer inquires into substances that, as bearers of mysterious forces, are the constant conditions of change. Rather, it searches for the laws according to which one natural phenomenon follows from another, though, of course, the distinction remains that psychology has completely eliminated the concept of the soul as substance, whereas, in the case of natural science, all movement ultimately remains movement of an ultimate uniform material, to which the concept of substance has been reduced. The replacement of the essential by the actual concept of causality also delineates our own task. In what follows we shall not content ourselves with discovering in the germ plasm the material bearer of national specificity, discovering in its mysterious power to determine the individuals emerging from it the force that produces the nation. Rather, we shall locate the substance within the system of events in which every cause is at the same time also to be understood as an effect. The qualitatively determined germ plasm cannot be regarded as a mere cause, we must also understand it as an effect. If a particular material is the material substratum of the national community of character, we must inquire further as to the causes that in turn determine the quality of the material connecting the successive generations. How are we to understand in causal terms the specificity of the germ plasm that constitutes a material connection between fellow nationals? The theory of natural selection formulated by Darwin offers us one possible way here. The fact from which Darwin's theory proceeds is individual variation. Children of the same parental pair resemble each other, but are never identical. The larger the circle of individuals related by descent that we observe, the further the genealogical tree of a family branches out, then the more conspicuous are the individual differences between persons related by blood. The physical and intellectual features that distinguish consanguineous persons from one another are in part acquired characteristics. The individuals are different because their environments, their upbringings, their ways of life, their fates have been different. These variations do not include only those acquired by humans subsequent to birth, rather, individuals are already differentiated due to the fact that the conditions of life as experienced by children in the womb are never identical. However, it is certain that the individual differences between persons related by blood can never be completely explained on the basis of the differences between their experiences in the womb and following birth. Besides acquired differences, there are also inherited individual differences. If individuals related by blood resemble each other but are never identical, this is because the germ cells from which they have developed were not identical. Modern science attempts to explain this phenomenon through the examination of the nature and effects of amphimixis, through the observation of the reduction process, and ultimately on the basis of the assumption that the germ plasm is always formed by numerous elements of varying nature with different formative powers. It is not necessary here to go into the details of this hypothesis. Individual variation is an empirical fact that, however it is explained, cannot be denied. This individual variation is the precondition of natural selection. 30. Let us consider, for example, a nomadic people who live from hunting and rearing livestock. As long as plentiful pastures are available, the people's possibilities for obtaining food are unlimited. However, should this pastoral people and the pastoral peoples around it increase in number, the area available to each people will become too small, and a bitter and incessant conflict will develop between them over pastures and hunting grounds. In such conflicts it will obviously be those individuals who by chance as a result of individual variation are particularly suited to combat who will have the greatest chance of surviving and reproducing. The cowardly and the lethargic, those whose fists are too weak and whose eyes are not sharp enough, will be the first to perish in the ongoing struggles with the neighboring peoples. They will have the least chance of producing offspring. Those individuals who are best suited to combat will survive and reproduce their own type. Those less suited to combat will perish. Important here is the fact that the type constituted by the father is passed on to the son. If the individuals best suited to combat have a greater role in the reproduction of the people than those less suited to combat, the greater part of the coming generation will be made up of individuals suited to combat. If the conditions in which the people live remain unchanged, the entire people will ultimately be made up of individuals suited to combat. Those less well suited will almost completely disappear due to their continual elimination in combat. Darwin has compared the effect of the struggle for existence, as represented in this example, with the conscious strategies of the animal breeder. If, for example, an animal breeder uses only roosters with long tail feathers for breeding and excludes those with short tail feathers from reproduction, whole generations with progressively longer tail feathers will subsequently be bred. A variety of the Japanese Korean rooster with 6-foot long tail feathers is bred in this way. This artificial selection achieved through the conscious application of breeding methods is mirrored in nature, where the effects of the struggle for existence operate without the agency of a conscious will as a result of natural selection. In the case of the hunting and pastoral people, the conditions under which its members must maintain their existence have over time preferentially bred the variety best suited to combat and eliminated those less well suited, just as if some breeder had supervised their reproduction and allowed only those suited to combat to reproduce the species. The effects of natural selection are amplified by sexual selection. Among the nomadic peoples, for example, the men who particularly distinguish themselves in battle will enjoy the most prestige. It will be these men who enjoy the best reputation within the people as a whole to whom the women most gladly give their favors again, those best suited to combat. For this reason too, those best suited to combat will have good prospects of reproducing their own type. Thus, if we know how to utilize Darwin's fertile idea of natural selection, the theory of heredity takes on a quite new significance. National materialism. 31. Has contented itself with the observation that this or that nation exhibits this or that character trait because of heredity and ultimately because all the members of a nation have developed from the formative plasm that is the bearer of this or that characteristic. But if we know how to utilize Darwin's idea of natural selection, the situation becomes even clearer. The fact that this or that people is particularly suited to combat may indeed be based on physiologically determined heredity. But why is this ability to fight transmitted? Perhaps because centuries ago the ancestors of this people had to lead a warlike, nomadic existence, because those less suited to combat were increasingly eliminated from the process of reproduction and only those suited to combat could reproduce their own type. A people's inherited capacity for warfare is thus the precipitate of its history over previous centuries, the result of the conditions under which it has secured its means of existence. The transmission of character traits from parents to children is only a means by which the conditions in which a people seeks, labors, and struggles for its livelihood continue to exercise an effect on later generations. The theory of the transmission of such character traits does not contradict the so-called materialist conception of history of Karl Marx, but gives it a new meaning. The conditions in which a people produces its means of existence regulate selection. Those best adapted to these conditions survive and reproduce their type, thereby transmitting their character traits to later generations. Given the same conditions of production over a longer period of time, those who are less well adapted will be gradually eliminated. The conditions of production of earlier generations are thus mirrored in the inherited character traits of later generations. These conditions of production, however, are not a material of a particular type, but the embodiment of various social phenomena. These phenomena are described by history, understood by the social sciences as particular cases of general laws, and explained in terms of their interdependence. National materialism is content to interpret the history of the nation in terms of the efficacy of a qualitatively determined material invested with mysterious powers, the germ plasm. It believes it can explain the varying event by discovering the permanent substance within it. For us, however, natural heredity is only a means by which the varying fortunes of ancestors determine the character of all their descendants, and thereby bind these descendants together in a community of character, in a nation. For this reason, the national community of character is no longer merely the expression of the mysterious power of the substance from which all members of the nation have developed and that lives in all of them. Rather, it is regarded as being situated within the overall chain of events in which every cause is itself understood as an effect and everything that was initially an effect itself becomes a cause. 11. We have assumed until now that selection from among the different inherited individual variations within a people occurs in the form of natural. 32. And sexual selection. That natural selection as described here decides which characteristics are passed on is certain. On the other hand, the question of whether characteristics that are not congenitally inherited but acquired through a particular way of life are transmitted to subsequent generations is still a matter of dispute. At the time when our nomadic people was engaging in incessant combat with its neighbors as a result of population expansion, it consisted of persons who were either more or less suited to combat. These differences were congenital, having emerged in the play of cell reduction and amphimixis. There can be no doubt that, given certain conditions, the capacity for combat inherited by certain individuals in this way becomes an advantage in the struggle for existence, and that therefore, through this struggle for existence itself, a people suited to combat is bred as a consequence of the selection of those best adapted to the people's conditions of existence. However, Lamarck and Darwin assumed that an increased capacity for combat developing as the result of a way of life was also transmitted to the descendants. They thus argued that later generations would be better suited to battle than previous ones, not only because the less well-suited would be gradually wiped out and eliminated from reproduction, but also because fathers would transmit to their offspring the strategic ability and boldness practiced, acquired, and strengthened in numerous battles, the sharpened eyes and strengthened arms, that is, characteristics acquired through their way of life and not by virtue of the individual variation of the germ cell. If this were correct, the effect of particular conditions on the inherited characteristics of the descendants would of course be much more rapid and significant than if only the inherited characteristics were transmitted and the regulation of this process were left to the elimination from reproduction of those less well adapted to the specific conditions in which a people lives. It is clear that certain acquired characteristics are not passed on. We know from everyday experience, for example, that the scars a father or mother has from a wound are never transmitted to the child. But it is equally clear that certain characteristics that are acquired in life rather than inherited are transmitted to one's descendants, namely those having a direct influence on the germ cell. Thus, a condition acquired through alcohol use is undoubtedly transmitted to one's children because the alcohol poisons the liquid that nourishes the germ cells and thereby the germ plasm itself. On the other hand, the argument has still not been settled as to whether physical changes are passed on that are not acquired through a single chance event, but through a lasting influence, and that do not directly affect the nourishment of the germ plasm. Whatever the outcome of this debate, in principle it changes nothing regarding our view of the significance of natural heredity for the essence of the nation. The inherited characteristics of a nation are nothing but the precipitate of its past, its solidified history Startgeschichte, so to speak. The conditions. 33. Under which the ancestors' life have an effect on the following generations, in any case due to the fact that in the course of natural selection it is these conditions that decide which characteristics are passed on and which are eliminated. The effect of natural selection is perhaps increased by the transmission to later generations of characteristics acquired by their ancestors as a result of the particular conditions in which the latter live. Be that as it may, the inherited character is determined by nothing other than history, by the ancestral past. The members of a nation are thus physically and intellectually similar because they are descended from the same ancestors and have thereby inherited all those ancestral characteristics cultivated by the struggle for existence by way of natural and sexual selection, and perhaps also those characteristics acquired by their ancestors in striving to secure their livelihood. We thus understand the nation as a product of history. Those who aim to study the nation as a natural community cannot content themselves with interpreting a particular material, for instance, a germ plasm transmitted from parents to their children, as the substratum of the nation. Rather, they must study the history of the ancestors' conditions of production and exchange and attempt to comprehend the inherited characteristics of the descendants on the basis of the ancestors' struggle for existence. Today we of course still know very little about which characteristics can be passed on and how quickly the effects of changed living conditions express themselves in inherited characteristics. For this reason, we will always first attempt here to explain the actions of a nation on the basis of its contemporary habits, the effect of which cannot be denied. Only when this approach does not yield results will we look at the effects of the conditions of ancestral existence, which, by way of heredity, also have an effect on the descendants. The fact that such effects exist, however, that the history of the ancestors is alive in the inherited nature of the descendants, is beyond doubt. What is true of nations descended from one parental pair, one clan, or one horde is also true of peoples in whose veins the blood of different peoples is mingled. Thus, the French have inherited certain characteristics of the Gauls, the Romans, and the Germanic tribes. But this means nothing more than that the characteristics cultivated in these three peoples as a result of the nature of their struggle for existence reappear in the character of the French, that the history of these three peoples is still alive today, still effective in the character of each individual Frenchman. The conditions under which the ancestors labored and struggled for their means of existence determine the inherited characteristics of the descendants. Community of nature and community of culture. Let us assume that some immense catastrophe wipes out the German people, sparing only a few very young children. Let us further assume that, along with 34. The people, this catastrophe also destroys all German cultural treasures, all workshops, studios, schools, libraries, and museums. However, fortunate circumstances make it possible for the children of this unfortunate people to grow up and to establish a new people. Will this people be a German people? Of course, these children will have brought with them into the world the inherited natural predispositions of the German people, and they will not lose these. However, the language that they will slowly have to develop will not be a German language. Through a slow process of development, the new people will have to elaborate custom and law, religion and science, art and literature anew for itself, and the individuals living under such completely changed conditions will exhibit character traits quite different from those of Germans today. This example, which I have taken from a lecture given by Hatzchek, clearly shows that we have not fully grasped the essence of the nation if we comprehend it merely as a natural community, as a community of individuals linked by descent. 12. The specificity of the individual is never determined only by inherited predispositions, but also by the relations within which he himself lives, by the manner in which he must seek his livelihood, by the quantity and type of goods that his labor brings him, by the customs of the people among whom he lives, by the law to which he is subject, and by the influences of the worldview, literature, and art that affect him. Individuals with the same inherited predispositions, if subject from earliest childhood to other cultural conditions, would become a different people. The nation is never only a community of nature, but also a community of culture. But there is more to this. The rigorous demarcation of national individualities cannot be comprehended on the basis of the community of nature alone. For every community of nature is dominated by the tendency toward continual differentiation. Moritz Wagner has pointed out how geographic separation leads to the emergence of new species. 13. The German tribes, for example, certainly originated from a common ancestral people. However, through the process of migration, the descendants of this ancestral people spread out over a wide area. The conditions in which the individual tribes lived thus became quite distinct from one another. Those of the alpine inhabitants differed from those of the lowland inhabitants, those of the inhabitants of the mountains bordering the Bohemian plateau differed from those of the water-cant inhabitants. 14 different conditions cultivated different specificities and thus different characters in the tribes. These differences remained because the geographic separation of the tribes prevented intermarriage. Given these conditions, one might suppose that distinct peoples would have necessarily developed out of the different tribes and that the inherited specificities of these peoples would have also ultimately become quite distinctive. As in ancient times the Celts, Germanic tribes, and Slavs emerged from a common ancestral people, the German people would have necessarily disintegrated into a 35 number of independent peoples, who would immediately have been subject to a further process of differentiation and in turn divided over the centuries into smaller groups quite distinct from one another. However, history teaches us that this process of differentiation is counteracted by a contrasting process of unification. Thus, it is undoubtedly the case that the Germans of today constitute a nation in a quite different sense from that, for instance, of the Middle Ages. Today the Germans of the Baltic coast have much more in common with the Germans of the Alpine regions than was the case, for instance, in the 14th century. This unification of tribes to form a single people cannot be comprehended on the basis of the facts of natural heredity. These explain only the separation of groups from one people, never the emergence of a nation from different tribes. This process can be grasped only on the basis of the influences exerted by a common culture. In what follows, the emergence of the unitary nation from different tribes living under different conditions and not linked by intermarriage will be discussed in detail. If we regard the nation, on the one hand, as a community of nature and, on the other, as a community of culture, this does not mean we are considering different causes that determine the national character. The character of human beings is never determined by anything other than their fate. The national character is never anything other than the precipitate of a nation's history. The conditions under which humans produce their livelihood and distribute the fruits of their labor determine the fate of every people. On the basis of a particular form of production and distribution, a particular intellectual culture also emerges. However, the history of a people determined in this way has a twofold effect on the descendants of that people. On the one hand, there is an effect in the form of natural heredity, which entails particular physical characteristics being cultivated by the struggle for existence and passed on to the descendants. On the other hand, particular cultural elements are created and handed down to the descendants by way of upbringing, custom, and law, and the effects of social interaction. The nation is never anything other than a community of fate. However, the effect of this community of fate is realized, on the one hand, through the natural bequeathing of qualities cultivated by the common fate of the nation and, on the other, through the handing down of cultural elements, the specificity of which is determined by the fate of the nation. Thus, when we consider the nation as a community of nature and then as a community of culture, we are not considering different causes that determine the character of human beings. Rather, we are identifying the different means by which the same causes the conditions of the ancestral struggle for existence exert an effect on the character of the descendants. The fortunes of the ancestors determine the character of the descendants, on the one hand, through the natural transmission of certain characteristics and, on the other, through the handing down of certain elements of culture. 36. considering the nation as a community of culture or, in other words, considering how the national character is determined by the shared tradition of cultural elements passed down from earlier generations provides us with a more solid foundation than did the attempt to explain the origins of the national community of character on the basis of the natural transmission of physical characteristics. Whereas in the case of heredity we were limited to less certain observations and in general forced to rely on hypotheses, in the case of culture we have the firmer foundation of human history. We will attempt, as extensively as possible within the given framework of this study, to illustrate the essence of the nation as a community of culture with an example, namely that of the emergence of the cultural community of the Germans. However, the aim here is not to ascertain how the German national character with its determinate content has come into being. That is to say, the aim is not to investigate which characteristics constitute the German national character and then to examine how each of these characteristics emerged in the history of the Germans. Rather, using the example of the German nation, we intend to show how the national character in general, whatever its nature, can be determined by the transmission of historically developed cultural elements. This approach is analogous to that employed in the discussion of the nation as a natural community, where our goal was not to explain the emergence of a certain national character by way of selection and heredity, but only to shed light on the emergence of the national character in general through the natural transmission of characteristics cultivated in the struggle for existence. Rather than explaining the emergence of a particular national character, our task entails bringing to light the means by which the transmission of cultural elements is able to produce a national community of character in general. We are concerned here not with the derivation of a particular national character and its determinate content, but with the formal process of the emergence of the national character out of a community of culture. The Germanic national community of culture. In the era of clan communism, the basic unit of the Germanic social structure was the clan or kin group Sippschaft or Magschaft. During the period in which the Roman authors, whose work constitutes the oldest detailed descriptions of the Germanic communities available to us, recorded their observations, the clan consisted of a large number of persons who were related by blood and whose line of descent was traced via the male lineage back to one man. The clan was above all the basic unit around which the economy of the Germans was organized. At the time of their struggles against Caesar, the Germans had reached the economic stage of nomadic agriculture. Rather than cultivating the same area of land year in and year out, they still pursued 1537. The practice of taking new land each year. This was made possible by the fact that free, uncultivated land was plentiful. The chiefs of the clan groups Volkerschaften annually allocated land to the individual clans, which then proceeded to cultivate it. 16. The clan was thus the unit that annually took an area of land as its own. During the early phase of agricultural development, the members of the clan cultivated this land together. The clan was also the basis of Germanic military organization. The men of each clan fought alongside their fellow clan members in battle. It was also the clan that provided protection for the individual. If one German injured or killed another, the perpetrator was pursued by the clan of the victim. The perpetrator himself was in turn provided with protection by his own clan. As a consequence, every violation of the peace resulted in a feud between the two clans. This feud ended with the establishment of a reconciliation treaty. The clan Sipp of the perpetrator paid a fine to the kin Maganjay of the victim. And when later the freely concluded reconciliation treaty between the clans was replaced by a treaty concluded before a court, the plaintiff and the accused both appeared before the court with their kin, who attested to the credibility of those under oath. Such clans formed the groups that constituted the small communities into which the Germans divided. The clan group Volkerschaf had no fixed relationship to the land. It was not a territorial unit, that is to say, not a unit made up of all those settled on a particular piece of land. This would not have been possible at a time when the Germans had not yet fully developed beyond the cultural stage of nomadism, but a unit made up of clans allied with one another. Even the units we find within the clan group, the centuries and millennia that constituted the army and became the basis of the legal constitution that gradually grew out of the feuding between the clans, were not territorially defined. either in terms of juridical or military levy districts. Rather, they were associations of persons personenverdende, narrower associations of clans within the clan group. The clan groups did not have any association that bound them together. They were independent political units, independently waging war and forming alliances or feuding with one another like independent states. Where is the nation to be found in this era? Of course, we cannot hope to find the nation-state here. The clan groups were not united by any common political force. Where, then, do we find the nation? Above all, it was common descent that constituted the Germans as a nation in this era. Common origin still formed the foundation of all social groupings. The clan was the fixed basis of every social unit. A number of related clans formed the clan group, and all the clan groups together constituted the nation. The nation appeared as the clan group of the people, so to speak, as the unit constituted by all clan groups descended from the one Germanic ancestral people. Germanic people also conceived of themselves in this way. In 38 time-honored songs, Tacitus tells us, their only form of historical record, they celebrate the god Otto, the son of the earth, and his son Manus as the founders of their people. Of course, the Germans were also linked with other Indo-Germanic peoples by descent. Their nearest relatives were probably the Celts and the Slavs. The point at which the Celts broke away from this common ancestral people lies too far back in time to be clearly identifiable. It seems that the Germans separated themselves from the Slavs much later and initially inhabited the land between the Oder and the Vistula on the edge of the Baltic Sea. A great many centuries must have passed before the clan groups observed by Caesar and Tacitus emerged from this Germanic ancestral people. But common descent produces a common culture. All the different Germanic clan groups that gradually developed out of the original ancestral people shared the same language passed down from their ancestors, the same concept of the moral and the immoral, the same law, the same religious ideas, the same inherited forms of production. The fate of the ancestral people of the Baltic coastal region produced a particular culture that became the heritage of all these clan groups. For life within these clan groups was tightly circumscribed by tradition. Only slowly did the law change among peoples to whom legislation was unknown and to whom inherited law appeared as a gift from the gods, not created by human beings, but merely uncovered by the members of the assembly of able-bodied men. Only slowly did the art of cultivation and of working materials change among peoples who did not employ a methodical science to find effective means of mastering the forces of nature for human purposes, but who rather relied on the sons learning simple techniques from the father or maternal uncle. In this way, the entire culture of these people was passed from generation to generation, and in the inherited elements of the cultures of all these clan groups already living completely separated from one another, experiencing different fates in different regions, all of the common cultural elements passed down from the time of the common ancestral people remained dominant. For this reason, all Germans were of a similar character. Just as, according to Tacitus, they were physically similar, with powerful bodies, sandy hair, and blue eyes, so too were they similar in terms of their representations, thoughts, feelings, and wants. We may surely speak of a Germanic national character in this era. It was produced by the common fate of the common ancestors. The shared fate of the ancestral people produced a common character, and this character was bequeathed to all Germanic kinship groups, Magskaften and clan groups. It was bequeathed naturally, in the sense of the resemblance between child and parent, but also through the transmission of the culture of the ancestral people, which provided the foundation of the culture of all its descendants. Just as the Germans of this era constituted a community of nature, the character of which reflected the fate of the ancestral people in all the 39 clan groups as a result of the transmission of germinal material from parents to child, so too were they a community of culture. In the culture of all these clan groups the culture of the ancestral people still survived. For this reason all these peoples led an existence circumscribed by similar forms of work, similar social relations, similar laws, similar religious ideas, similar languages, and similar customs. Common descent and a culture that had been passed down from the same ancestral people produced among all of them the community of character that made them a nation. Thus, the community of character of the Germans rested firmly on their common descent, which influenced every individual, bringing forth similar natural predispositions and forming the character of each individual through the same process of cultural transmission. And this cultural transmission was indeed common to all Germans of the time, common first in the sense that within the clan group no one was excluded from this culture and all shared in it equally. For the clan group, based on the common property of the clan, did not recognize any social differences that could have led to cultural differences. Every member took part in the thing, the People's Assembly, which decided on war and peace, on migration and settlement. Each took part in the judicial assembly that arbitrated in the feuds between the clans according to ancient inherited principles, the origins of which lay in the distant past and which could thus be attributed to divine intervention. All Germanic people learned the same art of cultivation, the same methods of cattle breeding, cloth making, and hunting from their parents in the same way. Whether the same clan had from time immemorial provided the clan group with its king or whether it was the boldest in this or that clan who was elected Duke Herzog, all had a share in the primitive culture of the nation, all were affected by the inherited elements of the culture. These elements operated with the same force in every individual, producing his entire constant being, his character. Moreover, a national Germanic culture existed in this era in yet another sense. At this time there were still no fixed borders separating the tribes that were later to become the ancestors of the modern German people from the other Germanic tribes. To speak of a German people in this period would be to transpose the results of much later developments onto the period of clan communism. The cultural community during this period, based firmly on common descent, still constituted all Germanic communities as a nation. Of course, every such nation, whose unifying bond is constituted by common ancestry and a culture based on shared traditions inherited from an ancestral people, carries within it the seed of its own decay, the tendency for an originally unified people to split into different nations. This is a general law. Every nation whose cultural community is based exclusively on common descent faces the threat of differentiation. We can illustrate this by turning again to the example of the family. The 40 children of the same father and mother recognize each other as siblings. They resemble one another physically, and their character is determined by the same experiences in the family home, by the same parental influences, by similar fates. In the next generation the community may well remain intact, a number of similarities may emerge among the siblings' children by virtue of their being related by blood and subject to similar influences. But with each new generation this similarity progressively disappears. The German language in its present form no longer even includes a word with which the grandchildren of siblings can describe their bond with one another. And who of us still recognizes the community of blood that links us with a stranger we encounter due to the fact that in the 6th or 8th or 10th generation of our family trees we share a common ancestor? The case is very similar among nations insofar as they are united by nothing more than common ancestry, irrespective of the fact that this might be manifested in a common cultural heritage as well as a common biological origin. Initially it is the community of nature itself that gradually becomes less cohesive. In the case of the ancestors of the ancient Germans, the same fate had produced the same characters. In the struggle for existence, those who had not adapted to the conditions in which that people lived did not survive, thus similar conditions favored the survival of similar individuals and produced the similarity of their descendants. Thus, a particular type emerged and was passed on. This particular type was passed on among the Germans on the North Sea coast as it was among those on the Upper Rhine. However, different forces now began to take effect on the geographically separate clan groups. The external conditions of existence under which they lived had become different, the struggle for existence continued to exert an effect, but there was a difference between the effect among the Frisians living on the coast and the effect among the Chatti or the Cherusci, between the effect in the west and that in the east, between the effect among the Germanic communities who had to survive frequent battles with the Romans and the effect among clan groups that were protected from the Roman legions by vast forests. In this way the natural predispositions of the clan groups became differentiated. From century to century their children became progressively different from one another. And since wide stretches of land now separated the Germanic tribes from one another, these differences could no longer be counteracted through intermarriage. Moreover, that which applied to the transmission of natural predispositions applied to an even greater extent to the transmission of culture. Over the course of centuries, the influences acting on the culture of the clan groups had become infinitely varied. A common core, passed down over centuries, necessarily remained. But increasingly the centuries undermined this core, shaping new cultural elements among the clan groups in an almost imperceptible process of continual development, elements that were no longer 41 homogeneous, but differentiated. There was no interaction between the Chatti and the Frisians, and their experiences and their fates were quite distinct. Was it not inevitable that the language of the Chatti gradually became increasingly different from that of the Frisians? Was it not inevitable that the ways in which they worked, their legal constitutions, their ideas, customs, and religious conceptions became more and more dissimilar? The unitary Germanic nation was thus threatened with disintegration. The further the Germanic groups expanded their territory and the more they turned to settled agriculture and became more closely bound to the soil, the more community, interaction, and intermarriage between them ceased, the greater the difference between the ways in which their fates were shaped, the more their characters changed. The greater the differences between the external influences acting upon them, the greater the stretches of land separating them, the more differentiated their language also became, with the result that they gradually lost the tool of their interaction. The Germanic nation was thus threatened with disintegration into a number of independent nations. These nations into which the Germanic nation began to disintegrate were not, however, the innumerable Germanic communities constituted by the clan groups, but the tribes. Clan groups that predominantly shared the same origin, lived close to each other, and were not separated by large rivers or mountain ranges were affected by the same cultural influences. They became increasingly similar due to the fact that they to some extent shared the same fate, frequently interacted with one another, and, in particular, formed bonds through intermarriage. Such groups developed a similar tribal character. A common language was maintained through continual interaction, a community of blood was established through ongoing intermarriage, the settlement of the same land, the struggle with the same enemies, that is, the same fate created similar characters. Continual interaction transmitted the experiences of related and closely situated clan groups from one to the other and thus increasingly shaped a unitary tribal culture. Although the bond that linked all Germanic people became progressively weaker, the tribe now emerged in the form of a community of clan groups sharing the same origins and the same ethos and increasingly separate from its neighboring tribes. The Germanic people now became Alemanni and Franks, Saxons and Bavarians, Goths and Vandals. The differentiation of the tribes was initially an effect of the diversity that developed within the Germanic people as a whole, promoted by the transition to settled agriculture and by the territorial isolation of the clan groups and increasing from generation to generation. It was fostered by a significant change in political organization, which, at the same time, was primarily caused by radical economic changes. The old Germanic form of political organization was transformed by two major historical phenomena: on the one hand, the transition to settled agriculture and, on the other, the Germanic 42. Hunger for land in the face of the mounting pressure exerted by the peoples of the East and by their own population growth. In Tacitus's time there was still no shortage of land, et superest ager, said Tacitus, land is available in abundance. However, with the growing population the arable land available gradually petered out. The form of extensive cultivation in use at this time was unable to exploit the old land enough to feed the growing population. No wonder, then, that a hunger for land was awakened in the tribes, who were already accustomed to war. And where could it have been easier to conquer land than in the large regions of the Roman Empire now weak with age, whose rotten border fortifications were unable to withstand the barbarian onslaught? However, the individual clan groups were too weak to fight the Romans. As a result, the clan groups linked by common blood and the same culture joined forces, initially as a military alliance, which then progressively formed itself into a lasting community. In this way Germanic communities emerged in the form of tribes ruled by tribal kings. In the case of those not forced to join in the process of tribal unification by the struggle with the Romans, it was the new settled form of existence that necessitated the combining of clan groups to form tribes. For it was now no longer possible for all able-bodied men to go to war, as had been the case during the nomadic period. Work in the fields now required a part of the male population to remain behind, and this fact rendered the clan group too weak in military terms. In order to triumph in battle against its enemies, it was now forced to combine with neighboring clan groups to form a politically unified tribe. Militarily weakened by their settled form of existence, the clan groups formed alliances from which grew the tribe as a political community. Around the year 350, the Alemanni were under the rule of at least 10 kings. A century later they were establishing themselves as a unified community. A short time later the Frankish king Clovis, combining force and cunning, eliminated the leaders of the clan groups and founded the tribal kingdom ruled by his dynasty. 17 The turmoil of the great migrations led to an increasing consolidation of these tribes. Shared fortunes in these warlike times gradually blurred the boundaries between clan groups within the tribe, constituting the latter as a unitary nation. At the same time, the shared Germanic cultural identity was rapidly being lost. The tribes that successfully conquered the collapsing parts of the old Roman Empire and came under the influence of this old superior culture soon became completely estranged from the tribes that remained in their home territories. But these tribes, too, due to their having adopted a settled form of existence, were being separated by an ever-widening gulf. It is in this era that the phonetic shift began to separate Upper and Low German, with the result that a linguistic gulf split what remained of the nation in the old home territories into two parts, a gulf that has still not been bridged today. What could more clearly signify the growing estrangement of the 43 tribes, the complete lack of any community of interaction, than linguistic disunity? During this period, when the Germans were being increasingly split by the establishment of a settled form of existence and the shared culture of a feudal ruling class had not yet developed, the Germanic nation had ceased to exist, but a German nation had not yet emerged. The old nation had been split into a number of increasingly estranged tribes, the children of which rapidly developed different predispositions as a result of the different fates of their fathers and distinctive cultures inherited from their parents, which seldom intermarried with other tribes, which were no longer linked within a community of interaction and, as a consequence, soon developed their own distinct tribal languages. The old community of culture, based on common descent from the Germanic ancestral people, no longer sufficed to constitute the tribes we understand today as the forefathers of the German nation as a national unit. Before this formation of a nation could be possible, a new community of culture had to be established, and it was the feudal system that provided its foundation. The cultural community of the knights. In the age of feudalism, on a hill stands a castle, and surrounding it the land of the lord of the castle. Some distance away lies a peasant village. The peasants are obliged to work the land of the lord without remuneration, a practice called soccage or robot, and to pay dues to the lord at regular intervals, and in the case of death or marriage, the lord of the manor passes judgment on the peasants in the manorial court of justice. He himself or his representative, the bailiff, regulates the use of the common land, the forest, and the pastures, and he calls the local community to arms when an enemy invades the territory. This is a general picture of the feudal system which formed the basis of the German social structure during the Middle Ages. The feudal system was based on unpaid labor, on the exploitation of the peasants. Admittedly, this was a restricted form of exploitation, for as a rule the grain cultivated by the peasant for the feudal lord on the lord's land and the cattle that the peasant provided were not sold. At this time there was still no market for agricultural products, and each person still produced his own grain. Thus, the peasants did not need to work for the lord any more than was required to provide the latter with food for himself, his family, and his servants. The stomach walls of the feudal lord were the limits of the exploitation of the peasants. In return for the labor of the peasants, the seigneurial class also assumed responsibility for a particular social task, namely the defense of the land. This was closely tied to the radical change in the organization of military force brought about by the increasingly closer ties between the peasant and the soil. 44. On which he had lived since the transition to settled agriculture. We have seen that this change already proved a driving force in the banding together of clan groups to form tribes. The more intensive the cultivation, the more difficult it became to call the peasants to arms for military campaigns. Thus, in this era the peasant no longer went to war, but instead provided labor and thereby nourishment for the lord and his servants, who went to war in the peasant's place. The old military structure had been broken down by the new economic structure. Now it was only if the enemy actually invaded the territory that the peasant himself took up arms. The offensive army, however, was no longer made up of foot soldiers, as was nearly always the case with the Germanic army in the time of Tacitus. Indeed, how would it have been possible in this era, which had few means of transport, for the feudal lords and their servants throughout the extensive empire of the Carolingians, stretching over France, Germany, and Italy, to travel by foot and assemble to fight against their common foes? Just as their enemies Arabs, Avars, Magyars took to horse, so did the army made up of feudal lords and their retinues become a mounted army. Thus, the typical features of their respective ways of life divided the people into two parts: on the one side the peasants, long since settled and bound to the soil, and on the other the seigneurial knights and their retinues, whose sole social function was the defense of the land against the enemy. The class of the knights was of course the dominant class. By entrusting it with the bearing of arms, the peasant also placed the tools of power in its hands and submitted to its domination. We are not interested here in the long historical process in which the feudal system, with its differentiation of knight and peasant, developed out of the Germanic social structure. We are also not concerned with the changes undergone by the feudal system itself during the Middle Ages. The only question that concerns us here is this: where in the age of feudalism is the nation? We must be wary here of continuing to look for that which binds the nation together in the principle of common descent. For by this time the territorial separation of the tribes and the absorption of foreign elements had long since destroyed the old natural community upon which the Germanic cultural community had still been based. It was among the peasants that the effect of territorial isolation was strongest. Peasants in different regions and of different tribes were no longer linked by a bond of interaction. Their blood was no longer mixed through intermarriage. Natural selection took effect differently in each region, where the situation, the fate, the struggle for existence of the peasants now took on diverse forms, and the resulting differences were not counteracted by interbreeding. Thus, the peasants of virtually every different valley developed into a separate race, in that the struggle for existence brought forth a distinctive type that was not interbred with the neighboring people. For centuries, the diversity of descent from different tribes and parts of tribes that had long 45 been leading an independent existence, cut off from the peasants of other regions, had exerted a far stronger effect than had common descent from one ancestral people. What did the Upper Frank, for instance, have in common with the Saxon, or indeed even with the Lower Frank? Territorial isolation, then, increasingly differentiated the tribes and brought about the emergence of numerous smaller peoples from the one people, with the differences between them including those of descent and natural predisposition. Added to this was a second factor, that of interbreeding with foreign peoples, which inevitably blurred the character of the ancient natural community, particularly since this interbreeding was highly diverse across the different parts of Germany. Apart from the Germanic people, the first people to contribute blood to that of the modern-day Germans were, as far as our historical records can tell us, the Celts. Research into the oldest contacts between Celts and Germans struggles with the obscurity of this period of history. Grave finds have shown that Germanic people exchanged all kinds of weapons and household tools with the Celts and learned various crafts from them, in particular the art of processing metals. Even the Germanic communities in the far north came under the influence of Celtic culture, as the finds at Hallstatt and Lottin have shown us. 18. The comparative analysis of languages has also shown that many Celtic words must have been absorbed into the Germanic vocabulary at an early stage. However, the relations between the two peoples became much closer once the Germanic people began to make their way into Celtic territory. The area between the Oder and the Vistula was in all probability the first area of settlement of the Germanic people. From here they advanced slowly into the land between the Rhine and the Oder and soon across the Rhine itself. However, this land was not unoccupied, the Celts had already been living there for a long time. We do not know what form relations between the two nations originally took. We know only that the Germanic people ultimately became the Celts' masters. This fact may be connected with the great Celtic migrations into Italy in the 4th century BC, and in the 3rd century BC into Thrace, Macedonia, Greece, and Asia Minor. It is thus probable that as a result of being weakened by the departure of the greater part of the people then living in modern-day Western Germany, the Celtic clan groups were subjugated by Germanic settlers. Caesar also reported that Germanic domination in Germany had been preceded by a time in which the Celts were militarily and politically superior to the Germans. 19. How, then, did the movement of the Germans into Celtic land come about? There is no doubt that Germanic groups frequently moved into areas that the Celtic peoples had previously abandoned. Thus, in present-day Württemberg and Baden, Germanic settlers found unoccupied land that had once belonged to the Helvetii. Similarly, the Belgi migrated at the time of 46. Germanic settlement. However, it is clear that Germanic groups also conquered Celtic areas in which at least a part of the Celtic people had remained and that they forced these Celts into various types of dependent relationships. The survival of Celtic names for places and rivers leads us to suppose that the land occupied by Germanic groups was not void and without form, but inhabited by Celts. Moreover, Celtic origins are recognizable in the forms of settlement and land distribution. What, then, was the fate of the Celts when Germanic people moved into their land? Can it be assumed that Germanic clans interbred with the Celts? In later times, particularly during the periods of migration, this certainly occurred. In the army of the Cimbri there were numerous Celtic troops. The East Germanic clan groups that destroyed the Roman Empire all had foreign, often Celtic, elements within their ranks. In cases where the Celts did not merge with the Germanic clans, they initially lived separately as unfree or semi-free. 20. Settled on the land they paid tribute to the Germanic clans and were under the authority of the Germanic community. The semi-free and unfree that Tacitus wrote of undoubtedly included many Celtic elements. This is important for our knowledge of the origins of the Germans, since these semi-free and unfree were later completely integrated into the German people. Where the complete absorption of these Celtic elements did not occur during the Germanic period or during the era of the Great Migrations, the great process of class formation in the Middle Ages completed their total assimilation with the integration of the unfree into both social classes, the knights and the peasants. And in fact the unfree, including the Celtic element, found their way into both classes, both that of the peasantry and that of the knights. The formation of classes in the Middle Ages completed a process that had begun with the Germanic settlement of the Celtic lands and the interbreeding with foreign peoples during the Great Migrations, the complete assimilation of the Celtic element. It should be added that among the unfree there were undoubtedly other elements besides the Germanic and the Celtic, although their numbers were certainly far smaller. Roman prisoners of war were also forced into servitude by their Germanic masters. Roman veterans who settled in the border regions of Germania also gradually came under Germanic domination. The elements that were forced into servitude by the Germanic communities and that gradually intermingled their blood with that of the latter were indeed diverse, for the Roman legions during the imperial age were drawn from all the peoples of the Mediterranean basin. And all these elements, if they had not already been assimilated, were certainly incorporated into the German people by the process of class formation in the Middle Ages. In the Middle Ages, these foreign elements were augmented by yet another element that was likewise incorporated into the blood of the German. 47. People, namely the Slavic element. This augmentation was connected with the settlement of eastern Germany by German knights and peasants. It was through the great process of the colonization of the East and the South that the German people came to absorb large masses of people of Slavic descent. The entire history of the German people from the time when, as Tacitus tells us, land was available in abundance until the last centuries of the Middle Ages was characterized by the slow, tenacious extension of their own land. During this period, the slow progress in the area of agricultural technology allowed for only the limited division of the peasant's Heidhöfe if the peasant was to be able to survive with his family from the little land he had. The peasant's son, unable to inherit, was nevertheless at first able to establish new farmland in the region of his birth by cultivating abandoned or uncultivated seigneurial land. However, the available land in the home region was gradually exhausted, with the result that the sons of the peasantry began to migrate in large numbers into the northeast and the southeast, a movement that resulted in the seizure of no less than 3/5 of the land that is today part of Germany. This colonization was for the most part led by the knight nobility. It first subjugated the Slavic clan groups militarily, obligated them to pay dues, and imposed the German county structure upon them. Under the protection of this nobility, the sons of German peasants, and later also urban dwellers, then gradually moved into the land. The extensive communal forests were taken from the Slavs and cultivated. Gradually the numbers of German colonists increased beyond those of the Slavic inhabitants. Now began the process of assimilation through which the Slavic nature was ultimately integrated into that of the Germans. The most important tool of the transmission of Germanic culture to the Slavs was the Church. The conversion of the Slavs to Christianity at this time signified the triumph of German custom, and the presbyteries became the focal point of a gradual Germanization. The conversion of the heathen Slavs to Christianity, their subjection to Germano-Christian influences, gradually made them more like their German colonizers. Intermarriage also linked the two peoples. Thus, in the March of Thuringia, in the Margravate of Meissen, in the whole of the present-day Kingdom of Saxony and in the territories on the river Main once controlled by the Wends, the Slavic was absorbed by the German. 21. The course of colonization was not very different in Mecklenburg, Pomerania, Silesia, or the border regions of Bohemia, except for the fact that in these cases the indigenous Slavic princes had actively summoned the German colonists. And even where the Germans took possession of land already under cultivation, driving the Slavs from their farmlands and appropriating them, the Slavic element was never completely eliminated. Even in Brandenburg, where almost as quickly as the Wends could establish new farmland the Germans took it from them and, through severe repression, certainly wiped out a substantial proportion of the Slavic inhabitants, a part of the 48. Slavic population, albeit a small one, was absorbed into the ranks of the German conquerors. The result was that throughout the northeastern and southeastern parts of Germany the German element was mixed with Slavic blood. Medieval German colonization thus repeated the pattern already established by the Germanic conquest of Celtic territory. The previous settlers of the land, banished only in part by their Germanic conquerors, were initially subjugated, then gradually outnumbered by the new settlers, before finally merging with them. The two became mixed to such a degree that today no sensible person would attempt to distinguish between the proportions of Germanic and foreign blood. All later ethnic mingling with the German people that came with the bourgeois era was insignificant in comparison with these two great historical processes that wove the Celtic and the Slavic element into the tissue of the German organism. A survey of 4 million Prussian and Bavarian elementary school children revealed that only 35.47% of the children in Prussia and 20.36% of those in Bavaria were of the pure Germanic type: pale skin, blonde hair, blue eyes. However, what interests us here is the fact that this great process of the absorption of foreign elements necessarily had a differentiating effect, that it necessarily destroyed the old unitary German community of descent. For the foreign element was different in different parts of Germany, and where it was the same in more than one place, the respective impacts were different. And just as the origin of the Germans in the different parts of Germany became increasingly diverse, so too did Maoris necessarily become increasingly heterogeneous. To be sure, the cultural historian still finds elements in the medieval culture of the Germans that testify to the common origins of their culture among an ancestral people. However, a great many generations separated the German peasants of the Hohenstaufen era from these common roots. 22 More and more, that which had been commonly inherited was obscured by new cultural elements gradually emerging in different regions. The Middle Ages were characterized by a radical process of differentiation, of cultural particularism. Our legal sources show us how a wealth of locally distinctive laws increasingly grew out of the uniform system of law. Language had long become differentiated into numerous dialects, living habits and customs differed almost from one feudal domain to another, from valley to valley. And yet it was precisely during this period of differentiation that the unitary German nation emerged. The unifying moment that linked the nation together, however, was no longer that of a common culture handed down from a common ancestral people, but that of a new community of culture, one that united not all Germans, but only the class that ruled over all Germans. It was a cultural community of the knights that initially united the dominant classes of the Germans and that first welded the Germans into a nation. From the time of the transition to settled agriculture, the peasant had been 49. Securely bound to the soil, and, since close ties now linked him with his fellow villagers and fellow peasants within the district mark or estate, he was no longer tied to a broader national community. On the other hand, within the knighthood of the tribes constituting the German people there developed a close community of interaction Verkehrsgemeinschaft. The knighthood was first and foremost the army of the empire. Emperor and empire called the imperial princes, vassals, and liegemen to arms. And the imperial princes and imperial vassals in turn called their own vassals and ministerials. 23 The army thus brought together knights from throughout the empire. In the same way, a large part of the knighthood was brought together in an earlier period by the military assembly on the field of May and later by the imperial diet. 24 But apart from the opportunity for interaction among the knighthood presented by the workings of the feudal state, there was also a degree of voluntary interaction unifying this social sphere. Feuds and factions rapidly produced different alliances and leagues among the knights. The regional diets of the great feudal lords brought members of the knighthood from across large areas together at the one court, usually at the time of the great church festivals. Social intercourse linked castle with castle, neighbor with neighbor, more or less as it does in the countryside today, where the residences of the high nobility still living on the land are linked through social intercourse, whereas the peasant knows only his village neighbor. Thus, the lifestyle of the knights provided incomparably more opportunities for different forms of interaction across narrow regional borders. New ideas and customs spread rapidly from castle to castle, whereas the peasants, confined within the narrow borders of the small local community, were completely under the spell of tradition. However, it was not only interaction between individuals, the personal contact that took place on diverse occasions, that established a close community within the knighthood of the tribes that were developing into the German people. The high intellectual culture of the period was already proving to be a unifying bond. The history of high intellectual culture, of science, art, and literature, is a history of leisure. The peasant, tightly fettered to the heavy work of agriculture, could not have a high intellectual culture. Thus, in the period in which the people had already made the transition to settled agriculture, but before the development of the feudal system had produced a large class of those devoted to leisure who could enjoy the art of the knightly poet, the entire intellectual culture lay in the hands of a foreign power, the Church. The monasteries and bishoprics were wealthy feudal estates at an early stage, with hundreds of peasants obliged to pay dues and provide labor service. Thus, the monasteries themselves were freed from heavy physical work. The study of the Latin language provided them with the tool for understanding, albeit in rudimentary form, the inherited intellectual treasures of antiquity. The Church thus 50. Preserved these treasures and safeguarded them for a better time in which the people themselves, or rather the ruling classes of the German people, could take possession of them. It is in the monasteries and courts of the bishops that we must search for the beginnings of German literature. Monastery schools are the oldest schools in Germany. The Wesebrunn prayer originated in a Benedictine monastery. A monk in the monastery of Weissenberg was the author of the oldest German version of the Gospel. The Ludwigslied was first sung by a monk in a Flemish cloister. Saint Gallen saw the birth of Eckhard's Waltherlied, and it was also there that Notkerlebio translated the Psalms into German. 25. A nun from Gandersheim appears to have been the first German poetess. However, these achievements represent only the beginnings of the development of German intellectual culture. The development of a German literature and art first required the existence of a numerous class to enjoy works of art and to produce authors from its ranks. It required a class able to lead an autonomous intellectual life, a class that, unlike the Church, was not dominated by foreign, in particular Italian, influences. The development of German intellectual life was therefore connected with the development of the feudal system and with the development of a numerous class of knights on the basis of this system. The first German poetry was chivalric poetry. The epic songs into which the ancient Germanic myths of the gods were recast during the period of the Great Migrations had been preserved by the wandering minstrels who moved from village to village. However, these songs were first developed into the form of the epic as we know it during the period in which the knightly poet moved from castle to castle, rewarded with the benevolence mild of the Lord and brightening the idle hours of the knights and ladies with his songs. The knightly poet soon presented his audience with a new art form, one that was no longer tied to the period during which the people as a whole constituted a cultural community irrespective of rank. This new art form, which was constituted by the chivalric poem and the courtly epic, grew out of the customs, joys, and sufferings particular to the knighthood. It was not limited to a particular locality, and it spread from castle to castle throughout the German territories. The entire knighthood was thus linked by intensive interaction. The military campaign and the imperial diet, the regional feudal court and alliances, as well as social intercourse, brought the entire knighthood closer together in a directly personal sense. The shared pleasure in the verses of the same poet traveling between castles and courts formed an invisible bond between the knights. However, no close interaction is possible without a common language. Thus, a tendency began to emerge at first only within the class of the knights that worked against the tendency toward an increasing differentiation of local dialects, which had at this stage been exerting itself for centuries. Of course, this tendency never established a completely uniform language of the court, a curially spoken by all knights throughout the German terry. 51. Tories. However, close interaction inevitably established a much greater similarity between the languages of the knights than was the case for the dialects of the peasants, who lived isolated lives, bound to the soil, secluded in their localities and no longer linked by a community of interaction. As a result, the languages of courtly literature are much less distinctive from one another than those of traditional folk songs. And since the chivalric age reached its fullest bloom in the Hohenstaufen era, when the leadership of the German tribes was assumed by the Swabians, it was from Swabian roots albeit with a Franconian influence that the courtly language of the chivalric age developed in Upper Germany. It was this courtly language in which the poets of the age of chivalry spoke and sang, in which the oldest German documents were written, and that even the poets from the Low German tradition attempted to speak. Its influence is revealed in the fact that the Low German dialects absorbed some of its vocabulary and structures. In this case the language clearly reflects the fortunes of the people. From the time of the disintegration of the German ancestral tribe into clan groups, the once common language had from century to century increasingly split into numerous and ever more divergent dialects. Now the community of interaction and the culture of knightly society began for the first time to work against this differentiation and to provide a common language for all German tribes. And just as the emergence of a community of culture of the knighthood established the tendency that led to the formation of a common German language, so did it initiate the development of a German common law. The Middle Ages was in general a time of particularistic law development. The laws of the individual regions became increasingly different, and it is only with some effort that researchers are able to recognize what constituted common Germanic law amongst the diversity of individual regional laws. In particular, the specific laws of the peasant class exhibited a particularistic development. The compendiums that have been passed down reveal an increasing divergence of laws from region to region, valley to valley, and feudal estate to feudal estate. In light of this, it is all the more significant that over and above local divisions, the class of the knights gradually created a system of law that, although subject to a certain degree of diversity in the individual regions, nevertheless by and large came to constitute the national system of German law. Although in the medieval period the Germans were no longer governed by a common Germanic system of law and did not yet recognize a uniform system of German law in the areas of rural law, town law, liege law, and manorial law, there was a clearly unitary development in the sphere of law formation that most directly concerned the knighthood, that of Fief Lehensreich J26. However, much more significant than this centralist tendency in the legal system of the knighthood was the emergence of a uniform German code of chivalry. To be sure, at first glance this does not seem to have been the case. It 52 is certainly correct that life in the Middle Ages was dominated by habits and customs that formed a conventional etiquette that was observed in German knightly society everywhere. But the claim that knightly discipline/Z/TF/ had a national character is arguable. For the German knighthood had adopted many of these customs from foreign knights, particularly the French, who without doubt heavily influenced the German knighthood at the time of the Crusades. However, the foreign origin of German knightly customs makes no difference in terms of their significance for the emergence of a unitary German nation. Perhaps we can best illustrate this point at the level of the individual. Let us take two completely different individuals, different in terms of descent, upbringing, sensibilities, and knowledge. And let us take them on a journey together, subjecting them to the same experiences and influences. No doubt they will see the same things, the same landscapes and the same cultural monuments. The content of their consciousness, the impressions they absorb, will be the same. But will they thereby become the same people? Not at all. For just as the human organism does not simply absorb physical nourishment, but assimilates and digests it, so does no new idea enter human consciousness from the external environment without being altered. It is absorbed, assimilated, digested, apperceived. Thus, the two travelers will see the same things, absorb the same impressions. But because the absorbing, assimilating consciousness of each of the two is quite distinctive, they will assimilate the absorbed impressions in quite different ways. Each of them will learn something different on this journey, each will remember something different from the things they have seen, the same impressions will affect each of them differently. Seen purely in terms of its content, the increase in the size of the sphere of impressions in each case may well be identical. However, in its effect on the consciousness as a whole, on thoughts and emotions and wants, its effect in each of the two cases will be quite different. The effect is very similar when the same cultural contents are absorbed by different nations. Therefore, the content of knightly customs might not have greatly differed between the Germans and the French, but the German knight who absorbed French habits and conventions was a different person from the Frenchman due to his origins and his cultural traditions. He did not simply adopt the French code, but incorporated it into his being. It had to be wedded to the previously established content of his consciousness. Thus, French custom in the context of Germany became something other than French custom. There was necessarily a difference in the cultural development of the same etiquette among the German and the French knights. The wedding of the German mode of being to French custom necessarily produced a new form of knightly existence, which rapidly separated itself from its French counterpart. Among the Germans themselves, however, the new form of knightly existence was more or less identical in all cases. It became 53. Predominant in all German castles, affecting the whole character, the whole mode of being of men and women in the same way everywhere. Thus, it was precisely the adoption of this foreign element by the German national character and its assimilation by the German being that produced a powerful means of binding the nation together, a uniform German code that exercised a uniform effect on the character of the then dominant class of the German people and united this class over and above all previous differentiation. The German knighthood could not avoid becoming conscious of this national common bond as soon as the opportunity presented itself to compare its own cultural community with that of foreigners. This consciousness speaks clearly from Walter von der Vogelwede's famous poem, "Many lands have I seen, for the best I sought everywhere, may evil befall me, if my heart ever let itself be convinced, that the customs of other lands please it, if I were to lie, what would it bring me? Nothing can equal German ways." 27 Lamprecht has correctly pointed out that it is not a general, but a national consciousness tied to the conventions of the knightly profession that speaks in verse through Walter's mouth, a consciousness of the distinctiveness of German courtly discipline in relation to foreign customs. 28 However, it seems that Lamprecht is suggesting here that the nation at this time became conscious of its specific national quality only to a limited degree. The wrong formulation of the question prevents him from drawing the whole conclusion from the wealth of material he has gathered precisely for the purpose of writing a history of the emergence of the German nation. The question is not one of how the nation gradually became conscious of its specific quality, but rather one of how the nation as such emerged at all. National consciousness can be understood only on the basis of national being and not the other way round. Lamprecht is certainly correct in arguing that national consciousness in the Hohenstaufen period was tied to knightly convention. However, the advance of national consciousness beyond this stage cannot be grasped in terms of the imminent development of a national consciousness that necessarily advances according to laws internal to the consciousness of all peoples everywhere from lower to higher stages. Rather, it can be grasped only as the reflection of a transformed national being. In the Staufen era, the nation existed only in the form of the cultural community of the knights, which united the knighthood free and unfree of all the German tribes and, at the same time, distinguished the German knighthood from all foreign peoples. If another form of German national consciousness was to emerge, this could occur only if the German nation emerged as a nation in another sense. The 54. Explanation for the later development of the national consciousness of the German people beyond the stage described by Walter von der Vogelweide lies not in some developmental law of psychological being, but in the development of commodity production. We are now in a position to understand how the German nation emerged. Its roots do not lie in the fact of common descent from the original Germanic people, nor in the shared cultural tradition inherited from this people. For the old community had by this time long been destroyed by interbreeding with other peoples and by territorial isolation. The diverse fates of the individual segments of the people had had a physically and intellectually transforming effect on their inherited characteristics. In the same way, cultural transmission in the spheres of technology and language, custom and law had become increasingly differentiated. The common Germanic tradition had long been masked by a thick layer of later cultural forms that were different in the case of each segment of the Germanic people. It was not common descent, but rather a newly emerged common culture, that united the Germans as a nation and placed limits on the tendency toward differentiation among the German tribes, differentiation that would ultimately have made them into quite different peoples. This culture was, however, initially the culture of a ruling class, the culture of the knighthood. The uniform national character cultivated by the homogeneity of this cultural influence was the character only of a national class. This culture of the knightly class was, of course, based on the exploitation of the peasants. The peasants, however, had no part in the knightly culture. Courtly and village existence had long been separated. The peasant appeared to the dominant class as raw and ignorant and became an object of ridicule by court poets, who made fun of the rustics' Dorper and their annoyance at the fact that the junker chased the village beauties. Thus, a wide cultural gap already separated knight and peasant. In all that unified the nation, the peasant had no part. Although the courtly language unified the knights, peasant dialects became increasingly differentiated. Although courtly custom constituted a unifying bond among the German knighthood, peasant customs differed from region to region. Although the knighthood produced a uniform fief law, peasant farm law developed in an increasingly particularistic fashion. Thus, at this time, the peasants did not form the nation at all. Rather, they were merely the tenants of the nation Hintersassender nation, The nation existed only by virtue of the community of culture. However, this was limited to the ruling class, the great mass of the population, whose labor fed this ruling class, was excluded. This is a concept of the national community of culture to which we will return. For even if the proportion of the population having a share in the nationally unitary culture that unifies tribes and regions and separates one people from another is now much greater than in the Stauffen period, it is still fundamentally the case today that the national 55 tour is the culture of the ruling class, that the great mass of the population still does not belong to the nation, which can still only be understood as a community of culture. Rather, the masses are merely the tenants of the nation, and their exploitation provides the foundation for the proud edifices of national culture, whereas they themselves remain excluded from it. Commodity production and the beginnings of the bourgeois community of culture. Neither the feudal lord nor the peasant in the Middle Ages was a commodity producer, that is, neither of them produced goods for the purpose of exchange, of sale. The grain the peasant took from the soil was used to nourish himself, his wife, and his child. The flax he made into linen he grew himself, and it was spun and woven by his wife and servant girls during the long winter evenings. The grain that the peasant cultivated for his master on the lord's land and brought to the lord's storeroom was not sold, but used to provide food for the lord and his servants. Only the small surpluses of agricultural production were occasionally sold, and, with the money thereby gained, the peasants and the feudal lords purchased the few foodstuffs that they could not produce themselves. Commodity production and commodity exchange thus played only a limited role in the first half of the Middle Ages. This corresponded to the limited significance of the commodity producers, the artisans, and of the intermediaries of commodity exchange, the merchants, in the people's existence as a whole. The few thinly populated towns that existed all but disappeared in the ocean of feudal estates and rural communities. The medieval world had not yet witnessed the effect of the forces in the small cities that would one day topple the society founded on the feudal system. It still classified the burgher as the member of an estate stand, as it did the clergy, the knighthood, and the peasantry. The urban burghers had still not elaborated their own culture, but merely participated, insofar as they met the requirements of the cultural code, in the knightly community of culture. The patricians of the cities, the old lineages with inherited property, were often related to the knightly lineages in their region. The patrician lineages in the southern German towns, for instance, often established brotherhoods that adopted and imitated the chivalric code. Among the great poets of the courtly epoch, we also find a burgher who enthused over the knighthood, Meister Gottfried von Strasbourg. 30. The gradually increasing significance of commodity production, and with it that of the town, was tied to the rise in agricultural productivity. The peasants progressively increased their yields both in their native land and above all in the large agricultural areas in the newly conquered colonial territories. As a result, the tendency developed for a part of this yield to be exchanged for other goods. But it was not only the increasing productivity of labor, but also 56. The distribution of its products, that proved advantageous to the development of commodity production. The age of colonization, which opened up the wide pastures in the east to the peasants, alleviated the pressure exerted by the feudal system in their native land. The economic sphere of the feudal lord remained limited to the system of traditional dues, and, as a result, the growth in agricultural yields above all benefited the peasant. Whereas previously the peasant had adopted the role of commodity purchaser to only a small degree and the feudal lord to a considerable degree, the 13th century saw a class of prosperous peasants emerge who were ready to exchange a not inconsiderable surplus from their yield for commercial products. This development directly benefited the German merchant. And the number of German merchants and the extent of their activities grew all the more when a significant level of intermediate trade was added to the growth in indigenous demand. The northern towns mediated the exchange between East and West, between the highly developed Netherlands and England on the one hand and the Scandinavian and Slavic lands to the east on the other. The towns of southern Germany mediated the trade between the northern lands and the Italian cities, where capitalism developed at an early stage a trade that brought the treasures of the East to Europe. The role of the German merchant thus became more significant due to the early capitalist development of the Italian cities. However, it was not only the merchant, but also the artisan, who gained from this development. The period in which the sons of the German peasantry were settling the Slavic regions to the northeast of Germany also saw the beginnings of the movement from the countryside into the towns. However, these immigrant sons of peasants now became artisans. The former apprentice became a journeyman, the former journeyman a master. There had not yet developed a class that was condemned to a lifetime of wage labor. The high wages earned by a journeyman enabled each to save the limited capital required by the independent master. Furthermore, this slowly expanding class of artisans had a guaranteed market for its wares among the increasingly wealthy merchants of the town and the affluent peasants in the countryside. Up to this point, the development of the town remained fairly uniform. Of course, the time we are speaking of was also the period of the great struggle for political power in the towns between the craft guilds and the old lineages owning inherited property. Nevertheless, the cultural separation between these two levels of the urban population should not be imagined as a profound one. The town was dominated by the artisans. The cultural distance between the master craftsmen and the patrician families was not a great one. It was a period of limited differentiation within urban culture, a period based on simple commodity production, in which the means of production belonged to the producer. However, a further development gradually began to take hold. The Great 57. Larder of the German people, the still uncleared land, was gradually exhausted and the agricultural population found itself pressed ever closer together. The Hide, the old measure of land worked by the peasant family, was increasingly subdivided. In many areas the quarter hide had already become the norm in the 15th century. In addition, a class of cotters established itself from the numerous ranks of the later-born peasant sons. In many cases the peasant family's small piece of land no longer secured enough food. Two possibilities presented themselves to the peasant as a way of supplementing the all too meager sustenance provided by his own land. Initially the peasant began utilizing his and his family's labor power during the hours of previous inactivity. The peasant was already skilled in some areas of commercial work. For centuries he has been accustomed to doing everything himself, to spinning his yarn, weaving his cloth, and sewing his clothes in the home. What could be more obvious than to offer these skills, until now employed only in the time-honored tasks of the home, as services to a capitalist in order to earn money and thereby supplement the inadequate yield of his small piece of land? As a result, the capitalist putting out system developed in the countryside. This system involved peasants and cotters working in their homes in the service of a capitalist distributor Verleger, above all employing established skills such as spinning and weaving. However, even where the peasant utilized his own and his family's labor power in the service of the distributor, he was still unable to feed his numerous sons on a farm that had grown too small. And for the peasant's son who had no inheritance, there was no longer the possibility of settling on abandoned land in the east. He therefore moved to the town. From year to year the ranks of peasants' sons finding their way to the town swelled. The increase in the numbers of immigrants following the end of colonization in the east alarmed the established artisans in the towns, who saw the new arrivals as potential competitors. The artisans soon began to complain, "Where now the peasants have sons they make them all artisans who will hoe and clear." 31 As a result, their organizations, the guilds, began to make access to the craft professions and to the qualification of master increasingly difficult. Now not every peasant's son who departed for the town could hope to one day become an independent master. This had a twofold effect. On the one hand, the journeymen in many cases now no longer felt themselves to be future masters, they became conscious of their opposition to the masters and a belligerent journeyman's movement emerged. On the other hand, the numbers of proletarians excluded from the crafts began to grow in the outlying areas of the town. These laborers had to sell their labor power merely to survive. In the latter half of the 15th century, 20% of the population of Hamburg, 58, and 12 to 15% of the population of Augsburg were classed as proletarians. The capitalist, the merchant, the money lender, and the property owner, grown wealthy through the rise in urban ground rents, quickly realized this and hired these people as workers in capitalist workshops. It was in the southern German towns that the capitalist manufactory first emerged. However, the growth of the towns now also began to affect the situation in the countryside. For now an extensive market for agricultural products had developed. Soon the town had to turn to the countryside in order to meet its meat and grain needs. The capitalist manufactory had to buy flax and wool there. Large profits beckoned the feudal lords if they were in a position to increase the yield of their land to such an extent that they could sell large quantities of grain, cattle, flax, and wool. For this purpose, they required two things: first, more land, and second, more people, more labor power. Consequently, the lords began to take over the land of the peasantry. They first enclosed the ancient common land, by force claim princes as their own water, forest, field, and stone. 32 Not content with this, they subsequently began to seize the peasant's land, Bauer legend, driving him with wife and child from the inherited house and farm where his ancestors had lived for centuries. The lords thus expanded their lands, fewer peasants now resided there, and those remaining consequently had to perform more service in soccage on the lord's expanded estate. Thus, the old feudal system Grunerskaft, which served only to satisfy the needs of the lord, was transformed into a modern system of landed proprietors Gutsherrschaft who produced commodities, agricultural products for the purpose of sale, and, as such, gave new capitalist content to the old feudal form. The expelled and displaced peasants initially took to the country roads as beggars, robbers, and thieves, against whom bloody penal legislation was instituted in vain in the era of the Carolina Carrot. Gradually, however, the society forced them into the towns, driving them into crime, prostitution, or, at best, new forms of exploitation. For in the towns the capitalist was waiting for them, there the son of the dispossessed peasant became the capitalist's worker. What changes are signified by the development that we have fleetingly sketched here? In place of the small, thinly populated towns inhabited by artisans and merchants engaged in craft-related commerce, early capitalist development gave rise to towns characterized by sharp social distinctions. On the highest rung of the urban hierarchy were the capitalists, not only merchants and money lenders, but also, even at this early stage, those capitalists whose wealth was derived from the exploitation of the urban workers in the manufactory or of the cottars laboring as home workers in the putting-out system. These were followed by the guilds, their doors firmly locked against 59. Any new influx from outside. Under them were the journeymen, engaged in continual struggle with the masters. Below them were the workers of the urban manufactories, and finally a large unemployed lumpenproletariat, which vacillated between work and criminality. The change in the countryside was no less drastic. The putting-out system brought the country closer to the town. The miner and the weaver brought the peasant, who until now had lived in rural seclusion for centuries untouched by any external cultural influences, into close contact with the world of new thought and new desires born of the new urban age. And the peasant himself, whose forefathers had seen such happy times in the 13th century and the first half of the 14th century, now avidly adopted the new values, faced as he was with the initial beginnings of change in the land-holding system. The peasant's master, previously bound by the strictures of the feudal system, now placed the peasant under greater pressure. In many places the lord seized the peasantry's common land and endeavored to extract more dues and soccage. Early capitalist development thus initiated a revolution of enormous dimensions in both town and country. However, this transformation assumed even more significance in that it not only indirectly changed the nature of social relations in town and country, but also directly produced the modern state. The medieval community was based on the system of feudal ties. Enfeoffment with the office of count was inherited by the son. However, the count's income above all the dues paid by the peasants benefited only the count himself, not the realm. The count was under obligation to attend the imperial diet and to take part in imperial military campaigns. His duties extended no further. He resided in his district not in the role of a government official, but in that of an irresponsible viceroy. How could the situation have been otherwise in an age that had no modern means of transport, no news service, no army other than the army of feudal vassals, no other remuneration for imperial service than that of enfeoffment with imperial property? The fact that public office became hereditary broke up the unity of the old empire. The chief concern of the princes was to combine in their own person the most significant powers in their region. In the prince's view, no one other than he himself was to exercise county powers within his region, no feudal lord was to have power over the knights residing there, no legateman was to have power over the ministerials, no landholder was to have power over the peasants. Thus, previously diverse rights were unified in one person as the territorial authority. Gradually the diverse origins of all the different powers of this authority were forgotten. A uniform body of law emerged, to which all knights, burghers, and peasants residing in the region were subject. Regional authority was replaced by territorial sovereignty, and the empire disintegrated into a large number of territorial states. It was these territorial states that now began to utilize the development of commodity production, for this development provided the state with instruments of 60. Power unknown in the feudal era. Commodity production made possible for the first time an administration and an army that were not based on feudal ties. During the Middle Ages, wealth consisted of use values grain, wool, flax, and cattle. The development of commodity production placed money in the hands of every member of the population, above all, in the hands of the urban commodity producers, but also in those of the landed proprietor and the peasant. The territorial ruler was able to share in this new wealth through a tax, which brought a considerable portion of the financial income of all classes into his coffers. And this tax provided him with a highly effective instrument of power. With money he could remunerate an official whose position could be revoked at any time and who was therefore far more compliant toward the territorial ruler than the count had once been toward the realm that awarded him the office of count in the form of a hereditary fief. Money made it possible for the sovereign to recruit proletarians and peasants' sons for his army by offering a wage for their services and, at the head of a mercenary army, to make himself completely independent from the feudal hierarchy of the old army of the knighthood. The modern state also assumed immense significance for the development of the national community of culture. In the first place, it created a class that provided intellectual labor power in return for wages, the bureaucracy, the new civil service. In establishing the mercenary army, the state at the same time struck at the very root of the existence of the old dominant class, the knighthood. The state could do all this on the basis of its taxation system, which was founded on the monetary economy, itself a phenomenon of expanding commodity production, which, following Marx, in the form of capitalist commodity production increasingly became the general form of social production. 34 For the knighthood, the development of mercenary armies was naturally catastrophic. The decrease in its income during the period of colonization weakened it economically, and the development of territorial sovereignty resulted in its having to bow to princely power. The development of mercenary armies meant the loss of military power as well. The consequence of all this was also a decrease in the significance of the knighthood for the national community of culture. However, to the same extent that the significance of the knighthood decreased, the size and prosperity of the urban bourgeoisie increased. It was into its hands that the cultural leadership of Germany now fell. The roots of chivalric culture lay in the leisured existence of a knighthood freed from the necessity of work as a result of the exploitation of the peasantry. By contrast, it was precisely the work of the bourgeoisie that constituted the foundation of the culture of the bourgeoisie. As a consequence, this culture had from the beginning a fundamentally different character from the one preceding it. Its elements were not courtly custom, but, in the first place, the knowledge and ability required by the merchant and the artisan for their professions. Thus, the foremost requirement of education now became the 61. Ability to read, write, and calculate. These arts were foreign to the knighthood. Even Wolfram von Eschenbach confessed, "Of what is written in books I have remained ignorant." 35 It was unusual for a knight to be so praised, a knight was so educated that he could read in books. 36 The bourgeoisie, however, could not do without these skills. Consequently, bourgeois development was marked by the concurrent development of the education system. Secondary schools were founded in which the children of the urban merchants learned not only reading and writing, but also Latin, which was at this time still the lingua franca where communication had to transcend local linguistic differences, the language of documents and of commercial correspondence. It enabled the sons of the urban lineages not only to pursue commerce over a wide area, but also to conduct the administration of the towns and to communicate with the chanceries of the princes. But this period also saw the establishment of German elementary schools, where the children of artisans learned to read and write German. The ability to read now became the basis of high intellectual culture. Even before the development of the art of printing, writing rooms run on capitalist principles were established where paid scribes duplicated the old manuscripts. As early as the 15th century, writing rooms already existed where scribes working for a wage copied manuscripts on a large scale. Some of these were organized on a cooperative basis, such as the writing rooms of the Brethren of the Common Life Breider vom Gemeinsamen Leben, others on a capitalist basis, such as the writing rooms in Hagenau attached to the publisher Diepold Lauber, who was already distributing his publishing catalog throughout a large area of Germany. 37 The art of printing subsequently made possible the cheap production of books, which could now find their way into the broad mass of the population. Luther's translation of the Bible cost only 1.5 florins. Moreover, cheap printing also created the possibility of reaching a broad sector of the population using the placard and the pamphlet, which were embellished in many cases using woodcuts. The age in which the bourgeoisie was still differentiated only to a small degree, in which artisan and merchant were still separated only by a narrow cultural gap, also saw the beginning of bourgeois art and literature. Poetry moved beyond the walls of the castles of the knights and was established in the form of the songs of the guild Meister sang among the artisans. The struggles of the small bourgeois world were reflected in the satire, which was closely connected with the beginnings of the bourgeois drama. Craft production rapidly took on an artistic character and ultimately became genuinely 62. Artistic work. Intellectual culture as a whole was poorer, more modest than the form cultivated by the knighthood. However, it was no longer restricted to this particular dominant class, but had become the property of a broad section of the urban population. However, just as capitalist development rapidly split the socially uniform bourgeoisie of the age of simple commodity production into the classes of capitalists, master craftsmen, journeymen, capitalist wage laborers, and lumpenproletariat, so too did bourgeois culture now become increasingly differentiated. The upper bourgeoisie created a high culture for itself. The culture of what was at this time the most developed nation, Italy, began to have an effect on the upper strata of the German bourgeoisie. The Renaissance and humanism found their way into Germany. Capitalist developed Italy had experienced a revival of the high culture of classical antiquity among capitalists and among the courtly and bureaucratic strata that had been created by the already highly developed modern state. This culture now began to have an effect on the upper strata of the bourgeois world in Germany. The Latin school, the school of the prosperous bourgeoisie, became the mediator of this high culture. The new art of Italy began to influence the art of this bourgeois stratum. Classical scholarship, detached from all medieval tradition, was also taken up by prosperous German bourgeois circles. In the face of this higher culture, which was adopted by the upper strata of the bourgeoisie, the less sophisticated culture of the crafts disappeared. Within the town a distinction developed between the educated and uneducated, between those who had a share in the culture transplanted to Germany from Italian soil and those excluded from this culture by hard physical labor and economic need. It is not our task here to describe this new culture of the German bourgeoisie. What interests us is only the fact of how this culture became a link that bound the German nation together. Commodity production brought people closer together. The merchant moved from town to town in order to sell his wares. The artisan also soon began to appear at markets outside his hometown. The weaver from Cologne sold his fabric at the Frankfurt Fair. The journeyman wandered over large parts of Germany. Wars took the professional soldier from place to place. Capitalism also began to reveal its capacity to violently and rapidly relocate people. The development of the capitalist mining industry populated the newly established mining districts within the space of a few years with a mixed population drawn from many regions. The peasant, too, now came into close contact with the town dwellers. He visited the town markets, he sold the burgher a portion of his produce, he was already familiar with the urban capitalists as money lenders, he was employed in the putting out system by urban capitalists. The events in the town thus affected him now in a manner quite different from before. However, more effective than these directly physical relationships, so to speak, were the invisible intellectual bonds between the Germans, and above. 63. All between the members of the German bourgeoisie. The newly developed German literature affected the broad masses who had learned to read in the German schools. How would the extensive and rapid intellectual transformation of the Reformation have been possible without the radical power exercised by the book and the low-cost pamphlet over the great urban masses and even indirectly over a section of the rural folk? Added to this trend was the fact that the new state developed, initially for its own purposes, a regular postal service, which it soon made available to the public. Now, for the first time, extensive and regular interaction through correspondence became possible, and it was now that a German press began to develop. As early as the 16th century we find agents in the large German towns who received news from all over the world and distributed it by letter. Following the development of printing, this news was printed and duplicated, thereby becoming cheaper and penetrating to wider levels of the society. Reports from the latter half of the 16th century tell us that such printed news volumes were already appearing on a half-yearly basis, and this was soon increased to a monthly basis. In this manner, large sectors of the people were pulled out of their narrow local isolation and brought into close communication with other parts of the land through book and pamphlet, through letter and newspaper. 38. Just as the close interaction among the knighthood in earlier centuries had produced a unifying tendency within the German language, so now did the incomparably closer interaction in the era of commodity production and the modern state necessarily bring forth this tendency anew with much greater force. It was the overcoming of local barriers that gave birth to the new High German uniform language. This did not model itself on the Middle High German language of the court, which had been forgotten with the economic, political, and military collapse of the knighthood. If the heyday of chivalric literature had clearly exhibited the tendency toward a uniform German courtly language, the centuries marked by the disintegration of the knighthood saw once again a pronounced differentiation of German dialects. Not until the development of commodity production did an entirely new unifying tendency in the language emerge. The linguistic fragmentation of the Germans represented a severe impediment for the state and town chanceries that entered into contact with one another, for the merchants whose commercial correspondence linked the farthest corners of Germany, and for the writers who wanted their works to reach Germans above and beyond all local and tribal borders. This state of affairs contributed more than a little to the widespread use of Latin, which acted as a substitute for a uniform German language. However, the more German culture took on a bourgeois character and the larger the masses wanting to take part in this culture, the more difficult it became for Latin to serve as the sole means of linking the German towns and territories. As the bourgeoisie took on a more dominant role, so too did the 64. German language. Thus, in the 13th century it came to dominate the legal sphere. From the town chanceries the territorial princes adopted German as the language of their chanceries and documents. The political agitator needed the German language if he wanted to reach the masses. Thus wrote Ulrich von Hutten, "I used to write in Latin, which was not known to all, now I cry to the fatherland, the German nation in its own tongue, to avenge these things." 39. The agents of this unifying movement in the language were in the first place the German commercial letter and the language of German chanceries. The effort to reduce linguistic differences was necessarily pronounced within the chanceries of the larger states, which unified regions with distinctive, almost mutually incomprehensible dialects and which had to enter into contact with towns and states in quite different tribal regions. Thus, the Luxembourgs, who simultaneously dominated areas in Lower, Central, and Upper Germany, developed a chancery language that deviated from each of the particular dialects. In 1330 the archiepiscopal chancery in Trier abandoned the indigenous dialect. In the middle of the century the chancery of the archbishop in Magdeburg did the same. The Habsburg Frederick III sought to rid his chancery of its linguistic particularities. From the time of Maximilian I, imperial chancery documents employed the same language irrespective of which part of Germany they came from. In the 15th century the language used by the chancery of the Elector of Saxony changed to more closely resemble the imperial form. 40 Initially, the chanceries of the larger territories developed an artificial written language that was then willingly adopted by German writers eager to reach Germans in all regions. Thus wrote Martin Luther, "I do not have my own particular language in German, but rather use the common German language in order that those in both Upper and Lower Germany may understand me. I speak using the language of the Saxonian chancery, which is followed by all princes and kings in Germany. All the cities of the realm, all the princes, and all the courts write in the manner of the Saxonian and our princes' chancery, for this reason it is the most widespread German language." The language of Luther became the language of the writer. Based on Luther's translation of the Bible, the first German grammarians developed the laws of the German language. Thus, one of the first German grammars bears the title Grammatica Germanici Linguae Johannes Clagi Herzbergensis, ex Biblius Lutheri Germanicis et aliis eius Libris Collecta, Leipzig, 1578. This grammar was used in schools and became the basis of later textbooks for the teaching of the German language. 41 The language of Luther soon became the language of chanceries in the other German regions. 65. For example, in Schleswig-Holstein in 1560. It became the language of schools, the language of writers, the language of the church sermon. From around 1600 onward, preaching throughout Lower Germany was done in New High German. At around the same time New High German became dominant throughout German literature. 42 This language of the school, the chancery, literature, and the commercial letter thus necessarily became the uniform language initially spoken by the educated of the German nation. The fact that the written form of the German standard language follows the language of Luther's translation of the Bible already points to the significance of the Reformation for the development of the nation. For it was in the Reformation that all the forces driving the process by which the Germans merged into a nation first fully revealed themselves, forces created by commodity production and the modern state that produced a community in which shared cultural experience in a framework of continual interaction gave rise to a common national character in each individual member of the nation. Italy was the country that first experienced extensive capitalist development, that first created a modern state and produced within capitalism and the state the modern upper stratum of the classically educated. It was because of this that Italy was also the first country to experience a major break with Christianity, not merely with Catholicism, but with Christianity in general. Christianity, as it had been shaped from generation to generation in the Middle Ages, was the faith that suited the peasant, bound to his plot, cut off from all relationships to the wider world. The peasant, held fast in tradition, had no doubt about what constituted the truth. This was not so for the new type of individual found in Italy's capitalist society, who came into contact with people of other religions, with Byzantines and Mohammedans, and who re-examined the writings of the classical philosophy of antiquity. It was thus in these circles that a questioning of tradition first emerged. Thus, Christianity became a doctrine that was subjected to comparison with other religions and philosophical systems and examined in regard to the truths it claimed to offer. Tradition was no longer sacred for this new type of individual, before whose eyes a process of economic and political revolution was taking place within an unbelievably short time span. From day to day this revolution was tearing down the old world and bringing a new world into being. Such people were faced with a world in which they could measure everything against reason, their reason. What could the traditional worldview of Christian dogma mean to those who were investigating, guessing, devising with youthful impetuousness definitions of what it is that holds together the world at its deepest level? What meaning could the traditional moral framework of Christianity have for these individuals, living from the products of immense exploitation and indulging in the unrestrained enjoyment of all their culture had to offer? Thus, since the time of Christianity's conquest of 66. The Occident, there had never been a less Christian society in terms of thought and lifestyle than that of the princes and courts, the prosperous capitalists, the scholars, artists, and poets of Italy during the Renaissance. Nevertheless, Italy never attacked organized Catholicism. With good reason. The Catholic faith was one of the instruments of exploitation that alone made Italy's advanced economic and intellectual culture possible. How else would the splendor of the court of Leo X have been possible if the Christian peoples of the Occident had not sent their millions to Rome for the sake of their spiritual salvation? How else could one have justified the unbridled exploitation of the subjugated peoples in the Italian colonies on the Mediterranean, if not with the claim that Christian rule over Mohammedans and heathens was imperative? And how else could one have prevented one's own oppressed, economically exploited people in Italy from rebelling against their oppressors, if not with the pious doctrine of Christian humility? The case of Germany was quite different. The economic and political development of Germany lay far behind that of Italy. The intellectual revolution in Germany was thus also incomparably weaker than that in Italy. How could even the most splendid German courts be compared with the pomp of the Medicean Pope, the splendor of Medicean Florence, or the radiance of Venice? And just as the Germany of the 15th and 16th centuries had not produced the prosperous, capitalist courtly upper stratum freed from all tradition that was the bearer of Italian Renaissance culture, so too had Germany never experienced a complete break with traditional Christian doctrine. Nevertheless, even if Germany could not produce a heathen humanism, here too capitalist development had changed all inherited relations to a sufficiently radical extent to generate a revolution. Here too the urban commodity producer had to learn to shape his destiny according to his own wants. His horizon had also expanded, he too had overcome local restrictions, he had experienced radical changes to the whole of social existence, which had torn him out of the chains of tradition. For him, traditional Christian doctrine was thus no longer something sacrosanct beyond the reach of his reason. And, in the context of the close contact established between a wide range of sectors in the population by the new means of intellectual interaction, how wide must have been the response to every critique of the status quo within those social strata that were the casualties of this process of radical change, among the guild artisans oppressed by the capitalist, among the journeymen and workers already engaged in social struggle, among the knights in the countryside whose former splendor had been taken from them by the new order of things, the humanistic influence of which at the same time made them receptive to new forms of thought, and even among the peasants who had been made more receptive to all things new through closer contact with the town, and who were experiencing more harshly than their forefathers the demands of the lord who was now becoming a commodity producer. How all these groups must have 67. Absorbed the news brought to them by literature, pilgrims, merchants, and mercenaries from Italy of the profane, ostentatious, and depraved behavior at the papal court. And the Germans knew full well from where the wealth came that made the splendor of Rome possible. "See there," wrote Ulrich von Hutten, "see there the barn of the globe, in there everything that is robbed and plundered from other lands is heaped together, and at its center that insatiable weevil, devouring immense mounds of fruit, surrounded by his numerous companions in gluttony, who have first sucked out our blood, then gnawed away the flesh, and have now reached the marrow, crushing the innermost bones and smashing what remains." In the case of Germany, the challenge to all traditional dogmas could not end in a heathen indifference toward religion. Here this challenge necessarily led to an open break with the papacy. For although the heathen Italians had to remain Catholic because they could not do without Catholicism as an instrument of their exploitation of other peoples, in Germany the revolutionary mood inevitably led to an open break with the papacy, because it was Germany that bore to a great extent the cost of Italian prosperity. The economic interests of Germany were responsible for the process of radical change resulting in a break with Catholicism, just as the opposing economic interests of Italy prevented the much more far-reaching intellectual revolution there from coming to this conclusion. Germany thus found itself confronted with a question of far-reaching dimensions, one that necessarily shook the whole people insofar as it shared in the national culture. As a consequence, the forces that created a bond of community, of communication, of interaction throughout Germany had now to be animated. German book production now increased its capacity extremely rapidly, and the printed pamphlet now reached a wide public. Now the religious, political, and social agitator moved from region to region. The secondary school now became a tool of religious struggle and was organized and extended, on the one hand, by the reformers, and, on the other, by the Jesuits. How often has the complaint been made that the Reformation split the nation into Catholics and Protestants and thereby promoted the nation's political fragmentation? And yet it was in the upheavals of the Reformation that the Germans first really became a community of culture. For the first time the enormous cultural significance of party formation was revealed in the German context, compelling the parties to fight for every man, using all available resources in order to influence every individual, and, since the same cultural influence was felt by the individual from both sides, producing for the first time a national community. Capitalist commodity production and the development of the modern state created the means by which large sections of the population could be linked together through indirect and direct intellectual interaction to form a community of culture, but in order for this means to be fully exploited, in 68. Order for the culture of the nation to be compelled to affect, to influence, and to fight for every German man, a great struggle was required, one that shook the entire nation. The significance of the Reformation for the emergence of the nation does not lie in the decline of the Italian papacy, nor in the emancipation of the German Church, nor in the fact that the Reformation heightened the consciousness among Protestants of the difference between German and foreign natures. Rather, this significance lies in the fact that the great struggle, precisely because it was a struggle that split the Germans into opposing parties, forced each of the parties to exploit the gamut of cultural resources created by the new circumstances and thus to create a German community of culture quite different from any that had preceded it. What could more clearly illustrate this than the fact that it was the Reformation that helped a uniform German language to triumph and that first forced Catholics and Protestants to extend the school system, albeit initially only the secondary school system? It was the Reformation that forced both parties to extend their influence through their orators to the broad mass of the population and forced both parties to use the book and the pamphlet as new means of struggle. However, the fact that the Reformation filled this role also shows, of course, that it was by no means the entire people who came to constitute a national community of culture. To be sure, social critique, initially in the form of the critique of traditional religion, penetrated large sections of the population. However, the broad mass of the population could not understand the language of the classically educated reformers. Thus, the Reformation necessarily took a different form in the hands of the peasants, the urban proletariat and small-scale artisans, and the home workers in the countryside from that which the reformers themselves had envisaged. Thus, when these classes now wanted to make their revolution within this immense process of radical change, the spokesman of the Reformation had to turn against them. No one raged more dreadfully against the rebellious peasants than Martin Luther. "Stab, strike, strangle here who can," he wrote as the peasants rose against their tormentors. "Hail you who fall and die, you cannot meet a more blessed death. For you die in obedience to the divine word and in the service of love to save the next." And still later he boasted, "I, Martin Luther, have struck dead all peasants in revolt, for I called for them to be killed, all their blood is on my hands. But I lay it at the feet of Almighty God, He ordered me to speak." And in a no less dreadful and uncomprehending manner did Luther oppose the social revolutionary and communist sects that the proletariat and the small-scale artisans in the towns and the miners and weavers in the countryside formed for the purpose of revolution. Luther was a man of the princes, who used the Reformation to turn the wealth of the Church to their own ends, and, by virtue of his education, he was 69. Also a man of the upper stratum of the bourgeoisie. What a wide cultural abyss separated him from the peasantry and the proletariat. It was also this upper stratum that disseminated and unified the culture of the Reformation. It was for this stratum that reformers and Jesuits wrote their books, it was for this stratum that both founded their schools, it was the cultural life of this stratum that was reflected in the intellectual life of the new Protestant Church, as it was in that of Tridentine Catholicism and the Jesuit order. This restrictedness alone, the fact that a still comparatively weak social group was made the bearer of the national culture, made the Counter-Reformation possible. How could it ever have been possible for the prince to decide which religious confession his subjects were to adopt if the conflict over confession had really been a matter of the whole people, of the broad mass of the peasants? This clearly illustrates the limits of the bourgeois community of culture. It encompassed the courtiers of the prince and the court nobles, chancery officials, the prosperous bourgeoisie, and the newly emerged independent urban professions. It excluded not only the proletarian, but also the peasant, the coarse, ignorant peasant whose whole existence revolved around hard work and who was the object of bourgeois mockery. The ox's load the peasant bears, but on his head no horns he wears. 43. Early bourgeois development certainly drew a broader section of the population into the community of culture than had been the case during the age of chivalry. However, it still divided the people into two large groups, only one of which was in possession of the national culture and bound together as a national community by virtue of shared cultural influences. The working classes, on the other hand, upon whose exploitation this high culture was based, were themselves excluded from this culture. As a consequence, they were not reached by its creative force and were not influenced by it. They spoke dialects that were becoming increasingly differentiated and therefore no longer understood each other, whereas the educated already had a uniform German language. They were not united by the book or the pamphlet since they could not read, they had no access to the nation's schools and education. They did not constitute the nation, but were still, like the peasantry of the feudal system, nothing more than the tenants of the nation. To be sure, it was their labor that alone made the national culture possible. However, it made this culture possible not for them, but for the classes that exploited and oppressed them. The cultural community of the educated classes in the early capitalist era. It is a peculiarity of the history of the development of the German nation that its early capitalist era does not present an image of uniform ascent, but is 70. Instead arrested by a curious regressive movement. In Germany, the process of early capitalist development that we have already described began relatively early, but, as a consequence of a period of great economic upheaval, a reaction very soon set in that characterized the face of the national community of culture from the latter half of the 16th century until the middle of the 18th century. This reaction set in with the great shift in the trade routes. The first people to experience rapid capitalist development, the Italians, were also the first to experience the impetus inherent in all capitalism to continuously extend its sphere of exploitation. It was the Italians who ushered in the great age of discovery. As early as the 15th century, the Genoese discovered the Canary Islands. It was also the Genoese who first attempted to find the sea route to the East Indies. And later, when the peoples on the Atlantic Ocean undertook their voyages of discovery, it was the Italians to whom they turned. The discoverer of America, Christopher Columbus himself, is but the greatest of a long list of Italians who, in the service of Western nations, sailed into distant seas. 44. Among the peoples on the western coast of Europe, the Portuguese were the first to undertake bold voyages of discovery with success. In 1484 they discovered the Congo coast, and in 1498 they finally found the long-sought sea route to the East Indies. With this began the displacement of world trade from the Mediterranean coast to the shores of the Atlantic Ocean. The leadership of the capitalist nations was wrested from the Italians and passed in turn into the hands of the Portuguese and the Spanish, the Dutch, the French, and the British. We know that the capitalist development of southern Germany was based in no small measure on the fact that it dominated the intermediate trade in the riches of the Far East between Italy and the lands of the North. Now, however, the Portuguese, in a series of wars, destroyed the trade routes leading from India over Arabia to Italy. Rather than being taken over the land route via the Near East, foreign goods were now to reach Europe via the sea route. Lisbon now took the place of the great cities of Upper Italy as the center of trade with India. The great trading houses of southern Germany were initially able to adapt to the new circumstances. They soon established themselves in Spain and Portugal, and, despite the shifting of the trade routes, Indian trade also initially remained in their hands. Thus, the Fuggers conducted the Moluccan trade from Lisbon, and the riches of America, which had been opened up by the Spaniards, also initially served German capital. The Welsers exploited Venezuela, and Welser and Ellinger leased the copper mines of San Domingo. The Indian spice trade was in German hands from 1576 until 1580, and the Negro slave trade was also temporarily monopolized by the pious Germans. However, German capital's rich share in Spanish domination and exploitation merely delayed rather than prevented the decline of German. 71. Capitalism. In 1575 the Spanish state declared bankruptcy. The claims of foreign creditors on the Spanish king were declared null and void. Apart from the Italians, those most affected by this development were the Germans, with immense amounts of German capital lost. Thus fell the proud edifice of Upper German capitalism. The year 1611 saw the bankruptcy of the proud trading house of the Welsers, and in 1653 the Fuggers dissolved their Spanish business. In 1581 a preacher described the economic decline of Upper Germany in graphic terms: wherever one goes, one hears from all sides of misfortune after misfortune among the merchants and in financial circles, and one sees daily among traders, artisans, councillors, patricians, counts, and noblemen that countless numbers who were of high rank, wealthy, prosperous, and prestigious are impoverished and ruined. 45. The decline of southern German commerce was matched almost simultaneously by a pushing back of the North Germans who had for so long mediated English and Dutch trade with the Scandinavian and northern Slavic countries. Henry VII had already attacked the privileges of the Hansa in England to the advantage of English merchants. Although in 1491 the Hansa was still able to claim its English privileges, it could do so only on the condition that it allowed England access to the Baltic and, above all, free trade with Danzig. What Henry VII began was completed under Elizabeth. In 1550 the Hansas still had a considerable advantage in fabric export, annually exporting some 43,000 pieces of raw fabric as well as wool, lead, and tin, and carrying wax, cloth, canvas, tar, and the products of the South to England. In 1567 the merchant adventurers, at that time the pioneers of English foreign trade, succeeded in establishing themselves in Hamburg. They were soon given notice and had to leave the city, but England responded by cancelling the Hanseatic merchants' privileges in England. At the same time England attacked the Hansa fleet. Within a short time the English had seized 60 Hanseatic ships under the pretext that they were to have delivered war contraband to Spain. When in 1598 the German Empire forbade the presence of the merchant adventures on German soil, the English responded by expelling the Hanseatic merchants from their long-established Guildhall in London. This expulsion of the Germans remained in force even after 1611, when the English merchants were allowed to return to Hamburg and the city became the gateway for the movement of English commodities into Germany. Along with the English, the Scandinavians, too, became incensed over their exploitation at the hands of the Hanseatic merchants. As a consequence, the profitable trade with the Scandinavian countries passed out of the hands of the German merchants and into those of the Dutch. The Netherlands, however, were no longer German. The sudden displacement of the trade routes, which damaged the whole of German commerce, temporarily provided the 72. Netherlands with the status of Europe's most highly developed capitalist country. A close community of culture linked the inhabitants of the present-day Netherlands, who had emerged from 3 different German tribes. Their prosperous economic situation constituted the foundation of their distinctive political and religious development, their national scientific and artistic traditions, and their own uniform language, which was different from the standard German form and which acted as a tool of their close community of culture. They were thus separated from the body of the German nation, becoming not only an independent state, but indeed an independent nation. Their economic gain, which resulted from the new development in world trade, could thus be of no benefit to the German nation. The ruin of large-scale German trade, the destruction of large stocks of capital, and the fall in trading profits were quickly felt by all those sectors of the German population connected with commodity production. The development of mining and of the putting out system in the countryside was inhibited, the artisans saw their best customers taken from them. A number of other events contributed to this situation. The development of the new states based on the monetary economy initially led to a large number of devastating wars throughout Europe. The victims of these wars were above all those peoples who remained territorially fragmented, in contrast to the peoples of the West, which had already established large nation-states. Italy fell under foreign domination, and Germany became a theater of war in which the large states of Europe pitted their armies against one another. Above all, it was the devastation of the 30 Years' War that restricted the development of Germany. In addition, the violent implementation of the Counter-Reformation in some regions drove precisely those sectors of the population with the most capital and the greatest commercial ability out of the country. All these events, which restricted the capitalist development of Germany and in fact led to a temporary return to an agricultural economy, narrowed the community of culture and transformed its nature. On the highest rung of the national community of culture were the princely courts and the nobility. For the nobility, the changed circumstances were by no means unfavorable. On the contrary, the radical changes wrought by the Counter-Reformation and the horrors of the 30 Years' War presented the nobility with the possibility of increasing the exploitation of the peasantry to an unheard-of extent, of annexing deserted peasant land to its domains, and of extending the duty labor of the defenseless peasants beyond all previous limits. Nevertheless, the political development of the state was unfavorable to the nobility. Its former military significance was now irretrievably lost, and the princes, backed by their strong mercenary and later conscripted armies, continually suppressed the political power of the nobility, which was once again concentrated in the Estatsstände. The noble could no longer maintain the status of an independent feudal lord, now he had to be content with the means of domina. 73. Provided to him by the new state, which reserved for him the highest ranks in the bureaucracy and the army. Rather than constituting an independent force based on his own economic and political power as in the Middle Ages in opposition to the state, the noble was now able to exercise power only through the state. In cultural terms this constituted an immense difference. For the new culture of the noble now became courtly in character, throughout the land the nobility imitated the customs of the court of the prince, every whim of the prince became mandatory in castles throughout the land. These courtly customs of the small German states necessarily found their model in the practices of the nobility in what was then the most highly developed absolutist state, in the opulent court of the King of France. Thus, French customs and French fashion, French frivolity and French art were brought into Germany, destroying all that once constituted the German nature. A sojourn in France came to be considered the most indispensable element of the young nobleman's education. The French language completely superseded the German language in courtly and noble circles. Even Frederick II once confessed to Gottsched. From the time of my youth I have never read a German book and speak German like a coachman, and now I am an old fellow of 46 years and have no more time to learn German. 46. The changing fashions of the French nobility rapidly found their way into Germany. The homme du monde became the ideal of education in noble circles. And the way in which this also transformed the nobility internally, in terms of its entire intellectual nature, did not go unnoticed by contemporary commentators. A la mode the garments, a la mode the mind, as without it changes, within there's change in kind. 47. Apart from the courtly nobility, there was a second element of the educated classes during this era that was constituted by the stratum of independent professions, by those who had received a humanistic education. Its focal point was constituted by the bureaucracy developed by the modern state, To the members of the bureaucracy were added the clergy, the teachers in secondary schools, and medical practitioners. They were no less subject to outside influences than the nobility, except that in their case the French influence was less pronounced than the influence of humanistic education. The secondary schools did not foster the German language. The school regulations of the electorate of Saxony actually forbade the use of the mother tongue in secondary schools. Special supervisors had the task of ensuring that the students spoke only Latin even with each other, and use of the German language was punished. Fluency in Latin and knowledge of the authors of classical antiquity, whereby the historical interest, to be sure, lay far behind the philological worthy ideals of this humanistic education. All of the scholarly literature as well as the belles lettres used in schools were in Latin. 74. Apart from the nobility and the independent professions, the participation in the national cultural community of the bourgeoisie involved in production and trade was far too limited for the bourgeoisie to be initially able to establish its own national system of education. Whoever wished to belong to the educated, to society, had to therefore attempt to absorb elements of the French culture of the court and Latin scholarship. This was in fact the aspiration of the relatively few patricians in the large German towns of Hamburg, which had gained its wealth from trade with England, and Leipzig, the prosperity of which rested on trade with the Slavic countries, and in the Swiss towns, which benefited from France's prosperous development. Beneath these strata of educated society lay the great mass of artisans, peasants, and workers. No bond of a common national culture united this mass. Its members grew to adulthood with almost no school education at all. They did not take part in public life. Poetry and art did not penetrate to them, or, if at all, only in the vulgar form of the tragicomedies Haupt und Staatsaktionen and the harlequin shows of the German theater of the time. 48. No tidings reached them of the events of the wider world, of the economic and political revolutions taking place in the West, of the great advances in the fields of natural and political science. Only slowly did German capitalism recover from the heavy blows inflicted on it by the transformation of the world economy and the horrors of the Counter-Reformation and the 30 Years' War. That it managed to do so was due to the direct support provided by the state. The modern state developed on the foundation of commodity production. It could not develop or continue to exist without having a portion of the product of the population's labor provided in monetary form as tax for its use. With this tool the state created and maintained its two great instruments of power, the bureaucracy and the army. The state had to ensure the further development of commodity production. However, commodity production could become the general form of social production only in the form of capitalist commodity production. Thus, it became a necessary task of the state to promote the development of capitalism. This aim was served by the mercantilist policy. Of course, the breadth of mercantilist policy known to the large states of the West was not possible in the case of the small German territories. Nevertheless, these territories understood the importance of promoting capitalist development. The development of industry was supported by import duties on industrial products and export duties on raw materials. Commercial legislation sought to prevent the guilds from restricting capitalist development. Agrarian legislation sought to make it impossible for landholders to restrict the shift of agricultural workers into industry. From time to time shabby brutal measures were employed to create artificial demand for industrial products. Foreign capitalists and foremen were summoned in an attempt to accelerate development, in order that the covetousness of the worker should not prove bother. 75. Some for the capitalist, maximum wage levels and minimum working hours were set, and every attempt by the workers to secure humane conditions was punished severely. The territories thus promoted the development of capitalism with all the means available to them. With this support, German capitalism underwent a gradual recovery, the number and wealth of German merchants grew, manufacture and the putting out system expanded once again, and the mining industry was regenerated. And with the growth of the bourgeois sector, there was also once again a growth in the numbers and prosperity of those whose presence always accompanies capitalist development, the elite white-collar workers and the independent professions. A German bourgeois society was once more coming into being. The self-confidence of the burgher grew. Whereas Louis of Baden had written to the emperor that to appear timorous and faint-hearted is a sickness found among all burghers, 49 only a few decades later the opinion of Gottsched's weekly Der Biedermann was already that a hawker of repute and standing has without doubt far greater honor and possesses much more of true nobility than does the unruly, extravagant junker 50. This bourgeois society also gradually created its own culture. The German language began once again to win ground over the French of the nobility and the Latin of the jurists and theologians. In 1730 publications in Latin constituted only 30% of overall book production, whereas in 1570, 70% of all books printed in Germany were in Latin. From approximately 1680 onward the German language predominated in poetry. In 1687 Thomasus gave the first university lecture to be held in the German language. Under the influence of Christian Friedrich Wolff, philosophy began to make use of the German language, as did medicine. 51 The jurists adhered to their beloved Latin the longest. Only in 1752 did the number of works of law published in the German language exceed the number published in Latin. This new use of the German language meant in fact a conquest of the German language, the formation of a uniform language for fields of knowledge for which such a language had not previously existed. However, the growing number of substantial bourgeois strata of the population wanting to have a share in the cultural community of the nation necessarily led not only to the German language's superseding foreign languages, but also to a change in the content of intellectual culture. Neither the culture of the courtly nobility nor that of the narrow academic stratum of the population could be the culture of the ambitious upper stratum of the German bourgeoisie. This fact is clearly reflected in our literature. Even during the worst period of foreign influence, German literature had not deteriorated completely. However, even this literature combined elements of the courtly culture of the nobility and those of philosophical scholarship. Although it may have used the German language, its superficial imitation of French and classical poetry, its didacticism, placed the poetry of Opitz, 476. Example, firmly in line with the writings in French and Latin of his time. 52 The public for which these German authors intended their work was referred to by Weckhurlin, 1584-1650, in terms as clear as they were naive, neither for nor of all men I write, and my verses, skilled and worthy, should only please the scholarly, and, as they do, give wise princes their delight. 53 A German literature could first flourish only when the bourgeoisie slowly began to recover from its decline. The tastes of the broad bourgeois sections of the population had first to be cured of the vulgarization they had undergone due to the influence of the bombastic novels and the uncouth plays on the German stages of the time. German literature was thus initially compelled to adopt classical French literary forms, thereby creating a greater demand for artistic form. However, as soon as the bourgeoisie was strong enough to create its own art, it abandoned the crutch needed for the first steps and created its own art independently. The new art was conscious of its bourgeois origins. The fact that this art could emerge only in the context of a struggle with the courtly and scholarly culture that preceded it still has an effect on today's historians of German literature, for whom it is not easy, in the face of the harsh judgment directed by our classics at their immediate predecessors, nevertheless to be fair to the latter and to allocate to them their due historical place. As the strengthening bourgeoisie became conscious of their opposition to the culture of the princes and the nobility, so too did the poetry of Emilia Galotti, of Goetz, and of Schiller's youthful dramas throw down the gauntlet to the princes. 54 The fact that this German art was conscious of its bourgeois origins is witnessed clearly in Schiller's famous poem, No Augustan century no propitious Medici smilled the German art when young glory nourished not her powers, she unfolded not her flowers princes favoring rays among. From the mighty Frederick's throne Germany's most glorious son went she forth, defenseless, spurned, proudly Germans may repeat, while their hearts more gladly beat they themselves their crown have earned. 55 It is the proud self-confidence of the German bourgeoisie that here sings the praises of the culture that the bourgeoisie itself has created. 77. And what an intellectual transformation is represented by this rise of the bourgeoisie. During the period in Germany of domination by the culture of the nobility, with its annually changing fashions from France, the German bourgeoisie remained tightly bound to tradition. The son lived, thought, and felt just as the father had lived, thought, and felt. If we look for a poet during this time who expresses not courtly, not scholarly, but simply bourgeois thought, we find him tightly bound in the omnipotence of traditions such as the simple North German Hans Laurenberg, who died in 1658, "By olden times will I remain, higher up I shall not strive, my father's ways are also mine." 56 This tone became quite different as the bourgeoisie regained strength. Now the nobility, which opposed bourgeois development, became conservative. The bourgeoisie, however, began again to apply the knife of its reason to everything. It began, albeit only in terms of thought, to transform the traditional world, to remodel traditional culture according to its own worldview. It was the age of the Enlightenment, and custom and the way of life, traditional religion and the traditional state now had to submit to its critique. Countless monthly and weekly publications disseminated ideas of natural religion, natural morality, and the natural state among the educated strata throughout the whole of Germany. Secret societies based on Enlightenment ideas united the influential sectors of the educated Germans. This Enlightenment may seem limited and narrow-minded to us in comparison with the liberal development of France and England, the great works of which were able to influence a wider German public only in diluted form, but it was precisely in its limited nature, arising from the slower and short-winded development of the German bourgeoisie, that the Enlightenment became just as much the unifying bond of a national community of culture as did our classical poetry, which was closely tied to it. With this development of our literature, the triumph of the uniform German language was completed. Shortly before the revival of German literature, one could speak in Switzerland of the need to be emancipated from the dictatorial audacity of Upper Saxony, which wanted to force its language on the whole of Germany. This was now no longer discussed. For to cut oneself off from the community of the new High German uniform language would have meant robbing oneself of access to the great treasures of our art and philosophy. Let any scholar of today try to eliminate the influence of our classic poetry from the development of his personality, to eliminate the moment in which the youth first read with glowing cheeks Schiller's Robber's Dirigible. Let him try to eliminate the day on which the young man first pondered with Faust the mysteries of the world, or felt one with Werther in his first anguish of love. That which our classics have created has become for each and every 78. One of us our own personal experience, our own possession. They have contributed to our very being and indeed played a part in the formation of every German's being. Thus, an invisible bond links us all. That which became mine also became the other's, all of us come under the same influences, and these transform us into a community. It is this which makes us all Germans. It must be understood here that the issue at hand is not one of what significance the classic poetry of the Germans has for our national consciousness. We are not concerned here with the fact that we think of Lessing and Schiller, of Kant and Goethe in relation to having pride in things German. Rather, we are concerned here with the fact that our classic poetry has helped weld together a unitary character of the German nation by becoming an experience shared by all Germans, a determining element in their fate. And what is true of our classic poetry is no less true of the German Enlightenment. In fact, perhaps the effect here is even stronger precisely because in most cases we do not perceive it as clearly as the influence of German poetry. And yet, whoever takes any German newspaper in his hand today, whoever listens to any given sermon or any country schoolmaster, whether or not the newspaper is socialist, the clergyman Orthodox Catholic, and the schoolmaster a Prussian conservative, he hears again and again what has been heard since the era of the Enlightenment, reproducing itself from generation to generation and still influencing us all today more strongly than we realize. The form that the German bourgeoisie of the time devised and fused with foreign elements has remained our heritage to this day. This culture was produced by the economic development of the 18th century, however, once it had emerged, this culture became a living element that, in shaping later generations in the same way and affecting every individual separately, unites the nation as a community of culture. To be sure, German bourgeois culture today still does not affect the whole people with its full force. Its full effect is still felt only by the propertied and dominant classes. And this is hardly to be compared with the situation in the 18th century. What meaning could the bourgeois Enlightenment and bourgeois art have for the German peasants, whose lives were dominated by the excessive demands for work by the landholder? What meaning could they have for the German artisans, who had already begun to complain about the competitiveness of advancing capitalism? What meaning could they have for the German workers, who were at this time at the mercy of capitalist exploitation to a greater degree than had previously been or was subsequently the case? One needs look only to the education system of the time in order to understand how narrow the circle still was that the new bourgeois culture bound together as a nation. The secondary school, which emerged as a result of the Reformation in Protestant regions for the most part under state influence and in Catholic regions under Jesuit influence, never fell into complete decline. With the ad. 79. Vances of the bourgeois community of culture, it experienced a revival. The case of the elementary school was quite different. Capitalism in the period of the manufactory and the putting out system had no use for the elementary school. The workers in the manufactory, who performed the same simple manual tasks year in and year out, required practice and dexterity for their work, but no knowledge at all. The work of the cotter working in the putting out system required just as little educational background. Indeed, more than a minimum education for the peasant was already regarded by the landowning class of the time as dangerous. In the words of Frederick II, "It suffices in the countryside when they learn to read and write a little, if they know too much they go to the cities and want to become secretaries and the like." Therefore in the countryside one must conduct the education of the young people in such a way that they learn what is necessary for what they have to accomplish, but in such a way that they do not leave their villages and keep their place. The state at this time was also quite content with the provision of an extremely limited measure of general elementary education. The schoolmaster must ensure that the people retain their devotion to religion and educate them to the point where they do not steal or murder. The state required no more than this at a time when military divisions marched into battle as one man and war made no claims on the common man's ability to make decisions, at a time when administrative tasks were carried out by educated bureaucrats or landholders and therefore did not require the participation of the great mass of the population. The elementary education system of the time was consequently wretched. 57. The local sexton, whose task it was to sweep the church, also organized the school lessons. The villages lacked school buildings, and, as a consequence, the lessons were usually conducted in the house of a different parishioner each week. The parishioners also took turns in providing board and lodging for the teacher, who received an annual wage of between $3 and $20. 58. If the schoolmaster, proclaimed the Principia Regulativa of Frederick William I of Prussia, is a craftsman, it was common for tailors to work as schoolmasters as a side-line, then he can already subsist. If he is not, then he is allowed to work in the harvest for 6 weeks on a daily wage. In order to provide for those invalid during his campaigns, Frederick II wanted to appoint them as schoolmasters. If some are found among the invalids who can read, calculate, and write and are suited to the position of schoolmaster in the countryside and are otherwise proper, then they should be employed in particular in those places where the king provides a salary for the schoolmaster. It is indicative enough of the quality of elementary education at the time that, when the royal order was implemented, only 69 invalids out of 4,000 were found who could read and write adequately. Furthermore, the condition of the education system was always better in Protestant regions than in the Catholic ones. 59. 80. Thus, the apparently glorious development of the German community of culture still reveals the sad picture with which we are already familiar. The national community of culture was still the community of culture of a class, that of the educated bourgeoisie. The vast majority of the population had no part in it. Peasants, artisans, and workers were still, as in the era of the Hohenstaufen, not members of the nation, but its mere tenants. The further expansion of the national cultural community could occur only through a vast unfolding of the forces of production, a task that was carried out by modern capitalism. Modern capitalism and the national community of culture. Early capitalist development had transformed the old system of feudal landholdings into a monoreal system with both feudal and capitalist aspects. Gutsherrschaft, a hybrid form that served the capitalist pursuit of profit within the juridical framework of the seigneurial system. Modern capitalism, however, completely stripped the large agricultural concern of its feudal form, thus completely eliminating the seigneurial system that had constituted the structure of German agriculture for over 1,000 years. That which innumerable peasant uprisings had failed to achieve, the elimination of their exploitation at the hands of the feudal lord, was accomplished by capitalist development. The absolutist state had already placed limitations on the monoreal system, the bourgeois revolution eliminated it. The monoreal system rendered early capitalist development an indispensable service in that the seizures of peasant land by the landlords ensured the emergence of an army of proletarians. This process of expropriation, however, established its own limits. The lord was able to expand his own domain at the expense of the peasants only to a certain extent. A number of peasants had to be spared due to the lord's need for labor power. At this point the lord recalled that the peasant was bound to the soil and that it was the peasant's destiny to serve only him, the hereditary lord, and not, for instance, the foreign capitalist in the city. From this point onward we no longer hear of the seizures of peasant land, but of the cruel persecution of the peasants who, by fleeing the countryside, sought to avoid the exploitation that had now grown unbearable. The monoreal system now became an impediment to capitalist development. In that it bound the peasants to the land, made the choice of a profession for the peasant's son conditional on seigneurial approval, and obliged the children of the peasant to perform bonded service for a period, it impeded the enlisting of industrial labor power. In that it compelled the peasant to provide labor services and prevented him from cultivating the land intensively, it impeded inclusion of the peasants in the sphere of commodity purchasers, restricted the market for industry, and essentially limited capital to the luxury industries that produced for the needs of the landowners. 81. However, the monoreal system conflicted not only with the interests of the bourgeoisie, but also with its ideology. Newly emerged in an old world, in conflict with all traditional forms of power, the young bourgeoisie had no taste for historical legal titles, the time-honored and the traditional commanded no respect from this class, which evaluated every institution using the measure of its class reason. The monoreal system found no favor here. The only justification for its existence in legal terms was the fact of its historical emergence, and it now no longer served any existing need. It was thus rejected by the bourgeoisie, which demanded the liberation of the peasantry. In voicing this demand, the bourgeoisie found its primary ally in the state, which saw the peasant as its taxpayer and soldier, but the landed noble as the opponent of centralized state authority, an opponent who resisted the will of the princes in the estates diet, whose land was not subject to taxation, and whose jurisdiction over his tenants made centralized bureaucratic administration impossible. Thus, already prior to the bourgeoisie's rise to power, the monoreal system faced an opponent in the absolutist state, which moderated the exploitation and bonded serfdom of the peasants, albeit without eliminating them. It was the bourgeois revolution that actually destroyed the old feudal legal framework. It made the peasant a free citizen, liberated him from all personal ties to the lord, placed him under the direct authority of state courts and state administrative bodies, made him a free owner of his land, and liberated him from labor services. The elimination of the juridical framework of feudalism removed all the obstacles that until now had countered the influence of capitalist forces on the rural population. However, in the meantime these forces had changed in nature, had increased their offensive capacity through the transformation of the forces of production at their disposal. The capitalist concern had now progressed from the era of cooperation, the simple pooling of workers engaged in the same work, the stage of the manufactory, the workshop based on the division of labor among artisans, to the era of the factory, with its utilization of the machine. The spinning machine, the mechanical loom, and the steam engine became tools of industrial capital. Armed with these new weapons, capital now embarked on a transformation of all social relations in the countryside. The modern factory in the first place destroyed the old forms of domestic industry practiced by the peasants. The spinning jenny brought domestic spinning to an end in a matter of decades, and the mechanical loom reduced the amount of weaving done in the home. The supplementary activities performed by the peasant family during the winter months, and thereby also its supplementary income, were now taken away. The peasant increasingly became a pure farmer, to whom capitalist industry left no supplementary commercial activities. The old remains of the self-sufficient domestic economy disappeared. The old proverb that it is only a fool who gives to the blacksmith what he himself can earn was forgotten. Rural production became pure. 82. Commodity production, with the peasant now having to sell his products in order to purchase the products of capitalist industry. Within a few decades, the development that had begun with the emergence of the modern factory received a new stimulus. Modern means of transport, the railway and the steamship, now provided capitalism with its most powerful tool. Cheap transport created the possibility of using agricultural and livestock products from foreign countries to feed the peoples of Europe. The fertile virgin soils of America, Russia, and Siberia and the extensive pasture lands of Australia, New Zealand, and South Africa were utilized to serve the needs of Europe. Instead of producing the grains and livestock they required themselves, the peoples of Europe transferred a part of their agricultural production to other parts of the globe and exchanged their industrial products for the agricultural products of the young colonial lands. As a consequence, European agriculture had to improve its production methods if it was not to be undercut by its new overseas competitors. The machine was now introduced into agriculture, albeit in a more limited capacity than in industry. In Germany, steam-driven threshing machinery was soon annually achieving a capacity equal to 20 million human working days. 60. The necessity for artificial fertilizers, the transition to intensive cultivation, and the closer connection with agriculturally based industries all increased the capital requirement of agriculture. Large capitalist concerns affiliated themselves with agriculturally based industries such as spirit distilling and sugar production. The peasants similarly sought to gain advantage by forming agricultural cooperatives. All these developments brought about an increasing inclusion of the rural population in the sphere of commodity production. Even the Tyrolean peasant no longer gave his milk to his farm laborers for their meal break, but sent it to the cooperative dairy for treatment and sale, providing his laborers instead with bought schnapps. Together these immense changes brought about, on the one hand, a complete geographical and occupational restructuring of the population and, on the other, a fundamental change in the agricultural situation and thereby the psychology of the peasant. The peasant's son no longer had a place on the land. His father could no longer use him in the autumn to thresh the grain, since it was now threshed in the field using the steam-driven threshing machine. He could no longer use his services at the loom in the winter, since the mechanical loom had brought an end to domestic industry. The peasant's son therefore left the land and moved to the large industrial regions. The size of the agricultural population did not increase, whereas there was a rapid rise in the numbers engaged in industry and commerce. Immense numbers of people gathered in the great cities and the large industrial regions. The peasants who had remained on the land now became pure farmers. They no longer used the products of their labor for themselves, but put them on the market, and used their financial return to buy the industrial products that they needed. 83. Must we not now demonstrate what all this represents for the national community of culture? The rural population has been uprooted by capitalism, torn from the soil to which it was tied since people first took up a settled existence, and drawn beyond the narrow boundaries defining the village and the land attached to it. Its sons have moved to the cities, where people from every part of the country encounter one another, influence one another, marry and reproduce. There the traditional, the unchanging rhythm of peasant existence governed by the seasons is replaced by the pulsating life of the city, which destroys all traditional conceptions, a new and ever-changing world. Those who are part of the modern urban workforce are flung here and there depending on changes in the economic situation. How great the difference is between, for instance, the modern metal worker, who today works on the Rhine in the pay of the great iron magnate and tomorrow is dispatched by a wave of industrial changes to Silesia, who courts his wife in Saxony but raises his children in Berlin, and his grandfather, who spent his life from birth till death in a remote alpine village, seeing the provincial town perhaps twice a year on the occasion of a fair or one of the great church festivals and not even acquainted with the peasants from the neighboring village due to the fact that a mountain range impeded interaction between villages. But how different is also our metal worker's brother, who has inherited the paternal holding in our mountain village. The traditional form of agricultural production has now been replaced by continual change, continual experimentation under the influence of agricultural cooperatives, touring training courses, agricultural fairs, and the like. He has become a businessman, who can calculate the price of his wares, negotiate with urban merchants over their prices, and take advantage of the competition between merchants. He has become as much a commodity producer and a commodity seller as the merchants and producers in the city. He is linked with the urban population by all the ties of commercial interaction, and for a long time now he has ceased to be beyond the reach of its cultural influence. Perhaps he rides to the city on his bicycle to haggle with the buyers, wearing not the traditional peasant garb, but an urban style of dress he has purchased in the town, the cut of which is, if not in the latest fashion from Paris or Vienna, then the previous seasons. These psychological changes produced by capitalist development have changed our whole system of education, just as they themselves would in turn not have been possible without the development of our education system. The school has become a necessary tool of modern development. Better popular education was required by modern capitalism in order for the complex administrative apparatus of the large industrial concern to function. It was required by the peasant, since without it he could never have developed into the modern farmer. It was required by the modern state, which could never have established the modern administration or the modern army without it. 84. The 19th century thus saw an impressive development of the popular education system. We do not need to point out what it meant for the national community of culture that the same reader used by the worker's child in East Prussia as by the Tyrolean peasant's child conveyed the same educational elements, the same elements of our intellectual culture, in the same uniform language. What the school began was continued by our army. The system of conscription reached its logical conclusion in compulsory military service. On the battlefields where the French Revolution defeated the absolutist powers of the old Europe, the modern army was born a popular army, not yet in terms of its goals or its form of organization, but in terms of its composition. Military service took the peasant's son out of the narrow world of the village and brought him into contact with comrades from the city and from other regions and exposed him to the influence of the population of the garrison environment. Our military system thus quite unconsciously brought about a psychological revolution. It is no accident that the character in Gerhard Hauptmann's Weaver's Die Weber who fans the spark of rebellion into a flame is a soldier newly returned home from the city. The effect initially exercised by the school on the child and by compulsory military service on the young man is fully realized by democracy in the case of the adult. Freedom of association, freedom of assembly, and freedom of the press become the means by which the great issues of the age are carried into every peasant village and every workshop, by which great world events become the fate determining every individual, a cultural influence acting upon every individual. Universal suffrage, which calls on all to participate in collective decisions, forces the parties to struggle for every last supporter. In the slogans of the political parties, every peasant, every worker, is surrounded by all the great achievements of our entire history, our entire culture. Every speech to an assembly, every newspaper, conveys a part of our intellectual culture to every last voter. All voters, however different in terms of origin, wealth, and political viewpoint, are nevertheless encompassed by a community of culture, because they are all as the object of the struggle of all parties subject to the same cultural influence, because in the individuality of each the same cultural influence has become operative and solidified as character. Of all the historical movements produced by the age of capitalism, the workers' movement is by far the most significant. Even its indirect effect is immense. It is the workers' movement that has won for the workers a reduction of the working day, with the result that at least a part of our national culture also permeates to them. It is this movement that has succeeded in raising the wages of the workers to the point where physical and intellectual impoverishment does not completely exclude them from the community of culture of the nation. But it has achieved more than this. By awakening a 85. Fear of socialism in the propertied classes, it has forced them to enter the arena of struggle. Now the member of the bourgeoisie and even the junker must endeavor to reach the masses. He too now seeks workers to organize for his own ends, to unite workers and peasants in the struggle against the working class. The struggle around the great question of property thus rages throughout the whole society, rages around each individual. By way of the press, associations, and newspapers, the arguments of every party exert an influence on every member of the people. In this way, a fragment of the current of our culture, however diluted it may be, penetrates to every individual, affects that individual's character, and unites us as a community of culture bound together by the same cultural influences. The Germanic peoples in Caesar's time were a community of culture, but this old community of culture disintegrated with the transition to agriculture and the nations adopting a settled form of existence. The national community was replaced by local communities, clearly differing from locality to locality, from valley to valley. High culture united only the dominant and propertied classes as a nation. Only with the advent of modern capitalism was a truly national culture of the whole people produced, one that transcended the boundaries of the narrow village world. Capitalism achieved this by uprooting the population, tearing it out of local ties, restructuring it in geographical and occupational terms in the process of the formation of modern classes and professions. It completed its work by means of democracy, which is its product, as well as the popular school, military service, and universal suffrage. Can capitalism then not take pride in its work? Has not this much maligned phenomenon accomplished an immense task by recreating the nation as a community of culture that includes all and not merely the propertied classes? To be sure. However, capitalism cannot praise its work too loudly. It is the progress of the forces of production that has made possible the emergence of the modern national community of culture. The steam engine, the spinning machine, the loom, giant blast furnaces, and our Bessemer converters, the fact that the development of steamship travel and the railway first opened up fertile regions in distant parts of the globe to us, these things have provided the totality of the people with the access to cultural wealth that makes the nation a community of culture. The development of the forces of production, of the machine, is responsible for the restructuring of the population that underlies our great prosperity. Greater prosperity has become an element of the culture that binds the people together as a community of culture. This development of the forces of production has certainly been realized through capitalism. The fact that it has been realized only in this way at the same time places limits on the development of the community of culture. The condition of the emergence of the modern nation was the growth of our forces of production and thereby of our prosperity. However, the fact that until now it has been possible for these forces of production to develop only 86. In the context of capitalism, only in the service of capital, limits the access of the masses to the culture of the nation. This fact establishes the limits of the development of the national community of culture. The development of the forces of production means an immense rise in the productivity of the labor of the people. However, the growing wealth produced by our labor becomes the property of the masses only to a limited extent. The ownership of the instruments of labor has become a tool used to appropriate a massive part of the constantly increasing wealth. Only a part of the working day produces for the worker the goods that become his own. The rest of the working day is devoted to creating the wealth that becomes the property of the owner of the means of production. Material goods, however, always transform themselves into intellectual culture. Thus, the law of our age is that the labor of one becomes the culture of another. The fact of exploitation, of surplus labor, which is manifested in the long working hours, the low wages, the poor nourishment, and the overcrowded housing of the worker constitutes a limit to the participation of the broad mass of the working people in the intellectual culture of the nation. The fact of exploitation, therefore, also restricts the emergence of the nation as a community of culture. It prevents the incorporation of the worker into the national cultural community. And what is true of the worker is also true of the peasant exploited by buyer capital and mortgage capital, and of the artisan enslaved by the capitalist merchant. They are at work from early childhood till old age. In the late evening they look in vain for silence in their cramped living quarters, which all too many must share between them. The necessity of procuring enough for their daily needs leaves them without a moment's freedom. What can these people know of that which we happier individuals experience, that which binds us together as a nation? What do our workers know of Kant? Are peasants of Goethe? Are artisans of Marx? However, capitalism restricts the development of the people as a whole in regard to the formation of a community of culture, not only indirectly, due to the fact of exploitation, but also directly, as a result of the necessary defense of exploitation. To be sure, capitalism has expanded popular education to the degree it requires for its own purposes, but it will take care not to create a truly national system of education, which could place the masses in full possession of intellectual culture. This is not only because capitalism places excessive limits on the time available for schooling so as not to restrict its possibilities of exploiting children, not only because it begrudges the costs of schooling and would rather channel its wealth into the tools of its own power, but above all because, if provided with the opportunity to fully participate in the culture of the nation, the masses could no longer tolerate capitalism's domination. Capitalism fears the popular school because it educates capitalism's opponent, and it therefore seeks to degrade the school to the position of a means of its own domination. Capitalism has necessarily produced com. 87. Compulsory military service, but it has not created a truly popular army. It locks its soldiers in barracks and seeks to prevent them as much as possible from influencing the population. It seeks to cultivate in them, by way of external appearance, spatial separation, and ideological suggestion, a particular notion of status, which maintains a distance between the soldiers and the life of the masses. Capitalism has produced democracy. But although democracy was the adolescent love of the bourgeoisie, it is the terror of its old age, because it has now become a tool of the working class's claim to power. Universal suffrage in agriculturally backward Austria is still to be won. Within the German Empire one can deny it to the workers for the regional diets, one can consider denying it to them for the Reichstag. 61. Aging capitalism also fears freedom of the press, of assembly, and of association as means of power employed by its enemies. It thus does what it can to restrict the development of the nation. Capitalism cannot allow the nation to emerge as a cultural community in its fully realized form, because every element of intellectual culture becomes power in the hands of the working class, a weapon that will one day bring capitalism down. We can certainly applaud every attempt to pass on a part of our scholarly and artistic traditions to workers. However, only the zealot will forget that only the isolated and unusually gifted worker can today become a cultivated individual, that the full possession of our cultural wealth remains at present necessarily denied to the workers. Whoever has seen our workers trying, after 9 or 10 hours of physical work, to acquire something of the immense wealth of our intellectual culture has seen how they struggle with the fatigue that wants to close their eyes, how they wrestle with the dreadful limitations of their poor educational background, which makes every new word a difficulty, how they endeavor to grasp the laws of society without ever having heard of the laws of nature, ever having learned about the laws of mechanics. How they try to understand exact laws of economics although they have never learned mathematics. Whoever has seen this will not venture to hope ever to be able to make our culture the property of these exploited human beings. Only sycophants of the proletariat can persuade the workers that today they, as proletarians, can comprehend all scholarship, can enjoy all beauty. It is the great sorrow of the working class that it is not capable of this, that it is excluded from our national intellectual culture, from the greatest of treasures, on whose development even the least unskilled day laborer has an effect. It remains the case that it is only the masters who are bound together to form a national community by a shared culture, while the working, exploited, and oppressed masses, without whose work this culture could not exist for one day, indeed could never have emerged, are fobbed off with a wretchedly tiny portion of this wealth. But of course the day is closer than ever on which these masses will be able to take hold of this great wealth in order to make the intellectual culture that is the product of the labor of the entire people the 88. Property of the entire people as well. Only when this day comes will a fully national community of culture begin to emerge. The realization of the national community of culture through socialism. Just as the bourgeoisie, once the numerically poorest and most insignificant of the estates within feudal society, rose up in this society, ultimately destroyed it, and built up its own society, so too there is a class stirring in contemporary society with whose interests our social institutions are incompatible, the working class. Step by step this class is winning ground in the class struggle and will ultimately establish a new society in place of the present one. But what will this society look like? The notion that every worker will become the owner of his instruments of labor, as in the days of the petty bourgeoisie of the guilds, would make technological development impossible. In the age of the machine, of gigantic transport networks, of great enterprises that are continually expanding, the means of production cannot belong to the individual worker. However, the society as a whole, the totality of the working people, can be the owner of the means of production. The society that the proletariat will construct will therefore be a socialist society. It will want to construct this society because the society of the present is in contradiction with its interests, is founded on the exploitation of the working class. It will be able to construct this society because, due to the concentration of capital, the accumulation of the instruments of labor under the command of relatively few enterprises, capitalism itself will create the possibility of transferring the means of production to social ownership. It will construct this society because the working class constitutes the daily increasing majority of the population, and it is therefore the will of this class that will ultimately decide the destiny of the people. When the society itself assumes control of the instruments of labor and organizes the production of goods on a planned basis, this means in the first place an immense increase in the productivity of labor. To be sure, it was capitalism that first developed the modern forces of production. However, the capitalist mode of production itself constitutes a barrier to the full utilization of these forces. First, the capitalist mode of production reduces the amount of productive labor performed within the society, or rather, it reduces the number of working people engaged in productive labor, and, by maintaining an army of those who do not work or who are engaged in non-productive labor, it shifts a correspondingly heavier burden onto the shoulders of those who are engaged in productive labor. 62. Capitalism excludes a considerable number of people from social labor altogether inasmuch as their property makes it possible for them to live with. 89. Outworking. The large and small capitalists, the growing number of those of independent means, are completely excluded from social labor, living on its output without augmenting it. To these are added all those making up their entourage, their wives, their servants, and the standing army that is required by the capitalist state. All of them diminish the number of productive workers. However, if in capitalist society some do not participate in the social labor process because their property makes work unnecessary, there are others who are excluded from the social labor process due to the fact that property is in the hands of the former. Capitalism constantly maintains an industrial reserve army, an army of unemployed. Under favorable economic conditions, capitalism draws a part of this unemployed sector into the sphere of production and provides it with employment. However, even under the most favorable economic conditions, unemployment never completely disappears. As soon as a crisis develops or the national economy merely experiences a severe depression, the number of the unemployed increases immediately and the quantity of labor performed decreases. Moreover, large sectors of the workforce are provided with full employment or any employment at all, farming, seasonal work, by capitalism only during particular times of the year. Capitalism is not capable of meeting the task of placing workers who are engaged in activities which, for technological or economic reasons, are limited to particular times of the year in other branches of production during the rest of the year. However, capitalism not only reduces the number of people actively participating in the social labor process, but also, in particular, the number of those producing use values. Capitalism requires a vast army of diligent workers, which it forces to work hard from early in the morning until late at night, and which, despite this, makes no contribution in terms of goods to the wealth of the society. Such an army is required by capitalism in order to wage the struggles created by capitalist competition. However, the labor that is devoted to directing customers away from competitors does not increase the wealth of the society by one iota. The work of the merchant and his assistants has a dual character. On the one hand, it entails the task of distributing the social product among the members of society, a task that must be fulfilled in every society. On the other hand, it also entails the work demanded by competition, the work of inducement, of persuasion, work that is required only by a society based on competition between private producers. What a vast amount of labor is devoured by advertising, from the newspaper advertisement to the world exhibition. Socialist society will increase the number of productive workers to a vast extent. No healthy adult person will be able to live in a socialist society without working, since private property will no longer provide the right to the products of another's labor, and for each who wants to work there will be employment, for every worker will be welcomed as someone, increasing the 90. prosperity of the society. And labor in this society will serve no other purpose than that of the production and distribution of goods and the enrichment of the society. The capitalist mode of production not only prevents the available human labor power from being utilized to its full capacity. It also hinders the application of the most productive forms of industry. Capitalist production can never fully exploit the achievements of modern technology. Socialist society will be able to utilize a machine if the amount of labor it replaces is greater than that required to produce it. The capitalist mode of production, on the other hand, is able to use a machine only if it saves more on wages than it costs to produce. The lower the wages for labor, the greater the barriers to the introduction of new machinery and thus to the utilization of technological progress. Since the wage can be a manifestation only of the value of labor power and never of the value of the product of labor, capitalist society can never utilize all the machinery that a socialist society could immediately apply to production. Moreover, in the context of the capitalist mode of production, the surplus value produced by a society is distributed to the individual producers in proportion to the amount of capital utilized. Individual profit is in direct proportion not to the amount of labor performed, but to the amount of capital utilized. However, capital is not only variable capital, which is used to pay the workers, but also constant capital, capital invested in machinery and raw materials. The production of iron and the production of machinery are branches of production with a high organic composition of capital. Here there is a greater amount of capital invested in machinery and raw materials in proportion to the amount of capital allotted to wages than in other branches of production. The producers of the iron and the machinery thereby receive more profit than corresponds to the surplus value produced in their workshops. They appropriate a part of the surplus value of other branches of production. The manifestation of this is the price of the iron and of the machine. The production price of the machine is constantly above its value. It is too high to be a true expression of the amount of social labor it incorporates, because this production price incorporates a part of the surplus value produced in other branches of production and appropriated by the producers of iron and machinery by virtue of the magnitude of their invested capital. Capitalist society can utilize only machinery that saves more on wages than it costs. We already know that for this reason the low wages paid for labor constitute a barrier to the progress of mechanized production. We can now add to this that the higher production price of the machine, which is always higher than its value, which is determined by the social labor time required for its production, is a further barrier to the replacement of manual labor by the more productive labor of the machine. To this is added yet another reason, the cartels and trusts in the coal and iron industries raise the price of coal, iron, and mac-in. 91. Still further above the production price established in the context of free competition, thereby making mechanized production still more expensive and representing a further barrier to technological progress. The socialist mode of production will remove all these limitations in one blow. Here every machine will be usable that replaces more labor than is required to produce it. If the laws of wage and price fixing inhibit technological progress in industry, in agriculture the capitalist mode of production inhibits to an even greater degree the adoption of more rational techniques. Capitalism is incompatible with rational agriculture. 63. The peasant enterprise is too small, the peasant technically too unschooled to be able to fully exploit the achievements of science in his enterprise. The large agricultural enterprise, on the other hand, is robbed by industrial development due to the emigration of its workforce to the towns, and the disinclination to work among wage laborers and the low intensity of the work they perform are a barrier to a more rational form of agriculture. Only with the advent of the socialist mode of production can it become possible to make full use of the great achievements of the science of agriculture. Finally, the capitalist mode of production limits the productivity of labor by hindering a rational exchange of goods between the different economic regions. The wealth of each region will increase to an immense degree if it directs all its labor power into those branches of production in which the natural and social conditions in the region render labor most productive and acquires other goods through exchange with those regions best suited to the production of these goods. If we want to increase the productivity of our labor, we must obtain agricultural products from the regions with the best soil and iron from the regions with the richest ore and, in return, provide these regions with those goods that we can produce using less labor than they themselves would have to do. However, in the capitalist mode of production, the decision as to whether we produce goods ourselves or obtain them through exchange with other regions is not based on the consideration of how the wealth of the people as a whole can be increased, but on the basis of the particular interests of the dominant class. The free exchange of goods is therefore, as proven by a century of history, only an accident in the context of capitalist society. It is only where the general interest by chance coincides with the interest of the dominant class that a region participates in the free exchange of goods and thereby increases the prosperity of the people as a whole. Only in the context of the socialist mode of production will the question of which branches of production our labor is to be utilized in and which goods are to be obtained from abroad through exchange be decided exclusively from the standpoint of how best to increase the wealth of the country and of how best to increase the productivity of the labor of its people. It is not only due to the limits it places on the augmentation of the productivity of human labor that the capitalist mode of production diminishes. 92. The wealth of the society, but also due to the fact that it continually uses human labor for the production of things that it discovers too late satisfy no real social need, things that are not in fact commodities. On an isolated farm in the wilderness, the father of the house allocates the social labor. He sends one son into the fields, another out to hunt, and a third to the loom. In a socialist society, the administrative body responsible for production would allocate labor to the different branches of production. In a capitalist society, however, the choice of work is left to the individual, and it is only through crises and catastrophes that the necessary adaptation of the division of labor to the diversity of needs is achieved. Thus, we produce means of production and then close them down because we have no use for them. Thus, we train a qualified workforce and then cannot provide it with employment. Thus, we produce goods and then cannot find buyers for them. What an immense waste of human effort! However, even where the product of labor becomes a good and can be sold as a commodity, the madness of our mode of production still reveals itself. What an enormous amount of labor is sacrificed to ends that make the society not richer, but poorer. How much do we pay annually for the birth and nourishment of those poor children who, thanks to wretched housing, thanks to the fact that pregnant women have to work in factories, thanks to insufficient nourishment, die in their first or second year of life? 64. All these economic sacrifices do nothing to enrich our culture, bring no one joy, but instead cause thousands of fathers the bitterest distress, thousands of mothers terrible physical and emotional suffering. The transfer of the means of production from private ownership to ownership by the society thus represents, in the first instance, an immense increase in the wealth of the society. To be sure, one often hears claims to the contrary. The bourgeois economist, who sees only the wage laborer working under the whip of the capitalist, argues that all diligence would come to an end were the capitalist to disappear from the workshop. However, the bourgeois economist confuses here the function of directing social production with the right to exploit the worker. The director of production, who ensures order and industriousness in the workshop, will not be absent in the society of the future. However, he will be not a capitalist who drives on his slave labor for his own ends, but a representative of the workers themselves. He will, of course, not only be a representative of the workers in the workshop, with whose supervision he has been charged, but a representative of the entire society, of the totality of the working people. 65. The increase in the productivity of labor through the socialization of the means of production and the methodical mastery of the instruments of labor on the part of the society itself mean, on the one hand, a reduction in necessary labor time and thus more leisure for all, and, on the other hand, an increase in material wealth and the fuller satisfaction of human needs. And 93. Since, with the transfer of ownership of the means of production, the fact of exploitation, of surplus labor, disappears, the reduction in labor time, like the increase in material wealth, will benefit all. The workers of the coming society will not have to work as long as the wage laborers of today, because their work will not have to maintain a class of capitalists, and they will be able to more fully satisfy their needs than is possible today, because the planned management of social production will increase the productivity of labor and reward every hour of labor with a greater quantity of goods. Leisure and the ensured satisfaction of immediate existential needs are the primary condition of all intellectual culture. It is thus only in the context of democratic socialism that the entire population can be included in the national community of culture. The participation of the entire people in the culture of the nation is not only possible in socialist society, but necessary. Democracy requires the education of every individual, because it calls upon each individual to participate in decisions. The first task of socialist cultural work will thus be the establishment of a national education system. The school emerged in the town as the school of the bourgeoisie. Modern capitalism has expanded this system in the form of the popular elementary school Volksschule. However, the school still clearly exhibits the marks of its origins. Although it has now become the school of the working masses, it still teaches the people nothing of relevance to their work, but educates them as if all Germans were destined for the Chancery. 66. The school of the future will be in the first place a school of the working people. Education for work will therefore be the focal point of instruction. However, it will not be merely a school of workers, but also one of Epicureans, for in the future there will no longer be a barrier between work and pleasure. That is why the school of the future will make all of the great riches of our intellectual culture the property of its students. Only a socialist society can accomplish that which capitalist society, stinting on every aspect of schooling and fearing the education of the masses, could never accomplish, the creation of a truly national system of education, one that makes education, as dreamed of by Johann Gottlieb Fichte, in no sense a possession, as has been the case until now, but an integral element of the pupil's personality, and thus, by transmitting the national culture, an education that truly brings forth in its pupils in every child of the nation the national character, an enduring essence, which is now no longer in a state of becoming, but which is, and which can be nothing other than what it is. 67. National education will provide the foundation for the growth of a national culture. Certainly, the culture of the members of the future society will be a new type of culture. This is, after all, the first time that the worker and the Epicurean are identical. The first time that the creators of the culture are at the same time its beneficiaries. Thus, entirely new personalities will 94. Emerge, human beings equally different from both the idle Epicureans and the culturally deprived workers of the last millennium. They will carry within them the roots of their origins, the popular, the naive. They will bring with them the memories of the great struggles in which they won their society. Thus, in place of the traditional, they will establish new cultural forms, new symbols. And these new human beings will not enjoy the culture in isolation as did the feudal lords of the Middle Ages, as did the princes of the Renaissance, as does the bourgeoisie of today, but socially, as did the citizens of Athens. The artist will not decorate the home of the wealthy banker, but will now create his works for the conference and meeting halls, the theaters and concert halls, the schools and places of work of the new society. However, as new as this culture will be, it will also be the heir to all previous cultures. Whatever people have devised and invented, composed and sung, will now become the heritage of the masses. That which the minsinger sang centuries ago to a proud princess, that which the artist of the Renaissance painted for the wealthy merchant, that which the thinker of the early capitalist period presented to a narrow stratum of the educated, will now become the property of the masses. The human beings of the future will thus create their own culture from both the heritage of the old and the new work of their contemporaries. And this culture will become the property of all, will become the foundation that determines the character of each, and thus will unite the nation in a community of character. And since in this culture the new will join itself to the old, will be linked to and mingled with it, will be in its substance partly determined by it, the traditional culture of the nation, the precipitate of the history of the nation, will at last become the property of that nation, the determinative foundation of its character. The cultural history of the nation has been until now the history of the propertied classes. Only with the advent of socialism, with the conquest of the product of that history by the masses, will the history of the nation become the property of the masses. Only in a socialist society will the masses contribute to the intellectual specificity of this history. Only socialism can integrate the broad mass of the working people into the national community of culture. However, it will also change the essence of this community of culture by giving the nation autonomy, by giving it self-determination in regard to the development of its culture. The nation lacks this autonomy in the age of commodity production. This is not only because the destiny of the nation is not decided by the will of the masses. Cultural self-determination is also absent among the ruling classes of today. For it is not a single will that today decides the destiny of the people, but innumerable, individual actions of individual persons, behind which laws are at work of which the participants are not conscious. An example can be used to illustrate this. The transplantation of the population has without doubt transformed the 95 character of the German nation to an enormous extent. Have we not become different human beings as a result of being uprooted from the soil we once cultivated, from the forests and meadows we once roamed, and being placed in the great cities with their tenement buildings, in the industrial areas with their soot and smoke, in which the last flower and the last tree suffocate in air impregnated with coal? How different the people of our industrial cities are from the villagers of former times. But was it the nation that discussed and decided on this transformation of its entire being, this transformation of its character? Not at all. To be sure, the process of transplanting the population was carried out through the agency of human consciousness, decided on by human will. However, this process did not issue from the will of the nation, but from innumerable wills acting independent of one another. It was decided on by innumerable capitalists, who calculated on paper where the production costs would be lowest, the profits greatest. It was decided on by innumerable workers, who ascertained where employment could be found, where the wages could best enable them to eke out an existence for their families. And the result of these individual decisions, based on quite diverse considerations, is a transformation of the being of the entire nation, a transformation of the essence of its culture, a transformation of its character. Who gave these individuals the power to make the entire nation into something different from what it had ever been before? It was the law. The private ownership of the instruments of labor means nothing but that the nation has surrendered control of its fate and entrusted it to the will of individuals. However, these individuals decide not the fate of the nation, but only their own fate, and they know nothing of the effects their decisions have on the overall being of the nation. And yet, it is through nothing other than millions of such individual resolutions, which do not concern themselves with and know nothing of the nation, that the fate of the nation is determined. And if the man of science nevertheless discovers laws behind this apparent contingency of independent individual wills, which have ultimately brought about this transplantation of the population and thus transformed the character of the nation, these are laws of which those who came to these decisions knew nothing. They are laws that, in the inspired words of the young Engels, enforce themselves without those concerned being conscious of them. It is entirely different in a socialist society. The establishment of new enterprises, the geographical distribution of the population, become here the conscious act of organized society. Such issues have to be decided on by the organs of the society, discussed by the individuals making up these organs, and examined in regard to their effects. The geographical distribution of the population will thus become a conscious act. The society of the future will discuss and decide as to whether it wants to construct a new shoe factory in the coal region, where production costs are low, or in a beautiful forest landscape, where the workers involved in shoe production can lead as healthy and 96. Pleasant a life as possible. The effect on the character of the nation, the determination of the changes to this character, will be assumed once again by the society. The future history of the people will become the product of its own conscious will. The nation of the future will thus be capable of that which the commodity-producing society can never achieve, of educating itself, of fashioning its own fate, of consciously determining the future transformation of its character itself. Only socialism can give the nation full autonomy, true self-determination. Only socialism can release the nation from the effect of forces of which it is not conscious and which are outside its influence. The fact that socialism will make the nation autonomous, will make its destiny a product of the nation's conscious will result in an increasing differentiation between the nations of the socialist society, a clearer expression of their specificities, a clearer distinction between their respective characters. This conclusion will perhaps surprise some. It is regarded as a certainty by supporters and opponents of socialism alike that socialism will reduce national diversity, narrowing or even doing away with the differences between nations. It is certain that the differences between the material contents of different national cultures will be reduced in socialist society. Modern capitalism has already begun this work. The pre-capitalist peasant lived and produced for centuries in the manner inherited from his ancestors without adopting any of the advances made by his neighbors. He used the same primitive plow even though, only a few miles away, he would have had the opportunity to observe a better plow that would have assured him a much higher yield. Modern capitalism, however, has taught the nations to learn from one another. Each technological advance becomes the property of the whole world within a few years. Every change in the law is studied and imitated by neighboring peoples. Each scientific and artistic current influences the civilized peoples of the entire world. There can be no doubt that socialism will increase this cosmopolitan tendency in our culture to an enormous extent, will reduce the differences between the material contents of cultures at an incomparably greater speed, such that the nations will learn still more from one another, each learning from the other that which corresponds to its particular goals. However, it would be precipitate to conclude from this that the reduction of the differences between the material contents of cultures will also lead to nations becoming completely identical. Observers of English life have often been astounded by the curiously conservative character of the English, have been amazed at how extraordinarily slow the English are to absorb new concepts, to learn new things from other peoples. This oddness of the English national character has protected the Britons from a number of fashion fads, strengthened the influence of a number of valuable conceptual systems, and impeded all forms of demagogy in England. It has of course also greatly impeded the penetration into England. 97. Of a number of advances, including that of socialism. But our task here is not at all one of judging this phenomenon, but of understanding it. In my opinion, one of the causes of this curious phenomenon can be found in the long history of English democracy. Within his land, a despot is able to introduce new concepts within a short period of time. His mood today is the fashion of tomorrow in all the castles of the land. his will today the law of the land tomorrow. Democracy is entirely different. That which is new is able to win itself a place in a democratic land only if it gains the support of every single citizen, if it is appropriated, is acquired by every one of them. It is only by becoming the will of millions of individuals that something becomes the collective will of the land, to be sure, a much slower form of progress, but an incomparably more secure one. For, once having won its place, a new concept sits fast in millions of minds, and it takes a great deal to wrest it from them, to overcome its effect upon them. This aspect of democracy in a capitalist country is incomparably more pronounced in the case of socialist democracy. For it is only socialism that represents true democracy, true rule of the people, because it gives the people control over the most important means of power, the means of production. Only socialism makes truly popular rule a possibility at all, because it unites the people in a community of culture, exposes each member of the people to the influence of the entire national culture, and gives each the possibility of independent participation in decision-making. New concepts will be able to find a place in socialist society only by seeking acceptance among all members of the people, each, by virtue of the socialist system of national education, a highly developed personality in full possession of the national culture. This means, however, that no new concept can be simply adopted, but must be taken up by, incorporated in, and adapted to the whole intellectual being of millions of individuals. Just as no individual simply adopts that which is new as part of his intellectual being mechanically, but incorporates it, integrates it into his personality, intellectually digests it, apperceives it, so too the nation as a whole will not simply adopt that which is new, but, while absorbing it, will assimilate it, adapt it to its being, and, in the process of incorporation by millions of minds, alter it. Due to this important fact of national apperception, each concept that one nation adopts from another will have to be first adapted to and altered by the entire being of the nation before it is incorporated. Thus, nations will not simply adopt new literature and new art, new philosophy, and a new system of social wants from one another, but will incorporate such things only in an altered form. The adaptation of new elements to the prevailing intellectual culture involves linking and merging these elements with the whole history of the nation. Just as already today the English, French, and Germans have much more difficulty adopting a new world of intellectual values in unaltered form than, for example, do the Japanese or Croatian people, so too in socialist. 98. Society. No new aspect of intellectual culture will be able to find a place within a nation without establishing a connection to its national culture, without being influenced by that culture. For this reason, the autonomy of the national community of culture within socialism necessarily means, despite the diminishing of differences between the material contents of cultures, a growing differentiation between the intellectual cultures of the nations. Drawing the people as a whole into the national community of culture, achieving full self-determination by the nation, growing intellectual differentiation between the nations. This is what socialism means. The community of culture encompassing all members of the people, as it existed in the time of the communism of the clans, will be brought to life again by the communism of the great nations following the end of centuries of class division, the division between the members and the mere tenants of the nation. However, the basis of the nation has changed since the time of clan communism. The Germanic community of culture was based on the principle of descent from a common ancestral people, the fact that its members had inherited the same cultural elements from their common ancestors united them as a nation. It is different in the case of the community of culture of the modern socialist society. It is a product of social activity, a product of the education in which the children of the entire people share, a product of the cooperation of the nation in the labor of the society. This constitutes an immense difference. For the nation that was based on the community of descent carried within it the seed of its own disintegration. The more the descendants of a common ancestry were geographically separated and subjected to different conditions of the struggle for existence, the more different they became from one another, the more they developed as different peoples with different dialects, with the result that they no longer understood one another, peoples exhibiting different physical types, since they were no Longer linked through intermarriage, peoples with different customs, different laws, different habits, different temperaments, different ways of reacting to the same stimulus. However, although the nation based on the community of descent carries the seed of its own disintegration within it, the nation based on the community of education carries within it the tendency for unity. All its children are subject to the same education, all its members work together in the workshops of the nation, participate in the creation of the collective will of the nation, enjoy with each other the cultural wealth of the nation. Socialism thus carries within itself the guarantee of the unity of the nation. It will make the uniform German language, which is the great gate to our cultural wealth but which is still a foreign language for the masses, their mother tongue. It will make the fate of the nation the foundation that determines the character of every individual member of the people, who will now be called upon to participate in the formation of the national will. It will make the cultural wealth of the nation the property of every German and thereby make every German 99. A product of our cultural wealth. Mere community of descent means disintegration, a community of education and labor means the assured unity of the nation. The nation must first become a community of labor before it can become, in a full and true sense, a self-determining community of culture. The concept of the nation. We can now begin to draw general conclusions from the empirical facts we have before us, and thus to define the concept of the nation, which is the object of our study. At the beginning of our investigation, we conceptualized the nation as a relative community of character. We are now in a position to determine more exactly the essence of this community of character. At the outset of our work we define the national character provisionally as the totality of physical and intellectual features that are specific to a nation, unite its members, and distinguish them from the members of other nations. However, these different features are by no means of equal importance. The diverse determinations of the will are without doubt also part of the national character. The will expresses itself in every process of perception as attentiveness, which selects only certain phenomena from the mass of the phenomena experienced and apperceives only these. If a German and an Englishman make the same journey, they will return to their homelands having acquired quite different things. If a German scholar and an English scholar both choose the same object of investigation, their research methods and their results will be quite different. The will expresses itself even more directly in decision-making. The fact that a German and an Englishman act differently under the same circumstances, that they approach the same work in different ways, that they choose different pleasures when they wish to enjoy themselves, that they prefer different lifestyles and satisfy different needs in a situation where they share the same level of prosperity, this is certainly constitutive of the essence of the national character. It is also certain that the different nations possess different codes of representation, different concepts of justice and injustice, different views of the moral and immoral, the decent and the indecent, the beautiful and the unsightly, different types of religion and science. However, differences in terms of knowledge are not of the same order as differences in terms of will. They determine the differences of will and explain these differences to us. Because every Englishman is educated differently from the German, because he has learned different things and is subject to different cultural influences, his reaction to the same stimulus is different from the German's. The relationship between the possession of different codes of representation and different orientations of the will is thus not one of equal status, but one of cause and effect. The same is true of physical features. Different skull structures may be of interest to anthropologists, but for the historian, the social theorist, the 100 politician, they are of no interest as long as it is not assumed that different physical types are accompanied by different psychological features. Experience shows us that differences in physical build are accompanied either directly by different decisions under the same circumstances or by a difference in the ability to acquire knowledge and the type of knowledge acquired, which in turn produces different decisions, a different will. Even the anti-Semite would be indifferent to the Jewish nose were he not of the opinion that the physical type of the Jew is always combined with particular psychological features. The sole fact that the difference in anthropological features is accompanied by a difference in psychological features, and ultimately, directly or indirectly, by a difference in orientation of the will, even if we are not in a position to determine the causal relationship between physical type and orientation of the will, renders the physical features of an anthropological type interesting for us. The totality of physical features is thus also not of the same order as the difference in orientation of the will, rather, the two stand in a functional relationship, behind which a causal relationship is probably concealed. We thus arrive at a narrower concept of the national character. It does not refer, in the first instance, to the totality of all physical and intellectual features peculiar to the nation, but merely to the difference in orientations of the will, the fact that the same stimulus produces different reactions, that the same external circumstances provoke different decisions. This difference in orientations of the will, however, is causally determined by the differences between the representations acquired by nations or between the physical specificities cultivated in nations through the struggle for existence. 68. We have inquired as to how such a community of character develops and have reached the conclusion that identity of character is ultimately the product of the same effective causes. In this way we have arrived at our definition of the nation as a community of fate, Schicksalsgemeinschaft. It is now necessary to more clearly define the concept of community of fate. The concept of community does not refer to mere similarity. Germany, for example, underwent capitalist development during the 19th century just as England did. The forces that were at work and that fundamentally affected the character of people were the same in both countries. But the Germans did not thereby become Englishmen. Thus, community of fate does not refer to subjection to the same fate, but to the common experience of the same fate in the context of constant relations, of continual interaction. The English and the Germans both experienced capitalist development, but at different times, in different places, and in the context of only a loose relationship to each other. Thus, the same driving forces may have made them more similar to each other than had previously been the case, but these forces would never have made them into one people. It is not the similarity of fate, but only the shared experience and suffering of a fate, the community of fate, that 101 dutes the nation. According to Kant, community means general reciprocal interaction, third analogy of experience, principle of community. It is only the fate experienced in the context of general reciprocal interaction and a constant, mutual relationship that produces the nation. The fact that the nation is not a product of the mere similarity of fate, but emerges and exists only in the community of fate, in the constant interaction of those sharing this fate, distinguishes it from all other communities of character. An example of the latter is the community of character based on class. The proletarians of all lands exhibit the same characteristics. Despite all differences, the same class situation has stamped the character of the German and the English, the French and the Russian, the American and the Australian worker with the same traits, the same combativeness, the same revolutionary attitude, the same class morals, the same political aspirations. However, in this case it is not the community of fate but the similarity of fate that has produced the community of character. For although there may be relationships based on interaction between German and English workers, these are much more tenuous than the relationships that link the English worker with the English bourgeois. These relationships are constituted by the fact that both live in the same city, that both read the same posters and the same newspapers, take part in the same political and sporting events, by the fact that on occasion they speak with one another or, at least, both speak with the various intermediaries between capitalists and workers. Language is the tool of interaction. If more bonds of interaction existed between English and German workers than between the English bourgeoisie and the English workers, it would be the German worker and English worker who had a common language, not the English bourgeois and the English worker. Between the members of a nation, then, there exists a community of interaction, a constant and mutual effect in their direct and indirect interaction with each other, that distinguishes the nation from the class. It might perhaps be said that the influences of the manner of existence, of fate, more uniformly shape the workers of different nations than the classes of one and the same nation, and that therefore, in terms of character, the workers of different countries are much more similar to one another than are the bourgeois and the worker of the same country. However, despite this, the community of character of the nation is distinguished from that of the class by the fact that the former emerges from the community of fate and the latter merely from the similarity of fate. The nation can thus be defined as a community of character that has grown not out of a similarity of fate, but out of a community of fate. This fact also constitutes the significance of language for the nation. I create a common language together with those individuals with whom I most closely interact, and I interact most closely with those individuals with whom I share a common language. 102. We have become acquainted with two means by which the effective causes, the conditions of the human struggle for existence, forge together individuals in a national community of fate. One root is that of natural heredity. The ancestral conditions of existence qualitatively determine the germplasm that links the generations. The question of which characteristics are passed on and which are eliminated is decided by way of natural selection. The conditions of existence of the ancestors thereby determine the inherited characteristics of their natural descendants. The nation is thus here a community of descent. It is unified by common blood, as the people say, by the community of germplasm, as science teaches. However, the members of the nation bound together by common descent remain a nation only as long as they remain in a community of interaction with one another, as long as they maintain their community of bloodgemeenschap through intermarriage. If the generational bond between the members of the nation is broken, the tendency immediately develops for new, distinct communities of character to emerge from the previously uniform people. The continued existence of the nation as a community of nature requires not only the community of blood established through common descent, but also the maintenance of this community through continual inbreeding. However, the character of the individual is never simply the sum of inherited characteristics, it is also determined by the culture that is handed down to and that influences that individual, by the education he enjoys, the law to which he is subject, the customs according to which he lives, the conceptions of God and the world, of morality and immorality, of the beautiful and the unsightly that are passed down to him, by the religion, the science, the art, and the political views that exert an influence upon him, but above all by that which determines all of these phenomena, the manner in which he engages in the struggle for existence, the manner in which, surrounded by his fellow nationals, he acquires his livelihood. Thus we come to the second major means by which the struggle for existence determines the individual, the oral transmission of cultural elements. The nation is never solely a community of nature, but always also a community of culture. Here too it is the fortunes of the preceding generations that in the first instance determine the individual. The child is subject to the influences of the society into whose economic life, laws, and intellectual culture he is born. Here too, however, it is only the ongoing community of interaction that maintains the community of character. The major tool of this interaction is language. It is the tool of education, the tool of all economic and all intellectual interaction. The culture's sphere of influence extends only as far as the communicative possibilities of the language. The community of interaction is limited by the scope of the linguistic community. Community of interaction and language reciprocally condition each other. Language is the condition of all close interaction, and, precisely for this reason, the necessity 103 of interaction gives rise to a common language, just as inversely the dissolution of the community of interaction is accompanied by the gradual differentiation of language. I can, of course, learn a foreign language without becoming a member of a foreign people, because this foreign language can never subject me to the cultural influences it carries in the same way as my native language does. The culture mediated by my native language has influenced my childhood, the years of my greatest receptivity, and has initially formed my character. All later impressions are adapted to my existing individuality when they are assimilated, are subject to a change in the process of assimilation itself. To this is added the fact that a foreign language only rarely becomes the property of the individual in the same complete way as the mother tongue does, and that its most delicate and profound effects are lost, even the cultivated German is only seldom affected by the English and French work of art with the same force as by the German work of art. It is inconceivable for a nation to maintain itself as a community of culture on a lasting basis without the linguistic community, the most important tool of human interaction. On the other hand, the community of language is still not a guarantee of national unity. Despite their community of language, the Danes and the Norwegians are influenced by different cultures, and the Catholic Croats and the Orthodox Serbs are subject to different culture influences despite their community of language. However, to the extent that the culturally segregating effect of religion disappears, the Serbs and the Croats will become a nation by virtue of their community of interaction based on the identity of language and by virtue of the similar cultural influences to which they are subject. The significance for the nation of the victory of a uniform language over the use of vernaculars follows from this. The necessity of closer interaction has produced the uniform language, and the existence of the uniform language now subjects all who master it to the same cultural influences. Reciprocal interaction unites them as a cultural community. The example of the Dutch clearly illustrates the relationship between cultural differentiation and the community of language. Although originally emerging from three fragments of the German tribes, the Dutch no longer belong to the German people. The evolution of the Dutch national economy, totally different from the fate of the German economy, gave rise to a different type of culture in the Netherlands. Economically and culturally separated from the Germans, the Dutch dissolved their community of interaction with the German tribes. The bond joining the Dutch with each other was too close, the bond linking them with the other German tribes too loose. Thus, they created their own language as a tool of their culture and took no part in the process of the cultural unification of the German nation through the agency of the uniform German language. Community of nature and community of culture can coincide. The fate of the ancestors can become the character of the descendants, on the one hand through the inheritance of the characteristics of the ancestors, and on the 104. Other through the transmission of the culture developed by the ancestors. However, the community of nature and the community of culture do not necessarily coincide. The natural descendants and the cultural descendants are not always one and the same. For the natural community unites only individuals of common descent, whereas the cultural community links together all those who, in the process of constant interaction, are subject to a common cultural influence. The stronger this cultural influence is, the more the individual assimilates the whole of the riches of the culture of a people and is determined in his specificity by them, the more rapidly he can become a member of the nation, the more he shares in the national character, although he does not belong to it in terms of the natural community. Thus, the conscious choice of membership of a nation other than that of one's birth is possible. Thus says Chamisso of himself, through language, art, science, and religion, I became a German. 69. Is humanity, then, really divided into nations in such a way that every individual belongs to one nation and never to more than one simultaneously? The mere fact of an individual's having a natural bond to two nations through descent alters nothing in regard to the strict differentiation of the nations. In border regions where there is a meeting of two nations, the people are the product of extensive interbreeding, with the result that the blood of both nations flows in the veins of each inhabitant in highly varied proportions. Nevertheless, this does not as a rule lead to a fusion of the nations. In this case it is the difference in terms of the community of culture that, despite the mingling of blood, markedly separates the nations. An example is provided by the national struggles in Austria. Anyone who sees a racial struggle in the struggles between the Austrians and the Czechs merely proves his historical ignorance. Among the Germans and Czechs, the peasants may perhaps have preserved a certain purity of blood, but the social strata that are engaged in the national struggle and that constitute the object of the national struggle, the intelligentsia, the petty bourgeoisie, the workers, have mingled their blood through centuries of intermarriage to such an extent that one can speak neither of a German nor of a Czech nation as a community of nature. Nevertheless, the two nations have by no means merged with one another. The difference between the two linguistically mediated cultures enables both nations to continue to exist independently, clearly separate from one another. The case of an individual who participates to an equal or almost equal degree in the cultures of two or more nations is quite different. Such individuals can be found in considerable numbers in border regions and regions where several nations exist side by side. From childhood onward they speak the languages of two nations. They are influenced to an almost equal degree by the fates, by the cultural particularities, of two nations, and thus, in terms of character, become members of both nations, or, one might say, individuals who do not completely belong to any nation. For the individual who is AF 105. Affected by the cultures of two or more nations, whose character is influenced to the same degree by different national cultures, does not simply combine the characteristics of both nations, but possesses a character that is quite distinct, just as the chemical combination exhibits features different from those of the two elements that make it up. This is also the fundamental reason why the individual who is culturally the child of several nations is usually not very popular, is an object of suspicion, and, in times of national struggle, is even despised as a traitor and a deserter. The combination of cultural elements produces a new character, which causes the cultural hybrid to appear to both nations as a stranger, to appear just as foreign as the members of other nations. However, although the aversion to the cultural hybrid is understandable, one cannot allow oneself to be misled by it. It is very often the individuals of greatest stature who have been culturally affected by two or more nations. It is very common for our scholars and our great artists to be influenced by the cultural spheres of several nations in almost equal degrees. In a personality such as Karl Marx is fixed the history of four great nations: the Jewish, the German, the French, and the English, and this is precisely the reason why his work could penetrate the history of all the great nations of our time, why one can comprehend the history of the civilized nations during the last decades only with the aid of his work. The cultural influence of several national cultures on the same individual, however, does not occur as an individual phenomenon, but as a mass phenomenon. Thus, German culture has without doubt determined the entire Czech nation at a fundamental level. Indeed, it is not completely incorrect to say that the Czechs are Czech-speaking Germans, something that naturally from the standpoint of nationally based evaluation is not a criticism when coming from the mouth of a German, but the highest praise. However, the adoption on a massive scale of the elements of a foreign culture by an entire nation never produces a complete negation of the differences between national characters but, at most, a reduction of these differences. For the foreign elements never affect the individuals with the same force as the original national culture, these elements are never adopted unchanged, but are subject to modification in the process of adoption itself, or adapted to the national culture that is already there. This is the phenomenon of national apperception with which we are already familiar. The fact that the same effective cause, the conditions of the human struggle for existence, unites the people as a nation by two different means, namely, on the one hand, by the transmission to natural descendants of characteristics cultivated by the struggle for existence, and, on the other, by the handing down of human cultural elements to persons linked by the community of language and interaction. This is what gives the manifestations of the nation that confusing diversity that makes the unity of the effective causal forces so difficult to recognize. We have nations where community of nature 106 and community of culture coincide, where the natural descendants are also those to whom the historically produced culture is passed down. We have natural hybrids who nevertheless belong to only one cultural sphere. Then again we have individuals of uniform national descent whose character is formed by two or more national cultures. Finally, there are nations that have no community of descent and whose strong unity is founded solely on the community of culture. Inversely, persons of common descent who are not united by a cultural community do not form a nation. A nation can exist only where fellow nationals exercise a mutual influence on one another, and this is made possible only by the tool of a common language and the transmission of the same cultural elements. A mere community of nature without a community of culture may as a race be of interest to anthropologists, but it does not form a nation. The conditions of the human struggle for existence can also produce the nation via the means of the community of nature, but they must always do so via the means of the community of culture. Our investigation has shown us that the effectiveness of a common culture in constituting the nation is quite different in different forms of society. We have now encountered what are essentially three types of national community of culture. The first type, represented in our historical overview by the ancient Germans in the era of clan communism, shows us a nation in which all members are linked together by a community of blood and also by the common culture inherited from their ancestors. We have pointed out a number of times that this national unity disintegrates with the transition to a settled form of existence. The inherited characteristics become differentiated with the cessation of intermarriage between the tribes, which are now geographically separated and subject to different conditions of the struggle for existence. The inherited common culture is now also further developed in different forms by the different tribes. Thus, the nation carries within itself the seed of its own disintegration. The second type is represented by the nation in a society based on the distinction between social classes. The mass of the people is further subject to the process of differentiation with which we are already familiar. The absence of sexual relations between groups results in growing physical differences. In the absence of any bonds based on interaction, the people develop different vernaculars out of what was originally the common language. Subject to different conditions of the struggle for existence, they develop cultural differences, which in turn produce differences of character. The mass of the people thus increasingly lose their national unity the more the original community of inherited characteristics is lost in the course of the centuries, the more the originally common culture is concealed and eroded by the different cultural elements subsequently emerging. That which constitutes the nation is no longer the consanguinity and the cultural unity of the masses, but the cultural unity of the dominant classes perched above these masses and living off 107. Their labor. They and those dependent upon them are linked together by sexual relations and by cultural relations of all sorts. In this manner, the nation is constituted by the knighthood in the Middle Ages and by the educated classes in the modern era. But the broad masses whose labor maintains the nation, peasants, artisans, workers, are nothing more than the tenants of the nation. A third type is finally represented by the socialist society of the future, which will reunite all members of the people in an autonomous national unit. Here, however, it will no longer be common descent, but the community of education, of labor, of cultural enjoyment that will unite the nation. For this reason the nation will no longer be threatened with disintegration. The community of education, participation in the enjoyment of culture, the bonds engendered through participation in public life and social labor will guarantee national unity. The nation is thus no longer for us a fixed thing, but a process of becoming, determined in its essence by the conditions under which the people struggle for their livelihood and for the preservation of their kind. The nation does not emerge in conditions under which the people simply seek rather than produce their nourishment, under which they obtain their subsistence through simple appropriation, through the occupation of empty land. It first appears at the stage where humans acquire what they need from nature through labor. Thus, the constitution of the nation, the specificity of each nation, is conditioned by the mode of labor, by the instruments of labor humans make use of, by the forces of production that they command, by the relations into which they enter in the process of production. The constitution of the nation, of every individual nation, is to be grasped as a part of the struggle of humanity against nature. This is the great task that the historical method of Karl Marx has given us the ability to accomplish. For national materialism, the nation is a piece of a peculiar material substance that has the mysterious power to produce from itself the national community of character. From this point of view, the history of humanity becomes a history of the struggles and mingling of permanent, immutable racial and hereditary substances. Although this unscientific approach has in recent years, particularly under the influence of Gobineau, undergone a curious rebirth, it has, on the other hand, been actively opposed by Darwinism. 70 Even among those who place particular weight on the significance of hereditary racial characters, the view is gaining ground that it is not enough merely to allege a diversity of races, one must also attempt to explain this diversity. 71. However, if one pursues this thought, race emerges as nothing more than one of the means by which the conditions of the struggle for existence manifest their efficacy, and the forces of production that serve humans in their struggle with nature fashion the national community of character. National spiritualism has made the nation into a mysterious spirit of the people. It has made the history of the nation into an autonomous evolution. 108. Of this spirit and world history into a struggle of the different spirits whose respective characteristics have determined their respective alliances and enmities. But even if Lamprecht, for example, persists in making the development of national consciousness the focal point of his history of the nation, and believes himself capable of finding a general law for the development of the spirit of the people, he nevertheless explains the transformation of national consciousness, the development of the soul of the people from the age of symbolism to the age of sensibility, in terms of changes in the economy of the people. The development of the soul of the people is for him no longer the driving force of development, but the consequence of changes in the people's mode of labor. However, he does not content himself with comprehending the emergence of the nation in terms of the development of the human forces of production and changes in the human relations of production as a process governed by laws. In addition, he wants to interpret the development of national consciousness and the soul of the people as the effect of general laws that do not explain a single historical fact and merely describe the general character of development. Here he is no longer dealing with laws at all, but, as Simmel argues, with precursors of exact knowledge, with provisional syntheses of typical historical phenomena. They provide an initial orientation to the mass of individual facts. 72. Prepared thus, on the one hand, by Darwinism, which has overcome national materialism, and on the other by the historical research that has replaced the explanation of historical emergence on the basis of a mystical spirit of the people with the demonstration of the economic processes that determine the emergence of the nation, the materialist conception of history can comprehend the nation as the never completed product of a constantly occurring process, the ultimate driving force of which is constituted by the conditions governing the struggle of humans with nature, the transformation of the human forces of production, and the changes in the relations governing human labor. This conception renders the nation as the historical within us. Darwinism has taught us to interpret the signs that the history of organic life has engraved into our living bodies. In Bolsh's charming reflections one can read how our own organs relate the history of our animal ancestors. 73. We are now learning to interpret the national character in a similar way. In the individual specificity that each individual has in common with the other individuals making up his people, and that thus unites him with these other individuals in a community, is the precipitate of the history of his natural and cultural ancestors. His character is solidified history. The fact that the personal specificity of each of us has been formed in the struggle for existence of past communities is what constitutes us as a national community of character. If we comprehend the national character as a piece of solidified history, we also understand why the science of history is able to refute those who regard the national character as immutable, as constant. In no one moment is the 109 history of a nation ever completed. Changes in the fate of a nation subject the character of that nation, which is itself nothing other than the precipitate of a past fate, to continual transformation. It is the community of character that links fellow nationals of the same era. That which links fellow nationals of different eras is not a similarity of character, not, for instance, a conformity in terms of character between earlier and later generations, but the fact that these generations succeed one another, affect one another, that the fate of earlier generations determines the character of subsequent generations. This relationship is also reflected in the history of language. 74. The linguistic community is constituted by contemporaries linked by a community of interaction and not by generations that succeed one another. The descendants are determined in terms of their particular character by the fate of earlier generations, but they are not a copy of these earlier generations. Only when we understand the community of character as emerging from the community of fate can we really comprehend the significance of the community of character. The starting point of our investigation was the directly empirical manifestation of the community of character, the similarity of character among fellow nationals, the fact that the average German is different from the average Englishman, but similar to every other average German. But such a statement has only relative general value. Is it not the case that each of us is acquainted with Germans who possess nothing of that which is otherwise regarded as the German national character? However, once we have progressed from the concept of empirical similarity to that of the community of fate that produces the community of character, we reach another, more profound, concept of the community of character, as opposed to the mere similarity of character. The individual character is the result of diverse forces. Among them we find not only the influence of the national community of fate, which affects every individual, but also a range of other, individually different, forces that also play a role in the constitution of character. Only where the effect of these latter forces is a limited one will the influence of the national community of fate be able to produce similar individual characters. But if the character of the individual is influenced by particularly powerful forces that are essentially different from those forces determining the characters of his fellow nationals, an individual character will emerge that, although this individual too has been formed by the national community of fate, no longer resembles the other individuals of his nation. Nevertheless, he remains a member of the national community of character, for however great the difference between him and his fellow nationals, he is linked to them by virtue of the fact that one of the forces that have formed him is identical with one of the forces that have constituted all other individuals of the same nation. He is a child of his nation precisely because he would have become the child of another if, even given the influence of the same individual forces, the blood and the traditions of 110. Another nation had formed him. Thus, we encounter here another, more profound, concept of the community of character. It no longer signifies for us the fact that the individuals of the same nation resemble one another, but the fact that the same force has influenced the character of each individual however diverse the other forces acting on the individual may be. Only now does the justification become clear for our use of the concept of the community of character, as opposed to relying on mere experience, which enables us to discern only a relative similarity of character. Although this character resemblance can be observed in the majority of the nation's members, the community of character, the fact that all are the product of one and the same effective force, is common to all without exception. This effective force, the historical within us, is the national within us, it is that which forges us together as a nation. If we now understand the national in our character as the historical within us, we are in a position to comprehend the nation more profoundly as a social phenomenon, as a phenomenon of the socialized human being. For the individualist, human beings are atoms and are only superficially held together by a body of laws. However, for us the human being is not an atom, but the product of society. Even Robinson, pursuing the struggle for existence isolated on his island, can do so only because, as the heir of his ancestors, as the product of his education, he is in possession of the abilities developed by his society or, as Marx put it, the social forces 75. Thus, the nation does not represent for us a certain number of individuals who are somehow superficially held together. Rather, the nation exists in every individual as an element of his specificity, as his nationality. The national character trait is manifested only as a character trait of individuals, but it is nevertheless produced by the society. It is the product of inherited characteristics and transmitted cultural elements that the ancestors of every member of the nation have produced in continual interaction with the other members of their society. It is itself a social product. The individuals who belong to a nation are united by the fact that they are all the product of the same effective forces, of the same society, that the selective effects of the struggle for existence of humans living together have been transmitted to these individuals in the form of their individual inherited characteristics, that the same culture, developed in the context of the struggle for existence of the same human community, has formed their individual characters. For this reason, and not because of any formal convention, the nation is a social phenomenon. The nation is not a sum of individuals, rather, each individual is the product of the nation. The fact that they are all the product of the same society makes them a community. The fact that the characteristics that are manifested only as traits of the individual are a social product and, in the case of all members of the nation, a product of one and the same society, unites the individuals as the nation. Thus, the nation does not 111 exist by virtue of a formal convention, but is logically, not historically anterior to every formal convention. 76. But of course, in order to establish relations and to cooperate with one another, the humans forming a community require a language. Language is the most important tool of human interaction. The workers in the Bible could not continue building the Tower of Babel when God caused a confusion of tongues. Not all those who speak the same language form a nation, but a nation cannot exist without a common language. However, language is nothing more than a primitive convention existing by virtue of external regulation if we take this concept in the broad sense in which Rudolf Stammeiler has introduced it to scholarship. 77. This is not to say, of course, that it is as if language came into being by statute, as if some wise legislator or a social contract created it. However, in terms of its validity, language is founded solely on external regulation. The fact that we associate a particular word with a concept, the representation of a thing with the representation of a certain phonetic combination, is based purely on convention. This is the most important rule that the child learns from the mother's lips. Stammeiler is thus mistaken in believing he has found the constitutive feature of social phenomena in external regulation. The nation provides us with clear evidence of the fact that it is the community that is the substratum of all social phenomena, that is, the fact that the specificity of the individual is at the same time a specificity of all other individuals united in the community, for the character of each individual is formed in a process of continual interaction with all other individuals, and the individual character of each one is a product of the same social forces. However, it is only external regulation that makes cooperation possible between these individuals united as a community, makes possible the formation of a society, the preservation of their community, and the creation of a new one. External regulation is the form of social collaboration between individuals united by the community. 78. The diversity of national characters is an empirical fact that can be denied only by a doctrinarism that sees only what it wants to see and as a result does not see what is evident to everyone else. Despite this, there have been repeated attempts to deny the diversity of national character and claims that the difference between nations is a purely linguistic one. We find this opinion among many of those theorists whose approach is founded on Catholic doctrine. It was adopted by the humanitarian philosophy of the bourgeois Enlightenment. It also became the heritage of a number of socialists who sought to utilize it to shore up proletarian cosmopolitanism, a concept that, as we will see, represents the first and most primitive position taken by the working class in relation to the national struggles of the bourgeois world. This supposed insight into the insubstantiality of the nation lives on today in Austria in the language of the social democratic press, which loves to speak of comrades of the German and Czech tongue rather than of German and Czech comrades. 112. The view that national differences amount to nothing more than linguistic differences is based on the atomistic individualistic conception of society, in which society appears as merely the sum of externally united individuals, and the nation therefore appears as merely the sum of those people united by external means, namely by language. Anyone holding this view repeats the error made by Stammeiler, who believed he had found the constitutive feature of social phenomena in external regulation, in legal statutes and conventions. For us, however, the society is not merely the sum of individuals, rather, each individual is a product of the society. Likewise, the nation is not a sum of individuals who enter into a relationship through a common language, rather, the individual is himself a product of the nation. His individual character has emerged solely in the context of constant interaction with other individuals, just as the character of these individuals has emerged in the context of interaction with him. These relations have determined the character of each of these individuals and have thereby united them in a community of character. The nation is manifested in the nationality of the individual fellow nationals, that is, in the fact that the character of each member of the nation is determined by the fate of all members of the nation, a fate experienced in common and in the context of constant interaction. Language, however, is no more than a means of this interaction, to be sure, a means that is always and everywhere indispensable, just as external regulation is the essential form of cooperation between individuals united in a community. Anyone who does not trust his own eyes, which daily see evidence of the diversity of national characters, must nevertheless accept the theoretical consideration that teaches him to understand in causal terms that different fates, experienced in a constant community of interaction, necessarily result in different communities of character. This insight into the essence of the nation makes impossible not only the individualistic denial of the reality of the national character, but also the much more dangerous misuse of this concept. The national character is nothing but the determination of the orientation of the individual's will by the community of fate that that individual forms together with all his fellow nationals. Once constituted, the national character appears as an independent historical force. The diversity of national characters means a diversity of orientations of the will. Thus, each nation will conduct itself differently from other nations under the same conditions. Thus, for example, the development of capitalism among the English, the French, and the Germans has given rise to movements that, although very similar, differ in their details. The national character thus appears as a historical force. Whereas theory comprehends it as a product of history, everyday experience sees it rather as a creative force determining history. Whereas theory teaches us to comprehend national character as the precipitate of human relationships, direct experience sees it rather as determining and controlling these relationships. This is the fetishism of the national character. Our theory drives out this specter at a single 113 blow. That the national character apparently determines the wants and the actions of every member of the nation is no longer a mystery once we recognize that every member of the nation is a product of his nation, and that the national character is nothing but that particular orientation of the will to which the community of fate gives rise in every member of the nation in the form of his individual specificity. Furthermore, the national character ceases to appear as an independent force as soon as we comprehend it as the precipitate of the history of the nation. We can now understand that the apparently autonomous historical reality of the national character conceals nothing other than the fact that the history of the ancestors, the conditions of their struggle for existence, the forces of production they mastered, the relations of production into which they entered, also determine the behavior of their natural and cultural descendants. If we previously recognized natural heredity and the transmission of cultural elements as mere means by which the fate of earlier generations determines the character of their descendants, so now does the national character itself appear as a mere means by which the history of the ancestors continues to influence the lives of their descendants, their thought, their sentiments, their wants, and their actions. It is precisely due to our having recognized the reality of the national character that we have deprived it of its apparent autonomy and have learned to comprehend it as merely a means of the action of other forces. However, the national character thereby also loses its apparently substantial character, that is, the appearance of being the lasting, the permanent element in the flight of phenomena. In fact, being nothing other than the precipitate of history, the national character changes with every hour. With every new event the nation experiences, it is as variable as the events that it reflects. Placed amidst world events, it is no longer a permanent entity, but a process of continual becoming and passing. In conclusion, we should like to support this attempt to define the essence of the nation by comparing it with previous theories. 79. We have already referred to the metaphysical theories of the nation, national spiritualism and national materialism, and in a later context we will discuss the psychological theories of the nation, which look for the essence of the nation either in the consciousness of or the will to unity. It is therefore necessary here only to discuss those attempts that have assembled a number of elements and that have proposed that the nation is constituted by the coincidence of these elements. The Italian sociologists cite the following elements: 1. Common area of habitation. 2. Common descent. 3. Common language. 4. Common mores and customs. 5. Common experiences, a common historical past. 6. Common laws and common religion. 80. 114. It is evident that this theory assembles a number of features that cannot simply be juxtaposed, but can be understood only in terms of a relationship of interdependence. If we initially disregard the first supposed element of the nation, that of common area of habitation, then of the remaining elements it is the fifth that stands out, that of common history. It is this element which determines the others, which produces them. It is a common history that first gives common descent its determinate content, in that it is history that decides which qualities are passed on and which are eliminated. A common history produces common mores and customs, common laws, and a common religion, and thus, using our own terminology, the community of cultural tradition. Common descent and a common culture are merely the tools employed by a common history in realizing its effect, in its work of constructing the national character. However, the third element, a common language, cannot be ordered alongside these others, it rather represents a means of the second order. For if a common culture is one of the means by which a common history becomes operative in the formation of the national character, a common language is in turn a means through which a common culture is realized, a tool with which the cultural community is created and maintained, as external regulation, as the form of social cooperation among the individuals forming a community and continuously reproducing it. 81. Thus, in the first place we substitute for mere enumeration of the elements of the nation a system, common history as the effective cause, common culture and common descent as the means by which this cause becomes operative, common language as the mediator of the common culture, simultaneously its product and its producer. We are now in a position to understand the relationship between these elements. For what has caused the greatest difficulties for theorists of the nation, the fact that these elements can be manifested in highly diverse combinations, with one element absent here, another there, now becomes comprehensible. If common descent and common culture are both means of the same effective factor, the concept of the nation is obviously not dependent on both means being operative. As a consequence, the nation can be based on a community of descent, but it does not have to be, whereas by itself a community of descent can form only a race, never a nation. This in turn provides the basis for explaining the relationship between the different elements of the cultural community. Common laws are certainly an important means of the formation of the community of character, but the community of character can also emerge and exist without them, given the fact that the effect of the other elements is strong enough to unite the individuals in a cultural community. A difference of creed can lead to the formation of two nations out of a monolingual people where the religious difference impedes cultural community and a common religion is the foundation of a common culture, as has hitherto been the case among Serbs and Croats. The Germans, on the other hand, remain one people despite 115. Their religious division, because the confessional schism could not prevent the emergence and existence of an overall German community of culture. Here, at last, we can comprehend the relationship between language and the other elements of the nation. Without a community of language there is no cultural community and therefore no nation. 82. However, the community of language does not produce a nation in cases where differences in other respects, for example, the difference in religion in the case of the Croats and Serbs, or the difference in descent and in social and political relationships in the case of the Spanish and the Spanish-speaking South Americans, prevent the community of language from becoming a community of culture. It remains for us to consider the first of the elements of the nation listed earlier, a common area of habitation. We have repeatedly referred to the fact that territorial separation destroys the unity of the nation. The nation in the form of the community of nature is gradually destroyed by territorial separation, due to the fact that different conditions of the struggle for existence cultivate different characteristic features in the geographically divided parts of the nation, and that this diversity is not compensated for by any mingling of blood. The nation as community of culture is likewise destroyed by geographical separation, because the geographically divided parts of the nation, which pursue their struggle for existence separately from one another, also differentiate the originally homogeneous culture, which, due to the lack of interaction between the divided parts, disintegrates into a number of different cultures. This is conspicuously manifested in the differentiation of the uniform language into different languages as a consequence of the all too loose bond of interaction between the geographically separated parts of the originally unified nation. If geographical diversity thus leads to the disintegration of nations, a common area of habitation surely represents one of the conditions of the nation's existence. However, this is true only insofar as it represents the condition of a community of fate. To the extent that a cultural community, and conceivably even a natural community, can be maintained in spite of geographical separation, this separation is not an obstacle to the national community of character. The German in America who remains under the influence of the German culture regardless of whether this is only by way of German books and newspapers and who provides his children with a German education remains a German despite all geographical separation. A common area of habitation is a condition of the nation's existence only to the extent that it is also a condition of the community of culture. However, in the age of the printing press, the postal system and the telegraph, the railway and the steamship, this is much less the case than in earlier eras. Thus, if the common area of habitation is not comprehended as an element of the nation alongside the others, but rather as a condition of the other elements becoming operative, the limits of the frequent assertion become clear that a common area of habitation is the condition of the existence of a 116 nation. In our view, this observation is of no small import, since our concept of the relationship of the nation to the soil forms the basis of our understanding of the relationship of the nation to the state, the most important form of territorial administrative body. Precisely for this reason we will have to return to this question and illustrate our response by way of individual examples. Here, however, our concern is only to show how our theory of the nation is able to comprehend the factors that former theories have directly juxtaposed with one another as elements of the nation, as the effective forces within a system, and to understand them in terms of their interdependence and their combined action. However, our theory has yet to prove itself capable of dealing with a question that previous attempts to determine the essence of the nation have also failed to answer. This question concerns the task of drawing a distinction between the concept of the nation and the more restricted communities based on locality and descent within the nation. To be sure, it is a community of fate that has bound the Germans together in a community of character. But does this not also apply to the Saxons and the Bavarians, to the Tyroleans and the Styrians, and indeed to the inhabitants of every alpine valley? Have not different ancestral fates, differences in forms of settlement and land distribution, in soil fertility and climate, formed quite distinct communities of character from Zillertalers and Passierers, from Vinchgauers and Pusters? Where does the boundary lie between those communities of character considered as autonomous nations and those regarded as narrower associations within the nation? Here we must remind ourselves that we have already encountered these limited communities of character as the products of the disintegration of the nation based on the community of descent. From the time when the descendants of the Germanic ancestral people were geographically separated from one another and fettered to the soil through agriculture, henceforth leading their lives in isolation, without interaction, without intermarriage, they have become increasingly different from one another. Although they may well have started out from the point of a common natural and cultural community, they are nevertheless on the way to establishing autonomous natural and cultural communities quite distinct from one another. The tendency exists for each of these limited groupings that have emerged from the one nation to become a nation in itself. The difficulty in demarcating the concept of these narrow communities of character from that of the nation, then, is based on the fact that they themselves represent stages in the evolution of the nation. As we already know, the tendency for the nation to fragment is countered by another tendency that strives to bind the nation more closely together. However, this counter tendency is initially realized only in the case of the dominant classes. It binds together the knighthood of the Middle Ages, the educated classes of the early capitalist period, in a cohesive nation, one that is 117. Quite distinct from all other cultural communities, that brings its members into close economic, political, and social contact with each other, creates a uniform language for them, and subjects them to the influence of the same intellectual culture and the same ethos. This strong bond of the cultural community initially unites the dominant classes as a nation. In this situation, one does not need to ask whether a particular educated individual is German or Dutch, Slovene or Croatian. The national systems of education, the national uniform language, rigorously distinguish even the most closely related nations from one another. On the other hand, the decision as to whether the peasants of some village should be regarded as Low Germans or as Dutchmen, as Slovenes or as Croats, is necessarily subject to a degree of arbitrariness. Only the sphere of the members of the nation is clearly delimited, not the sphere of those who count only as tenants of the nation. Modern capitalism gradually distinguishes the lower classes of the nations more rigorously from one another due to the fact that they too now gain access to the national system of education, to the cultural life of their nation, to the national uniform language. The unifying tendency now also takes hold of the laboring masses. However, it is only a socialist society that will see this tendency triumph. Through differences in national education and customs, socialist society will distinguish peoples from one another to the same extent that the educated classes of the different nations are distinguished from one another today. There may well exist limited communities of character within the socialist nation, but autonomous cultural communities will not be able to exist within the nation, because every local community will be subject to the influence of the culture of the nation as a whole and will engage in cultural interaction, in the exchange of ideas with the entire nation. Only now are we in a position to comprehensively define the concept of the nation. The nation is the totality of human beings bound together by a community of fate into a community of character. The function of the community of fate here distinguishes the nation from the international collectivities of character constituted by profession, by class, and by state citizenry, which are based on the similarity rather than the community of fate. The concept of the totality of those sharing the same character distinguishes the nation from the limited communities of character within the nation, which never form a self-determining natural and cultural community that is determined by its own fate due to the fact that their close interaction with the nation as a whole means that they are also determined by its fate. In the age of clan communism, the nation was clearly delimited due to the fact that it was constituted by the totality of all those who were descended from the ancestral Baltic people, all those whose intellectual being was determined by the fate of that ancestral people by way of natural heredity and cultural transmission. The nation will be clearly delimited anew in socialist society due to the fact that it will be constituted by the totality of all those who enjoy access to national 118. Education, to the elements of the national culture, all those whose character will therefore be formed by these cultural elements, the content of which has been determined by the fate of the nation. Within the society based on the private ownership of the means of production, the dominant classes once the knighthood, today the educated classes constitute the nation as the totality of those among whom the same upbringing, shaped by the history of the nation and mediated by a uniform language and the national education system, gives rise to an affinity of character. But the popular masses do not constitute the nation, they no longer constitute it because the ancient community of descent no longer binds them closely enough together, and they do not yet constitute it because they have not yet been fully integrated into the emerging community of education. The difficulty involved in finding a satisfactory definition of the nation, a difficulty that has resulted in the failure of all previous attempts, is thus historically conditioned. Attempts to find the nation have focused on our class society, in which the old, strictly delimited community of descent has disintegrated into a host of local and descent groups, and the new, emerging community of education has not yet been able to unite these small groups in a national whole. Our search for the essence of the nation thus reveals a grandiose historical fresco. In the beginning, in the age of clan communism and nomadic agriculture, we find the unified nation in the form of the community of descent. Then, following the transition to settled agriculture and the development of private property, we see the division of the old nation into the cultural community of the dominant classes on the one hand and the tenants of the nation on the other, with the latter confined to narrow local regions resulting from the disintegration of the old nation. Later, following the development of the capitalist form of social production, we see the expansion of the national community of culture. The laboring and exploited classes still remain the mere tenants of the nation, but the tendency to national unity on the basis of the national system of education gradually becomes stronger than the particularistic tendency of the old nation based on the community of descent to disintegrate into ever more sharply divided local groups. Finally, once the society has stripped social production of its capitalist garments, there is a renaissance of the unitary nation as a community of education, work, and culture. The development of the nation reflects the history of the mode of production and of property. Just as private ownership of the means of production and individual production emerge out of the clan communist form of society and then, in turn, give way to cooperative production based on social property, so too does the unified nation split into members of the nation and tenants of the nation, and it divides into small geographical units that, following the development of social production, once again draw closer to one another, ultimately establishing the socialist nation of the future. In the era of private property and individual production, the nation divided 119 into members of the nation and tenants of the nation and split into numerous restricted geographical groups, is the product of the disintegration of the communist nation of the past and the material of the socialist nation of the future. The nation thus reveals itself as a historical phenomenon in two respects. First, it is a historical phenomenon in terms of its material determination, because the national character actively manifested in every member of the nation is the precipitate of a historical development, because in the nationality of the individual member of the nation is reflected the history of the nation of which the individual is a product. Second, it is a historical phenomenon in terms of its formal bonds, because spheres of different dimensions are bound together to form a nation by different means and in different ways at the various stages of historical development. Not only does the history of a society decide which concrete features of the members of the nation constitute the national character, the form in which the historically effective forces give rise to a community of character is also historically conditioned. The national conception of history, which sees in the struggles of the nations the driving force behind events, strives to establish a mechanics of the nations. The nations appear to this conception as irreducible elements, as fixed bodies that collide in space and act upon each other through pressure and counter-pressure. We, on the other hand, dissolve the nation itself into a process. For us, history no longer mirrors the struggles of the nations. For us, the nation itself appears as a reflection of historical struggles. For the nation is manifested only in the national character, in the nationality of the individual, and the nationality of the individual is nothing other than an aspect of his determination by the history of the nation, by the development of the techniques and conditions of labor. National consciousness and national sentiment. As long as the individual knows only other members of his own nation, he will be conscious only of differences and not of similarities between himself and them. If I interact only with Germans, hear talk of only Germans, I have no opportunity to become conscious of the fact that the people I know resemble me in one respect, namely in their Germanness. I perceive only the differences. He is a Swabian, I am a Bavarian. He is a bourgeois, I am a worker. He is blonde, I am dark. He is grouchy, I am cheerful. Only when I become acquainted with foreign peoples will I become conscious of the fact that these people are strangers, whereas I am linked to all those I have interacted with until now, and with millions of others, by the bond of membership in the one nation. Awareness of the foreign is a precondition of all national consciousness. It is no accident that our oldest and most famous celebration of the German people commences with the words, "Many lands have I seen." It is therefore 120. Among those cast up in foreign lands, such as the merchant, the warrior, and the worker, that a national consciousness most readily develops, and it is in border regions, where several nations meet, that it is most widespread. Seen in isolation, national consciousness is nothing but the recognition that I resemble the other members of my nation in terms of certain characteristics, in terms of physical features, the possession of certain elements of a culture, the specificity of the will, and that for this reason I am different from people who belong to other nations. In a more profound theoretical sense, the recognition that I am a product of the same history as my fellow nationals. National consciousness is thus by no means synonymous with the love of one's own nation or the will for the political unity of the nation. Finding one's way through the maze of social phenomena requires an insistence on clear distinctions between diverse psychological structures and on the maintenance of these distinctions with an appropriate terminology. In this process it becomes clear that national consciousness is to be understood as the simple recognition of membership of a nation, of the specificity of that nation, and of its difference from other nations. As a community of character, the nation determines the actions of the individual member of the people, even if he is not conscious of his nationality. The nationality of the individual is one of the means by which socio-historical forces determine the individual's decisions. However, the individual only becomes conscious of this determination by his nationality once he has recognized himself as the member of a nation. It is thus only national consciousness that makes nationality into a conscious driving force in human and, in particular, in political action. It is no doubt for this reason that such great importance has been attributed to national consciousness for the existence and the foundation of the nation. Indeed, some have claimed that it is precisely national consciousness that is the constitutive feature of the nation. In this view, a nation is the totality of those individuals who are conscious of their unity with one another and their difference from other nations. Thus, for example, Raimalan claimed, "My people are those whom I regard as my people, whom I call mine, to whom I know myself to be bonded by indissoluble ties." 83. This psychological theory of the nation seemed all the more acceptable when one was not able to locate an objective feature of the nation, when all attempts to discover the bond that unified the nation as a community either in language, in common descent, or in the fact of belonging to a state appeared to fail due to the diversity of national phenomena. However, this psychological theory is not only unsatisfactory, but actually incorrect. It is unsatisfactory because, even supposing it were correct that the nation is formed by those conscious of their affinity with one another, the question would remain, why is it that I feel myself to be connected with these rather than with those people? What are the indissoluble ties by which I know myself to be linked to the other? 121. Members of my nation? If I am conscious of my nationality, of what am I actually conscious? What is it that compels me to feel myself one with all Germans and not with the English or the French? Moreover, is it actually true that all members of a nation are always conscious of their affinity with one another? Is a German only someone who has grasped the idea of his affiliation with other Germans? Is the Swiss schoolteacher who has never in his life considered his affinity with the Berlin worker therefore not a German? Ideas emerge in my consciousness only on the basis of experience. The German who knows only Germans and hears talk of only Germans cannot become conscious of his difference from other nations, and, as a consequence, of his correspondence with his fellow nationals, of his affiliation with his nation. He has no national consciousness. However, it is precisely for this reason that his character is perhaps more purely determined by German culture than the character of another. It is precisely he who can fully and completely be a German. Today, however, it can be said that everyone who belongs to the cultural community of a nation is also conscious of this affiliation. This dissemination of national consciousness is essentially a product of our capitalist era, which, with its unprecedented wealth of interaction, has brought the nations into such close contact with one another that no one who takes part in the culture of his nation can remain completely ignorant of other nations. Even a person who has never come face to face with someone from another nation becomes acquainted with foreign nations through literature and the press if only in caricatured form. Even in this person, knowledge of foreign nations gives rise to a consciousness of his own nationality. It is only in such an era that the mistaken opinion could develop that it is national consciousness that unites individuals as a nation. National consciousness becomes a determinant basis of human action by being linked to a peculiar sentiment, the national sentiment. Psychology teaches us that even the simplest phenomena of consciousness, the sensations, regularly have a particular emotional connotation. The sensation aroused by the color red is accompanied by other feelings, as is that aroused by the color black or blue. In the same way, the more complex structures of our psyche also give rise to feelings in us, feelings of pleasure and displeasure, of tension and relaxation. The peculiar sentiment that regularly accompanies national consciousness, the recognition of the specificity of one's own nation and its difference from other nations, we call national sentiment. When I become acquainted with a foreign nation, that which I initially observe appears to me as something new, something unfamiliar. Even the physical type I encounter in the foreigners is frequently different from that of my fellow nationals. Their customs, their living habits, their intellectual culture are foreign to me, and in many instances I can accustom myself to them only very slowly. If I interact more closely with these foreigners, I observe 122. That they make choices and decisions that are different from those made by the people I know under the same circumstances, that they set about their work and enjoy themselves in a different manner. Human consciousness is dominated by the law of inertia. In the process of our intellectual development, we have acquired a system of ideas. The attempt by new knowledge to topple this edifice is resisted by the inertia of our consciousness. It is only with great displeasure that the scholar who for years has held a certain scientific assertion to be true observes a new fact prove this assertion false. In the same way, a feeling of displeasure is very often attached to the observation of those things which are peculiar to another nation. The beautiful women of Italy might attract me for the moment with their unusual charms, but I will soon yearn again for the blonde beauties of my own land. I may at first delight in the culture of Italy, but it is only with difficulty that I am able to permanently accustom myself to this foreign people with their different views and customs. The specificity of a foreign will might at first amuse or delight me, but it soon becomes disagreeable to me to see the same external stimulus have a different effect on the foreigners from that which I expect after observing it 100 times over among my fellow nationals in my homeland. If the experience of the specificity of a foreign nation confronts me suddenly, when I am unprepared, an instance of passive apperception, it is almost always accompanied by a feeling of displeasure. But even when I am prepared for the experience of foreign ways, and therefore initially enjoy them, an instance of active apperception, the law of inertia soon awakens a feeling of displeasure in me, one rooted in the fact that human consciousness adapts with difficulty and seldom without feelings of displeasure to a foreign peculiarity, the fact that it has difficulty adopting new ideas that contradict old ideas instilled over decades. Knowledge of a foreign nation is thus very commonly accompanied by a feeling of displeasure, the idea of one's own national ways by a feeling of pleasure. Thus, knowledge of foreign nations commonly awakens a love for one's own nation. National sentiment thus flows from the terribly dangerous force of habit, from the reluctance with which the inertia of the human spirit opposes everything new and therefore everything foreign. It is the common things, the eternal yesteryear, that which always was and always returns and holds true for tomorrow, because it has held true for today. For it is from the common things that man is made, and habit he calls his wet nurse. Woe to him who the old and venerable household disturbs, the precious heritage of his ancestors. The years exert a sacred power, things grey with age are to him divine. 84. 123. The force constituted by the love for one's own nation varies in intensity according to the class and the individual. The peasant who knows no people other than the few inhabitants of his village, knows no customs other than those transmitted by the traditions of his own small district, no views other than those that he, like each of his neighbors, has learned from his mother, his schoolteacher, and his pastor, who knows no changes other than those imposed upon him by the eternal cycle of seasons, is the least accustomed to accepting and learning that which is new, to adapting new ideas to those already established. In his case, therefore, the inertia of apperception is particularly pronounced, the observation of all foreign ways bound to a particularly marked feeling of displeasure. Every new garment, every foreign custom arouses his mistrust and very easily his fierce hatred. The national sentiment of the peasant has no more powerful root than that of the hatred of everything foreign felt by the individual who is closely bound to that which has been inherited, to tradition. It is quite a different matter in the case of the modern bourgeois or the modern industrial worker. The city, changing fashion, and the press present him with an environment that is constantly new, one in which he has long become accustomed to seeing the exotic without experiencing strong feelings of displeasure. In this case, the love of one's own nation has sources other than the hatred of foreign specificities. One of these sources is the fact that the idea of one's own nation is linked spatially and temporally with other ideas, the emotional connotation of which passes to the idea of the nation. When I think of my nation, I recall my familiar homeland, the parental house, the first childhood games, my old schoolmaster, the girl whose kiss once made me happy, and from all these images flows a feeling of pleasure that encompasses the closely related idea of the nation to which I belong. But there is more to this. My national consciousness is constituted not by my perception of a foreign nationality, but by my perception of my own nationality, my own kind. When I become aware that I belong to a nation, I recognize that a close community of character links me with that nation, that its fate has formed me, its culture determined me, and that it is an effective cause within my character. The nation is not something foreign to me, but a part of me that is also present in the being of the other members of my nation. The idea of the nation is thus linked with the idea of my own self. Anyone who reviles the nation therefore reviles me. If the nation is praised, then I share in this praise. For the nation has no being outside of me and my own kind. The idea of the nation is thus associated with powerful feelings of pleasure. It is not, as has been believed at times, the real or imagined community of interest with fellow nationals, but the recognition of the bond of the community of character, the realization that my nationality is nothing but my own manner of being, that associates a feeling of pleasure with the idea of the nation, awakens within me a love for my nation. I love myself because I 124. Am dominated by the primitive instinct for self-preservation, and since the nation appears to me as nothing other than a part of myself, national specificity as a part of my character, I therefore love the nation. The love for one's nation is thus not a moral principle, the product of a moral struggle in which I can take pride, but in fact nothing other than a product of the instinct for self-preservation, the love of myself, whatever I am, which extends to include all those who resemble me, who are linked to me by a community. In addition to all these forces that drive national sentiment, there is yet another. It is the source of the enthusiasm that, as Goethe says, arouses history. For those with a good knowledge of history, the idea of the nation is linked with the idea of its fate, with the memory of heroic struggles, of the incessant struggle for science and art, of triumphs and defeats. The sympathy that the individual accords to those who have struggled in the past is transformed into a love for the incarnation of this diverse fate, the nation. In fact, we are introducing not a new element here, but merely an enlargement on the two preceding elements. Just as the idea of the nation owes a good deal of its rich emotional aspect to its close association with the idea of my own youth, so too does its association with the idea of those individuals who have taught us to love and admire history kindle new love for it. And just as I learn to love the nation when I recognize my own being in its particularity, so too does its history become dear to me if I believe that it is in the fates that have shaped it since ancient times that the forces are contained that have engraved the traits of distant generations into the being of their descendants and into my own being. The romantic enthusiasm for things long past thus becomes a source of love for one's nation. It is for this reason that the effect exerted by a national artwork, Wagner's Meistersinger, for instance, assumes a national aspect. It teaches us to love a part of the history of the nation and thereby the nation itself. Knowledge of the history of the nation produces above all a lively national sentiment among the intelligentsia. However, the more the popular school, the newspaper, the lecture, and the book provide knowledge of the fortunes of the nation, the more the history of the nation also evokes a national sentiment among the popular masses. The national sentiment that thus emerges leads to a curious nationally based evaluation of things. For, since the idea of the German people is linked to a feeling of pleasure, I soon come to believe I can call German anything that for me is linked with a feeling of pleasure. If I now describe someone as a real German, I no longer wish to merely indicate the nationality of the man, but also to laud him, to glorify him. Good German becomes an expression of praise, un-German a reproach. The name of the people becomes a form of evaluation. I believe that I am praising an action if I describe it as good German, that I am stigmatizing it when I describe it as un-German. 125. This constitutes the basis of the curious romantic tone that, according to Bismarck, resonates when we speak of the German people. Scholarship is able to explain to us the emergence of the national sentiment from national consciousness, the emergence of the curious national form of evaluation from the national sentiment. But it is also able to criticize this national evaluation. And this is a task of no little significance. For it is only the critique of national ideology that can produce the atmosphere of sobriety that alone makes a fruitful examination of national politics possible. Critique of national values. The curious phenomenon of national evaluation, the fact that we regard anything German as good, regardless of what it is, and call anything that is good German in order to praise it, arises from the causal linking of the individual member of a people with his nation. Because the individual is the child of his nation, its product, all the specific characteristics of his mother nation appear to him as good. They are, after all, also his own. For this reason, he is capable of adopting anything that conflicts with this specificity only by surmounting a powerful feeling of reluctance. He must recreate himself, transform himself, if he wishes to move beyond the boundaries of his own national specificity. However, man is not only a cognizant being, conscious of the causal link between himself and his nation, but above all a being of will and of action, who sets himself goals and selects means of achieving these goals. This fact gives rise to another form of evaluation, which comes into conflict with national evaluation. Our reason attributes value to a means according to its utility. For example, if the health of the individual or the masses is the goal of the hygienist, he will consider valuable everything that promotes this goal. If the economic policy maker strives for the greatest possible increase in the productivity of human labor, he considers valuable everything that makes human labor more productive, and considers harmful anything which decreases its productivity. However, we do not content ourselves with the evaluation of the means. The immediate goals, health, the productivity of labor, are themselves subject to evaluation as to whether they are capable of serving as means of realizing our supreme goal. We may determine this goal in different ways. One person may find the highest of ideals in the greatest happiness of the greatest number, another in the community of autonomous individuals, an ideal that then becomes for him the standard against which values are measured. However, once this ideal has been determined, all human design is judged as valuable or worthless, as moral or immoral, according to whether it is capable of serving as a means of realizing this supreme goal, this moral ideal. We thus arrive at another type of value, we consider as valuable, good, and 126. Just that which constitutes an appropriate means for the realization of a particular goal. This particular goal, in turn, appears as valuable, good, and just when it can be subordinated as a means for the realization of a supreme goal, of an ideal. This is the form of evaluation arising from the rational choice of a means of realizing a particular goal and the rational choice of a goal as the means of realizing the supreme goal, the moral ideal that constitutes the form of evaluation employed by rationalism. What, then, is the relationship of this rationalist form of evaluation to the national form of evaluation arising from national sentiment? Rational evaluation and national evaluation can coincide. When, for example, Lessing waged his struggle against the influence of French culture on German education, this struggle against Frenchness gave rise to a form of national evaluation that appeared as a struggle for the preservation or the restoration of national specificity. However, it also encompassed a form of rational evaluation. The culture of the French court could not meet the needs of the class constituted by the newly emerged German bourgeoisie. It conflicted with both the aesthetic ideal and the moral ideal of this class. When at this time the great spokesmen of the German bourgeoisie defended German ways against foreign influences, they did so because German ways appeared to them as more valuable, as of greater stature, because German culture was in their eyes a better means of realizing their supreme goal, their ethical and aesthetic ideal. Rationalist evaluation and national evaluation thus coincided. However, the coincidence of these two forms of evaluation is the result of historical accident, it is by no means a necessity. National specificity is a product of the fate of the nation. However, there is no world spirit imbued with reason at work within the fate of the nation that transforms the rational into being seen, and being such that it becomes rational, but only the blind necessity of the struggle for existence. It is therefore pure accident when the characteristics cultivated and instilled in a nation by the struggle for existence appear to later generations as valuable and as appropriate means for the realization of their goals. For instance, a series of harsh strokes of fate, the demise of early German capitalism and the decline of the German bourgeoisie as a consequence of the shift in international trading routes, the emergence of the absolutist state, the subjection of the peasantry to the oppression of landholders, the misery of the 30 Years' War made servile humility a national characteristic of the Germans of the 17th century. In no sense could this characteristic of the German nation appear valuable to later generations as a means for the realization of their goals, and in no sense could the behavior resulting from this characteristic appear as the path to their ideal. Thus, national evaluation and rationalist evaluation do not necessarily coincide. For the rationalist, to whom only that which serves his immediate goal and ultimately his supreme goal, his ideal, appears valuable, it seems simply ridiculous to evaluate a quality not in terms of whether it is appropriate. 127. 8. But in terms of whether it is national, whether it is specific to our nation. He therefore scoffs at the romantic nationalist, who prides himself on the mere fact that he is a good German. Thus Herder says, "We deplore the narrowness of the sphere of ideas that separated the nations from one another in the Middle Ages. In our case, God be thanked, all national characters have been obliterated." For Lessing, the evaluation of things from a national standpoint is merely a heroic weakness. And Heine mocks national evaluation thus: "I am no son of Rome, I am not a Slav, a German donkey am I, as were my fathers, they were so well behaved, so down to earth, so sensible. Oh, what bliss to be a donkey, a descendant from such long-eared ones, I would like to shout from the rooftops, I was born a donkey. I am a donkey and want to be true, like my fathers, the ancients, to good old donkeydom, to donkeyhood." 85. National evaluation and rationalist evaluation are both rooted in human nature. The former is ultimately based on the fact that the human being, bound to the nation by a causal relationship, is the product of his nation. The latter is based on the fact that the human being is a being that sets itself goals and chooses means, a being that orders itself within the natural and causal context through conscious action. Both forms of evaluation arise from the nature of the human, both are equally ineradicable, both are found in every human being, struggle with each other within every individual. Their intensity varies, of course, from individual to individual, those heavily subject to the influence of tradition, in whom selective reason only faintly counterbalances the influence of sentiment, tend toward national evaluation. More sober individuals, on the other hand, with a strong capacity for reason and a more limited capacity for sentiment, free spirits who have clearly resolved to free themselves from the power of tradition and to choose their own path independently, have no understanding of national evaluation. 86. This contradiction, at work in every human being, between national and rational evaluation acquires great social significance due to the fact that class and political opposition seize hold of the conflict between the two. National specificity is always the product of the traditional organization of society. If revolutionary movements emerge that aim to overthrow the existing social order and replace it with a new one, those with an interest in the preservation 128 of the existing social order, that is, the ruling and propertied classes, will rapidly point out that the specific qualities of the nation have been created and conditioned by the existing order of society, and that every push against their rights and their property will destroy or change the traditional specificity of the nation. They thus make national evaluation into a tool of their class struggle. When capitalism threatened the feudal social order, the land-holding class asserted that feudal institutions were rooted in the national spirit of the people. Capitalism, it was argued, was a foreign growth that would destroy the specificity of the nation, and that every good German was therefore obliged to protect the national legal institution of serfdom against the foreign institution of bourgeois legal equality. As democracy penetrated into Central Europe, those holding power mocked it as a foreign English or French product that did not fit the national character of the Germans and would destroy it. Every good German, it was argued, should therefore support absolutism and feudalism. Similarly, the unrestricted division of peasant property is still opposed today with the argument that it derives from the foreign pagan law of the Romans, and that the right of inheritance must be maintained on the grounds that it is a German legal institution. But it is in Russia that we find national evaluation acquiring its greatest significance as a means of reactionary struggle. For decades, every reform in accordance with the Western European model was opposed by a movement that concocted a brew of Slavic national essence from the poverty and ignorance of the mujiks, the despotism of government officials, the power of the Tsar, and the superstition of the Orthodox Church, a brew seen as having to be guarded at all costs against every Western influence. For decades Slavophilia opposed the Zapadniki Occidentalists in different forms. It survives today in some branches of Russian literature, in some areas of political thought, and for a time even exercised an influence on the reformist and revolutionary parties. Whereas those classes that fear the loss of their power and property want to preserve national specificity and profess to hold national values in high regard, the rising classes that have yet to win power in the society are rationalist in their outlook. Far from valuing all that which has been historically passed down, these classes launch an attack on this very notion. For them, national specificity is nothing but the specificity of the classes that dominate and exploit the nation. Thus, national institutions, which are alleged to be the only institutions that correspond to the national character and that facilitate its preservation, represent for the rising classes the bulwark of the domination and exploitation enjoyed by the classes that are their enemies. What contempt the German Democrats had prior to 1848 for the talk heard from those who wanted to justify the unbearable political and social conditions in Germany as the product of the Christian Germanic spirit of the people, for the National Historical School, a school which legitimates the baseness of today with the 129. Baseness of yesterday, a school that declares rebellious every cry of the serf against the knout once that knout is a time-honored, ancestral, historical 187. Although national evaluation is dear to all conservative classes, the form of evaluation employed by all revolutionary classes is rationalist. This also holds for the working class of today. It is, in the words of the young Marx, a class with radical chains, a class of civil society that is not a class of civil society, an estate that is the dissolution of all estates, a sphere that has a universal character by virtue of its universal suffering and claims no particular right because no particular wrong but wrong generally is perpetrated against it, that can no longer invoke a historical but only a human title, that does not stand in any one-sided antithesis to the consequences but in an all-round antithesis to the premises of the German state, a sphere, finally, that cannot emancipate itself without emancipating itself from all other spheres of society and thereby emancipating all other spheres of society, which is thus the complete loss of man and hence can win itself only through the complete rewinning of man. This dissolution of society as a particular estate is the proletariat 88. Because the working class is not yet a class of the nation, it is also no longer a national class. Excluded from the enjoyment of cultural wealth, it sees this cultural wealth as the property of another. Where others see the lustrous history of the national culture, it sees the poverty and the servitude of those upon whose broad shoulders the national culture has rested since the decline of ancient clan communism. It sees its ideal not in the preservation of national specificity, but in the overthrow of all previous social orders. Only this can make it a member of the nation. For this reason, it applies the knife of its criticism to all that is merely the result of historical transmission. For this reason, all that has been handed down has no worth for the working class, but must first prove its worth by serving the struggle of this class. The working class therefore mocks all those who seek to combat its struggle by asserting that its class struggle conflicts with the specificity of the nation, since it is only the class struggle that can bring the working class membership in that nation. Since the cultural wealth of the nation is not the cultural wealth of the proletariat, national evaluation is not the proletarian mode of evaluation. The exclusion of the working class from the national culture is the source of its anguish, but it is also the root of its dignity. The landed noble once expelled the ancestors of this class from house and farm in order to enlarge his estate. Its fathers had to leave the peasant village in which their forefathers had lived for centuries, perhaps since the nation first adopted a settled existence, thereby being uprooted, torn out of all tradition. The working class itself is left to the mercy of the variable influence of the large cities, dragged into all the currents of the era, tossed here and there through every part of the land by the play of economic circumstances. The working class has thus become rootless, freer from the crippling force of tradition than any class preceding it. It has thus 130 become, so to speak, the embodiment of rationalism. For the working class, nothing is sacred merely by force of age, tradition, or custom. Rather, it rejects all that is merely handed down, recognizing no other criteria than the goal for which it struggles and the means that it must choose to achieve this goal. It welcomes all that is new. From everything that is new and foreign it chooses that which it deems appropriate. The national specificity of tradition appears to it as simply an outmoded limitation. The Russian worker takes his ideals from Germany, the German learns new methods of struggle from the Belgians and the Russians, he imitates the Englishman in trade union matters, the Frenchman in terms of political struggle. Each new current immediately awakens his interest. He is even inclined to overestimate each one, precisely because it is new, unprecedented, unfamiliar, precisely because it opposes that which for others represents the national cultural heritage and the specificity of the nation. There is no class that is inwardly as completely liberated from all forms of national evaluation as the rising proletariat, freed from all tradition by the devastating, destructive force of capitalism, excluded from the enjoyment of the nation's cultural wealth, engaged in a struggle with all power that has been passed down through history. 89. However, the more the proletariat becomes rationalist in its outlook, the more national evaluation finds favor with the proletariat's immediate adversary, the bourgeoisie. To be sure, such national evaluation sounds strange in the mouths of capitalists. It is, after all, the effects of capital that have destroyed the traditional national specificity of all nations, have transformed the entire essence of every one of them. As long as the bourgeoisie was still in its youth, national evaluation remained foreign to it. At that time, it held the inherited debris of history in contempt and dreamed of the social edifice that it would build according to the plans of its own class reason. But the more the proletariat gains power in opposition to the bourgeoisie, the more sympathetic the laity becomes to all forms of historicism, including the national form of evaluation. The struggle of the proletariat against the bourgeoisie is a struggle over property. Once, in a time long past, private property served the demand, to each that which he himself has earned. Within the capitalist workshops this principle underwent a change and came to mean, to the master the product of the labor of others. But even here it did not lose all sense. The ownership of the means of production was linked not only to the claim to surplus value, but also to a social function, that of the coordination of production. However, this function became increasingly separated from the fact of ownership, in the joint stock company, in the cartel, in the trust, in the organization of our banking system. The owner loses all social function, has no part in the coordination of labor anymore. What remains is his claim to the product of the labor of others. The principle of ownership has thus been completely altered. Once it meant that the worker was protected in regard to the owner. 131. Ship of the product of his labor. Today it means nothing more than a claim to the labor of others, has become a mere title for exploitation. The owner can no longer refer to a social function, to a service that he performs for the society, but only to the mere fact that he has inherited his property, that his property is a product of historical development. He has no legal title now other than historical title. The young bourgeoisie struggled against the traditional structures of the state, the old bourgeoisie fears democracy and clings to the monarchy and the bureaucracy, its allies in the struggle against the proletariat. The young bourgeoisie constructed the state of reason, the bourgeoisie that has grown old defends the historical rights of the monarchy. The bourgeoisie today thus values all that has been historically handed down because it owes its own domination solely to historical tradition, and because it values everything historical, it also values the historical within us, that is, our nationality. Thus, the bourgeoisie has increasingly become the defender of national specificity, has increasingly accommodated itself to national evaluation. It believes that it will thereby be able to defend the traditional social order, that this order has arisen from the specificity of the nation, and that it requires this national specificity to preserve itself. It is no accident that bourgeois theorists of today are endeavoring again to make the preservation of national specificity a moral duty, that national spiritualism has been resurrected, that in our universities the historical school dominates the fields of jurisprudence and economics, that our literature and our art have discovered national specificity. National evaluation and rationalist evaluation arise from different facets of the human being, necessarily emerge in every individual, exist at odds with one another in every one of us. However, this internal contradiction in us is transformed by the class struggle into an external contradiction in the society. More and more, national evaluation becomes the form of evaluation employed by the dominant and propertied classes, and rationalist evaluation that of the working class. Different values also produce different politics. National politics. One of our most important tasks is that of establishing a clear distinction between the different orientations of will that are grouped and merged with one another under the term national politics. This work must begin here, even before we come to speak of the relationship of the nation to the state. From evaluation ensues an intention. If I regard national specificity, whatever its source, as valuable, this gives rise to the intention to preserve that national specificity. National evaluation thus breeds national politics, which in this context means concerted and methodical action with the goal of preserving national specificity. In order to distinguish this form of national politics from other orientations of will also designated as national politics, we can 132. Describe it as national conservative politics. It is a conservative politics because it wants to maintain national specificity in its present form. But it is also a conservative politics in the sense of being almost always the politics of the dominant and propertied classes, which are interested in the preservation of the existing social order and are therefore conservative classes. There is a close connection between national specificity and the social structure. On the one hand, every social structure creates a particular structure of the national psyche. The national specificity of a capitalist nation is thus fundamentally different from that of a feudal nation. On the other hand, the preservation of a particular national specificity is also a condition of the maintenance of a particular social structure. Thus, a particular mental disposition of the masses is a condition of absolutist bureaucratic domination, which cannot possibly continue to exist if this mental disposition changes, whatever the means by which this change is brought about. The classes interested in maintaining the existing social structure must therefore seek to preserve the specificity of the nation, since it is a condition of their power in the society. They explain their desire to preserve their power in the form of the existing social institutions on the grounds that this is the sole means of safeguarding the precious specificity of the nation. The bourgeoisie wants to maintain the mentality of servility, the accursed frugality, the humble and fatalistic submission of the workers to their poverty, because the possibility of exploitation is thereby ensured. But it claims to want to preserve its domination over the workers on the grounds that the alleged virtues of frugality, piousness, the patriarchal relationship between employers and employees are thereby preserved. This is the internal lie of national conservative politics. It pretends to want to preserve social institutions for the sake of national specificity. In reality, it wants to preserve national specificity in order to ensure the enjoyment of its power, of its exploitation of others. But can the nation really do without this aspiration to preserve its specificity? Does it not correspond to the instinct for self-preservation in every living being? Is it not the case that cultural cosmopolitanism, which, instead of preserving national specificity, aims to acquire for the nation what is valuable from all nations, threatens to bring about the decline of the specific national essence? Does it not want to grind humanity into a bland mush in which all national diversity disappears? In order to counter this argument, we have repeatedly referred to our observation of the phenomenon of national apperception. We know that, over the course of centuries, the nation has adopted cultural elements from the most diverse range of nations. The ancient Germans were initially strongly influenced by the more highly developed Celtic culture and later by Roman culture. Christianity brought with it Middle Eastern, Greek, and Roman cultural elements. During the era of feudalism, the influence of southern French culture was, in particular, extremely pronounced, in the era of the Crusades. 133. This was accompanied by Italian and Middle Eastern influences, and, with the development of capitalist commodity production, Germany experienced the influence of Italian humanism and the Italian Renaissance. The following centuries were again marked by a pronounced French influence. The reawakened bourgeoisie was influenced by the culture of antiquity and the science and art of France, England, and the Netherlands. The 19th century saw the most diverse range of nations, even nations from remote parts of the globe, enhance the richness of our culture. And despite all this, one cannot speak of the disappearance of national specificity. This fact is explained by the phenomenon of national apperception. No nation incorporates foreign elements in unaltered form, each adapts them to its whole being and subjects them to change in the process of assimilation, of intellectual digestion. French cultural elements were absorbed by the Germans just as they were by the English. But these elements of French culture became something altogether different for the English from that which they became for the Germans. The leveling out of differences between the material contents of cultures in no sense means the elimination of national specificity. The consciousness of the specificity of the nation has never been more evident than in our own era, although today each nation without doubt learns a great deal more at a much greater speed from other nations than ever before. However, quite apart from the fact of foreign influences, national specificity is subject to constant transformations, without the nations thereby ever ceasing to constitute a community of character different from all other nations. One has only to look, for instance, to the radical transformation of the national specificity of the German people during the 19th century. In the present context, we want to emphasize only one aspect of these manifold changes. When the great battles in the countries of the West were being fought in the class struggle of the bourgeoisie against the absolutist state and the landed nobility, during which time the bourgeoisie in Germany was pinned down by the backwardness of economic development and political oppression, Germain de Stael declared at one point that anyone in Germany whose viewpoint did not take the whole world into account had no place in the land. The German intelligentsia of the period absorbed all the knowledge of their era. The modern natural science developed in Holland, England, and France, the French and English theories of the state, and the forms of philosophy developed on the basis of both these branches of scholarship were adopted in Germany. However, the concepts borrowed from the nations of the West at this time were elaborated in a quite different form in German lands from that found in France and England. Since direct class confrontation had not at this time become a possibility in Germany, attention was not deflected from theoretical principles, the necessity of practical application, which emerged very early in England and, after the Revolution, also in 134. France, was not felt in Germany and thus did not lead to compromises between idea and reality. Germany thus became the classical land in which principles were thought through and the deductions based on them taken to their conclusion. It was on such a foundation that our philosophy developed, the consistent rationalism that argued that the smallest action could not be justified unless it could be incorporated within a grand system of goals. Only in Germany could a Vischer declare that he could not contemplate how a man could conduct politics without having studied and reflected on the logic of Hegel. And this mode of thinking did not remain confined to the narrow stratum of the intelligentsia. In diluted form it also penetrated the broad mass of the population, the schoolmaster, the priest, the newspaper. The beginnings of political agitation gradually made this cast of mind into the mode of thinking employed by the masses as well. Visibly and, in my opinion, generally acknowledged, states Fichte, the movements and aspirations of the era aspired to exiling darker sentiments and establishing the sole rule of clarity and knowledge. One cannot comprehend the revolution of 1848 if one does not take into account this national particularity of the Germans of this era. Today a part of this mode of thinking survives among the German workers. It justifies Engels' celebrated phrase to the effect that the German workers are the heirs of German classical philosophy, the German socialists the successors of Kant, Fichte, and Hegel. However, capitalism and the constitutional monarchy dominated by the Junker and the bourgeois have completely transformed the nature of this particularity of the German nation. A hollow empiricism and historicism, the taste for individual research of no value, the adulation of success, that realpolitik that, in the words of Marx, regards as reality that which it sees in front of its nose, characterize the intellectual culture of Germany today. Bourgeois rationalism is no longer possible, proletarian rationalism is forbidden by the bourgeoisie by means of the state it dominates, which seeks to exclude every individual of a suspect cast of mind from all practical activity. Today it is not the German intelligentsia but the Russian intelligentsia that are the kindred spirits of the German academic youth of the 1830s and 40s. And this transformation, too, is by no means limited to the academically educated upper stratum. The new spirit is also seeping through many channels into the broad mass of the population. The revisionism within German social democracy is its heir. It arises from the renunciation of all impractical principles, from the opportunistic politics that have supplanted the rationalism of the past, the cast of mind that no longer believes it can justify its actions by seeing in them the means to a supreme goal theoretically recognized as just, but believes it can justify them only in terms of the immediately visible, albeit correspondingly minor, success. So violently have only a few decades of capitalist development transformed the national specificity of the people. But does this mean that the 135 German people is now a people devoid of national specificity? Have the Germans thereby become Englishmen or Americans? Transforming the specificity of the nation by no means signifies the relinquishment of national specificity. From this insight ensues the idea of another form of national politics. We have to ensure not that future generations resemble the living, but that our descendants, linked by the community of character, also form a nation. But how large will the circle be that forms the nation in the future? Methodical cooperation with the goal of ensuring that the whole people has a share in the national community of culture, that it is determined by the national culture and thereby linked together in a national community of character, can surely also be described as national politics. In order to distinguish this form from the already familiar national conservative politics, I will call it national evolutionary politics. It earns the name evolutionary in that it breaks with the idea that our task is one of preserving the historically developed specificity of the nation in unchanged form. It opposes this erroneous conception with that of the development, the evolution, of the national character. But it can also be termed evolutionary in a more profound sense on the basis that it not only does not impede the evolution of the national character, but aims to make the entire people into a nation, to enable it to develop into a nation. It is concerned not only with the development of the nation, but with the development of the entire people into a nation. 90. This national evolutionary politics is the politics of the modern working class. To be sure, the working class pursues its politics not in the interest of the nation, but in its own interest. But because the proletariat necessarily struggles for possession of the cultural wealth that its work creates and makes possible, the effect of this politics is necessarily that of calling the entire people to take part in the national community of culture and thereby to make the totality of the people into a nation. This goal is already served by the democratic politics of the proletariat. Universal suffrage has become a powerful lever of national development, because it forces the parties to struggle for the support of every last-day laborer and, in the propaganda work for their program, to make a piece of the national culture the property of the masses. Freedom of the press, of assembly, and of association first make possible the influence of the culture on the broader mass of the population. Cooperation that strives for clearly defined goals in the workers' organizations lifts the worker out of the depths of a merely vegetative existence, one consumed by labor, sleep, and the rawest of sensual pleasures, and provides him, if only to a meager extent, with elements of the national culture. The education policy of the proletariat has the same effect. The popular school is a constant preoccupation of the proletariat everywhere, whereas for the bourgeoisie it is increasingly an object of indifference, even of suspicion. 136. Every new school class is a new conquest of the nation. But much more powerful still than the direct effects of the democratic and education policies of the proletariat are the indirect effects of its economic policy. National conservative politics supports the forces of politico-economic reaction. The petty bourgeois, but in particular the peasant, ensure the preservation of national specificity. It is precisely the defense of agrarian policy for which national evaluation often serves as a means. The peasant is tightly woven into the tradition of a close circle, of his descent group, of his village. He abandons nothing of this way of being. He is the enemy of everything new, everything foreign. When one observes that no system of foreign domination has succeeded in robbing the peasant of his nationality, that the Alsatian peasant has not become French and that the Transylvanian Saxon has not become a Magyar, this is based on the fact that the peasant rigidly preserves the ways of his locality and his clan. It is not their Germanness which these peasants have preserved, rather, one has remained an Alsatian, the other a Saxon. Certainly the cultures of the Alsatian and the Transylvanian Saxon peasants share common traits, but on top of their common ancestral culture the centuries have deposited new cultures that have long concealed their old community. Several decades ago we would have been able to say, the German peasant does not fundamentally belong to the nation because he does not participate in the German community of culture, because he is tied to the nation by nothing more than common blood and tradition, which he owes to common Germanic ancestors and which have long been concealed by subsequent development. Those who wish to keep the peasant in the state hinder the emergence of a national cultural community that encompasses the whole people. It is quite a different matter once capitalism begins to transform agriculture. Capitalism draws a part of the rural population into industry, transforms peasant sons into industrial workers who, released from local ties, are much more strongly subject to the uniform cultural influence of the nation. It also transforms no less markedly the existence of that part of the population that continues to work in agriculture. It forces the peasant to make a transition to intensive agriculture, makes him into a pure farmer, a commodity producer as worthy of the title as any other. The modern farmer, who participates in the management of his cooperative, changes his techniques according to the requirements of the market, reads his newspaper, is a member of the Farmers' Association, is a member of the national cultural community in a quite different sense from the peasant of earlier times. Anyone who wishes to preserve the ancient status of the peasant and to check the process of capitalist transformation impedes the merging of the nation into a close cultural community. The grain duties within the German Empire could well be seen as a means employed by national conservative politics. National evolutionary politics must discard them. 137. The case of so-called middle-class politics is highly similar. There was a time in which the artisans and small merchants were bearers of the national community of culture, the era of emerging commodity production. However, we already know that commodity production could expand only in the form of capitalist commodity production, could demolish feudal society only in this form. We know that with the emergence of capitalism the bourgeoisie became culturally differentiated into the strata of the educated and the uneducated, and that in this way the petty bourgeoisie was excluded from the national community of culture. The era of Hans Sachs has vanished irretrievably. 91. Today the petty bourgeoisie is subject almost as little to the cultural influence of the nation as the peasantry. Threatened and enslaved by capitalism, its members have longer working hours and seldom better earnings than the wage laborer. On the other hand, it is deprived of the cultural influences to which the proletariat is exposed by virtue of the latter's class situation and the class struggle. The petty bourgeois works in isolation, not together with other work comrades in the factory. He does not enjoy, or, when he does, then only to a limited degree, the education that comes with organization. He does not know the liberation from all local limitations that derives from the wage laborer's freedom of movement. He is not subject to the powerful cultural effects of the proletarian class struggle. The petty bourgeoisie plays only a small part in the great process of the evolution of the entire people into a nation. The path to the national community of culture leads over the ruins of the craft industry destroyed by capitalism. When the proletariat, in its own interest, struggles against the artificial preservation of the ancient peasantry and of the petty bourgeoisie, it thereby serves the evolution of the collective into a national community of culture. Its class politics is a national evolutionary politics. However, it is not enough that the proletariat does not aim to check the development of capitalism. It must also ensure that the effects of capitalist development are to the benefit of the broad mass of the population. This goal is served by the social policies of the working class, legislation for the protection of workers and the struggle of the trade unions. Wage increases and the decrease in working hours are the necessary preconditions for the broad mass of the people to become members of the national cultural community. This is why the 19th century knew no greater national exploit than the heroic struggle for the shortening of the working day, the Great May Day movement. But the working class knows that, as great as the success of their struggle may be, it can never attain full possession of the national culture within capitalist society. Only in socialist society can the national culture become the possession of the entire people, thereby making the entire people a nation. This is why all national evolutionary politics is necessarily socialist politics. The conflict between national conservative and national evolutionary politics is also clearly revealed in their respective positions regarding groups. 138. Within the nation defined by locality and by origin. From the standpoint of the national form of evaluation, it is consistent to want to maintain such regional idiosyncrasies, to encourage the dialects in their struggle with the uniform language, and to want to maintain traditional costumes. For us, on the other hand, such regional idiosyncrasy within the nation appears as an obstacle to the community of culture. Those for whom the uniform German language is a foreign language cannot share in the national literature, science, or philosophy. They are not at all shaped by our traditional culture, are not in the least integrated into the German community of character. Certainly the study of dialects merits all attention, and the aesthetic enjoyment of local idiosyncrasies is of course understandable, but we must not forget that all such regional idiosyncrasy, arising from the regional entrenchment of the peasant and effectively combated by capitalism, the wage laborer's freedom of movement, democracy, and the modern school, is an obstacle to the national cultural community and therefore an obstacle to the unity of the nation. When national conservative politics favors the maintenance and promotion of these regional idiosyncrasies within the nation, it is in fact being anti-national. The romantic joy found in all traditional idiosyncrasy destroys the cultural unity of the nation. We pursue a national politics not by uncritically admiring and striving to maintain all that which is traditional, but by struggling to enable every individual member of the people to absorb the culture and thereby become a child of the nation. 2. The modern state and the nation. The state of the Middle Ages was founded on the feudal system. The vassal was under obligation to his lord to provide military service and to attend the latter's court. In return, he was granted land in the form of a fief. The medieval state was based on this relationship, which was, according to customary right, hereditary in the case of both parties. The German king was the overlord of the princes, who were in turn the overlords of the other barons. Thus, it was the king who summoned the princes, the prince who summoned the barons to arms and to the court. In the feudal tribunal, the king sat in judgment on the princes, the prince in judgment on his vassals. The military and judicial constitutions were thus based on the feudal system. However, the functions of the medieval state did not extend beyond the military and judicial systems, for the only tasks of the state were those of maintaining external and internal peace. The modern state was born as a child of commodity production. It was only when the product of labor became a commodity and was transformed into money that a part of the society's labor product in the form of money, as tax, could maintain the state in economic terms and enable it to create a mercenary army and a body of paid officials, making it independent of feudal ties. However, the modern state did not emerge in the form of the nation-state. The cradle of the modern state was the country with the oldest system of capitalist commodity production, Italy. The first modern states were the wealthy Italian city republics, in which the dominant capitalist class was at first able to utilize the state as an instrument of capitalist interests. However, the mercenary army emerging with the modern state soon made it possible to establish a tyranny on the basis of brute force, a small military state founded on a mercenary army. Anyone who had the means to equip a mercenary army could attempt to establish himself as the prince of a small state. The investment of capital in such a venture was certainly worthwhile, for the tyrant was able to use the military force at his disposal to make the subject citizenry into 139. 140. A taxable mass, which was forced not only to maintain his army, but also to meet the costs of establishing the small state. Thus emerged the innumerable small states of Italy, no longer founded on feudal legal title, but on the undisguised exercise of brutal military force. However, these military tyrannies were as much modern states as the city republics. Since it was the taxable potential of the subject citizens that constituted the source of their power, the tyrants had to satisfy the economic needs of the citizenry and foster capitalist exploitation using state means. These tyrannies were veritable modern states, characterized not only by the subjection of all citizens directly to the state, but also by the universality of the state's objectives, which were no longer limited to the mere safeguarding of peace, but now encompassed the methodical pursuit of a politics fostering the economic development of the citizenry externally and internally. The emergence of this modern state was a curious thing. Anyone who had money could create a state for himself, using an army of paid soldiers, and anyone who ruled a state by force of arms could also exploit the taxable potential of his subjects and thus consolidate his hegemony. The modern state thus initially had no natural borders. It was not necessarily limited to a city, but did not take the form of a large nation-state. Thus, it split Italy into a host of smaller and larger states, which later became the victims of Spanish, French, and Austrian domination. In the case of the large nations of the West, the development of the modern state took another path. Here it was linked with the organization of the feudal state. The supreme head of the feudal state, the monarchy, was able to invest the ancient legal institution of the national monarchy with new content. The monarchy, which was the head of the feudal state, was able to make the new means of commodity production serve royal interests, to subject the feudal lords to the authority of the state using a mercenary army and paid officials, and in this way to create on a large scale that which the Italian states represented on a small scale. In France this development commenced with the great Provençal dowry, Dante, with the subjection of southern France to the power of the French king in the Albigensian Wars. Under Philip VI, 1328–50, the only great duchies remaining were those of Flanders, Burgundy, Guyenne, and Brittany. The new peers were no longer independent princes, but already subject to the power of the monarchy. The monarchy now set about making the taxation system, the civil service, and the professional army which had become possible due to the expansion of the monetary system into instruments of its power. It created a standing army that was under the exclusive command of the king, with captains appointed directly by the crown. The estates stand were forced to grant the king a fila perpetuelle for this purpose, a tax paid no longer for only a brief duration, for instance in times of war, but on a permanent basis to enable the king to maintain his army. At the same time the king succeeded in forbidding the 141 barons and lords to extort money from their subjects for the purpose of paying mercenaries and prohibited, under threat of severe punishment, the raising of troops. The indignation of the nobility in the face of these decisions was clearly expressed in a series of revolts, which were put down within a short time. On the basis of the revenue flowing from the taille perpetuelle, the king was soon in a position to maintain a standing army of 7,000 to 9,000 men. And as modest as this beginning was, its importance was shown under Louis XI, who was able to subjugate the powerful duchies which roughly corresponded to the larger German principalities and to create a durable, centralized, and united nation-state in France. The development of the modern state in Germany was the complete opposite of state development in France. The German Empire emerged from the Carolingian Empire. In the process of partitioning the enormous empire of Charlemagne, which encompassed both Roman and German regions, the boundaries constituted by the different nations by no means determined the lines of demarcation between the new partial empires. Nevertheless, at least in the west, in the area of northern France, the border of the empire ultimately came to coincide with the boundary between the nations. This was a result of the pronounced cultural difference between those regions where the Franks had settled under the influence of Roman culture and those where the Germans resided on the land of their origin, a cultural difference manifested in different forms of agriculture and land division and in different constitutional and legal forms. This cultural difference was necessarily decisive for the borders of the partial empires resulting from partition, but since the Germans settled in Roman regions were absorbed by the Romans and Romanized Celts of Gaul, whereas the Germans residing on their own land preserved their own distinctive ways, the West Frankish Empire necessarily became French, the East Frankish Empire necessarily German. However, the direct result of this was certainly not the emergence of a German nation-state. The tribal kingdoms subjugated by the Carolingians very soon re-emerged under the title of the tribal duchies. The most powerful tribal duke induced the others, through force or negotiation, to recognize him as the German king. As a consequence, Franconian, Saxon, and Swabian dukes in turn became kings of Germany. The dominant seigneurial class was generally well disposed toward the power of the king, for the distant king was far less dangerous to the independence of the feudal lord on his fief than was the neighboring duke. And the advantage of having all the armies of the knights under the authority of one king was proved when the German tribes were threatened by external foes. Thus, the victory of Otto I over the Magyars on the Lechfeld consolidated his domination of the whole of the East Frankish Empire. Thus, Conrad II was first able to gain the support of the Saxons when he succeeded in recovering long-forgotten tribute from the Slavs. The German monarchy was thus now able to control the ancient tribal 142 duchies. To maintain this position, the monarchy relied heavily on the church. The ecclesiastical princes could not claim hereditary power as the tribal dukes could. The decision as to who would occupy the bishoprics and abbeys ultimately lay with the king. The German monarchs thus fostered the power of the church in order to create an instrument of their own power. With the support of the wealthy and powerful ecclesiastical princes, with their immense properties and numerous vassals, the German kings finally crushed the tribal dukes by creating new principalities without regard for ancient tribal boundaries. This development commenced with the foundation of the Duchy of the Billungers on Saxon land and ended with the great upheaval following the defeat of Henry the Lion. The ancient duchies were abolished and replaced by a series of principalities, territories that, even if their princes bore the old title of duke, shared little more than their name with the ancient duchies, which were virtually independent of the empire. It was this development that, when the now wealthy church would no longer tolerate its role as a mere instrument of power of the monarchy, plunged Germany into the turmoil of the great dispute between the papacy and the monarchy. However, it was also this development that prevented the empire from disintegrating into a number of fully independent duchies. When commodity production also became established in Germany, it initially appeared as if this would also be of benefit to the empire. In Germany, too, the towns became the centers of a movement toward unification, and it seemed plausible that a king, supported by the power of the towns, could subjugate the old principalities and create a unified German nation-state. However, if this blossoming of commodity production in Germany also created here a tendency toward the creation of a large unified and centralized state, it was ultimately the territories and not the empire that benefited. The Hohenstaufen were the first German monarchs to grasp the potential advantage to the power of the monarchy represented by the development of commodity production. However, it was not the German bourgeoisie, which was then only slowly developing, but the more advanced monetary economy of Italy that they saw as providing support for their power. Frederick I and Frederick II both sought to utilize the power of the old empire over Italy in order to gain access to the taxable potential of the Italian bourgeoisie. Their focus was exclusively on this goal, and, in order to secure the support of the armies of the German princes for their plan, they granted them concession after concession within the empire itself. Thus, they left the towns in Germany at the mercy of the princes and did without the most lucrative royal rights to the princes' advantage. The Italian policy of the Hohenstaufen finally came to an end with a terrible defeat after a long and eventful struggle. However, it was now too late in Germany to remind the towns, which had been left at the mercy of the princes, of the abandoned royal rights. The growth of the bourgeoisie, commodity production, and the money economy. 143. In Germany itself no longer augmented the power of the king, but augmented the power of the German princes. We have already discussed in another context the way in which the German princes, using the public authority of the count, fused the power of feudal, vassalage, and property rights in the form of a unitary supreme power over their subjects. The German Empire thus entered the capitalist epoch as a loose union of independent states. Admittedly, the empire had already assembled an imperial army against the Hussites, and the estates of the empire had granted the emperor an imperial tax, the common penny. For this purpose, however, the emperor strove in vain to gain the approval of the estates, as had happened in France for a standing army, the miles perpetuus, and for a regular, ongoing imperial tax for its maintenance. The reign of Charles V saw the imperial army made up of contingents provided by the individual estates of the empire, and the Holy Roman Empire of the German nation still unsuccessful in obtaining a regular imperial tax apart from the ridiculously small moneys of the chamber, which served to maintain the imperial Supreme Court Reichskammergericht. The empire had thus not managed to utilize the new instruments of power emerging with the development of commodity production. The advantages presented by this development fell for the most part to the territories. In the same period as bourgeois development was providing the impetus for the emergence of the German nation as a unit in a quite new sense, the German Empire disintegrated into a large number of independent states, which were unconcerned with each other as long as they were not crossing swords. The same development which produced the unified nation-state among the great nations in the West produced in Germany the division of the nation into states. As the contrast between German and French development clearly shows, it was principally the difference in the distribution of power within the feudal state that ultimately decided whether the modern state united the nation as a single political community or split it into numerous independent territories. For, in the case of the great European nations, the birth of the modern state was based on the fact that commodity production, which, as capitalist commodity production, increasingly becomes the general form of social production, provided the forces of the feudal state with the possibility of investing the ancient juridical and institutional form of the feudal state with a new efficacy. The distribution of power within the feudal state was therefore decisive in determining whether it was the king or the princes, the peers, who proved capable of creating the modern state founded on a taxation system using money, a civil service, and a professional army. At the time, of course, there were good reasons for the differences in the way power was distributed. Today these differences appear to us as somewhat accidental. Modern living nations do not much concern themselves with the fact that there were good reasons for political structures that today do not accord with their needs to emerge centuries 144 ago in a particular form. It is no wonder, then, that the 19th century experienced a violent transformation of the traditional state system during the great period of nation-state formation. The principle of nationality. The dominant theme running through the radical upheaval in the traditional state system in the 19th century was the principle of nationality. Each nation should form a state, and each state should encompass one nation alone. The struggles for the unity of Germany and the liberty of Italy, the liberation of Greece, Romania, Serbia, and Bulgaria from Turkish domination, the struggle of the Irish for home rule, of the Polish for the restoration of the Polish state, and the break of the South American states with Spain were all manifestations of the great struggle for the realization of the principle of nationality. This phenomenon is so striking that many theoreticians interpret the will to coexist in an independent political community as one of the constitutive features of the nation. For Renan and Kirchhoff, for example, the nation is the totality of persons coexisting in an independent community who are prepared to defend and make sacrifices for that community. 2. We are dealing here with a psychological theory of the nation. However, whereas the theory we have already encountered, which aims to define the nation in terms of national consciousness, the recognition of affiliation, is intellectualist, the theory that discovers the essence of the nation in the will to political unity and freedom is voluntarist. Our objections to this theory are the same as those we have already advanced against the psychological intellectualist tendency. This theory is unsatisfactory because it also evades the question as to why we should want to be unified in a community with precisely these and not other individuals. However, it is also incorrect because it is simply false that all people wishing to belong to a community form a nation as a consequence of this desire. There are Czechs who consider the existence of Austria to be a necessity for their nation and who argue with Palocki that Austria would have to be invented if it did not already exist, but they do not therefore belong to an Austrian nation. 4. And it is equally incorrect that all those belonging to a nation desire the political unity of their nation. The Germans in Switzerland and many of the Germans in Austria have absolutely no desire for the realization of the dream of German unity. The fact that the nation-state is seen as the rule, the multinational state as a mere exception, as a remnant of times past, has led to a disturbing confusion in the terminology of political science and politics. Thus, one commonly understands under the concept of the nation nothing more than the totality of citizens or the totality of the inhabitants of an economic region. In Ger. 145. Every form of politics that grants the existing class-governed state the necessary instruments of power, soldiers, artillery, warships, is termed national politics. In France, national politics is seen as the politics of revanche and of colonial expansion. When one speaks of the national economy, one thinks not of the economy of the nation, for example, that of the Germans in all countries, but of that of the German economic region, a region that certainly does not include all Germans and, in fact, incorporates Germans, Frenchmen, Danes, Poles, Jews, and in smaller proportions, members of the most diverse nations. If one speaks of the protection of national labor, one refers not, for instance, to the protection of German labor in Austria or in the United States, but to the protection of labor within the German economic region, and so on. Here, we are not concerned with the nation in this sense. This linguistic usage is based on a confusion between the nation and the population of state and economic regions. 5. When the relationship between the nation and the state is being discussed, theorists are usually content with the assertion that it is natural for every nation to want to become a state. However, the problem for scholarship is not thereby solved, but only formulated. We need to ask why it seems natural and reasonable to people that every nation and always only one nation forms a political community. The principle of nationality clearly includes two aspirations: first, the will to national liberty, the rejection of foreign domination, the demand for one nation, one state. Second, the will to national unity, the rejection of particularism as well as the demand for the entire nation in one state. It is necessary at this point to explain how it is that these aspirations could emerge in the 19th century and become powerful enough to topple the traditional state system. The impetus for the nation-state movement unarguably came from the longing to repulse foreign domination. In instances where foreign domination of a nation also entails oppression and exploitation, this longing to repulse the foreign power requires no explanation. Such was the case, for example, in the revolution of the Serbs. The Serbs, clearly distinct in terms of nationality and religion from the ruling Turks, endured severe exploitation and oppression under a bellicose and feudal form of Turkish domination. The Turkish overlords expropriated a considerable proportion of the peasant nation's labor product. The nation was forced to pay its masters for the right to exist with a poll tax. Hated measures, such as the ban on the bearing of arms or the mounting of a saddled horse, meant that the scorned Raja herds experienced their oppression daily. It was inevitable that this oppressed people would rise up against their foreign masters as soon as the opportunity for success presented itself. When these conditions emerged as a result of the internal dislocation of the Turkish Empire and Russia's Balkan policy, this enslaved people rose up to fight for its liberty, for its own nation-state. The situation was no different in places where, as in Greece, the mass of the people lived in enslavement. 146. Whereas an aristocracy of officials and a wealthy bourgeoisie profited extensively from the exploitative measures of the ruling state. Here, the national revolution took the form of a revolution of the enslaved masses. However, the bourgeoisie also played a role. It is precisely a wealthy bourgeoisie that has particular contempt for the ruling nation. The sons of the moneyed and civil service aristocracy studied at the universities in the West and brought home with them the ardent desire for liberty wrought by the events of 1789. It was Schiller himself who challenged the Greek students among his listeners to work for the liberation of their people. Thus, there awakens in the bourgeoisie of the enslaved nation the desire for independence, and it is this class that becomes the leader of the national struggle, because it is to the bourgeoisie that power necessarily falls in the nation-state that is to be won. The situation is different where foreign domination represents for the masses not a deterioration, but an amelioration of economic conditions. The Polish uprisings were, in the first instance, rebellions of the nobility, the Zlachta. They foundered on the indifference, in part on the resistance, of the peasants, who feared that the restoration of the Polish state would mean the revival of unrestricted exploitation by the landed aristocracy. The revolution in the name of the nation-state was thus constituted here, in the first instance, by a rebellion of the class of lords of the oppressed nation, for whom the loss of the nation-state included the loss of their hegemony. It was not a movement of the popular, working masses, whose situation within the nation-state would have been no better, and perhaps even worse, than it was under foreign domination. Nevertheless, a dissemination of the concept of the nation-state can also be seen among the popular masses. The same phenomenon can be recognized in Germany under Napoleon I. The subjection of large parts of Germany to French domination meant, of course, the dethroning of the narrow, dominant strata of the nation. For the popular masses, however, foreign domination in this case brought with it advantages rather than disadvantages: a share in the great achievements of the French Revolution, the elimination of feudal shackles, the introduction of the new bourgeois legal order. Nevertheless, the movement behind the wars of liberation was in no sense merely a movement of the courts and bureaucracies dethroned through French domination, but a movement involving broad social strata. How do we explain this phenomenon? How do we explain the curious fact of the popular masses rising up against foreign domination, even where they have not lost anything under the foreign power, where they, at most, have changed oppressors, indeed, where foreign domination has even improved the situation of the subordinate strata of the populace? Members of the petty bourgeoisie, peasants, and workers in every state, including nation-states, are subject to external domination, are exploited and oppressed by the landed aristocracy, capitalists, and bureaucrats. However, this domination is disguised, it is not visible, but must first be comprehended. 147. External domination by another nation, on the other hand, is visible, immediately perceptible. When the worker enters an office of the authorities, when he appears before a court, he does not comprehend that it is an alien power that rules over him through the agency of the official and the judge, since the official and the judge act as organs of his nation. If, on the other hand, the official or judge belongs to another nation, if he speaks a foreign language, the fact of the subjugation of the mass of the people by alien powers becomes visible in an undisguised form and, as a consequence, intolerable. In the army of the nation-state, the peasant's son serves as the instrument of an alien power. However, this alien power, the dominant classes, whose goals are served by the army, understands, of course, how to disguise this fact. It understands how to lead the people to believe that the army is an instrument of the whole nation. If, on the other hand, the officers are members of a foreign nation, if orders are given in a foreign language, then the peasant's son, if he must obey, understands immediately that he is subject to a foreign power. The capitalist, the feudal lord, appears in the nationally unified society as an organ, as an intermediary agent of the nation that has entrusted him with the task of directing production and distribution. If he is a member of a foreign nation, the peasant or the wage laborer understands immediately that he must work in the service of a foreigner, for the benefit of a foreigner. Herein lies the real significance of foreign domination, that it renders immediately visible, perceptible, and thereby insupportable all exploitation and oppression that is otherwise accessible only through a process of comprehension. However, there is yet another reason that, in particular, makes a new foreign ruler rather than one that has existed since time immemorial the object of the masses' hatred. In the thought of a child, the bearer of disaster always appears as its cause. Just as in the childish view of justice found among less developed peoples it is the one who inflicts damage who is also guilty of that damage and the judge does not inquire into intent, incitement, or abetment, so too was the German peasant in the epoch of the wars of liberation unconcerned with the fact that the disaster of the French wars had been brought upon him by the German princes who conspired against the French Revolution because of their hatred of the political and economic freedom of the bourgeoisie and the peasants. The peasant sees only the French soldier who brings war into the land, the French army that kills his sons and destroys his wealth, and, as a consequence, a hatred for the French is awakened in him. How, then, should he possibly tolerate French rule over his land? All the rage, all the vindictiveness unleashed by the war is not directed against the rulers of one's own nation, who have instigated the war, but against the strangers who, in a direct and visible manner, kill the people's sons, assault its daughters, and lay waste its fields. The hatred unleashed by the war thus becomes the motor of the desire for national liberty. The yearning to repel foreign domination is to be seen as the motor of all. 148. Movements of the 19th century promoting the formation of a nation-state. The conspiracy of the absolutist princes of Europe against the French Revolution confronted the French people with the danger of having to bow before foreign wills, of having to sacrifice the liberty they had won to an alien power. Thus, the revolutionary struggle of the French became a national cause. When the armies of Napoleon I subsequently subjugated Germany, the yearning for national autonomy was also aroused there, and Arndt, the enemy of the French, took precedence over Schenkendorf, the herald of the emperor. 6. The general struggle against foreign domination was also represented by the wars of liberation engaged in by the Italians, the Irish, the Poles, the Greeks, and the Slavs of the Balkan Peninsula. Throughout young Europe the desire for national liberty grew from the hatred of foreign domination. This hatred also gave rise to the yearning for the political unity of the nation. Only a strong community that unified the whole nation seemed capable of preventing the continuation or return of foreign domination. As Treitschke formulated it, because the multiple system of domination had become one of general servitude, the Germans now craved a strong, unified German Empire. 7. The forces unleashed by the development of modern capitalism also supported this aspiration. Capitalism required a large, populous, economically unified region. The necessity of capitalist development therefore argued against the political fragmentation of the nation. If the capitalist states had been linked to each other by the free exchange of commodities and fused into a single economic region, capitalism could well have endured the fragmentation of the nation into a number of independent states. In reality, however, the state in the capitalist world has nearly always also become a more or less independent economic region. The exchange of commodities between states is limited by protective tariffs, taxation policy, the system of railway tariffs, and the diversity of laws. The great mass of the commodities produced within a state serves the needs of the consumers living within its borders. Capitalism's desire for a large economically unified region therefore became the desire for a large state. In what follows, we attempt to sketch the reasons that made the development of large states in the 19th century a necessity. The more populous an economic region is, the more numerous and the larger the enterprises manufacturing any given commodity can be. An increase in the size of the enterprise, as we know, means a reduction of production costs and an increase in the productivity of labor. However, the same effect is achieved through an increase in the number of the same type of enterprise, in the first place, because within the enterprise there is an increase in the division of labor, in specialization, that significantly increases the productivity of labor. There can be no doubt, for example, that the extraordinarily rapid industrial development of the United States of North America was fun. 149. Mentally promoted by the fact that the extent of the economic region there made a much more extensive division of labor possible than in the European states. In addition, the existence of a larger number of enterprises of the same type located in close proximity to each other reduced the costs of renovating and repairing the production apparatus. In Lancashire, where one spinning mill is located close to another and all enterprises make use of common repair workshops, the requisite repair costs are much less than in cases where an individual spinning mill must maintain its own repair workshops. In the same way, the costs involved in the preparation and completion stages of production, dyeing, starching, and so on are lower where the same services can be utilized by many enterprises of the same type. Finally, a larger number of enterprises of the same type makes possible improvements in the means of transport available, which results in further reduction of the costs of production. Where a large number of factories are located near one another, canals and railways are constructed, although, in the case of a small number of factories, these means of transport can either not be constructed or, due to less intensive use, require the payment of higher transport costs for each piece of freight. In the same way, the costs of enlisting a qualified workforce from the managing director to the least qualified wage laborer are much lower where large industry is served by the trade schools than in places where comparatively fewer jobs are available in a small number of enterprises. The economic utilization of the waste generated by production is, by the same token, possible only where a large industry supplies this waste in sufficient quantities. But this is not all. Since Lancashire is part of a large economic region, it will consequently apply its capital and workforce only to those branches of production for which Lancashire offers particularly favorable conditions, the spinning and weaving of cotton, the construction of machinery and coal mining. It will produce these commodities in large quantities and, due to the scope of its production, increase the productivity of its labor. The county will meet all of its other requirements by exchanging the goods it needs for the products of its own labor. However, if the county was an autonomous economic region with only limited trade with other regions of the United Kingdom, it could of course only produce cotton fabrics, machines, and coal in much smaller quantities, leading to a decrease in the productivity of labor in these branches. What is more, the county would have to meet other needs through its own production, would also have to invest labor in branches of production where natural conditions are unfavorable. The same investment of labor would bring a much lower return in goods. For every economic region it is more advantageous to invest its work in those branches of production for which the natural conditions are favorable and to acquire other goods through exchange, as opposed to producing all the goods it requires to satisfy the needs of its consumers itself. In the direct production of goods we find, then, a dual cause for the 150. Superiority of larger economic regions. First, the fact that, as a rule, the productivity of labor increases with the scope of production. Second, the fact that each region is better able to satisfy its needs through free commodity exchange than by producing goods in all branches of production itself. 8. However, the superiority of the large economic regions is not based only on advantages in terms of production, but also on the regular flow of the circulation of capital. The number of letters thrown into a certain mailbox in one day is a result of pure accident. Today it may be more, tomorrow less. If we count, on the other hand, the number of letters that are found in all the mailboxes in a large city, the number will be fairly constant, since the coincidence of more at one collection point will be balanced by the coincidence of fewer at another. The number of suicides in any one village or in a small city does not appear to obey any law. In 1 year, there are no suicides, in the next, 10 people voluntarily take their own lives. If we count, on the other hand, the suicides throughout a large country, we are surprised by the constancy of the figure. The coincidental deviations in individual locations are ultimately balanced out when taken in the context of the country as a whole. This law of large numbers is of great significance for the circulation of capital. In a small country, a hailstorm, a fire suffices to disturb the constant flow of capital circulation. In a large economic region, on the other hand, the coincidental deficiency in one part of the country is offset by the wealth of another part of the country. If a pressing need suddenly develops somewhere in a small economic region, it is felt by every enterprise throughout the country. The demand for money capital, the rate of interest, and the prices increase. In a large economic region, on the other hand, large amounts of money capital are accumulated, with the result that increased local need is far from being capable of bringing about an increase in the rate of interest. Conversely, if an individual locality within a large economic region enters the market with a very modest demand, this hardly makes an impression on the market in a large country. In a small economic region, on the other hand, the circulation of commodities throughout the country falters as a consequence of such local disturbances. In a small economic region, each partial crisis immediately becomes a general one. The economic situation in a large economic region, on the other hand, is almost immune to merely local disturbances and is subject only to the great laws that govern the economic situation in all capitalist economies. All these reasons are so powerful that small states can never be content to be completely independent economic regions, that even in cases of the most extensive tariff protection measures they must strive to establish commodity exchange with other countries. However, the exchange of commodities between small economic regions and other countries is confronted with substantial obstacles. To begin with, the diversity of currencies, of taxation legislation, of civil and procedural law constitute obstacles to commerce between 151 states. Every state establishes its own system of communications, and, for this reason, knowledge of markets in other states is seldom as exact as that of one's own market. Only a large state is in a position to regulate the transport system, to impose tariffs on the railways. The small state, which shares a railway line with a series of other small states, is capable only of impeding transport, but not of fostering economic development through a methodical tariff policy. States attempt to surmount these difficulties using all manner of agreements, monetary unions, trade agreements, customs unions, conventions on mutual law enforcement, on trademark, model, and patent law. Interstate regulation of the system of railway tariffs all serve this end. However, in its contractual dealings with neighboring states, the small economic region is in an inferior position. In proportion to its production, the external trade of a small region is large and therefore important for this country, but for the large foreign state from which this small country wants to import and to which it wants to export commodities, this commercial relationship is of limited significance when compared with its own production. The small state consequently has little success in safeguarding its interests in conventions and in persuading other states to adapt their commercial policies to its needs. 9. But the small state is weaker not only in terms of economic policy, but also politically. Capitalism, however, requires the strong arm of the state in order to realize its expansionary aims. How else could German capital seek profitable investments in foreign countries? How could the German merchant cover foreign markets if he could not rely on the protection of the military power of his state? The small state, incapable of guaranteeing its citizens in foreign countries security, therefore appears to capitalists as an inadequate, imperfect instrument of their domination. This is even more so given that the small state is, as a rule, also a very expensive instrument. For, under otherwise identical conditions, the administration of the large state is cheaper and the demands of taxation consequently less than in small states. The nations of the 19th century clearly saw the advantages of the large state. The prosperity of France following the removal of the customs barriers between its provinces was general knowledge. Little wonder, then, that the demand grew among Germans and Italians for the formation of Germany and Italy into large economically unified regions. We thus see the German bourgeoisie take the lead in the struggle for the establishment of a large German economic region, led by Friedrich List. The bourgeoisie struggled for a customs union and for a German railway system. 10 In 1833, Prussia, the two Hesses, Bavaria, Württemberg, and Saxony joined together to form a single customs territory. In 1847, for the first time after a long period of interruption, uniform German legislation was passed that, as evidence of the strength of the movement for unity, established the German system of exchange regulation, which subsequently became the commercial code for all German states. 152. However, the superiority of large economic regions explains only why the Germans desired a large state, but why a nation-state? Why should it be precisely the frontiers of the nation that become the frontiers of the state? Here, the effect of economic need is combined with the influence of political upheaval. We have already referred a number of times to the fact that the bourgeoisie, as long as it was locked in a struggle with the traditional state order, was rationalist in its outlook. The legal title of historical tradition meant nothing to it. That which sought to exist had to prove its utility before the court of the reason of the bourgeois class. Locked in a struggle with the absolutist state, which restricted the freedom of the bourgeoisie's leading members, threw its sons into prison, gagged its press, prosecuted its writings, dissolved its associations, the bourgeoisie disdained the form of the state that had historically emerged and called for the natural state, the state governed by reason. This disdain for all historical tradition was further nourished by the upheavals of the Napoleonic epoch. If the Peace of Luneville meant an inglorious end for a host of small German states, why should the remaining states continue to exist? And as the Congress of Vienna went about revising the map of Europe and restructuring the system of states after the wars of liberation, did it not appear absurd to obstruct the path of upward development with the old apparatus and flotsam from an age long past? Such questions added weight to the concept of the natural state, of the government of reason. But what are the natural boundaries of the state? Here the national consciousness and national sentiment, strengthened by the wars of the Napoleonic epoch, pointed to the nation as the natural foundation of the state and formulated this idea as the principle of nationality: for every nation a state, for every state only one nation. For the peasant and the landed noble, this foundation is constituted by territory. The natural boundaries of the territory are the natural boundaries of the state. For the member of the bourgeoisie and the worker of the capitalist epoch, on the other hand, the state is above all an organization of people created to serve their purposes. That which separates people must therefore separate states. The state commands me externally, the nation lives within me, is the living, effective force in my character, which is determined by its fate. The nation thus appears as a natural structure, the state as an artificial product. If the traditional state no longer meets the needs of the age, protection against the threat of foreign domination, the demand for a more extensive economic region, what could be more logical than to adapt the artificial product, the state, to the natural product of human history, the nation, to make the nation itself the substratum of the state? Is it not the case that the difficulties caused by the diversity of languages within the nation-state and the national hatred that divides the different nations of a state provide direct evidence that the multinational state is an artificial structure? Is it not natural and reasonable to 753. Unite the national community of character within the state and to separate it from other nations with state borders? Herder gave clear expression to such ideas. The nation is a natural growth. A nation folk is as much a natural plant as a family, only with more branches. Nothing therefore appears so directly opposite to the end of government as the unnatural enlargement of states, the wild mixture of various races and nations under one scepter. 11. Let us try to distinguish the individual ideas summarized in this sentence. Its basis is clearly the demand for the state, as the product of human design, to adapt to nature, to follow nature. It is the epoch of Rousseau and the revival of the formula of the Stoics, the naturam sequi. Nature is seen as immutable, as given, the state as mutable, as movable. The state must therefore adapt itself to the demands of nature. The nation, however, is natural, a product of nature. 12. The state must therefore follow the nation, must politically unite the nation, the whole nation, but only one nation. Is it correct that the nation is a product of nature and that the state is an artificial product? For us, this distinction no longer corresponds to its former meaning. The ancient opposition, dating back to the time of Plato and Aristotle, between, on the one hand, the political rationalism that considers the state as an artificial product erected by human will according to the imperatives of reason, and, on the other, the political naturalism that considers the state as a product of nature, dominated by great eternal iron laws, has been overcome by modern epistemology. Today, we know that what we are dealing with here is a difference of viewpoint and not exclusive alternatives. If we proceed scientifically, the state, like any other phenomenon, is a natural product and governed by laws. It is our task to investigate these laws, which govern the emergence, the modification, and the passing of the state. If, on the other hand, we proceed politically, if our aim is to transform the state, then it is for us, of course, a product of human will, the object of our actions. This remains the case despite the fact that science is capable of retrospectively understanding the will that creates the state in terms of its causal determination or, in regard to the future, of grasping the process of the formation of will in causal terms and thereby the orientation of future political will. For science, the nation is, like the state, a product of nature. We can understand how the community of fate produces the nation by means of the heredity of bred characteristics and the transmission of common cultural elements. But for the politician, the nation is also a product of his will, an artificial product. The objective of his actions can be to preserve or to modify the national character, to expand or to narrow the circle of members of the nation. If, then, the state can be considered as much a natural product as the nation, that is, comprehended as an object of science governed by laws, and then, on the other hand, as an artificial product, that is, as an object of our will, does Herder's idea that the state, as an artificial product, must follow the nation as natural growth, must adapt to it, still make any sense? 154. This idea, which forms the basis of every justification for the principle of nationality, must be understood in its historical context. During the revolutionary epoch, the bourgeoisie was locked in a struggle with the state, with the whole traditional legal system. The absolutist state had either preserved the feudal and guild legal forms or had not fully eliminated them, and was thereby impeding the development of capitalism. The small size of the economic regions had become an impediment to the development of the forces of production. The economic and political authority of the absolutist state had become insupportable for the now mature bourgeoisie, which wanted to govern itself. The traditional small state could not be protected from foreign domination. As a consequence, the bourgeoisie aimed everywhere to overthrow the prevailing legal order, to destroy the existing state. However, it did not thereby want to destroy the state as such, but to replace it with another, one that met its requirements for the safeguarding of private property. From the bourgeois point of view, the state had dominated it long enough and should now become an instrument of bourgeois domination. But how were the boundaries of the new state to be determined? The bourgeoisie was now faced with the question: if we destroy all prevailing positive rights, all existing state institutions, are all social phenomena thereby really destroyed? And it discovered that there are social phenomena that, irrespective of whether they have emerged under some particular legal order and have been able to survive only under a legal order, can nevertheless exist independent of a prevailing law that is hostile to them, independent of a hostile power, and that can survive this power because they reside not in an external power, but within the individual. The bourgeoisie thus discovered the nation as a community. When Palaki, in a moment of rage against the Austrian state, said that the Czechs were there before the Austrian state existed and that they would still be there if the Austrian state disintegrated, he expressed the idea that forms the basis of the principle of nationality, that of the community, which is the active, indestructible force within every individual, which, once it has emerged, is independent of all prevailing positive rights, independent of all existing powers. The national community exists whether or not the state falls, because it lives within every single individual. It is this fact that the revolutionary rationalism of the bourgeoisie recalled. If it destroyed the state, it would not at the same time destroy the community living within the individual, and therefore would have the substratum for the formation of the new state. The indestructible community was seen as becoming the foundation of the new society, of the new state. The bourgeoisie treated the state as an artificial product because it wanted to transform it, and it treated the nation as a natural formation because it would continue to exist even if the state disintegrated. It is thus not, as first appears, the opposition between a causal and a teleological approach that is expressed in the confrontation between the state as artificial product and the 755 nation as natural formation, but the opposition between external power and internal community. In that the revolutionary bourgeoisie aimed to destroy the traditional state, which was hostile to it and did not meet its needs, it confronted the hostile, external power with the permanent, internal community of the nation. It demanded that the internal community itself become the support for external power and that external power protect the internal community. This is the root of the principle of nationality. As violent as the effects of this demand were in the 19th century, it was not able to exert itself completely. We will therefore have to examine the forces that counteracted this principle and that maintained the multinational state. Moreover, we will have to ask whether these forces will be permanently strong enough to prevent the complete triumph of the principle of nationality, or whether the existing multinational states are simply the remains of the past, which future development will eliminate and replace with pure nation-states. This requires, however, an analysis of the multinational state. We therefore now turn to the consideration of Austria, the most highly developed of the large multinational states of Europe. Those who are knowledgeable of the situation in other countries will easily distinguish between the social phenomena examined here that are peculiar to Austria and those which are common to all multinational states. 3. Austria as a German state. The Austrian state was a product of the great movement that led the sons of Germany's peasants away from their home soil, where farmhouse increasingly pressed against farmhouse, to the northeast and to the southeast. The Austrian state was a late fruit of the colonization in the southeast, just as the Prussian state was a product of that in the northeast. German colonization of the area of present-day Austria had a diverse character. The settlement of what are today the German Alpine lands presents a different picture from that of the subjugation of the Slovene peasants of the south under German feudal lords, and a different one again from that of the German penetration of Bohemia, Poland, and Hungary. The Bavarian colonists who settled the Alpine lands also did not find a region completely devoid of inhabitants. More than a few of the inhabitants of the Roman provinces of Rhaetia, Noricum, and Pannonia, principally Romanized Celts, had survived the waves of mass migration. Moreover, the departure of the Lombards from Pannonia was followed by the migration into the region of Slavic tribes that alone retained the originally Pan-Slavic name of Wends or Slovenes. These had settled a large part of what are today the German Alpine lands. In Tyrol they occupied an area stretching from the Puster Valley to the region between Sillian and Linz, in the Salzburg region, in the Gastein Valley, and to the south of Radstadt, in the Krems and Ster valleys. They remained until into the 11th century. However, the sparse Romano-Celtic and Slavic population could not maintain its hold on the rich lands. Without encountering resistance, the German peasants began to settle in the region, Bavarians in great numbers, but also Franconians, Swabians, Saxons. The numbers of colonists gradually outstripped those of the Celtic and Slavic inhabitants. The older occupants adopted the more developed Germanic culture and were integrated into the German population. Christianity, preached from the German bishoprics of Passau and Salzburg, also became a means of Germanizing the foreign population. 157. 158. Within a few centuries the Romano-Celtic and Slavic nationalities in the region had completely disappeared. However, it was only in places where the land had been very sparsely populated by the Wends that the Slavs were completely integrated into the German people. Where the Slavs had settled close together, the situation was different. The Slovenes had moved into the Alpine lands from Pannonia through the river valleys. The farther up the valleys they moved, the sparser became their settlement. Conversely, the Germans penetrated from the northwest. Their impact was greatest on the upper reaches of the rivers flowing into the Danube and increasingly weaker to the south. Thus, it was the Slavs located in the southeast who were best able to survive intact. The farther we look to the northwest, the more complete becomes the triumph of Germanness. Today, census figures still bear clear witness to this. The Slovenes have completely disappeared from Tyrol, Salzburg, and Upper Austria. In Carinthia they represent 25.08% of the population, in Styria 31.18%, and finally in Carniola 94.24%. But German colonization also penetrated areas where the Slavs lived close together in large numbers. Even where the peasant did not become German, the Slovene peasant still came under the rule of the German lords. This development began with Charlemagne's wars against the Avars. The year 795 was the last year in which a Slavic Duke of Carinthia is mentioned. From then on Bavarian dukes ruled the land. Enormous territories now fell into the hands of the crown. It leased and gave these to cloisters and abbeys, to powerful laymen, to royal and ecclesiastical ministerials. The new masters brought German colonists into the region and established German feudal land holdings. Around 811, Charlemagne established the boundary between the Archbishopric of Passau and that of Aquileia. The draw became the boundary of the German Church, and thus the boundary of the Germanizing influence of the Christian mission and the colonizing activities of German abbeys. In 820 the Slavs rose up against German oppression, but were defeated. The native noble was robbed of his land and replaced by the German noble. From then on the Slavic peasant was also subject to the rule of the German feudal lords. In Slavic areas the feudal culture became German. Thus, the surviving members of the local nobility adopted German language and custom and were gradually integrated into the class of German feudal lords. Today in Carniola the large landowner is still German, the peasant Slavic. Only a few decades ago the domination of the nobility in the region signified the dominion of the Germans over the Slavs. We know from our history of the German nation that the unifying national culture during the feudal epoch was that of the feudal lords. Here we encounter a people lacking the class that alone in this epoch was able to create and develop a national culture. In the case of the Wends, we can, as it were, experimentally prove our earlier claim. Here we have a people without. 159. The class that was the sole support for national culture during this epoch. And in fact, the Slovenes played no part in the entire culture of the feudal epoch. The Slovene peasants did not form a national cultural community at all, but formed only narrow local communities. What united the Slovene villages was not the emergence and continual development of a national culture, but merely the fact that within the meager cultural community formed by the peasants of each village those elements that had been transmitted to all of them from the ancestral Slavic people were sluggishly passed down from generation to generation. This commonality, increasingly concealed by diverse forms specific to particular localities, was very different from the powerful force of unitary national development, from the pulsating cultural life of the great nations to which the class of feudal lords belonged. Nations such as that of the Slovenes have been characterized as non-historical nations, an expression that we will retain. However, this does not mean that such nations had never had a history, for the Wends had a history until 820, and not that such nations, as Frederick Engels believed in 1884, were generally incapable of a historical life, for this opinion is definitively refuted by the history of the 19th century. Rather, we designate these nations as non-historical because their national culture, in the age in which the ruling classes alone were the bearers of such a culture, knew no history, no development. For a full millennium, the Wends bore the character of a non-historical nation. Certainly, they were influenced by the expansion of the cultural community of the German people, which was a consequence of early capitalism and the political, religious, and moral upheaval that came in its wake. In the epoch of the Reformation we see the beginnings of a Slovene literature. The Bible and many devotional writings were translated into Wendish. The Slovene peasants rose up in the great peasant wars in the name of the Stara Pravda, the ancient law. However, the same causes for the rapid reduction of the circle of those participating in the culture in Germany, the shift in international trade routes, military upheavals, the Counter-Reformation also soon brought the brief national upsurge here to an end. The Wendish peasant once again sank back into an existence devoid of culture. It was only the 19th century, it was only capitalism, only the advent of the modern state, that saw the liberation of the peasant from the feudal yoke and the beginning of self-administration, schooling, and compulsory military service, that awakened the Slovene nation from its slumber, led it onto the historical stage, creating for it the possibility of uniting the masses as a nation by way of its own living culture. In the age of feudalism this possibility did not exist. The Slovene was a peasant, and the peasant interested the feudal lord only insofar as he made the culture of the dominant feudal class possible through his socage and taxes. The nationality of the peasant was a matter of indifference. The German feudal nobility in the south thus took what they needed to live from the labor of Slavic peasants, just as they did elsewhere from the labor of 160 Germans, or as they did, for example, in Latvia from the labor of Latvian peasants. As far as the historical life of the Middle Ages was concerned, Carinthia, Styria, and Carniola were exclusively German lands. The influence of the great German colonization drive was quite different to the southeast in the nation-states on the border of the German Empire, in Bohemia, Poland, and Hungary. Here, Germanness did not absorb and enslave the indigenous nationality, although of course it penetrated the substance of the nation-state and gave rise to manifold changes to it. The Germans moved into Bohemia as burghers, as peasants, and as miners. The Bohemian kings consciously promoted urban colonization. They too recognized the new power for the monarchy developing out of commodity production and, since commodity production and circulation in Germany was in advance of Bohemian development, they deliberately brought German merchants and artisans into Bohemia. The German burgher arriving in Bohemia either entered an already existing community or founded new towns. As early as the 11th century, a German community was established in Prague. In the 13th century, many of the German towns obtained royal letters of franchise. The German towns in Bohemia experienced a new surge of development with the boom in mining. German miners were called in and founded a number of exclusively German towns. In the 14th century the wealthier burghers, the merchants, and the more distinguished artisans were almost exclusively German, whereas the other artisans, the peasants, and the urban proletariat were for the most part Czech. The town councils were almost exclusively in the hands of the Germans. Their wealth and privilege provided them with immense power, and they dominated the university. The benefices in the chapters, the bishoprics, and the cloisters were in the hands of Germans, whereas the poorer parishes were left to the Czechs. A Hussite pamphlet from 1437 illustrates vividly, if not perhaps without exaggeration, the social position that the Germans in Bohemia owed to their wealth. Who were the mayors and councillors in all the royal towns of Bohemia? Germans. Who were the judges? Germans. Where did one preach to the Germans? In the cathedral. Where to the Bohemians? In the graveyard or in their houses too? The colonization of Bohemia by the German burgher was accompanied by German peasant colonization. From the 12th century onward, German peasants settled the border regions of Bohemia, cleared the land, and established free German villages and markets, or were allocated land by the Bohemian monarch in the midst of the Slavic population, as some were by Otto II in the region of Sas and Elbajan. The Bohemian royal court and the Bohemian nobility were also subject to German influence. The highly developed culture of the German feudal class represented a model for the Bohemians, just as, for example, the court of the French king had been a model for the German courts of the 17th century. 161. Turi. The Pierzamislids had the daughters of German princes as mothers and wives, they spoke German themselves, and German poets such as Reimmerderswitter, Tannhäuser, and Ulrich von Tierlin sojourned at their courts. The Bohemian knighthood imitated German codes of chivalry, took German names, and were great admirers of German chivalric art forms. German cultural influence was far less strong in Hungary and Poland. Nevertheless, we find in Hungary all the forms taken by German colonization. From the 12th century onward, Saxon peasants settled Transylvania, German burghers and German miners followed them, particularly in the wake of the Mongolian invasion. In Poland, colonization by burghers predominated. All the large cities and the majority of the small cities had German populations and German law. The penetration of these lands by German culture brought them closer to one another and to the German Empire. For the first time the possibility arose for these lands to unite in a large state system. The fact that this possibility became reality can be explained on the basis of the German Empire's internal development. We have already discussed, when we sought to explain the development of the modern state in Germany as based on commodity production, how it became the task of the German monarchy to create a power base whose military force could support its development of the empire into a state. We saw how the Hohenstaufen sought to create a modern state in highly developed Italy, a state that could have become the basis of their power in the empire. However, as we know, this bold aspiration ended in a terrible defeat. The Hohenstaufen had sought in vain to diminish the old royal rights in Germany in order to win the support of the German princes for their Italian policy. In the reign of Frederick II, the attempt to make an emperor in the sense of the ancient Roman emperor the mainstay of German royal power came to an end. The audacious plan of the Hohenstaufen had failed, but the goal it had served necessarily became the aspiration of every German king. The establishment of a powerful state as the foundation of royal power could not be realized within the old imperial territory, which had now split into a host of principalities. The kings thus turned all their efforts to the colonial territories. From the time of the collapse of the Hohenstaufen policy onward, the center of gravity of the German Empire lay in the colonial regions, and it still lies there today. This displacement of the center of gravity of the empire was not in the least surprising. In cultural terms, the colonial lands had long adapted to the motherland, indeed perhaps even surpassed it. The first blossoming of our literature already drew a rich harvest from the soil that had been settled by German colonists centuries before. However, much more significant by far became the political superiority of the colonies. From the beginning, the power of the princes on colonial soil extended over a far wider area than was 162. The case in the motherland. Initially this was probably for the same reason as that explaining why the peasants' fields were larger in the colonial region, but then later also because the colonial princes, as guardians of the imperial march, were unable to do without greater power. And this power was not, as in the motherland, undermined by a large number of immunities. The Dukes of Austria exercised great power over the church in their land, had considerable financial means at their disposal, and had a large number of ministerials and, under these, a bonded knighthood as their subjects. In the epoch of Frederick Barbarossa they were already among the most powerful princes in the empire. Securing this power soon came to appear as an enticing goal. During the interregnum of the empire, Pierzamisl Ottokar II for the first time united Austria with Bohemia, thereby becoming the most powerful prince in the empire. From this time onward, it was clear that the future of Germany lay in the creation of a great colonial empire through the unification of Austria with Bohemia and perhaps also with Hungary. The German royal crown beckoned to anyone who could unite these imposing powers. He could perhaps hope to subjugate the now almost independent princes of the empire and give new content to the concept of German royal dignity. It was this that the Habsburgs made their goal following the suppression of the Pierzamislids. They took up a firm position in Austria and, with dogged persistence, strove to augment their territorial possessions in order to create the great colonial empire that was to secure their domination of Germany. A short time later, another royal house, the Luxembourgs, also tried their hand at achieving the same goal. The history of Germany now became a struggle between these two houses. Fortune initially smiled upon the Luxembourgs. Then the Habsburgs secured the heritage of their fortunate rivals by marriage. The great colonial empire emerged for the first time when Albrecht V inherited the realm of the Emperor Sigismund and thereby unified in a single hand the Habsburg and Luxembourg possessions. The power of the Habsburgs was thereby securely established. From that time on, the imperial crown remained in their hands until the Holy Roman Empire perished ingloriously in the turmoil of the bourgeois revolution. To be sure, they later again lost Bohemia and Hungary, but they unceasingly renewed their efforts to reach the goal to which they had once been so close. When the Jagiello-Louis fell on the battlefield of Mohacs, they again inherited Bohemia and Hungary, which were thenceforth unified with Austria. For the continued existence of the great empire that united the southern German colonial territories with the kingdoms of Bohemia and Hungary, bound to the German Empire by the powerful influence of German culture, was thus secured for centuries. The emergence of the Austrian state can be comprehended only on the basis of German development. Its evolution is explained by the desire to make the colonial territories into a support for German royal power. 163. This had been achieved, the hope that the German kings, backed by such extensive power, could create a state out of the old empire, as had been done in Spain, France, and England, would perhaps not seem so rash. However, it was the peculiar fate of the Austrian state that, having barely emerged, it was faced with another gigantic task, a task that called on all of its powers and that would make the accomplishment of the former task, for which it had originally been created, a permanent impossibility. This new task was the protection of Christian Europe from the Turks. A few years after the Habsburg Albrecht inherited the Luxembourg realm, Constantinople fell into Turkish hands. Louis Jagiello fell in the struggle against the Turks, and the Habsburg Ferdinand became his heir. 3 years later the Turks stood at the gates of Vienna, central Hungary remained in Turkish hands, eastern Hungary was ruled by the Vojvodina of Transylvania as vassals of the Sultan. Croatia, the lands of Inner Austria, even Bohemia, Bavaria, and Saxony trembled in the face of the Turkish threat. In these centuries of struggle, as Engels once said, the victory of Karl Martel beneath the walls of Vienna and on the Hungarian plains was won again and again. Through these struggles, Austria acquired new tasks and a new significance. If its development had initially been merely a requirement of the German monarchy, its existence was now a need of the lands united within it, which only in their unity felt themselves able to resist the Turks. In Croatia, the connection to the power of the Habsburgs as support against the Turks was already deemed necessary before the Battle of Mohacs. When Maximilian I put himself forward for the Hungarian crown, he already had the support of the Croatian counts. 5 In the same period, the Croatian Count Nicholas Frangipan was supported financially by the Emperor and the German Imperial Diet that he might better serve the empire against the Turks. In 1509 the Estates Stnit of the 5 lands of Lower Austria declared themselves ready to support the Croats against the Turks. 6 In 1524, before Mohacs, the Domini Croci offered the sovereignty of their land to the Archduke Ferdinand. In the same year Ferdinand granted several Croatian counts considerable financial support in order that they may come through this winter and offer the Turks more impressive resistance. In 1526 Ferdinand provided the Croats with reinforcements of cavalry and infantry for the struggle against the Turks. The Inner Austrian estates also repeatedly provided them with assistance in their struggle. 7 How it was that the unification of the Austrian lands, once merely a political instrument of the German kings and the Habsburgs in their struggle for German royal dignity, became a necessity for the lands themselves in the face of the Turkish threat is shown clearly by the continual call of the estates in the lands threatened by the Turks for the unification of the estate committees of all Habsburg lands for the purpose of collective preparation for the Turkish war. In 1502 the committees of the estates of the 5 lower Austrian lands,